Under Apothecary Mu's lead, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a room. Please report that Apothecary Mu Yang requests for an audience. Apothecary Mu clasped his fist toward the apprentice guarding by the door. Yes. Knowing the other party's identity, the apprentice immediately went in to report his presence. A moment later, however, he returned with an apologetic look on his face. Teacher is currently discussing some important matters with an esteemed guest, so he isn't free at the moment. Apothecary Mu, you should return tomorrow. This matter is urgent. I really can't wait until tomorrow. Apothecary Mu shook his head. I hope that you can relay another message for me. Just say that I have something urgent that I require Apothecary Hong's help on. Since Lu Laoshi had made this request, the grade 4 pill formula must be extremely important to him. Otherwise, he could have chosen to purchase a pill instead. No matter the cost, Apothecary Mu was determined to help Xianxia on this matter. I'll try asking again. The apprentice nodded and walked in. Aren't you all apothecaries? Why? Seeing the sight before him, Xianxia was perplexed. Hong Yun and Mu Yangfeng were both apothecaries. One of them was a 3-star primary while the other one was a 2-star pinnacle. There wasn't a huge difference between them, so why was it so troublesome to meet the other party? The guild leader is already old, so he doesn't interfere in the affairs of the guild. At the moment, most affairs of the guild are handled by Apothecary Hong, and all of the apothecaries answer to him. Thus, his standing is much higher than mine. Because of this, it took me a great deal of effort before I managed to get you the permission to enter the library, Apothecary Mu explained. After hearing the other party's explanation, Xianxia finally understood the situation. Apothecary Hong Yun had always been an arrogant person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reprimanded the other apothecaries despite not having met Xianxia and verifying the results of the test back in Tianxian Kingdom. Having surpassed the boundary which had trapped many other apothecaries had inflated his ego, and now it was difficult for any apothecary to even meet him, much less ask him for requests. Lu Laoshi, when we enter the room later on, I'll have to trouble you not to say anything. Outsiders aren't allowed to access pill formulae easily, and I'm afraid that if you say that you're the one who wanted it, not only will you be rejected, it might even cause a whole string of trouble. Apothecary Mu instructed. Xianxia nodded. Pill formulae were the treasures of the apothecaries, and they would never show it to outsiders easily. It was indeed a little inappropriate for a physician like him to ask for a pill formula from them. After waiting for around 2 incenses time at the door, just when they were about to reach the limit of their patience, the apprentice walked out. Apothecary Mu, please enter. However, our teacher only has a tease time. After that, he still has other matters to attend to. Thus, if there are any important matter to speak of, please do it fast. All right. Apothecary Mu nodded. The duo entered the room and saw Apothecary Hong Yun sitting on the center seat. Beside him was a young man who was leisurely sipping his tea. It was none other than the 1-star master teacher who, due to his fancy for MOU, kept trying to prove his superiority before Xianxia back in the master teacher pavilion. The son of pavilion master Jiang Chun. Apothecary Mu, what urgent matter do you have to ask of me? Lifting up his teacup, he prodded at the tea leaves floating at the surface before turning to look at Apothecary Mu with a leisurely attitude. I have something that I need to trouble Apothecary Hong on. Apothecary Mu replied respectfully. I wish to ask for Apothecary Hong to request for a grade 4 pill formula for me. I will bear the fees for the transaction. Grade 4 pill formula? Apothecary Hong Yun frowned. You're just a 2-star apothecary. Why would you need that for? Clasping his fist, Apothecary Mu replied, I have others' uses for it. However, Apothecary Hong, rest assured, I won't do anything that flouts the rules of the guild. Apothecaries were allowed to request for pill formulae, but they were forbidden from selling it or using it to conduct scams or any other immoral actions. Other uses for it? Apothecary Hong Yun stood up, and with his hands behind his back, he walked up to Apothecary Mu and glared at him imposingly. As an apothecary, Attempting something beyond one's capability will not only not bring one glory, it'll even embarrass one. Your pill forging skill isn't bad, but grade 2 pinnacle pills are already your limit. Come back to request for a grade 4 pill formula after you can successfully forge a grade 3 pill. In his view, the reason why this fellow was asking for a grade 4 pill was because he wanted to try forging it to impress everyone. However, despite being unable to forge even a grade 3 pill, he was actually attempting to forge a grade 4 pill. That was nothing more than a waste of precious medicinal herbs. Not expecting the other party to react so vehemently, Apothecary Mu's face flushed. All right, you should leave now. With a dark complexion, Apothecary Hong tilted his head upward with a proud expression. I beseech you to help me request for it. The process isn't too bothersome, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem. It's just a small favor. Apothecary Mu tried once more. Regardless, they were both apothecaries of the same guild, and their ranks weren't too far apart from one another either. A grade 4 pill formula might be valuable, but Apothecary Mu had already promised to bear the price of it. Thus, it shouldn't be a big deal to apply for it. To be rejected on the spot and told such words placed Apothecary Mu in a very embarrassing position. Aren't my words clear enough? Given your current pill forging skills, you don't have the qualification to see a grade 4 pill formula. Apothecary Hong Yun flung his sleeves and said, I still have things to attend to. Apothecary Mu, you should leave. Then, ignoring Mu Yangfeng, Hong Yun turned to Jiang Chun and clasped his fist with a smile. Young Master Jiang, I'll be depending on you for Zhang Shi's side. Back then, I had benefited greatly from his guidance. You must introduce me to him. Don't worry, this is only a small matter. Senior Uncle Zhang is the senior of my father. After he's done with his 2-star master teacher examination, it won't be a problem for me to meet him. I promise to help you on this matter. Jiang Chun replied impassively. The reason why he felt hostile toward Zhang Xian before was due to MOU. However, after realizing that he wasn't interested in her and witnessing his grand feats, not only did the hostility he felt disappear, he even started to regard the other party as his idol. Then, I'll thank young Master Jiang in advance then. Hearing the other party agree to the matter, Apothecary Hong Yun's eyes glowed in excitement, and he hurriedly nodded. Even though his encounter with Zhang Shi in Tianxian Kingdom was very brief, the other party's guidance had opened up new doors for him in the art of pill forging. It was precisely because of that he was able to reach 3-star. If he could listen to another lesson from the other party, his pill forging skill might reach even higher realms. Jiang Chen nodded, nodding with a delighted expression on his face. Apothecary Hong Yun suddenly realized that Mu Yangfeng and Zhang Xian had yet to leave, and his face darkened once more. Why are you still here? Are my words not clear enough? Apothecary Hong, I really have an urgent need for the grade 4 pill formula. I beseech you to help. Mu Yangfeng pleaded earnestly. Atrocious. Apothecary Hong Yun's eyebrows shot up, and an imposing aura immediately burst from him. With an inviolable disposition, he bellowed, Apothecary Mu, take note of your identity. Only 3-star apothecaries have the rights to request for grade 4 pill formulae. I am a busy person and I don't have the time to play along with you. Why? Are you going to drag me there? If you really want a grade 4 pill formula, you can apply it yourself after you become a 3-star apothecary. If you continue acting unruly here, don't blame me for charging you for insubordination. Every single occupation was governed by a strict hierarchy. Insubordination was a serious offense, and once reported to the headquarter would issue a severe punishment to send a loud warning to the others against it. Upon seeing the other party's attitude, Apothecary Mu's body trembled and his face steeled. Just as he was about to speak, a slightly questioning voice sounded. Grade 4 pill formula can be requested as long as one is a 3-star apothecary, right? The one who spoke was guild leader Lu behind him. That's right. Apothecary Mu nodded. Then, why don't you just take the 3-star apothecary examination? Guild leader Lu asked doubtfully. Upon hearing those words, A bizarre expression appeared on the face of the infuriated apothecary Mu. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. To become a 3-star apothecary, one has to be capable of forging a grade 3 pill. Still far from reaching that level. Even though he had been stuck at 2-star pinnacle for many years, he was still a far way off from forging a grade 3 pill. In fact, given the limitations of his talents, he might not be able to do so in his entire life. This was a fact that everyone knew of. Thus, upon hearing guild leader Lu's words, he didn't know how he should reply. Ignorant. If grade 3 pills could be forged that easily, there wouldn't be just 2 3-star apothecaries in the entire guild. Upon hearing the apprentice behind Mu Yangfeng spouting such ignorant words, Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chun flung their sleeves in disdain. What the heck was that? Why don't you just take the 3-star apothecary examination? Do you think that it is that easy to become a 3-star apothecary? Do you think that you can pass the examination just because you wanted to? There were a total of 5 2-star pinnacle apothecaries in Tianwu Kingdom Apothecary Guild. But despite many years had passed, the only one who managed to achieve a breakthrough was him. This clearly reflected the difficulty of the task. If Apothecary Mu was capable of forging a grade 3 pill, he would have taken the examination long ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. That fellow was truly incomparably ignorant. It is just a grade 3 pill. It is actually quite easy. As long as you follow my instructions closely during the forging, you'll surely succeed. Ignoring the disdainful duo by the side, Xianxia spoke nonchalantly. He was counting on Apothecary Hong Yun to send in the request, but since the latter wasn't willing, he didn't want to stoop down to begging him either. Since all 3-star apothecaries could request for pill formulas, then, why couldn't he make one himself? It isn't a big deal anyway. Easy. How arrogant. Upon hearing the apprentice bragging, Apothecary Hong Yun's complexion turned dark and he nearly erupted. Where did this fellow pop up from? Easy. Do you know what a grade 3 pill is? How dare you spout such arrogant words here? This. Apothecary Mu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. All right. He didn't know why Lu Laosher would say such words, but as the guild leader of the Physician Guild, he didn't think that the other party was a braggart. Since he had said such words, he must have a way to do so. Let's not waste time and just forge here then. Seeing the other party agree to it, Xianxia waved his hands casually. Back then, Xianxia had guided MOU to forge a grade 2 pill at the Beast Hall. Honestly speaking, guiding a 2-star pinnacle apothecary to forge a grade 3 pill wasn't too much of a problem for him. If he knew that it was that easy to become a 3-star apothecary, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble to look for Apothecary Hong Yun. All right. Knowing that it was impossible to back down now, Mu Yangfeng did not hesitate anymore. With a flick of his wrist, a giant cauldron appeared in the room. Fine. I would like to see what kind of pill you can forge. Not expecting the apprentice to be so arrogant as to have Mu Yangfeng forge a grade 3 pill on the spot, Apothecary Hong Yun felt so angered that he started laughing instead. He had seen braggarts, but he hadn't seen one who was capable of bragging to such an extent. Guide him to forge pills. A grade 3 at that. Who do you think you are? Pavilion Master Jiang of the Master Teacher Pavilion? The pill forging genius Xianxia? What a joke. You're just a mere apprentice. Despite your insignificant position, you sure have a big mouth. By the side, Jiang frowned as well. As a master teacher, he knew how difficult pill forging was. Guiding a 2-star pinnacle apothecary to forge a grade 3 pill was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Surely I must be dreaming? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head? Lu Laosher, what pill are we going to forge? Knowing that there was no backing out now, Mu Yangfeng put down his cauldron, lit the fire and turned to look at Xianxia. There were countless grade 3 pills, and they had to decide on one to forge. Since the other party dared to spout such words, he must be extremely familiar with a certain type of pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have possibly bragged that a pill would be formed as long as he followed his instructions strictly. What pill? Xianxia was taken aback. He had never considered this problem. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, He looked at Apothecary Mu and asked, "Right, what kind of pill must you forge before you can be qualified as a 3-star apothecary?" Since the 3-star apothecary examination required one to forge a grade 3 pill, there might be some guidelines on the pill. If so, it would be better to follow by the rules. Any grade 3 pill will work, but most 3-star apothecaries choose to forge the grade 3 White Sun pill. This is also the pill that Apothecary Hong forged for the examination back then. Upon hearing the other party asking such fundamental questions, Apothecary Mu rolled his eyes. At the same time, an ominous feeling sprouted in his heart. "All right, let's forge this White Sun pill then." "Oh, can you lend me your pill formula so that I can take a look?" Xianxia scratched his head apologetically. "I've never seen this pill before, so I'm not too clear what kind of medicinal herbs are required for it. I have to look through it before I can guide you." Mu Yongfeng staggered, and he nearly burst into tears. "Brother, I trusted you so much that I have already taken out the cauldron and lit the fire, yet you're telling me that you've never seen the pill formula before. Why are you treating me like this?" Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chun were also speechless as well. They thought that the other party might truly be some incredible fellow that would amaze all of them. But it turned out that he was just an oaf. To say that he would guide someone on his pill forging despite having never seen the pill formula before. "Will you die if you don't brag?" The other party had truly impressed them with this. "This is the pill formula." Apothecary Mu passed the pill formula over resentfully. As the conventional pill used by most apothecaries for the 3-star examination, the pill formula for the White Sun pill was no secret. Almost all 2-star apothecaries were aware of it, and it wasn't a big deal to show it to him. "All right." Nodding his head, Xianxia touched it, and its contents immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. At the same time, many books regarding the forging of White Sun pill appeared in his mind. He had collected almost all of the books in the library of the Apothecary Guild. Even though there were no pill formulae there, pill formulae were invaluable treasures after all. Detailed on those books were the reflections of the elders in forging specific pills. "Compile." Muttering softly, an entirely new book appeared before him. "All right, let's begin the forging." Browsing through the book, Xianxia turned to look at Apothecary Mu with a grave expression. "Follow my instructions strictly. You mustn't make the slightest error." "All right." Even though he felt dismal, Mu Yongfeng had already put the word out. Left with no choice, he could only nod helplessly. As a 2-star pinnacle apothecary, he would often spend his time attempting to forge the White Sun pill. As such, he had quite a few sets of spare medicinal herbs in his storage ring, thus sparing them the trouble of obtaining them. Soon, the ignition of the flame, the warming of the cauldron, and the preparation of the medicinal herbs were done. Just by looking at the other party's smooth movements in the preparation, Xianxia was already impressed. As expected of a 2-star pinnacle apothecary, his movements were much more skilled than any other apothecaries he had seen before, be it MOU or guild leader Ouyang. Xianxia walked up to the cauldron and touched it before retreating back. "The temperature is around there. Should I add the medicinal herbs in now?" The flame licked at the sides of the cauldron, and soon, the cauldron was already fiery hot, and the air in the surroundings distorted under the immense heat. "Wait a moment." Xianxia waved casually. "Continue warming the cauldron." "All right." Since Apothecary Mu had already decided to follow the other party's instructions, he didn't hesitate at all. Under the drive of his Jinqi, the flames under the cauldron continued to blaze furiously. "The cauldron is already red." Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chun glanced at one another in bewilderment. Did this fellow really know anything about pill forging? Forging a pill was very different from forging an equipment, where the higher the temperature, the better it was. Harnessing the wood attribute, medicinal herbs tended to lose their medicinal properties easily when exposed to excessive heat, thus rendering them useless. The cauldron was already burning a shade of bright red, and it looked as though it would burst apart soon. Putting aside forging pills, the medicinal herbs would probably burn to crisp if they were thrown in under such a state. What in the world was he up to? Place the whitewood grass in. Just as they were completely baffled over this matter, the young man's voice finally sounded. He's throwing in the main ingredient of the white sun pill directly? Apothecary Hong Yun's body swayed. Whitewood grass was the main ingredient of the white sun pill. It was highly flammable, and upon contact with flames, it would be immediately set ablaze. Conventions dictated that it should be placed in the middle of the forging to prevent it from being burned into cinders by the blazing cauldron, as well as to allow it to better fuse with the other medicinal herbs. The cauldron was already on the verge of bursting from the intense heat, and black smoke was puffing out of it. To throw the whitewood grass in under such conditions, the heck! Without a doubt, the medicinal herbs would be burned to ashes as soon as it entered the cauldron. Preposterous! He is truly fooling around. This fellow knows nothing about pill forging. I truly wonder where Apothecary Mu found him. Harumphing coldly, Apothecary Hong Yun's face steeled. There was no doubt about it. This pill forging would surely end in failure. Anyone who had the slightest knowledge of pill forging would know not to raise the temperature of the cauldron excessively. That ignorant fellow bragged that he would instruct Apothecary Mu to successfully forge a grade 3 pill, and yet, he made such an elementary mistake. Where did this cretin come from? Apothecary Mu must truly be blind to trust a person like him. An elder council should be assembled after this farce to teach these two a lesson. Otherwise, not only would precious medicinal herbs be wasted, the reputation of the guild would also go down the drain. Ignoring Apothecary Hong Yun, whose face was darkening by the moment, Xianxia continued instructing Mu Yangfeng. 12 breaths later, put in the two-eyed beard, he issued a series of instructions. This sequence was completely different from the conventional forging methods detailed in the books for the White Sun pill, and it even seemed to contradict with the fundamental concepts of pill forging. Even so, since he had already given his word, Apothecary Mu followed the other party's instructions strictly, even though he was doubtful of the result. Gritting his teeth, he continued throwing different medicinal herbs into the cauldron while controlling the temperature of the flame carefully, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Something is wrong. As more and more medicinal herbs were thrown into the cauldron, doubts started sprouting in Apothecary Mu's mind. He had forged the White Sun pill many times in the past, and usually, after placing a few medicinal herbs in, the cauldron would begin to rock violently, as if it would explode at any moment. But this time, despite having thrown in so many medicinal herbs in, there wasn't any sign of movement at all. Could it be that all of the medicinal properties had been balanced out? If that was the case, the other party's instructions must be correct, and this meant that there was a high probability that the pill forging would be successful. Wait, that doesn't seem like it. Then he shook his head. While it was possible for the reason behind the cauldron being calm to be due to the medicinal properties being balanced out perfectly, there was also another possibility. All of the medicinal herbs inside had already been reduced to cinders by the searing heat. If the medicinal properties of the herbs had already been eroded, then naturally, they couldn't possibly react explosively with one another. Thinking about it, the latter seemed much more probable. After all, even 4-star apothecaries were incapable of balancing out medicinal properties perfectly. Forget it. I'll just finish the pill forging first. Even though Apothecary Mu didn't think that the pill forging would succeed, he still followed Lu Lauscher's instructions strictly and threw in medicinal herbs one after another. Soon, he threw in the very last medicinal herb. Open the cauldron, Xianxia instructed. Open the cauldron? Mu Yangfeng was taken aback. Normally, after throwing all of the medicinal herbs in, the mixture had to be left to simmer for a moment so that the herbs could be fused together perfectly for the formation of the pills. To open the cauldron right after throwing all of the medicinal herbs in, wasn't this being too hasty? Quick! Xianxia didn't expect the other party to hesitate. Anxious, he urged him once more. Based on the book in the Library of Heaven's Path, the cauldron had to be opened right after all of the medicinal herbs were thrown in for the pill forging to be perfect. The other party's slight moment of hesitation had caused many mistakes to appear in the book already. At this point, even if a pill were to be formed, its effectiveness would be lowered by several grades. On the other hand, Upon seeing this sight, Apothecary Hong Yun harumphed coldly and shook his head. "Do you think that the pills will be formed?" Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask. The pill that Apothecary Hong Yun had forged for his 3-star apothecary examination was also the White Sun pill, and his feat of achieving formation for it had caused a huge uproar in the city back then. "Do I think that the pills will be formed?" Apothecary Hong Yun harumphed disdainfully. "While they are lucky that the cauldron didn't explode, all of the medicinal herbs inside it are surely ashes by now given the overwhelming heat in the cauldron just now. To expect a pill to be formed under such circumstances, that's no different from dreaming. Burned to cinders?" Jiang Chun asked doubtfully. "If you don't believe me, watch on. If pills can be formed after all that have happened, I'll cut off my head." Apothecary Hong Yun gestured confidently. If a pill could be formed with that nonsensical pill forging sequence, wouldn't 3-star apothecaries like himself would be truly worthless? He wasn't the only one to think so. Even Mu Yangfeng himself didn't think well of this pill forging. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his jaws and opened the cauldron. Filled with despair, he prepared himself to see an entire floor of black sludge from the herbs when a gush of pill fragrance wafted from the cauldron. "This?" Mu Yangfeng was taken aback. Rushing forward, he stretched his hand into the cauldron and grabbed onto something. Taking a closer look, it was a round and glistening pill. The fragrance it emanated assaulted his nose. "This is a White Sun pill, reaching the level of PP perfection." Mu Yangfeng widened his eyes, flabbergasted. Pills formed had different tiers: formation, satiation, perfection, and inscribed pill. Based on his judgment, given the forging method previously, the pill forging should have ended in utter failure, and the only thing that should appear from the cauldron was black sludge. Never in his dreams did he expect that a pill would be formed, and at the level of perfection at that. How is this possible? What? Perfection? On the other hand, Apothecary Hong Yun looked as though he was on the verge of fainting. His body shuddered violently, and he nearly bit his own tongue off. He had just said that if the other party managed to form a pill, he would cut his head off. In the end, not only did the other party manage to form a pill, it even reached the level of perfection. The heck? How did this happen? That young man had started guiding Apothecary Mu on the process right after browsing through the pill formula of the White Sun pill for the first time. The other party even went against conventions and warmed the cauldron until it's blazing hot before throwing the medicinal herbs in. Yet, not only were the medicinal herbs not burned to cinders, it even reached the level of perfection. This sight overturned everything he knew of pill forging. The laws that he thought were absolute in pill forging for several decades suddenly felt like a huge lie, and just the thought of it left him completely frenzied. What's going on? Shuddering, Apothecary Mu turned to look at Xianxia, curious to know what had just happened. How did he succeed in the pill forging? Just like that. When did a grade 3 pill become so easy to forge? Seeing the other party's doubtful gaze, Xianxia smiled casually. Even though the whitewood grass is highly flammable, that doesn't mean that it can't come into contact with flames. On the contrary, strong heat brings out its medicinal properties better. Therefore, the first herb that one should place in is this. This way, the medicinal properties of the other herbs can be fused perfectly with it layer after layer, thus bringing out the full effectiveness of the medicinal herbs. On top of that, the opening and closing of the cauldron during the intervals where one places the medicinal herbs in will cause the medicinal energy to escape. Thus, if you put the whitewood grass from the very start, it'll absorb all of the medicinal properties, fuse them together and coagulate into a pill. Continuing on, two-eyed beard grows in the marshlands. Even though it contains yang attribute energy, there are also traces of water attribute energy within it. Only under extreme heat can the water attribute energy be forced out. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia started strolling about the room as he explained the various sequences one after another. This. Initially, they were skeptical at the other party's words. However, after hearing his explanations one after another, Apothecary Hong Yun and the others couldn't help but tremble vigorously. Eventually, their face stiffened completely. Instead of touching on the pill forging techniques, his explanations came from the perspective of maximizing the effectiveness of the medicinal properties of each herb. How one should heat the medicinal herbs and mediate between the various herbs to fully bring out the properties of the medicinal herbs. It sounded like nothing much, but to analyze a complex grade 3 pill formula so thoroughly was an extremely fearsome feat. Firstly, one had to possess an utmost understanding of every single medicinal herb contained in the pill formula. On top of that, one still had to deduce the individual reactions based on their properties precisely to select the most correct method to fuse them together. Not to mention, these deductions were highly prone to errors. As experienced apothecaries, they clearly understood the difficulty in doing so, and as such, the other party's feat had truly left all of them astounded. With just his grasp over medicinal properties, he was able to ensure that the medicinal herbs could fuse together perfectly such that no problems would crop up. Why, you aren't an apprentice? Who are you? Apothecary Hong Yun stared at Xianxia in fright. Just by his knowledge of the respective medicinal properties of the herbs, the young man before him was able to ensure that a grade 3 pill was being crafted flawlessly. Even the guild leader was incapable of such a feat. Who in the world was this fellow? How could he possess such immense understanding of medicinal herbs? He's the new guild leader of the Physician Guild who solved 19 questions on the Wall of Dilemma. Apothecary Mu replied. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng. Guild leader Lu. Apothecary Hong and Jiang Cheng trembled vigorously upon hearing that name. Even though this guild leader Lu had become a celebrity in the capital recently, his name was even placed alongside the supreme genius, Xianxia. The duo had never seen his true appearance before. The duo had thought that he was an apprentice given that he was following behind Apothecary Mu, and his young age did little to change that perception. Never in their dreams could they have imagined that the young man would actually have such an astounding background. As the guild leader of the Physician Guild, his standing was in no way inferior to their guild leader. Even Apothecary Hong, as a 3-star apothecary, was beneath him in terms of standing. Just that, wasn't the other party supposed to be proficient in the way of medicine? Why was he able to guide a 2-star apothecary to forge a grade 3 pill? Be it the way of medicine or pill forging, one must possess absolute grasp over the medicinal properties of the respective herbs to decide on the most ideal formula to create the most effective medicine. I might not be an apothecary, and I'm incapable of forging pills as well, but my grasp over medicinal herbs allows me to deduce the changes occurring within a cauldron precisely. With this, I'm confident in guiding an apothecary to forge even a grade 4 pill, needless to say a grade 3 pill. Knowing the various thoughts running through other parties' mind, Xianxia replied calmly. One could achieve this much just by knowing the properties of medicinal herbs? Apothecary Hong Yun felt as though he was losing his sanity. Even the temperature at which a medicinal herb was simmered could affect the medicinal properties it released. The slightest mistake could easily result in the greatest difference, determining a failure from a success. Despite his lack of understanding in pill forging, he was able to guide someone in forging a grade 3 pill solely based on his grasp of the properties of medicinal herbs. Could such an existence still be considered a human? All along, the elites of Tianwu Royal City didn't think that highly of the famous guild leader Lu, believing that he might have prepared the answers to the 19 questions on the Wall of Dilemma beforehand, thus allowing him to solve them in a single go. But now they realized that there wasn't any need for the other party to do so. His capability was the real deal. Putting everything aside, just his understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs would surely be unmatched by anyone in Tianwu Royal City. Even their guild leader couldn't match up to him. The study of medicinal herbs is profound and deep. How can it be summarized with just a few words? In truth, be it the prescription of a physician or the pill formula of an apothecary, they are both centered around the concept of complementing medicinal herbs in the most perfect manner to draw out their medicinal properties effectively. The two paths would naturally converge together upon reaching a certain level of understanding toward medicinal herb. As Xianxia spoke casually, his sleeves swayed under the slight breeze. At this moment, His figure looked as though an unparalleled expert of the world. Even though his words were logical, making it impossible for anyone to refute it, but in truth, such things only existed in theory. In other words, it was impossible for an ordinary human to be capable of such calculations. Even if one's understanding of medicinal herbs reached the level of a 7-star physician, it would still be impossible for one to guide another to successfully forge a pill just based on that. To make an analogy, it was just like how even though scientists knew that one could travel back into time just by exceeding the speed of light, it was impossible in practice, and to date, no one had been able to succeed. In the end, theories were just theories. They were a long way off from accurately depicting reality. The quality of the cauldron, the heat from the cauldron, the cultivation of the apothecary, the atmosphere, the maturity of the medicinal herbs, all of these were factors that would affect the ultimate product. A difference in one or two of these factors may not amount to anything much, but when all of these differences were stacked over one another, it would result in a huge divergence. Xianxia had only managed to do so with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. I've been enlightened. Knowing how difficult the feat was, Apothecary Hong was impressed. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. So, is Apothecary Mu considered a 3-star apothecary now? Does he have the qualification to request for a pill formula from the wall of pill formulae? The reason why Apothecary Mu is able to forge a grade 3 pill is due to your guidance, but with this experience, it shouldn't be difficult for him to succeed in the future. As such, he is qualified to request for a pill formula at the wall of pill formulae. After hesitating for a moment, Apothecary Hong replied. While Apothecary Mu had only succeeded this time due to the other party's guidance, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to replicate this success individually as long as he worked on it diligently. In other words, it was just a matter of time before Apothecary Mu became a true 3-star apothecary. Thus, in non-strict terms, it shouldn't be considered as a violation of the rules for him to request for a pill formula anymore. If I knew it was this easy, I wouldn't have wasted so much of my time asking for your help. Hearing the affirmation, Xianxia shook his head and remarked, he ended up waiting so long outside, only to be refused in the end. If he knew that it was just the matter of forging a single pill, he would have just done so from the start. What a huge waste of time. Xianxia was just complaining casually, but when Apothecary Mu heard those words, the edge of his mouth twitched. Guild leader Lu was disregarding Apothecary Hong's pride before them, and this was no different from a public humiliation. He secretly sneaked a peek toward Apothecary Hong and saw the other party's entire body trembling violently. It seemed as though he was just a single push away from spewing blood. At this moment, Apothecary Hong was truly on the verge of a breakdown. Guild leader Lu, you are doing it intentionally, aren't you? You intentionally hid your identity from us just so that we could make a fool out of ourselves. The heck? If I knew that you had such capability, I wouldn't have dared to boast before you. Now, not only did I fail to pull my weight, I even became a fool instead. More importantly, I have insulted a genius because of this. How could I ask anything of you in the future like this? Let's go. Ignoring the dismayed Apothecary Hong Yun, the duo walked out of the room. Under Apothecary Mu's lead, they soon arrived at a tightly sealed room. It was similar to the room where the wall of dilemma was affixed in the Physician Guild. There was nothing else other than a gigantic wall in the room. Apothecary Hong and Xianxia tagged along as well, curious to see what pill formula was Apothecary Mu going to request for. What I need is the pill formula for the grade 4 frigid in pill. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Apothecary Mu. Apothecary Mu nodded. Upon placing the apothecary emblem representing his identity into the aperture on the wall immediately burst into life. With swift movements, he wrote 3 words on the wall of pill formulae, frigid in pill. The procedures to using the wall of pill formulae wasn't too complex. One just had to activate the wall and write down the name of the pill. As long as the pill wasn't too far beyond one's capability, the headquarter would usually agree to the request. Since there were 3-star apothecaries in Tianwu Kingdom Apothecary Guild, it shouldn't be a problem to request for a grade 4 pill formula, although it would be impossible for them to ask for a grade 5 one. The same rules applied for other apothecary guilds as well. Wang. A moment later, the wall trembled and a line of words appeared. Payment. 3 spirit stones or a transmogrification bamboo grass. This is the price for the pill formula. Staring intently at the words that appeared on the wall, Zhang Chun asked. It is a convention to pay a price when requesting for a pill formula from the headquarter. Otherwise, the wall of pill formulae could be abused, and the headquarter might find itself constantly in a hectic state. Apothecary Hong replied. Then, with slight doubt in his tone, he said, however, usually a grade 4 pill formula should only cost 1 spirit stone. For this one to cost 3 spirit stones or a transmogrification bamboo grass, that's way too overpriced. What's a transmogrification bamboo grass? It's an extremely precious and rare medicinal herb. Even at Shenyuan Conferred Kingdom, it's one of the hardest herbs to obtain. Needless to say, here, Apothecary Hong Yun shook his head in pity. This is way too expensive. It's impossible for Apothecary Mu to afford it. Just as Apothecary Hong had guessed, upon seeing those words, Apothecary Mu's complexion immediately turned extremely awful. Initially, he had thought that if the price wasn't too high, he could help to foot the bill. But 3 spirit stones. This was simply too expensive. Even as a 2-star pinnacle apothecary, it was beyond his means. As for the transmogrification bamboo grass, he had only heard of its existence from the books. Guild leader Lu, I'm sorry. Apothecary Mu turned to Xianxia and apologized. The reason why the other party was at the Apothecary Guild was to help raise his daughter's cultivation. He thought that he could at least be of some help to the other party, especially given his identity. Yet, in the end, he found himself unable to contribute anything at all. This is the price for the pill formula? How do I pay the spirit stones through this wall? Upon realizing what was going on, Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Given how it was possible to communicate via the wall of pill formulae, the pill formula could also be written and, thus, sent to them through the wall. However, spirit stones and transmogrification bamboo grass were tangible objects. How could they send it over through the wall? Simple. As long as you promise to make the payment, someone will be dispatched here, arriving within half a month to claim it. As long as the payment is confirmed, the other side will send the pill formula over. Apothecary Mu replied. Half a month. Zhang Xian was speechless. If that was the case, what was the difference between this and buying a grade 4 pill straight? It was only because buying a pill would require a minimum of half a month that he chose to request for a pill formula instead. Despite all the trouble he went through, he simply went in a circle and ended up returning back at the starting point. It's also possible for the pill formula to be sent over on the spot. One just has to leave his emblem here as a guarantee. However, this would mean that one was putting his position as an apothecary on the line to guarantee the payment. After the pill formula is sent over, someone will come over to claim the items within half a month. After a moment of hesitation, Apothecary Mu continued, I don't mind leaving my emblem here as a guarantee, just that I really don't have the means to pay for it. Once the other party comes and demands payment, if he could produce 3 spirit stones, it wouldn't be a problem for him to put his emblem on the line. However, he had nothing in his hands now. Once the other party comes to claim the payment and he fails to hand it over, he would be in deep trouble. His career as a 2-star pinnacle apothecary would come to an end, and all of the hard work he had poured in the past few decades would be wasted. It's just a grade 4 pill formula. How can it be so expensive? Upon understanding the entire matter, Zhang Xian was dismal. He was still wondering how he could procure spirit stones for his own use when the other party demanded 3 at once. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have any spirit stones now, even if he had any, he still needed them for his own cultivation. To exchange it for a pill formula, you must be jesting. Is there any other way? Zhang Xian asked Apothecary Mu. Other than physical objects, one could pay using knowledge and information as well. As long as the other party deems what one offers to be valuable, it can be accepted as the payment as well. At this moment, Apothecary Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. However, The person on the other side of the wall of pill formulae is at least a 4-star apothecary, a figure we can't possibly match up with. The knowledge and secrets we know of are probably worthless to them. As a 4-star apothecary, the other party's understanding of pill forging had already reached an unfathomable level. As a mere 2-star pinnacle apothecary, how could Apothecary Mu possibly offer any knowledge of interest to the other party? Knowledge can be used as payment as well? Xianxia was dumbstruck for a short moment before a gleam flashed in his eyes. Is that really true? Apothecary Mu and the others were stunned to see Xianxia's bizarre reaction. Could he, as a physician, really produce information of interest to a 4-star apothecary? All right, allow me. Ignoring the shock the others were experiencing, Xianxia mused for a moment before lifting up a brush to write a line of words on the wall of pill formulae. Upon seeing the contents of his words, Apothecary Hong Yun staggered. He nearly spewed blood and fainted. Apothecary Mu was the same as well. Tears streamed down his face. This wall of pill formulae was activated using his emblem, so his name was on it. Guild Leader Lu, the words that you wrote, you are truly escorting me straight to my doom. Woo-woo. What did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? An austere person, Xianxia was a 4-star intermediate apothecary of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. He had always been in charge of overseeing the wall of pill formulae. The wall of pill formulae was connected to many Tier 1 kingdoms, and it was used as a platform to resolve the problems those guilds faced. Usually, there was nothing much for him to do, however today, upon reaching his position, he realized that it was activated. It's from Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom? Xianxia could see the location and the identity of the person who activated the wall on the other side. Mu Yangfeng? Casually flipping open the list of apothecaries, Xianxia browsed through the names and frowned. A 2-star pinnacle apothecary? He must have just succeeded the 3-star apothecary examination and has yet to change his emblem. Even so, to activate the wall of pill formulae and request for a grade 4 pill formula right after clearing his examination, isn't he being too impatient? At which his face turned grim. Apothecaries who possessed an earnest desire to learn were welcomed by Xianxia. However, one should at least reach 3-star pinnacle before requesting for a grade 4 pill formula to study. Clearly, the other party was being overambitious. Despite having barely reached a rank of 3-star, not to mention you haven't even changed your emblem yet, to request for a grade 4 pill formula, are you taking this as a joke? Furthermore, he even asked for the formula of the grade 4 intermediate frigid in pill. After seeing the pill formula that the other party wanted, his rage crescendoed. Apothecaries who had just cleared the 3-star examination would still be having difficulties forging a grade 3 primary pill, and yet the other party was actually asking for a grade 4 intermediate pill formula. Were all the apothecaries so overambitious nowadays? Humph! Harumphing coldly, he wrote out the price for the exchange. You want a grade 4 pill formula? Fine, I'll give it to you. However, you'll have to be able to pay the price for it first. If you can't, you better pull down your head and study humbly. Thus, he intentionally inflated the price by 3 times so as to deter the other party. As expected, as soon as he wrote those words, the wall of pill formulae fell silent. Looks like the best way to deal with such ignorant fellows is to scare them off. Xianxia muttered silently to himself as he poured himself a cup of tea and sipped on it. He thought the other party would back down upon facing this obstacle, but contrary to his expectations, the wall of pill formulae suddenly shone once more, and a line of words slowly floated into appearance. I don't have the spirit stones you're asking for, but I can answer any issues you are facing in your pill forging. If you have any queries, feel free to ask. Pooh! He spurted out his tea. With widened eyes, Xianxia coughed non-stop. Feel free to ask? Answer my question? In that instant, 10,000 divine beasts stampeded across Xianxia's head. The heck? I am a 4-star intermediate apothecary. Even if I really had a query, I would consult a 5-star apothecary rather than a 3-star primary apothecary like you. To utter such arrogant words, aren't you afraid of suffering a retribution from the heaven? He thought that he could scare the other party off by inflating the price by 3 times, But what he received instead was the other party's conceited response. Rage immediately flurried through his body. Apothecary Qi? What's wrong? Seething with rage, he was just about to teach this disrespectful fellow a lesson when, Jia, the door to the room suddenly opened, and an elder walked in. The head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Apothecary Guild, Su Xing. He was the only 4-star pinnacle apothecary within the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Nothing much, just that I'm facing an arrogant fellow from Tianwu Kingdom. Suppressing his anger, Qi Shengyu harumphed. An arrogant fellow? Guild leader Su was stunned for an instant. Given their prestige as the headquarter of the Apothecary Guild for the Tier 1 kingdoms, very rarely did members from lower branches dare to anger them. Qi Shengyu quickly recounted the matter to him, and he widened his eyes in shock at the entire matter. His gaze subconsciously turned to the wall of pill formulae with a look of incredulity. Your head. A 3-star apothecary who had only achieved his breakthrough recently was actually telling a 4-star intermediate apothecary to shoot his question, as though a teacher? This was no longer arrogance. More like having a screw loose. After all, no rational person would dare to spout such words to a high-ranked apothecary. It was no wonder why Qi Shengyu had flown into a rage. Even Su Xing himself felt dizzy-headed just by listening to the recount of the incident. That apothecary Mu's head must have surely suffered a stroke for him to dare to utter such nonsense. Show me his background. As the headquarter of all apothecary guilds in the lands of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, they had the information of all apothecaries within the area. Soon, a file was delivered over by an apprentice, and grabbing it, they began browsing through it, and that fellow didn't seem to possess any exceptional aptitude. To put it in short, he was nothing but average. It had been an entire 17 years since the other party had reached 2-star pinnacle. How could he act so arrogantly when he had only just achieved a breakthrough? Was his head crushed by a door, or did some savage beast accidentally kick it? Su Xing blinked his eyes, stupefied. Guild leader, what should we do? Qi Shengyu harumphed. Should we indict this fellow of insubordination and strip him of his license? There was a common trait shared by many of the occupations in the continent: strict hierarchy. Lower-ranked members were expected to treat those of higher-ranked members with a high degree of respect. And this was an official rule. Given how arrogant this fellow had spoken, they could easily charge him with insubordination and strip him of his apothecary license. Calm down, there's no need to rush it. We should at least test him with a question first. It won't be too late to charge him after he fails to answer it correctly. After a moment of hesitation, Guild leader Su replied. One thing the world didn't lack was eccentric individuals, and they couldn't possibly strip him of his apothecary license just because he had spoken arrogantly. Perhaps he might really have the strength to back his words up. All right, Qi Shengyu nodded. It just happens that I have a question that I wanted to consult Guild leader but haven't gotten the chance to yet. I'll pose the question to him, and I hope that Guild leader can help me vet his answer. If he were to answer it erroneously, I'll make sure to knock deeply into his dense head that the prestige of a high-ranked apothecary is not to be challenged. Guild leader Su Xing nodded. Upon seeing the other party's agreement, Qi Shengyu picked up a brush and started writing on the wall. For the forging of the constellation sea pill, purple pearlgrass, evening sunflower, and 3-leafed green have to be fused together. Why would there be a loss in the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs despite procedures being followed strictly? Seeing the question Qi Shengyu jotted down, Su Xing nodded his head. This question was indeed rather difficult. Many 4-star apothecaries faced similar problems while trying to forge the constellation sea pill. Back then, he was no exception as well. A lot of research and experiments had to be done before he managed to arrive at the correct answer. However, to actually pose a question which he himself didn't have the answer to, Qi Shengyu must be truly infuriated. Even some 5-star apothecaries would find it hard to answer this question. It's only due to my good fortunes that I chanced by the answer in an ancient manual. Given such, how could a person who had barely reached 3-star possibly answer it? Harboring such thoughts, Su Xing turned to look at the wall of pill formulae, curious to see what the arrogant fellow on the other side would reply with. Meanwhile, on the other end of the wall, Apothecary Mu wasn't the only one who had flown into a frenzy. Even Jiang Qian and Apothecary Hong Yun's eyebrows were twitching furiously. This was no longer just a simple case of wreaking havoc. This a challenge to the other party's authority, a clear case of insubordination. If the other party decided to indict Mu Yangfeng of this crime, they could easily strip his qualification as an apothecary straight. The elder on the other end of the wall must be infuriated. With twitching lips, Apothecary Hong Yun sent a look of sympathy to Mu Yangfeng. The countdown to the end of his career had already started. Tick, tick, tick. Wang. Shaking his head, the wall suddenly flashed and a line of words appeared. Constellation Sea Pill, Purple Pearl Grass, Evening Sunflower, and Three-Leafed Green? Seeing the content of the question, Apothecary Hong Yun was completely bewildered. He didn't even know what the Constellation Sea Pill was, so how could he possibly know the reason behind the loss of the medicinal properties of these three herbs? He immediately sneaked a peek at Mu Yangfeng and saw a constipated look on the other party's face. Then he turned his gaze to the culprit of this entire mess, Lu Cheng. That fellow seemed to be confused as well, seemingly uncomprehending of the question. Just as Apothecary Hong Yun was wondering how Lu Cheng was going to resolve this mess, the other party suddenly stood up and touched the wall of pill formulae. Then, picking up a brush, he began writing once more. Dry the purple pearl grass under extreme heat for 3 days. Remove the roots of the 10th sunflower, and choose a 3-leafed green with a maturity of 5 years and below. Words soon appeared on the wall of pill formulae, and upon reading its content, Qi Shengyu abruptly stood up, and his nose flared in anger. Nonsense! What utter nonsense! The purple pearl grass possesses an attribute and it thrives in dark places. Once exposed to extreme heat, its medicinal property would dissipate swiftly. It wouldn't even survive for a day, less 3. As for the evening sunflower, it is known to bloom only under the evening sun. Only with the setting of the celestial flame would the earthen flames be reignited, and through its roots, the evening sunflower absorbs the earthen flames to nourish itself and develop its medicinal properties. If the roots, where the bulk of its medicinal property is harnessed in, were to be removed, how much of medicinal property could it possibly retain? As for the 3-leafed green, under normal circumstances, its maturity would require at least 10 years. At just 5, it would be no different from other ordinary grasses, devoid of any medicinal property. If I were to do as he says, the loss of medicinal properties is just a small matter. I fear that there might even be none at all. The more Qi Shengyu spoke, the faster his words got. Cracking sounds originating from his clenching of fists echoed loudly in the room. There were number 4-star apothecaries who had the experience of forging Constellation Sea Pill, who didn't know the medicinal properties of these 3 main ingredients. The advice the other party offered were a complete joke. Utter rubbish. Guild leader, there's no need to consider it anymore. There's clearly something very wrong with this fellow's head. I'll apply for the stripping of his apothecary license right now. Harumphing coldly, Qi Shengyu turned to look at guild leader Su to seek his judgment on this matter. But to his surprise, he only saw the latter, who he had known to be able to keep his composure under all circumstances, staring at the wall with widened eyes, completely dumbstruck. Guild leader. He couldn't help but shake the other party to wake him from his daze. Ah! Only then did Su Xing finally recover from his shock and, with quivering lips, he replied, His method is correct. Correct. It was Qi Shengyu's turn to be dumbstruck this time around. Are you for real? Due to its yin attribute, cold energy easily accumulates in the purple pearl grass, and during the forging of the Constellation Sea Pill, this cold energy would hinder the fusing of the medicinal herbs, thus inducing the dissipation of medicinal properties. As such, it has to be exposed to extreme heat to remove the cold energy. As for the evening sunflower, it serves primarily as a mediating factor. While its roots do possess incredible medicinal properties, it is, in fact, excessive. It only neutralizes the medicinal properties of the purple pearl grass. The same goes for the 3-leafed green as well. This is what I read on an ancient manual. Even 5-star apothecaries would find themselves stumped by this question. How did he know this? Qi Xingyu was dumbfounded. Guild leader, you mean that the solution he proposed is correct? That's right. Not only is it correct, it is perfect. I have tried it out myself, and there's no problem with it. Su Xing nodded. This? How is this possible? Qi Xingyu felt as though he was going insane. He thought that the other party was just an arrogant fellow who had just passed the 3-star apothecary examination. He couldn't have expected that the other party would be able to solve such a difficult question which even he was stumped by. Are you for real? Am I the 4-star intermediate apothecary, or is he? Guild leader Lu, is it really all right for you write these words? In the apothecary guild, Mu Yangfeng even felt like dying now. He should have stopped the other party from writing anything. It was one thing for you to know what the constellation C-pill was, but you should at least check on it. To write the answer right after touching the wall, aren't you being too casual? Even though Apothecary Mu didn't know the reason behind the loss of medicinal property in the purple pearlgrass, evening flower sun, and 3-leafed green as a 2-star pinnacle apothecary, he still knew a little about them. Exposing a cold attribute medicinal herb to the extreme heat, removing the roots of the evening sunflower, to demand for the maturity of the 3-leafed green to be as low as possible. What the heck are you writing? Anyone who knew the least bit about pill forging would know that this was utter bullshit. It deviated completely from the core principles of pill forging. Was guild leader Lu really trying to do him in? Without a doubt, the 4-star apothecary on the other end would surely be stomping his feet in anger. If the other party could, he might have rushed over to kill him this instant. Initially, he was extremely grateful to the other party for guiding him to forge a grade 3 pill. He felt as though the other party had brought him to the peak of life. But at this moment, he realized that he was just imagining things. The other party was bringing him to the very top of the mountain before pushing him down into the valley. Otherwise, have you ever seen a low-ranked apothecary speaking to a high-ranked apothecary like that? Just as his lips twitched furiously and he felt that he was doomed, the wall before him lit up once more. I'm done for. Certain that what that would be written on the wall would be his punishment. His heart turned cold. Unwilling to face reality, he immediately turned his head away to avoid seeing the content of the message. But to his astonishment, he heard Apothecary Hong Yun breathing heavily, as though he was suffering a heart attack out of shock. Apothecary Mu, lo, look. With a shaking finger, he pointed at the wall. Doubtful, Apothecary Mu turned to take a look, and with a glance, he felt as though his heart was about to burst apart. He suddenly froze on the spot. Took a long while before he managed to utter a word. This? What is going on? Bright and forceful words appeared on the wall. Correct. This can strike off the payment required for the frigid pill formula. Correct? Apothecary Mu rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he wasn't seeing things. He found the sight before him impossible to comprehend. The few casual words that guild leader Lu wrote with a confused look on his face was the correct answer? Am I dreaming? It's good that it's correct. With this, my career should be fine. Relief gushed through his body. Since it was correct, it was unlikely that the other party would strip him of his apothecary license for insubordination. At the very least, his career was safe now. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was just about to say something when the wall in front glowed once more and a line of words appeared. Grade for Pinnacle Energy Aperture Pill. It is common for the cauldron to explode during the forging process. How can this problem is solved? Grade 4 Pinnacle Pill? Energy Aperture Pill? I've heard of this pill before. It is a grade 4 Pinnacle Pill, and even 5-star apothecaries would find it hard to forge. After consumption, it will open up a person's energy apertures, thus boosting their cultivation. As such, it is an extremely valuable and sought-after pill. The other party is posing a question on it. The entire room fell silent. Was the 4-star apothecary on the other side insane? Despite guild leader Lu's lack of respect, not only did the other party not pursue the matter, the other party even continued asking questions. Could it be that this guild leader Lu was really that incredible as to be able to even guide a 4-star apothecary on his pill forging? This staring at the young man not too far away with a bizarre look. Apothecary Mu was just about to step forward and discuss with him on how to solve this problem when the other party picked up a brush and started writing once more. Taking a look at the words the other party wrote, Mu Yangfeng, who had just barely heaved a sigh of relief at having preserved with career, saw his vision go dark. His heart nearly leapt out of his mouth. Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chun fared no better than him. They felt their knees caving in, and they swayed weakly on the spot. Brother, you are about to bash through the heavens. On the wall, for words shone brightly, price 3 spirit stones. This fellow, does he really think that we're trying to learn from him? On the other end of the wall, upon seeing the words Zhang Xian wrote, Qi Xingyu nearly erupted. Right after recovering from the shock from the other party's answer, he felt that there was a need to continue testing the other party to see whether he possessed true capability or merely lucked out in his guesses. Thus, guild leader Su raised the current question to see what the other party would answer. However, the other party simply replied with 4 words. Price your head. I am testing you, a 3-star apothecary, in my capacity as a 4-star apothecary of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Apothecary Guild. And yet, you demand payment? The heck? This is a test. A test. Don't you get it? Do you really think that we don't know the answer and that we are consulting you on it? Agree to his request. After hesitating for a moment, Su Xing nodded. Agree. This time, Qi Xingyu was stunned. Actually, I don't know the answer to this question as well. I'm just curious to see what kind of answer he would give. Su Xing replied. You don't know? Qi Xingyu fell to the ground. You are the most capable apothecary in the entire guild, reaching a rank of 4-star pinnacle. What do you mean by you don't know the answer? Aren't we supposed to be testing him? Why did it become a consulting session instead? Besides, if you don't know the answer as well, how can we determine the authenticity of his answer? Even though Qi Xingyu was shocked, under the persistence of the guild leader, he still wrote, agreed. After which, the other party replied with 2 words, pill formula. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Xingyu wrote the pill formula for energy aperture pill on the wall. Wang. Soon, words appeared on the wall once more. The medicinal herbs required for the energy aperture pill are volatile, and they react violently with one another. Thus, one has to first soak the medicinal herbs in flowing water to remove its volatility before adding in a stalk of tsushi grass. I'll try it out. The solution recorded on the wall was quite simple. After taking a look, guild leader Su immediately tested it out. Not too long later, he came to a stop. Catching the scent of the fragrance from the cauldron, he was dumbstruck. It's correct. To think that the method the other party provided was actually correct. To think that a question which even a 4-star pinnacle apothecary like him couldn't solve was answered by a fellow who had just become a 3-star apothecary so easily. On top of that, the answer was flawless. What in the world was going on? The person on the side probably isn't Mu Yangfeng. Apothecary Qi. Go and check who he is. After a moment of silence, he suddenly came to a realization. If Apothecary Mu was that capable, he would have become a famous figure long ago. How could he possibly remain unknown for so long? All right, I'll head to Shenyuan Conferred Kingdom now. Upon coming to the same conclusion, Qi Xingyu hurriedly nodded his head. Tianwu Kingdom was a territory of Shenyuan Conferred Kingdom. As such, he had to head to the latter first. However, hold it for a moment first. Let's first sound the bell and summon all of the apothecaries in the alliance to the guild now. Guild leader Su instructed. Yes. Qi Xingyu nodded, turned around, and left. All right, done. After collecting the frigid pill formula in the library, Zhang Xian chuckled. With this formula, he would be able to forge the frigid pill to awaken Zhao Ye's unique constitution. Not only did he not spend any money on the pill formula, someone would even be sending spirit stones to him. In a sense, he had profited from this deal. Right? When will the other party send the spirit stones over? Zhang Xian asked. Such a thing has never happened, so I'm not too sure either. However, based on my estimations, It should take around half a month. Mu Yangfeng contemplated for a moment before answering. At the start, he was shocked, but eventually, everything faded and only numbness remained. When requesting for a pill formula from the headquarters, everyone had to pay a heavy price. Yet, not only did this fellow manage to get his pill formula, he even earned some spirit stones from the headquarters. If not for personally witnessing this sight, he wouldn't believe it even if someone were to coerce him at knife point. At this moment, his head still felt light, as though he was in a dream. Half a month? That's still all right. Xianxia nodded. It was quite good for him that he would be getting 3 spirit stones in half a month's time. Guild leader Lu, what do we do now? Mu Yangfeng asked. Since the pill formula is here, naturally we have to forge it. Help me gather these medicinal herbs, Zhang Xian said. Even though the frigidine pill is a grade 4 pill, based on what I've seen just now, the medicinal herbs required aren't too rare. We should be able to find all of them in our apothecary guild. However, even if we manage to gather all of the medicinal herbs, without a grade 4 apothecary here, we can't forge it. Mu Yangfeng looked at guild leader Lu doubtfully. Apothecary Hong Yun was also perplexed. The most proficient apothecary in the entire Tianwu Kingdom's apothecary guild was the guild leader at 3-star primary. No one else here was capable of forging a grade 4 pill. Even if they managed to get the pill formula and gather the medicinal herbs, they were unable to do anything at all. Who says that it is impossible to forge a grade 4 pill without a 4-star apothecary? Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Then, he turned to Apothecary Mu and said, "Aren't you here? You can just forge it for me." Me? Shocked, Mu Yangfeng nearly fainted on the spot. He was well aware of his pill forging skills. He was only at the level of an ordinary 2-star pinnacle, and the only reason why he successfully forged a grade 3 pill was because of the other party's guidance. Grade 4? He didn't even dare to harbor such thoughts. Don't worry, let's just gather the medicinal herbs for now. I'll instruct you on it later on. Knowing what the other party was worrying about, Zhang Xian consoled him. You'll instruct me? After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yangfeng looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. Can I really succeed? If it was anyone else, Apothecary Mu would have surely thought that he was bragging. However, he had seen too much miracles from this youngster from the moment he met him until now. Perhaps the other party might really be able to guide him to successfully forge a grade 4 pill. Don't worry, even if we don't succeed, we'll just fail. At the very worst, the cauldron will only explode. Zhang Xian answered casually. The cauldron will only explode? Mu Yangfeng's lips twitched and he nearly fainted. Do you know how strong the explosion will be? If the cauldron explodes while forging a grade 4 pill. Even though it was only a level between grade 3 and grade 4, there was a qualitative difference between the two. It was just like how a phantom equipment and spirit equipment were two completely different concepts. Even a Jizuan realm expert could be blown to smithereens if unprepared against a grade 4 pill explosion. Needless to say, Zhongshe realm cultivators like them. To think that you said it will only explode. If it truly exploded, the entire apothecary guild would disappear from the face of this world. It will blow the entire apothecary guild up? After hearing Apothecary Mu's explanation, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He thought that, at the very worst, an explosion similar to that when Mu forged the pill in the Beast Hall would occur. He didn't think that the explosive power of a grade 4 pill would be so great. On top of that, the medicinal herbs of a grade 4 pill are also extremely valuable. Even though our guild has them all, the total cost of them all adds up to a huge fortune. A single set would cost around 3 spirit stones. In terms of gold coins, it is impossible to buy it without 100 million. Apothecary Mu continued. 3 spirit stones? Costs more than 100 million gold coins. Before Apothecary Mu could finish his words, the young man before him trembled. Then, he quickly turned to the wall of pill formulae with crimson eyes, picked up the brush and started writing. Is the apothecary on the other side still there? Do you have any other questions? 3 spirit stones for 1, the more the better. I can answer all of your queries now. Mu Yangfeng, Jiang Cheng and Apothecary Hong Yun. On the other side, Guild leader Su Xing. Upon hearing the price of the medicinal herbs, Zhang Xian's heart crumbled. After spending an entire night of effort to earn 3 spirit stones, he only managed to earn enough to buy the medicinal herbs. This is robbery. Do you think that it is easy for me to earn spirit stones? Do you all need to go that far? Holding his brush, Zhang Xian waited for a very long time, but the other party didn't reply at all. Clearly, he had no other questions. Stingy. To think that he's still a 4-star apothecary, it's just a small sum of money. Scrooge. Tossing the brush aside, Zhang Xian bellowed. What the heck is this? Aren't you a 4-star apothecary? Aren't you a huge figure in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? To be unwilling to even spare 3 spirit stones. I've never seen someone as miserly as you. Scrooge. Mu Yangfeng and Apothecary Hong trembled. Brother, you're the Scrooge, all right? Since the other party has no questions, he can't possibly give spirit stones to you for free. To scold a 4-star apothecary stingy and Scrooge. You're probably the only one in the entire kingdom. Guild leader Lu will take the spirit stones from the headquarters as the compensation for the medicinal herbs. I'll prepare the rest for you now. Afraid that the other party would do extreme things once more, Mu Yangfeng hurriedly said and left. This guild leader Lu was indeed a person of great capabilities, but his guts were too huge for Mu Yangfeng to bear. Mu Yangfeng had always faced higher-tier apothecaries with utmost respect. Yet, the other party didn't seem concerned about the hierarchy at all, spewing criticisms without the slightest hesitation. Mu Yangfeng was afraid that he would die of shock if he remained here. Just as Apothecary Hong Yun and Zhang Chen were about to leave, the young man turned to look at them with a bright smile. With glowing eyes, he asked, "Those Scrooge don't even dare to ask their questions once they heard that they needed to pay. What about you two? Feel free to shoot. As long as you have the spirit stones to pay, I'll solve any problems you have." "We don't have any." Frightened, their faces turned pale. They quickly shook their hands. "No questions? Then, are you all ill? I can treat you as well." Zhang Xian continued. Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chen. The efficiency of the Apothecary Guild was one to behold. In less than an hour, they had already gathered all of the medicinal herbs required for the forging of the frigid Yin pill. After confirming again and again that the duo didn't require any treatment, Zhang Xian followed behind Mu Yangfeng with a regretful expression, and before long, they entered one of the pill-forging chambers prepared for the apothecaries in the guild. The best cauldrons were here, and a formation was also set up in the surroundings. Even if a cauldron explosion were to occur, the operations of the guild wouldn't be affected at all. "Guild leader Lu, are you sure that you want me to forge it?" Looking at the medicinal herbs and cauldron before him, Apothecary Mu hesitated. Grade 4 pills were also known as spirit pills. Even if one didn't store it in a jade box, it would absorb spiritual energy from the world automatically, thus preventing its quality from deteriorating with time. Legend has it that someone had once dug out pills of this level from an ancient tomb, and despite countless years had passed, not only did the pills not lose their effectiveness, they even became more potent. Some of the pill at formation level reached satiation and even perfection. This kind of pill didn't just have a high demand on one's pill forging skill, it also required one to possess superior cultivation. Otherwise, if something were to crop up and a cauldron explosion occurred, it would very possibly result in one's death. Even though guild leader Lu had asked for his help, Mu Yangfeng didn't have any confidence in himself at all. "Later on, just strictly forge by my instructions. You mustn't make even the slightest mistake." At this moment, Zhang Xian's face was completely grave. After browsing through the books in the guild, Zhang Xian understood the difficulty of forging a grade 4 pill. Even though he was able to rectify all of the errors in the forging process through the Library of Heaven's Path, it was still an extremely difficult task to have a Zongshi successfully forge a grade 4 pill. All right. Despite knowing of the risks that came with forging a grade 4 pill, Apothecary Mu also knew that this was a valuable experience. Even if he were to fail in the forging, it would definitely help bring his pill forging skills to new heights. Thus, he didn't hesitate for long before clenching his jaws and agreeing to it. The young man before him had created way too many miracles. Deep down, he had already developed a deep trust for the other party's capability. If he were to turn down this opportunity today, he knew that he would regret it for life. Let's start then. Mu Yangfeng meditated for a moment to reach his tip-top condition before walking forward to the cauldron. With a slight wave of his hands, a flame ignited beneath the cauldron. Xiong, xiong, xiong. Under the intense heat, the cauldron started to turn red. Add in the alfalfa flower. 2 breaths after, add in the motherwort grass. 14 breaths later, add in the cold frost leaf. Zhang Xian started to issue instructions non-stop. Mu Yangfeng followed all of Zhang Xian's instructions strictly, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Walala! Medicinal herbs were thrown into the cauldron one after another, slowly fusing with one another under the heat of the cauldron. Outside the pill forging chamber, to prevent interrupting the duo, Apothecary Hong Yun and the others remained outside. Do you think that they will succeed? After a long moment, Jiang Chen asked. I've no idea either. It would be impossible for any other people, but this guild leader Lu cannot be understood by common sense. Apothecary Hong Yun shook his head. Until now, he was still unable to gauge the full extent of Lu Cheng's ability. While requesting for a pill formula on the wall of pill formulae, he was able to solve a question which stumped even the 4-star apothecary on the other side of the wall, leaving the other party tongue-tied. His capability was way beyond imagination. Indeed, Jiang Chun felt a sense of defeat. He was the son of Pavilion Master Jiang, and he was considered as a genius as well. Even though he couldn't compare up to Mo Hongyi and Mou, but he was considered as one of the most talented geniuses among his peers. He thought that even if he lost out to those 2 monsters in terms of talent, he could catch up to them through hard work. However, when he met Zhang Xian and guild leader Lu, he realized that there was a huge difference among geniuses as well. Despite being a physician, guild leader Lu was actually attempting to instruct a 2-star pinnacle apothecary to forge a grade 4 medicine just through his understanding of medicinal herbs. He felt like if he were to tell anyone about it, the other party would just think that he was a lunatic. However, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, Apothecary Mu's pill forging skill would surely rise greatly. In fact, with this experience, it is not entirely impossible for him to become a 4-star apothecary. Apothecary Hong Yun felt deep regret. Even if this pill forging failed, just the experience itself would allow Apothecary Mu's pill forging skills to reach a whole new level. As long as he builds on it, it would just be a matter of time before the other party surpasses him. He could already see the seat of the guild leader falling to the Apothecary Mu and not him. If not for his bragging, this opportunity might be his. It's truly a huge pity. However, opportunities only present themselves once, and time couldn't be turned back. No matter how heavy the regret weighing down his heart was, it was all too late. In a small room in the Tianwu Academy, the naked Lu Chong slowly opened his eyes. Using a towel to wipe off the sweat which dripped off his body, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's already my 4th time. Looking at the bottle of medicinal powder, which was still more than half full, Lu Chong hesitated. Teacher said that my strength will reach my limit after 5 times. If so, the medicinal powder will become useless. In the past few trainings, I can sense that the effectiveness is getting worse and worse. Most probably, after the 5th time, my strength will only reach the level of Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. It'll still be difficult for me to exact vengeance. Lu Chong gritted his teeth. Lu Laosher had once told him that it would take around 5 times before he would successfully cultivate the poison body. Thus, he had been cultivating doggedly in the last few days. As soon as he recovered, he would immediately continue with his training. Through his determination, his strength grew swiftly. However, a problem also soon became apparent to him. That was, the effects of the poison powder was slowly weakening. The previous time, his improvement was already less than half of his first session. He could foresee that it wouldn't take long before the poison powder became completely ineffective. Since it comes down to this, I should just use all of the poison powder at once. Tenacity flashed across his eyes. Strictly following his teacher's instructions, the bottle should still be around half full by the time he completed the 5 sessions. Since the effects of the 5th session were going to be minimal, what would happen if he tried increasing the dosage? To exact my vengeance, I'll have to go all out. Lu Chong gritted his teeth, and without using the silver needle, he poured all of the poison powder directly at his acupoint. Dabbing a little bit of poison on his acupoints through a silver needle and smearing it directly on his skin were 2 very different concepts. Even if Xianxia was here, he would definitely think that the other party had gone mad. Boom! A heart-piercing pain suddenly struck him, and intense vertigo caused Lu Chong's body to sway vigorously. I can't die yet. I need to exact my vengeance first. Father, mother, and big sister, I will avenge all of you. Familiar faces flashed across his mind, and Lu Chong howled furiously. Of his entire clan consisting of 137 members, he was the only one left. How could he die before revenging them? Gugu. The lethal poison seeped into his blood vessels and flowed through his entire body. Excruciating pain tore his entire body. If there was such a thing as hell, this must be it. Compared to the pain he felt during the first time he came into contact with the poison powder, the suffering he was undergoing now was 10 times worse. If not for his increased tolerance to pain after the past few days of suffering, he might not have even persevered past a single breath. Even so, he felt a strong sense of dizziness clouding his head, and it seemed as though death was looming right on top of him. Teacher has high expectations of me, father, mother, big sister, and the others are still waiting for me to avenge them. Hang on. Bellowing tenaciously, Lu Chong bit on his tongue tightly. Blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. For the past 2 years, he had been keeping completely silent while cultivating as though his life was on the line. What was that for? Despite the pain and the risk of death, he chose to cultivate the poison body. What was that for? As long as my enemies aren't dead, I, Lu Chong, cannot die. Boom! After what seemed like an eternity, the pain finally started to fade. Only then did Lu Chong's mental state loosen, and his vision immediately turned dark and he fainted. Before he fainted, the poison powder dissolved in a surge of incredibly pure Xianxia and slowly fused with his body, causing his strength to rise. This Xianxia was the one which Xianxia left in Lu Chong's body when the latter made the vow to not divulge the techniques to others. If it wasn't for it protecting his heart, no matter how strong Lu Chong's will was, it was impossible for him to survive the onslaught of the lethal poison. For some reason, under the onslaught of the lethal poison, the Xianxia seeped into his body and augmented the flexibility and strength of his muscles. Just like that, his strength exceeded that of the foreseen limit of Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Apothecary Hong Yun and Jiang Chun waited for nearly 2 hours before the pill forging chamber opened and 2 figures walked out. They were Apothecary Mu and Guild Leader Lu. At this moment, the duo's faces were white and they looked exhausted. Sweat soaked their clothes, and their appearance was nothing short of unkempt. Could it be that? Upon seeing the appearance of the duo, an ominous premonition appeared in their heads as they hurried up to the duo. How did it go? Apothecary Hong Yun stepped forward and asked. Success. Mu Yongfeng was exhausted, but excitement twinkled in the depths of his eyes. He turned to look at Guild Leader Lu in reverence. Having forged alongside him, Mu Yongfeng finally understood how deep his understanding of pill forging was. This wasn't a level that one could reach based solely on one's understanding of medicinal herbs. Even though he had followed the other party's instructions strictly, several crises still occurred throughout the process. It wasn't because he had made a mistake, but because his cultivation was too low. Tianwu Kingdom was a decently powerful kingdom, but it still wasn't capable of forging grade 4 pills yet. For the forging of the pill, maintaining the flame, as well as the temperature of the cauldron, required Xianxia. There were many times that the pill forging nearly failed due to the depletion of his Xianxia. If not for the many regeneration pills that he had forged throughout the years, he might have died of exhaustion then and there. Every time his Xianxia ran low and a crisis occurred, this guild leader Lu would use inconceivable but surprisingly effective means to salvage the situation. Even though it seemed as though failure was inevitable, he produced miracle after miracle, which led to the ultimate success. It was as though he could see the situation in the cauldron with his own eyes, and he knew what he had to do to prevent an explosion. He truly couldn't imagine how someone of the other party's age could possess such vast and deep knowledge of pill forging. Just like Apothecary Hong Yun had guessed, he had learned many things through this pill forging. Regardless of whether it was his skill or his mental fortitude, he had experienced a huge growth. It probably wouldn't be long before he managed to forge grade 3 primary or even intermediate pills independently. Success! Seeing Apothecary Mu's look of admiration, Hong Yun and Jiang Chun also turned to look at guild leader Lu, dumbstruck. To think that the other party could really create a miracle. This was result that one couldn't accept easily even when seeing it for oneself. After the successful forging of the frigid Yin pill, there was nothing left for Xianxia to do here. After a moment of rest, Xianxia started to help Mu Xueqing trigger the medicinal energy accumulated in her body. Apothecary Mu had prepared the medicinal fluid long ago, and Mu Xueqing had also reached the peak condition, allowing Xianxia to start on the treatment immediately. Using the silver needles as a medium, Xianxia infused the Heaven's Path Xianxia into the other party's body. As soon as that pure Xianxia came into contact with the accumulated medicinal energy within Mu Xueqing, it was as though a spark of flame had come into contact with gasoline. A huge flame was ignited, and massive energy started streaming through her entire body via her meridians. Palipala, crisp sounds, reminiscent of exploding bamboos, reverberated consecutively throughout her body as numerous acupoints were opened. Knowing that Mu Xueqing wouldn't be in any danger under the protection of the medicinal fluid, Xianxia bade Mu Yangfeng farewell and left the guild. After finding a remote alley, he disguised himself as Xianxia and walked towards the residence. By the time he reached the residence, it was already late at night. It was fortunate that Xiaoya was still awake. He passed the frigid Yin pill to her and instructed her to consume it as soon as possible. After which, he passed to her the sword Beast Tamer Wang gave him back at the Beast Hall. This sword was at a significantly higher tier than the one he broke, and it complemented Zhao Ya's disposition. After dealing with these miscellaneous matters, Xianxia suddenly felt a surge of fatigue, so he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Honestly, he had underestimated the difficulty of forging the frigid Yin pill. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path instantaneous updates which allowed him to peer into the flaws of the forging, an explosion would have occurred. Keeping his mind working at maximum capacity had exhausted both his body and his soul, causing his face to pale. Seemed like he had to avoid doing matters beyond his strength. Otherwise, he might just die from exhaustion one day. By the time Xianxia woke up the next day, the sun was already up. After a good rest, he felt revitalized. After asking the others, he found out that Xiaoya had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Thus, he delegated some instructions to Sun Chong before leaving the residence for Tianwu Academy. He hadn't met Lu Chong for 2 days already, so he felt that he should check on his condition now that he had the time. "Teacher, you're here." As soon as Xianxia reached the entrance of the classroom, Meng Tao immediately rushed up to him. "What's wrong?" Xianxia looked at him. Meng Tao had always been a composed person. It was impossible for him to be waiting at the entrance of the classroom for him for nothing. "Teacher, Sun Laosher has been waiting for you since morning, and it has already been 2 hours since he arrived," Meng Tao quickly reported. "Sun Chang." Xianxia was taken aback. Wasn't that Mo Hongi? Why would he look for him now? Walking into the room, he saw Mo Hongi sitting quietly on a stool in the classroom, sipping quietly on a cup of tea. "You're finally here. You sure kept me waiting." Upon seeing Xianxia walk in, Mo Hongi flashed a bitter smile. Xianxia was indeed incredible. To pass the 2-star master teacher exam, Mo Hongi had been holding himself up in the classroom, not daring to leave at all. Every single day, he would spend 8 to 10 hours conducting lessons so as to build trust with his students. This fellow spent less than an hour in his classroom every day and disappeared frequently. Yet, his students were still completely infatuated with him. They even went to the extent of fighting with Xianxia students for his honor. This was truly maddening. Emohangi had no choice but to submit to him. Let's go in to speak. The classroom was filled with students, so it wasn't a good location to speak. Thus, Zhang Xian beckoned Emohangi into the mini-tutoring room. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Emohangi dived straight into the topic. Firstly, the principal asked me to convince you to meet with Xianxia for a meal, so that no conflict will evolve between you two over the students' fight. Meet with Xianxia? Zhang Xian blinked in shock. How can I agree to that? Meeting with himself? And have a meal at that? How in the world can he do it? Who asked you to be so high profile? Seeing the fellow who had broken most of his records suffering from this dilemma, Emohangi chuckled gleefully. You were only asked to act as an ordinary teacher, yet you went to the physician guild to take on the role of their guild leader, and the students you teach even insisted on fighting it out with Xianxia students. Given how high profile you are, it will be difficult for you not to attract any attention. You were the one who put yourself in such an awkward position. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I know that you won't agree to it anyway. However, given the principal's attitude, if I tell him that I am unable to persuade you, he'll definitely come to look for you personally. At that time, it'll be difficult for you to turn him down. Emohangi shook his head as he changed the topic. Let's talk about the second matter then. After the past few days of effort, I think the trust level of my students should have already reached 40. Thus, I intend to return to the Master Teacher Pavilion to end the examination. Your students also seem to hold a high level of trust in you, so why don't we go together? Once you end the examination, others will know that Lu Laoshi is Xianxia, and you will be able to get out of this dilemma. At the same time, your students will also stop their quarreling. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian nodded. The condition that the Master Teacher Pavilion gave them was to earn a trust level of 40 from their students within 10 days in their disguised self. This time was just a limit on the examination. If one could achieve this feat earlier, one would be able to end this examination in advance. However, if it turned out to be a fail, the students would definitely know their true identity, making it impossible for them to continue on with the examination. If so, it would be a fail for their 2-star Master Teacher examination. After the past few days of guidance, putting Mu Xueqing and Lu Chong who Zhang Xian were exceptionally close to aside, Meng Tao and the others were also completely obedient to his words. Even if their trust level in him wasn't too high, Zhang Xian was confident that it had already reached 40, allowing him to pass the examination. Seeing the other party agree to it, Emohangi chuckled. All right, then let's visit the Master Teacher Pavilion tomorrow morning then. All right, Zhang Xian replied. This matter wasn't too complicated, so after coming to an agreement, Emohangi bade his farewell and left. He wanted to continue on his lesson to make one last push. Returning back to the classroom, Zhang Xian guided Meng Tao and the others on their cultivation before asking, Where's Lu Chong? Why isn't he here today? He should be cultivating. I'll get him here. Meng Tao replied and left. As a student of the academy, Lu Chong lived in the dormitory. Knowing that it would take some time before Meng Tao can get Lu Chong here, Zhang Xian took a seat. While overlooking the student's cultivation, he poured himself a cup of tea and placed it to his lips. Just as his lips came into contact with the cup, he suddenly frowned. Dry earthen powder? Zhang Xian had never taken the Poison Master examination, but after taking in all of the books in the Poison Hall, he already possessed the capability of a 2-star Pinnacle Poison Master. Even before coming into contact with the tea in the cup, he already noticed the lethal poison contained within. Dry earthen powder was a type of Grade 2 Pinnacle poison, and it was effective even on Zhongshi realm Pinnacle experts. Even though it wasn't deadly, it could sap a person's energy completely and induce both nausea and diarrhea, leaving him in agony. Who would spike his teacup? And why? Frowning, Zhang Xian was just about to ask who had come into contact with his tea set when Meng Tao suddenly rushed back in with a bizarre and frantic expression. Lu Laoshi, bad news. What's wrong? Has something happened to Lu Chong? Seeing the other party's expression, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He had told the other party to look for Lu Chong. Yet the other party came back with a panicked expression. Did that fellow deviate from the cultivation technique he taught him, and a problem had occurred? If the student he taught during this period of time were to go berserk or die, putting aside failing the 2-star master teacher examination, he might even be expelled. If it was in the past, given how he possessed the library of Heaven's Path, being a master teacher or not meant nothing much to him. However, if he didn't become a 9-star master teacher before reaching 30, the innate fetal poison in him would act up, causing his death. He had to pass the examination. Even though he knew that there were other ways as well, there was no guarantee that he would be able to find them. If he couldn't find those solutions, there was no point knowing of their existence. The best chance that he had now was this. Others might deem it impossible, but to Zhang Xian, as long as he cultivated diligently and found the corresponding cultivation technique manuals he required, there was a high chance he could succeed. That shouldn't be it. I have sent in a surge of Heaven's Path Jinchi to protect his heart. Furthermore, he has already survived the hardest ordeal, so he shouldn't meet with any problem. Before leaving, Zhang Xian had made sure to double-check that the Jinchi he infused earlier was still within Lu Chong's body. Since he had survived even the hardest ordeal, there should be no reason why a problem would occur now. It's not Lu Chong. Meng Tao shook his head. A bizarre expression slowly unfurled on his face. It's Sun Cheng Laoshi. He. What about him? Zhang Xian asked. With an awkward expression, Meng Tao replied, He fell into the fecal drain. In the campus, the autumn wind blew and the tree rustled. I must say that Sun Laoshi's classes are indeed impressive. Walking along the corridor, Zhao Wuxing commented. Even though Sun Cheng Laoshi, who came in at the same time as Lu Cheng Laoshi, was outshone by the latter, he did possess true ability. It was just yesterday that Lu Chongyan and he listened to a lesson from Sun Laoshi, and they benefited greatly from it. Indeed, his lessons are very good. I think that he's even better than Hu Laoshi. Lu Chongyan nodded. Actually, the class which they wanted to listen into was Lu Laoshi's, but he was rarely around. They had looked for him a couple of times, but to no avail. Eventually, when they heard the rumors that Sun Laoshi's classes were not bad as well, they went to attend his lessons. In an instant, they were astounded. Sun Laoshi may seem unimpressive, but his understanding of cultivation reached an unbelievable level. Even the most impressive star teacher in Tianwu Academy seemed to pale in comparison to him. Lu Laoshi and Sun Laoshi are people of great capability. But why would they be obscure before being accepted by the Academy? While they were impressed by the means of the duo, they harbored their doubts as well. All gold shines. Given how capable the two teachers were, it should have been impossible to bury their radiance. They should have long been famous figures in a region, so how could they be only discovered now? I have no idea, but since the Academy took them in, it must have looked into their backgrounds beforehand, so there should be no trouble. Lu Chongyan shook his head. Actually, we need not pay too much heed to this matter. It is sufficient as long as their lecture is good. Let's listen to Sun Laoshi's lessons more frequently. The most important thing we have to do right now is raising our cultivation. Tianwu Academy had an open concept, and all students were allowed to enter classrooms freely to listen to the lectures of other teachers. For top geniuses like them, ordinary lessons were already ineffective. Only by going around the classes and broadening their horizons could they grow. You're right. I have a new idol now, on top of Xianxia and Lu Laoshi Sun Laoshi. Zhao Wuxing chuckled. I feel the same as well. His ability to explain profound concepts so easily truly opens up my mind. Lu Chongyan nodded. Halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. Then, he pointed to a direction and asked, Look! Isn't that Sun Laoshi? Following the other party's finger, they saw a youngster staggering weakly with spiritless eyes. Who else could it be other than the formidable Sun Cheng Laoshi they just spoke of? What's wrong with him? Let's take a look. When they met the other party yesterday, he was still filled with energy and vigor. Why would he be reduced to such a state today? Could it be that he is in the midst of cultivating some powerful battle technique? Suddenly, a thought appeared in Zhao Wuxing's mind, and his eyes lit up in excitement. It was rumored that there was a powerful battle technique in Tianwu Kingdom which one could only execute when drunk. Even though the movements seemed sloppy, similar to that of a drunk person, it was profound and possessed great might. Sun Laoshi had touched on this battle technique when he was explaining and deciphering the various cultivation techniques and battle techniques. Upon seeing his current state, the duo couldn't help but think of this matter. It's possible, Lu Changyan nodded. He couldn't help but utter in amazement. Such a profound movement. It looks as though it is full of openings. But there is high possibility that it is intentional. Most of the talented geniuses in the academy had bizarre quirks, and given how capable this Sun Laoshi was, he might be the same as well. Until now, they still found it hard to believe that there could be such a formidable teacher in Tianwu Academy. Upon seeing the other party's weak and bizarre footsteps, their first thought was that he was cultivating some powerful battle technique rather than something had happened to him. Look at this move. It seemed to be sided toward the east, but it is actually a movement to the west. This must a high-level feint technique. This move also seems quite incredible. His kneecap suddenly caving in might make it seem as though he is falling down, but in truth, this is a good move to avoid an opponent's attack. I should give it a try later on. Just as they were complimenting the other party, they suddenly paused. The heck? Sun Laoshi has fallen into the latrine pit. Save him. The Sun Laoshi, who they were complimenting to the heavens a moment ago, had suddenly lost his balance and fallen into a latrine pit. Since there were public toilets in the academy, there were drainage systems for it as well. These drainage systems were located at the corner of the academy, far away from the official paths. As though drunk, Sun Laoshi's footsteps were wobbly and unstable. The duo thought that he was practicing some formidable battle technique, and never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that he would suddenly fall into the drain. They quickly rushed forward and, enduring the stench, they fished him out. Zhao Wuxing and Lu Changyan stared at one another with faces burning red. They had just said confidently that Sun Laoshi was definitely practicing some powerful martial arts when he fell into the drainage pit. The heck? What was going on? For a teacher with such incredible understanding of cultivation techniques and battle techniques to fall into the fecal drain while walking, despite witnessing the sight with their own eyes, they were still stumped. They couldn't comprehend the situation. Sun Laoshi, could it be that you are tired of living? After grabbing a few pails of water to wash up, Zhao Wuxing couldn't help but ask. Pooh! Upon hearing those words, Mo Hongyi's face immediately turned pale and spurted a mouthful of blood. Your head. Even if I am tired of living, I would at least choose some better location to jump. Have you seen anyone jumping into the fecal drain to commit suicide? Even if I wish to die, I won't degrade myself like that. I've been poisoned, all right? This kind of poison can numb one's mind, leaving one unable to control oneself. Otherwise, do you think that it is possible for me to fall in? It's fortunate that he was using his impersonated identity. Otherwise, if word were to spread around the kingdom that the genius Mo Hongyi had fallen into fecal drain, how could he meet anyone else in the future? Other than drinking a cup of tea at Xianxia's classroom this morning, I didn't do anything else. Despite his dismal, Mo Hongyi didn't dwell on his misfortune. Instead, he slowly inferred and deduced the situation. Upon waking up, he went straight to Xianxia's classroom, and while waiting for him, the only thing he consumed was a cup of tea. Could it be that the tea was poisoned? From the looks of it, that seemed highly probable. However, his arrival at the Lu Laoshi's classroom was opportune. It was impossible for the other party to bank his hopes on an uncertain factor. In other words, the other party's target was Master Teacher Xianxia. But who could it be? Who would be so daring as to lay his hands on a master teacher? Wait, yesterday night. A thought suddenly flashed through his head, and he recalled the three figures he saw in Xianxia's classroom yesterday. All along, he had thought that they were the newly accepted students of Lu Cheng, so he didn't think much of it. Yet, in the 2 hours he spent in the classroom, he didn't see any of the trio. Despite not being Lu Cheng's students, they suddenly appeared in his classroom in the middle of the night. Could it be that they are Xianxia's student? Recalling the appearance of one of them, Mo Hongyi's mind suddenly jolted. He remembered where he had met them before. Back when Xianxia was taking the 1-star master-teacher examination, he had brought his students along. It's these students who allowed him to pass the House of Trust with a trust level of 85, breaking his own record. Back then, overwhelmed by astonishment, he only briefly glanced at their appearance. Thus, he didn't have a clear memory of their appearances. As such, the second time he met them, he only found their faces familiar. However, thinking about it now, that seemed to be the case. Xianxia's student had tried to drug Lu Cheng, and he accidentally took the other party's place. What the heck was this? Who in the world did I offend? It's one thing for those 2 female students of yours to cause such a huge ruckus throughout the capital, but on top of that, your remaining students even sneaked here to poison you. If they wish to poison you, so be it. But what does this have to do with me? Mo Hongyi felt a stifled feeling in his chest, and tears streamed down his face. Due to his talents, his name had induced awe through Tianwu Kingdom and even the neighboring kingdoms when he was just 5. No one dared to disrespect him. So when did he suffer such grievous injustice before? Mo. Sun Laoshi dropped into the fecal pit. Hearing Meng Tao's words, Xianxia nearly choked on his own saliva. That was Mo Hongyi, a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert, one of the top 10 strongest cultivators in Tianwu Kingdom, the idol of countless young ladies, yet he fell into the fecal pit? What was going on? Yes, when I went out, I saw Zhao Wuxing and Lu Chengyan helping him out. Teacher, you should hurry and take a look, Meng Tao urged him. Xianxia nodded and he swiftly walked out of the classroom. Walking around 200 meters, he saw a stiff Sun Laoshi lying on the floor, staring at him with a look of anguish. Lu Laoshi, could Sun Laoshi be tired of living? You should hurry up and talk him out of it. Upon seeing Xianxia, Zhao Wuxing and Lu Chengyan stood up and clasped his fist. Tired of living? A bizarre expression was on Xianxia's face. In just 4 to 5 days, he managed to induce a trust level of 40 among his students with his disguised identity. He was currently filled with expectations to pass the 2-star master-teacher examination. So how could he possibly be tired of living? Don't worry. Let me take a look. Replying so, Xianxia walked up to Mo Hongyi. At this moment, the other party's face was pale, and a powerful stench was emanating from his body. His lips were quivering, and it seemed as though he was trying to say something but his body wouldn't listen to him. He is poisoned. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia could immediately tell what was going on. With a glance, he could tell that the other party was poison. And on top of that, it seemed to be rather similar to the effects of the dry earthen powder that someone laced his tea set with. You drank the tea in my classroom? Xianxia immediately understood the situation. The tea was laced with poison, and Mo Hongyi was acting abnormally. It was obvious that he had drunk the tea. Upon realizing this, Xianxia was tongue-tied. Dry earthen powder was a grade 2 pinnacle poison. Not only could it induce nausea and diarrhea and leave one completely weak, it would also numb one's nerves, leaving one unable to move one's body properly. This fellow was caught off guard. It was no wonder why he fell into the fecal drain. The poison concocted by poison masters were scentless and tasteless, making it nearly impossible to guard against. On top of that, even Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts, despite their strength, had no immunity to their poison either. This was the reason why poison masters were such a feared existence, and few were willing to come into contact with them. Furthermore, given how severe his symptoms were, he seemed to have consumed quite a lot of the poison. Probably around an entire bottle. Whoa! Upon hearing Xianxia deducing the matter accurately, Mo Hongyi tried to nod his head, but he was lacking the strength to do so. Thus, he could only whimper in response. Since you're poisoned, then we should find a way to treat you. I have two methods. One will require quite a bit of medicinal herbs, and it'll take 1 to 2 days. As for the other, I am confident that I can treat you by today. Which one do you choose? Xianxia gazed questioningly at Mo Hongi. Mo Hongi struggled to put out 2 fingers. The second one, is it? All right. Nodding his head, Xianxia lifted up his hand. Pa! Powerful slap struck him. With eyes widened in disbelief, Mo Hongi fainted. Before passing out, Mo Hongi's heart was filled with boundless resentment. I came to look for you out of goodwill, yet first I was poisoned by your students, then I ended up being knocked unconscious by your slap. How in the world did I offend you? Lu Lauscher. Zhao Wuxing and the others were perplexed as well. Ignoring their shocked gazes, Xianxia took out a few silver needles, and driving his jinqi, he pierced the needles at several acupoints of the other party. He had read about the dry earthen powder in some books before, so he knew about the symptoms and the treatment method. Under normal circumstances, one would have to concoct the antidote, and the entire process was lengthy and troublesome. However, if he were to use the silver needles and Heaven's Path jinqi, it could be solved in a matter of moments. However, his jinqi was extremely pure, so he couldn't allow any outsiders to learn of it. Mo Hongi was a genius, and his cultivation realm also equaled his own. Instead of being stumped by his questions later on, Xianxia decided to knock him out first. Before long, more than a dozen of silver needles were pierced into the locations where the bulk of the poison aura was accumulated. Under the cleansing from Heaven's Path jinqi, the poison was absorbed by the silver needles, causing their surfaces to turn black. Mo Hongi's pale face slowly alleviated, and traces of redness returned to it. Incredible! Zhao Wuxing and Lu Changyan stared at one another in shock. They had heard of Lu Lauscher's amazing feat of solving 19 questions on the wall of dilemma consecutively, making him the new guild leader of the Physician Guild. Even so, they didn't have a clear grasp of his abilities. Upon seeing it firsthand now, they finally realized how fearsome the capability of the other party was. Even without conducting a diagnosis with just a few needles, he was able to heal the incapacitated Sun Lauscher. Compared to him, the physicians in the academy seemed like complete amateurs. You two send Sun Lauscher back. He should wake up in about 2 hours. After finishing the acupuncture and confirming that the poison in the other party's body had been expelled, Xianxia instructed the duo. Grade 2 pinnacle poison was an extremely fearsome substance. Even if it was cleared from one's body, it would take a while before one could recover from its damage. Of course, if Xianxia were to infuse a little more Heaven's Path jinqi into the other party's body, he should be able to wake up swiftly. However, he would be unable to explain away his Heaven's Path jinqi that way. Yes! Zhao Wuxing and Lu Changyan quickly lifted Sun Lauscher and carried him to his classroom. Someone wants to poison me. Mo Hongi only happened to be at that spot at the wrong timing and drank that drugged tea. Who is the one trying to kill me? Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia was stumped. He was currently Lu Chang, and he didn't remember offending anyone. Who in the world would go through so much trouble to procure such a valuable poison to kill him? Could it be those men from the Physician Guild? Were they unhappy that he had become the new guild leader? Xianxia immediately shook his head. Physicians were responsible for healing the injured and treating the sick, and those who choose this occupation carried compassion in their hearts. At the very least, they wouldn't resort to such lowly methods. Putting aside the fact that this dry earthen powder wasn't fatal, more importantly, if he were killed and the headquarter were to investigate this matter, the physician would stand to lose more than he had gained. After pondering for a long moment, Xianxia was unable to fathom who it was. Thus, he rubbed his glabella and decided not to be bothered about it anymore. Let's go to Lu Chang's dormitory. With Meng Tao leading the way, the duo soon arrived at the student dormitory. Rather than living with the other students, Lu Chang stayed in a storage room beside the dormitory. A typical room in the Tianwu Academy student dormitory consisted of 4 students. The reason why Lu Chang decided to stay there was because he was afraid of revealing his secrets in his sleep talk. The storage room was small and dirty, but he would be able to guard his secrets here. Lu Chong. Lu Chong. Why didn't you come to class today? Teacher is here to meet you. Walking to the door, Meng Tao nodded. There was no response. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could this fellow have truly collapsed from the poison? Without any hesitation, Xianxia kicked open the door and walked in. The room was small, and all kinds of miscellaneous objects were placed here. However, it was packed properly, and at the very corner, there was a small bed where one could rest on. No one is here? The place was small, and with a brief glance, Xianxia could see that there was no one in here. Teacher. Meng Tao noticed something, and he passed it over to Xianxia. It was an envelope, and written on it was, "To Lu Lauscher." From the looks of it, he knew that Xianxia would look for him, so he made preparations beforehand. Xianxia swiftly tore open the envelope. There was just a line of words, and the meaning behind it was simple. Lu Lauscher, pardon your unfilial student, but I can't abandon my vengeance for my parents and kin. Please don't look for me. He went to exact vengeance. Xianxia frowned. He knew that Lu Chong was carrying a huge burden in his heart, and there wasn't a single day that he didn't think about exacting vengeance on his enemies. Even so, to rush over as soon as his poisoned body was successfully cultivated, wasn't he being a little too anxious? Even so, Xianxia could understand his impulse. How could a person allow the murderer of his family and relatives to get away scot-free? He had toiled silently for 2 years just for this, and upon seeing his goal right before him, how could he remain seated? Just that, I wonder who his enemy is. Afraid of implicating him, Lu Chong had never revealed who his enemy was. Even though Xianxia wanted to look for Lu Chong, he didn't have any idea where he should start from. Pay close attention to the movements in Tianwu Royal City these few days. If anyone is killed or there's any sort of uproar, notify me immediately, Xianxia instructed. Those students of his came from distinguished families. Alone, Xianxia might be unable to find anything, but through their connections, he should be able to get some news soon. Since Lu Chong was going as far as to feign mute, there was a high probability that his enemy was in the capital, and he possessed a high standing at that. Thus, if he were to make his move, it would surely cause a huge commotion. By then, it shouldn't be a problem to find him. Reckless. Xianxia shook his head. He was just thinking of imparting the other party a battle technique after he had finished cultivating his poison body to increase his chances of winning. Who knew that the other party would leave as soon as he was done, not even greeting him at that. Despite his composed nature, he sure acted rashly. Actually, Xianxia knew that Lu Chong was doing this because he didn't want to implicate him. If Xianxia were to find out about it, he would surely interfere in his matters. Even more so, if he were to meet in danger, there was a high possibility that Xianxia would stand up for him. If so, Xianxia would be implicated to this matter as well. In order not to bring harm to his respected teacher, he chose to depart by his own, leaving behind just a letter. This fellow may be young, but he sure had a lot of thoughts. Let's return to the classroom first. Sighing, Xianxia started walking back toward the classroom. Even though he felt that the fellow was acting too rashly, Xianxia felt moved by his gesture. Teacher and student. What makes a teacher? What makes a student? Xianxia contemplated as he walked. Ever since his transcension, he had been accepting students and teaching them for his own motives. He was earnest in his job as a teacher, and the knowledge he imparted was also carefully selected with the welfare of his students at heart. But in truth, from the very start until now, he hadn't been able to understand the true meaning behind a teacher. It was just like a pair of young parents. They might shower unconditional love and concern for their child, but the notion of being a parent was still blurred in them. Xianxia was only a librarian of a high school in his previous life, so he wasn't a teacher in the truest sense. Even though he had accepted quite a few students, his time with them hadn't been long, and he was plagued with many other affairs as well. Somehow, Lu Chong's actions had unwittingly struck a chord in his heart. Does imparting knowledge make a teacher? Does accepting knowledge make a student? That's not it. Being a teacher isn't that simple. And being a student isn't that easy. The interactions he had with Xiaoya, Mu Xueqing, Lu Chong, and all of his other students slowly trickled through his mind, and gradually the fog veiling Zhang Xian's mind gradually cleared. Its camaraderie, its responsibility, its interdependence, its boom. After a seemingly long yet short period of time, Zhang Xian suddenly felt everything before him clearing it. It seemed as though something blocked him had been removed, and he felt enlightened. Then, a powerful energy shaped as though countless lines descended from the skies and seeped into Zhang Xian's head, causing his mind to become clearer and richer. Don't allow anyone to interrupt me. I am going into seclusion. Sensing the change in his state of mind, Zhang Xian could no longer hold himself back. After instructing Meng Tao, he walked into the mini-tutoring room and sat down. Master-Teacher Pavilion. Father, I'm speaking the truth. That Lu Cheng Laosher really guided Apothecary Mu to forge a grade 4 pill. Jiang Chun looked at this father, who was seated a short distance away from him. The sight yesterday was too shocking that he had yet to recover from it even now. After looking through numerous books, he realized the impossibility of guiding a 2-star apothecary to forge a grade 4 pill. In any case, it wasn't something that could be explained by possessing absolute knowledge in medicinal herbs. In other words, that Lu Laosher was likely to be an apothecary, an extremely skilled one at that. Okay, I believe you. Pavilion Master Zhang nodded. He already knew that this senior of his possessed pill-forging skills far beyond others. Even so, this feat was still beyond his expectations. Father, tell me the truth. Is Lu Laosher related to Senior Uncle Zhang? Seeing that his father was nonchalant, Jiang Chun raised his doubts. Jiang Chun had been harboring this doubt since yesterday. Zhang Shi was skilled in pill forging, and so was Lu Laosher. The day that Zhang Shi disappeared for the 2-star master-teacher mission, Lu Laosher appeared. The coincidences between these two absolute geniuses couldn't help but make him consider this possibility. Seeing that his son was getting doubtful, Pavilion Master Jiang opened his mouth to speak, but he suddenly paused and his face warped in shock. What? He wasn't the only one. Jiang Chun was dumbstruck as well. It's the teacher acknowledgement hall. Pavilion Master Jiang quickly dashed out, and Jiang Chun followed closely behind. After leaving the residence, he realized that all of the master teachers had been alarmed, and they were all headed anxiously for the teacher acknowledgement hall. The teacher acknowledgement hall was where master teachers were given their emblem and officially acknowledged. After passing the examination, the new master teachers were to apply for their emblems here, pay respects to Kong Shi, and request for the acknowledgement of the master teacher pavilion. It was similar to how normal clans paid respect to their ancestors. As for the question symposium, it was more like a public declaration of one's identity after one was acknowledged in the teacher acknowledgement hall. However, Zhang Xian had applied for the 2-star master teacher examination right after passing the first examination, so he hadn't had the chance to come here yet. Hoo. Many master teachers arrived at the teacher acknowledgement hall at the same time, and they lifted their heads to take a look. The innumerable memorial tablets of the predecessors were shaking non-stop, as though an earthquake was going on. Put on. One after another, the memorial tablets fell over. Trembling of myriad tablets, this is Celestial Master Teacher? Pavilion Master Zhang's lips quivered. That isn't just the case. Pavilion Master, look! A master teacher pointed at a direction. Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Jiang and the others immediately looked over. At the center of the room, Kong Shi's statue was trembling slightly non-stop as well. This is Kong Shi admits a disciple, the student of the sage. Pavilion Master Jiang exclaimed. One was required to go through all kinds of examinations to become a master teacher. Only then could he earn the acknowledgement of the master teacher pavilion, obtain the corresponding emblem, and gain the respect of the masses. This was the standard procedure. However, there were also exceptions of geniuses who were born with capabilities way beyond that of the typical master teacher. Given their overwhelming ability, they couldn't be assessed through normal means and naturally, a standard rank couldn't be assigned to them. Take Kong Shi as an example. As the founder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, who had the qualifications to test him? Such people possessed natural learning abilities so superb that they could gain the approval of heavens and assume the identity of a master teacher automatically. They were known as celestial master teachers. As a title bestowed by the heavens, heaven master teachers were recognized as master teachers even without undergoing trials and tests. In fact, their standing was higher than that of ordinary master teachers. After all, who dared to defy the will of heaven? Nonetheless, such geniuses only existed in the legends, whereby Kong Shi was the only one back then who had reached such a level. Never could they had expected that someone from their guild would succeed. To achieve the well-sought-after standing of Celestial Master Teacher was already fearsome enough, but for Kong Shi's statue to be trembling along as well, this made everyone even more frenzied. According to the books, Kong Shi had infused a sliver of his consciousness in his statues. As long as an existence whom he was willing to accept as disciple appeared, it would tremble. This was a dictum that was followed strictly by all master teachers. However, such a person had never appeared despite the passing of innumerable years. In other words, no one was able to win Kong Shi's recognition to become his student. Who could have thought that at the moment someone was bestowed the title of Celestial Master Teacher, the statue would begin to shake as well? In other words, Kong Shi had acknowledged this very person and wanted to accept him as his disciple, a disciple of Kong Shi, and that is the student of the sage. Emperor Kong Shi had accepted many disciples in his lifetime, and rumors had it that they amounted to more than 3,000. However, the numbers had dwindled as more and more of them passed away as time went by. Even the most formidable 9-star master teacher in existence now could only be considered a descendant among their descendants. By becoming the student of sage meant that even 9-star master teachers had to call him elder or even old ancestor. To think that such an incredible existence would appear in their guild. If news of this matter were to spread, the entire world would be thrown into a frenzy. Who was it? Mo Hongyi? Xianxia? Or was it one of them here? The teacher acknowledgement hall of the Master Teacher Pavilion only reflected the news and did not pinpoint the identity of the person. Thus, even though everyone was shocked, they were unable to confirm for sure who the lucky person who won Kong Shi's favor was. Even so, the sage's acceptance of a disciple is a huge affair. I'm afraid that it's impossible to hide this matter, Pavilion Master Zhang muttered. Once the matter had been confirmed, the entire world would be informed of it. All kingdoms and master-teacher pavilions would receive the news. When that time comes, people from all kingdoms would come to offer their blessings. If that really happened, it would be impossible for that person to hide even if he wanted to. Indeed, our guild will become famous. Incredible! After such a long interval, Kong Shi is going to accept a disciple. The eyes of countless master teachers glowed with euphoria. But, before they could even finish their sentence, Kong Shi's statue suddenly stopped trembling and with a sudden jolt, "Kacha!" A crack running down the middle of the statue appeared. Upon seeing this sight, everyone was once again stunned. Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes widened to their limits. This is... Kong Shi wishes to admit a disciple, but he was rejected. Complete silence. Everyone looked as though they had just seen a ghost. Since a teacher could choose his student, a student could choose his teacher as well. Therefore, even if Kong Shi was considered as the teacher of all beings and was respectfully addressed as the Emperor, he still had to ask for the other party's permission when intending to admit him as his disciple. If the other party was unwilling, he couldn't force himself on the other party either. The shaking of the statue had meant that Kong Shi was willing to accept the other party as his disciple, but its subsequent fracture meant that the other party had rejected him, rejecting the opportunity to become Kong Shi's student? The heck? Who in the world is this formidable person? To refuse the offer to become the student of the greatest man in the world, could you be any more arrogant than that? In the small classroom, Zhang Xian's mind was operating at high intensity as he tried his best to absorb the unique energy that descended from the skies. These slivers of energy seemed to fuse perfectly with his soul, causing his eyes to become clearer. It is increasing my soul depth. Having read the books in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Zhang Xian understood what was going on. This was neither spiritual energy nor Jinqi. This was insight energy. All that wished to become a master-teacher had to possess the state of insight will of mind. And to raise one's will of mind soul depth, one had to absorb this kind of unique insight energy. Back then, the enlightenment jade that Xiaoya's father gave him possessed this kind of energy, and it was through absorbing it that he managed to recover his soul depth back to 0.1. Absorb! Even though Zhang Xian was surprised by the sudden appearance of the insight energy, he showed no indication of wanting to stop at all. Since he had attained his previous soul depth level with the help of the golden pages instead of cultivating his soul through the cultivation of a secret manual, he had never seen or absorbed insight energy before. Even so, he knew how precious it was. To master teachers, it was definitely a priceless treasure. Tzzzzzz. As Zhang Xian absorbed the insight energy that descended from the skies, his soul depth slowly inched forward. After an unknown period of time, his body jolted and he came to a stop. There's nothing left. Looking around, Zhang Xian knew that he had absorbed the final sliver of the energy that had fallen and exhaled deeply. With a flick of his wrist, a stone of insight appeared in his hands. He immediately got into the state of heart of tranquil water. Numbers appeared on the stone. 11.1. Despite absorbing for so long, my soul depth only increased by 1.0? Zhang Xian pouted. He had thought that his soul depth would increase significantly after absorbing so much insight energy. At the very least, it would increase by 8 or 10. Yet, betraying his expectations, it only raised by 1.0. This was way too little. If anyone else were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely rush forward to strangle him. To raise a mere 0.1 soul depth, others had to endure all kinds of hell, toiling in extreme cold and heat just to train their mind. In contrast, he had gained this 1.0 soul depth in a single go, yet he wasn't satisfied. Of course, if they knew that he could raise his soul depth by 5.0 using the golden page, they would definitely think otherwise. Zhang Xian shook the dismal in his head away and slowly opened his eyes. String after string of insight energy flowed in his eyes, allowing him to peer through the fabric of the world to see its very essence. Glancing at a saber on the weapon rack, he saw a faint apparition striking on a lump of metal, slowly shaping it. With just a single look, he could see the forging process of the saber, its tear, as well as its flaws. Not too far away, behind a table, there was an apparition of a towering tree. The tree was hacked down and worked on by craftsmen. This is... A name appeared in his mind, causing Zhang Xian's eyes to widen and his fists to clench tightly together. Eye of Insight. It was said that formidable master teachers could expend their soul depth to activate their Eye of Insight to peer into the essence of matter, the strengths and weaknesses of battle techniques, as well as cultivation techniques. It was just like how even Jizuan experts were unable to notice his original face under the human mask of Lu Cheng. But those who possessed the Eye of Insight could see through it in an instant and peer at the original appearance of the person. This was precisely the reason why high-tiered master teachers were fearsome existences. With just a single look, they could see through the problems and ailments of a person and guide them to resolve it. Despite that, I thought that only 6-star master teachers are able to comprehend this technique? What's going on? After checking the details of the Eye of Insight in the books, Zhang Xian felt bewildered. According to the records, only 6-star master teachers possessed the strength to comprehend this powerful talent. How could he possess it when he wasn't even a 2-star master teacher? Boom! Just as he was pondering over this matter, the sight before him blurred, and his consciousness seemed to have been pulled by an overwhelming strength reminiscent of a vast ocean into a chaotic dimension. Then, an elder with a snow-white beard walked over, and a compassionate voice sounded in Zhang Xian's head. I wish to take you in as my disciple. Do you accept? You want to take me in as your disciple? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Then he quickly shook his head and said, I refuse. What a joke. Possessing the library of heaven's path, he was able to see through the flaws of everything with a look. From his perspective, there was no need for him to acknowledge any teacher at all. Could 4-star to 5-star master teachers conjure theories that surpassed that of the library of heaven's path? In terms of cultivation, was there any technique that could surpass the heaven's path divine art? Besides, the other party had invaded his mind without any forewarning. Who knew whether he bore malicious intents? It was better to be safe than sorry. After all, it was just a moment ago that someone spiked his tea. Who? As soon as he replied the other party, his body jolted once more, and he realized that he was still in the mini-tutoring room. He hadn't gone anywhere, and the sight just now seemed nothing more than a dream. An illusion formation? No, there can't be any formation here. Otherwise, the library of heaven's path would have detected it. Could it be something similar to the trust crystal? Xianxia thought. The trust level test was something similar to what he had experienced. One's mental state would be sent into an illusion, and they would undergo various events so as to test their compatibility with their teacher. Could he had just met with something similar? Otherwise, how could some old geezer just appear and ask to take him in as his student? What in the hell is this? If you wish to take me as your disciple, you should at least name yourself. To put me into this kind of illusion without any warning. Aren't you being inconsiderate? Harumphing coldly, he immediately labeled that elder as shameless. Of course, if he were to know that the elder was Emperor Kong Shi, and if he had agreed to become the other party's student, his identity and standing would rise exponentially. Would he spew blood and die straight from disappointment? Even if I don't take the examinations now, I am already a recognized master teacher. No one will be able to refute that. Ignoring that inconsiderate old geezer, Xianxia hid his eye of insight and clenched his fists excitedly. After reading through the books, he knew that he had unintentionally comprehended the true meaning of teacher and student, and from there, he was recognized by the heavens, becoming a celestial master teacher. In other words, even if he didn't take any examination, no one would be able to refute his standing as an official master teacher. There was already no need for him to continue his impersonation. However, the title of a celestial master teacher is too conspicuous. I should take the examination as per normal. Anyway, I am just lacking the final step. Even though Xianxia was excited, he knew that it was best to keep it to himself. Celestial master teacher was a huge affair. If word were to spread, he might face quite a lot of trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. No matter what others say, I, Xianxia, have always been a low-profile person. Silence. Kong Shi accepting a disciple was a huge matter that could shake the world to its core. Regardless of whether one was a master teacher or not, as long as one was a cultivator, one would surely be so excited to even forget their own names upon receiving such an honor. Yet this fellow rejected it. On top of that, so decisively and affirmatively. Who can tell me what had happened? The appearance of a celestial master teacher was already shocking enough, but to reject the offer to become Kong Shi's student, this was sufficient to send anyone into a frenzy. All of the teachers in the teacher acknowledgement hall fell to silence as though something had glued their mouths together. They stared at one another silently despite the huge storm raging in their minds. This expert, if you don't want to become Kong Shi's student, I would gladly take your place. You should have at least left the slot to me. Why must you reject the offer? Pavilion Master Jiang, what's going on? After a long period of time, a master teacher finally turned to Pavilion Master Jiang and asked. At the same time, the gazes of the others also centered on him. I don't know as well. At this moment, Pavilion Master Jiang had broken down internally as well. He only rushed here because he felt an anomaly in the teacher acknowledgement hall. Who would have known that he would witness such an earth-shattering matter? To reject Kong Shi. Needless to mention this happening in the Tianwu Royal City, even if this matter had occurred in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, a huge bunch of people would die of shock. Even 9-star master teachers were not capable of such a feat. You don't know too? The master teacher hesitated for a moment before continuing on. In this entire city, There are only two people worthy of becoming a celestial master teacher, Xianxia and Mo Hongyi. All you have to do is to tell us where the duo is and whether they are still in the capital. The alarm indicating the conferment of a celestial master teacher would only affect the nearest master teacher pavilion. Since the alarm had sounded off at their teacher acknowledgement hall, it meant that a master teacher in Tianwu Royal City must have achieved a breakthrough. Naturally, the crowd's thoughts would be directed to the duo. They. Pavilion Master Jiang hesitated for a moment. Let's just tell them the truth. Becoming a celestial master teacher meant that he is already a master teacher transcending beyond the rank system. The examination doesn't mean much to him anymore. Elder Zhu said. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded in agreement. They are still in the capital. However, they are currently in disguise for the last test of the 2-star master teacher examination. In disguise. Everyone was taken aback. The House of Trust test in the 2-star master teacher examination was carried out in an extremely quiet and secretive fashion such that many of the master teachers on the spot didn't know of it. In fact, it was the first time Jiang Chun was hearing of this as well. It's like this. Pavilion Master Jiang explained the entire situation regarding the final test in the 2-star master teacher examination. You mean to say that Guild Master Lu Cheng, who rocked the entire city at its core, is actually Xianxia? As the explanation sank in, everyone was shocked once more. They felt dizzy-headed. In the past few days, the two most talked about figures were the Master Teacher Pavilion's Xianxia and the Physician Guild's Guild Master Lu Cheng. Everyone knew that these two were absolute geniuses, and they felt deep respect and envy for them. How could they have possibly imagined that the two of them were actually the same person? It's no wonder. Jiang Chun froze on the spot. He had been suspecting the matter before, but even so, in the depths of his mind, he didn't dare to think of it to be true. However, after hearing his father's confirmation, he immediately came to a realization. It was no wonder why the other party was so skilled in pill forging, even going to the extent of guiding a 2-star apothecary to successfully forge a grade 4 pill. Even though Jiang Chun knew that Zhang Xian was much more talented than him, he still couldn't help but compare himself to the other party. He had always thought that as long as he followed strictly to the conventional route and continued working hard, he would catch up with the other party one day. But at this moment, he realized that the gap was too huge. There's completely no basis of comparison for the two of them. Needless to say, catching up with the other party, he couldn't even see the other party's back. The other party was skilled in pill forging, way of medicine, painting, and beast taming. The other party had reached such astounding proficiency in so many occupations. How could he match up? Since the two of them are in the capital, the celestial master teacher must be one of them. As long as we find them and confirm the matter with them, we'll know who it is. Suppressing his astonishment, a master teacher said. Indeed, regardless of the matter, given that a celestial master teacher had appeared, and that he had nearly become a student of the sage, we have to find out who he is. Another master teacher spoke up. Within the radius of possibilities, there were only two plausible candidates, so it wasn't hard to find out who it was. No matter what, the guild couldn't possibly stay ignorant when such a formidable figure had appeared in the land of their jurisdiction. Everyone, don't panic. I'll send an apprentice to take a look now. Pavilion Master Jiang turned around and left. Not too long later, he returned. Lu Cheng and Sun Cheng were extremely famous teachers in Tianwu Academy, so it wasn't too hard to get news on them. How is it? Elder Zhu asked in agitation. Mo Hongyi seemed to be ill. He is currently in a coma. On the other hand, Xianxia is currently in seclusion, and he's refusing all guests at the moment. Pavilion Master Jiang said. There's no doubt about it then, it must be Xianxia. The group nodded in agreement. Since the other party was in a coma, it was impossible for him to be the celestial master teacher or to reject Kongshi. In that case, only one possibility remained. The only one who could create such a huge ruckus had to be the one who had shown them countless miracles right from his arrival, Zhang Xian. Since we had confirmed Zhang Shi's identity, should we report this matter to the headquarters? A master teacher among the group asked. We can't. Pavilion Master Jiang shook his head. If it's just him being conferred the title of a celestial master teacher, there's no problem reporting it to the headquarters. However, this Xianxia had just rejected Kongshi. If the headquarters were to hear of it, they might burst into a rage. The crowd was dumbstruck. Indeed, who is Kongshi? The number one person in history, the teacher acknowledged by the heavens and earth. It would be a huge pandemonium if people were to find out that he was rejected. On top of that, it wasn't an honorable affair for Kongshi to be rejected. If they were to spread the news, they might incur Kongshi's rage. It would be hard to appease his anger even with their deaths. This matter is already way beyond our strength. The best choice we have at hand is to keep this matter to ourselves. After a short moment, Pavilion Master Jiang instructed. Yes. The group was also clear on the severity of this matter. Thus, they nodded in assent without any hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the conferment of a celestial master teacher or Kongshi getting rejected, they were matters surpassing their understanding. Facing such matters, it was wiser for them to keep mum, to stay silent, ignorant, and uninvolved. Otherwise, they might just get killed someday because of it. Since that's the case, let's make an oath before Kongshi's statue then. Pavilion Master Jiang spoke up once more. Yes. Soon, the oath was made, and everyone felt a peculiar energy seeping into their mind, sealing away what they've just learned. If they were to speak of the matter, they would be severely punished. Oblivious to the fact that the Master-Teacher Pavilion had already known everything, Xianxia was still harboring the thoughts of keeping this matter to himself to maintain a low profile. He pushed open the door of the mini-tutoring room and walked out. Even though becoming a celestial master teacher had raised his soul depth by a hulking 1.0 and aided him in forging the Eye of Insight, it didn't boost his cultivation at all. He was still at Xianxia Realm Pinnacle, and his strength was at 5,000 ding. Teacher. Upon walking out, a lady immediately kneeled before him. Facing her teacher, her eyes were filled with reverence. She was Mu Xueqing. At this moment, she seemed to have just undergone an overwhelming change as a powerful aura reminiscent of a mighty dragon embraced her. Triggering all of the medicinal energy accumulated within her body had allowed her to immediately break through the Pixue realm bottleneck to reach Tongxian realm primary stage. In fact, from the aura, one could feel that she wasn't too far from reaching Tongxian realm intermediate stage. She couldn't have imagined that it was possible for her to grow so much stronger overnight. Not bad. Seeing her improvement, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. She had been consuming pills from young, and the medicinal energy that had accumulated in her body had reached an astounding level. It wasn't completely unexpected for her to grow so rapidly. You have just achieved a breakthrough. Remember to reinforce your cultivation properly. I'll bring you somewhere tomorrow. Knowing that the other party's trust level in him must have exceeded 40, and he could finally end the master-teacher examination, Xianxia instructed. Yes. Mu Xueqing nodded before retreating to a corner. Emerald Pavilion was Tianmu Kingdom's most famous expenditure abyss. The single day of expenditure here was sufficient to leave a small clan of a Tier 2 kingdom bankrupt. Even so, carriages still arrived one after another at its doorstep. It was the dream of countless people to become a frequent member here. This was because this was where, of the surrounding 13 kingdoms, the best alcohol was, the best beauties were, the best service was, the most conducive atmosphere for pleasure-making. Regardless of male or female, any cultivators who had been here once would wish to come a second time. The thought would consume their mind, filling them with remembrance over their previous visit. Even before stepping in, one could already feel a dense concentration of spiritual energy 2 times of that of the outside world gushing straight towards one. Cultivating here would definitely be more than 2 folds faster than the outside world. Early this morning, a carriage stopped right at the entrance. The coach hurriedly got down and laid a stepping stone for the esteemed person seated in the carriage. Young master, we're here. The curtain was parted, and a young man walked out. The young man was dressed extravagantly, adding an air of nobility to him. However, a dark shadow would flit past in his eyes from time to time. Bruises could be seen on some exposed skin, which indicated an incomplete recovery of recent injuries. Young master, are we really going to look for Lin Lang Gongzi? I heard that his services are expensive. The coach asked hesitantly. Who else can I look for if not him? With a steeled face, the young man said, Even my clan has abandoned me. They are determined to send me over to Xianxia to appease his rage. Right now, only the Lin clan can protect me, as long as Lin Lang Gongzi speaks up for me. So what if he passes his 2-star master-teacher examination? Would he dare to offend the Formation Guild, as well as Shenyuan Kingdom? If Zhang Xian was here, he would have definitely recognized the person to be none other than the painter who was stripped buck naked by his own subordinates back then, GMO Gongzi. After realizing that the person he offended was the genius Zhang Xian, no one in the G clan had dared to shield him anymore. Even his own father, the clan head, had wanted to tie him up and deliver him personally to ask for the other party's forgiveness. Knowing that he would be in for another round of suffering once he was sent over, GMO sneaked out to seek for protection. Other than the Lin clan, there was no one else in Tianwu Kingdom who could protect him, not even the royal family. Not only was the Lin clan's clan head the guild master of the Formation Guild, his daughter was the princess consort of the Shenyuan Kingdom's crown prince. Even Pavilion Master Jiang Shu would have to spare the Lin clan some face. Needless to say, Zhang Xian, who had just taken the 2-star master-teacher examination. As for the Lin Lang person he spoke of, he was known as the number 1 Gongzi of Tianwu Kingdom. He was the son of the Lin clan's clan head, the younger brother of Shenyuan Kingdom's princess consort. It was only because of Ji Mo's slightly superior talent and his identity as the son of the clan head of one of the 3 great clans of the capital that he was able to get acquainted with the other party. As for this Emerald Pavilion, it was an establishment of Lin Lang's. The Lin clan is the number 1 clan of Tianwu Kingdom, and Lin Lang is the sole son doted on by clan head Lin, needless to say, the younger brother of Shenyuan Kingdom's princess consort. Even Emperor Mo Tianxue would have to defer to him. As long as he agrees to it, young master has nothing to worry about. The coach hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. There was no better solution for the current situation. Once this Zhang Xian passes the 2-star master-teacher examination, his standing and identity would rise up accordingly. If he were to pursue the matter that day, the Ji clan, despite being one of the 3 great clans, would not dare to oppose him. 2-star master-teachers, especially this kind of exceptional genius, possessed immense prestige and strength. On top of that, he was the senior of Pavilion Master Jiang with an even more formidable teacher behind him. GMO didn't dare to exact vengeance. All he wanted was to find an influential intermediary to resolve the issue, and this Lin clan was the best bet he had. Let's enter. Waving his hands, GMO Gongzi started walking toward the Emerald Pavilion with widened steps. Judging from how he was able to maneuver around the place easily, he must have visited here often. Soon he arrived at a vast room. After exchanging some words with the guards at the door, he walked in. A sight of magnificence unfolded before him as soon as he stepped into the room. All kinds of gemstones were embedded into the vast lounge, and mats made from the hide of beasts filled the area. It was so extravagantly decorated that even the royal palace seemed to pale in comparison in terms of grandness. Furthermore, under the influence of a formation in the room, not only was the completely underground lounge not stuffy, it even felt like an otherworldly paradise. At the center of the room, a young man lay on a large beast hide mat, and beauties stood by his sides. Before him was an arrangement of all kinds of delicacies, and the smell of marvelous wine tickled one's nose. Sitting opposite to that person was another young man dressed extravagantly. He was holding onto a cup, proposing a toast with the other party. Brother GMO, it has been long since we last met. Upon seeing GMO enter, the young man who was lying in the embrace of a beauty beckoned him over. Lin Lang Gongzi. GMO clasped his fist. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is Kuanqian Kingdom's Prince Fei Xian. Lin Lang Gongzi pointed to the young man opposite of him and introduced the two to one another. Prince Fei Xian, This is GMO Gongzi from Tianmu Royal City's G-Clan. So it's G Gongzi. To be able to become an official painter at such a young age. I have heard of your great name even from Kuanqian Kingdom. Prince Fei Xian smiled. He was the prince who proposed to Mou when Xianxia visited the royal palace. Given that his proposal failed, and guessing that Guild Master Lu would cure the guardian beast, he had turned his attention to the Lin clan. With the backing of the Formation Guild and the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom, Lin clan was a massive power among Tier 1 kingdoms. Even a prince like him didn't dare to act arrogantly before the Lin clan. Before arriving at Tianmu Royal City, Prince Fei Xian had already investigated the various powers in the capital. As such, he was able to trace his background upon hearing GMO Gongzi's name. After getting to know one another, GMO sat down, traded some pleasantries with the duo before diving straight into the topic. Lin Gongzi. The reason why I am here is that I have something to request of you. Oh. Lin Lang glanced at GMO curiously. Actually, I unintentionally offended Master Teacher Xianxia a while ago, and I'm afraid that he might come and exact vengeance once he passes his 2-star Master Teacher examination. Thus, I would like to ask you to act as an intermediary to settle this issue. GMO Gongzi said. Xianxia? You mean that famous genius? Lin Lang poured himself a cup of wine nonchalantly. That's him. GMO Gongzi hurriedly nodded his head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a scroll appeared in his hands. I understand that it'll be hard to resolve this matter. I recall that Lin Gongzi fancies painting, so I prepared the withered pine painting from Elder Jean Mantang for you. I hope that you can accept this gift of mine. Withered pine painting? That's the last painting of Elder Jean Mantang left in this world. Even among 5th-level paintings, it is considered as a top-notch work. This painting is extremely valuable, and it is only due to the kindness the G-Clan showed the old master back then that he gifted this painting as a way of thanks. To be willing to give this to me. Not bad, not bad. Grabbing over the painting, Lin Lang opened it, took a look, and nodded in satisfaction. All right. I promise to help you on your matter. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. GMO Gongzi's face flushed in agitation. It isn't a huge matter anyway. 2-star master teachers may be impressive, but they mean nothing to our Lin clan. He's just a lucky fellow who managed to find a good teacher. Lin Lang Gongzi waved his hands casually and said, when he's done with his examination, I'll send a letter to invite him over so that the two of you can meet one another and resolve whatever conflict you have. Yes. GMO Gongzi nodded vehemently. If it was anyone else who said those words, he would have definitely scoffed. However, this Lin Gongzi did indeed possess the rights to speak such words. Even though the other party was only 3 years older than him, he was already a 2-star formation master. On top of that, just 2 months ago, he had managed to achieve a breakthrough, reaching Zhongshe realm. To break through the Tongshan realm pinnacle to Zhongshe realm, he had only used less than half a year. Even though part of the reason was that of the hulking resources that Shenyuan Kingdom devoted to the Lin clan, his talents still played an important part. Above all, he had the Lin clan as his backing. Conferred Kingdom Shenyuan Kingdom had 3-star master teachers in their master teacher pavilion. Even if Xianxia could oppose the Lin clan, it was impossible for him to oppose Shenyuan Kingdom. No matter how talented and prestigious Xianxia was, he was nothing before Lin Lang. Lin Gongzi, it's best for you not to get careless. I've heard of Xianxia before as well, and he seems to be a person of great means. His talent surpasses that of even your kingdom's #1 genius, Mo Hongi. Prince Fei Xian interrupted. Having stayed in Tianwu Royal City for a few days now, he was well abreast of the current affairs here. Zhang Xian's feat of breaking the countless records set by Mo Hongi was already a well-known fact throughout the entire city. So what if he is a remarkable genius? His cultivation is only at Zhongshe realm primary stage. If he wishes to remain in Tianwu Royal City, he better keep himself in check. Lin Lang sneered in disdain. So what if that Zhang Xian is a genius? Without sufficient strength, all of these were just illusory. After all, strength was what counted in this world. This was something that becomes increasingly apparent in the higher-ranked kingdoms. The stronger one is, the higher one's standing becomes. Without sufficient strength, even if one had great achievements in their occupation, they would still be looked down by others. That's true. Prince Fei Xian nodded in agreement. Then he continued, right, there's another genius in the city recently. Has Lin Gongzi heard of Lu Cheng? According to the rumors, he is a teacher in Tianwu Academy. You mean Guild Master Lu, who solved 19 questions on the Wall of Dilemma in the Physician Guild? Lin Lang waved grandly and replied, of course I've heard of him. He's indeed a talented person. However, his cultivation is too weak, being only at Tongxian realm primary stage. He's a figure that can be squeezed to death at a whim. He's nothing at all. All right, let's not talk about these unpleasant matters in my Emerald Pavilion. We should have fun instead. Men, the food has already turned cold. Change them. Chuckling lightly, Lin Lang commanded. Yes. Upon hearing his orders, a few servants hurriedly rushed forward and replaced those cold dishes with piping hot ones. All of them were wearing a hat, but one servant's hat was exceptionally low, making it difficult to make out his appearance. That servant glanced at Lin Lang, and dense hatred rippled in his eyes. It was Xianxia's missing student, Lu Cheng. It was no wonder why Lu Cheng refused to say anything at all before Xianxia. No one could have thought that his enemy was the Lin clan's young master, Lin Lang. The Lin clan stood at the very top of the three great clans, and it wielded tremendous power. Even though Mo Tianxue knew that it was likely to be them who poisoned the guardian beast, he still suppressed the news. From this, it was clear how much he feared their influence. Lu Cheng was alone and weak, and if he were to reveal the name of his enemy, it wouldn't take long for those hoping to please the Lin clan to deliver him to their doorsteps. As such, he would rather act as a mute than to speak. The hatred only appeared for an instant. Before long, Lu Cheng calmed down. To be able to stop himself from talking for 2 years and endure the excruciating pain from the tempering of the poison for the poison body said a lot about his mental fortitude. His chance was right before him, and he naturally wouldn't act rashly at this moment. The Emerald Pavilion might seem calm on the surface, but he knew that there were many experts hidden within. If Lu Cheng wanted to make a move, he had to succeed in a single try. Otherwise, he wouldn't get another opportunity. After placing the dishes on the table, Lu Cheng slowly surveyed the surroundings before backing out of the room. There were many experts in the room, making it an unfavorable location to make a move. Thus, Lu Cheng decided to wait patiently for his chance. After standing outside the room for a long time, Jia, Lin Lang walked out casually. The wine of the Emerald Pavilion was specially concocted by masters in the industry. Even if a Xianxia realm expert were to consume it, he would definitely fall over drunk. At this moment, Lin Lang seemed to be extremely intoxicated. Featuring reddened cheeks, he walked towards the closest toilet in a wobbly fashion. This is my chance. Knowing that this was probably the best chance he would get, Lu Cheng didn't hesitate. He slowly followed behind Lin Lang and entered the toilet as well. Who is it? Seeing another party walking into the toilet, Lin Lang, who was relieving himself, frowned. Who? Knowing that such an ideal chance wouldn't come twice, Lu Cheng didn't bother to waste his time with words. He immediately charged forward and struck the other party with his palm. However, before the palm could hit Lin Lang, a huge wind had already been whipped up in the toilet. The violent shock wave from his strike came crashing straight towards Lin Lang. Xianxia realm intermediate stage. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Lang immediately woke up from his drunken stupor. Not only was the person who assaulted him a Xianxia realm expert, he even reached Xianxia realm intermediate stage. Experts of these level were all famous and respectable figures in Tianwu Royal City. Little did he expect that one of them would disguise as a servant to assassinate him. Lu Cheng might have suffered pain worse than death itself by rubbing all of the poison on his acupoints. It had brought him gigantic benefits as well. Not only did he manage to break through Xianxia realm, his strength had even reached the level comparable to a Xianxia realm intermediate stage expert. You're courting death. Bellowing coldly, Lin Lang immediately raised his palms to receive the other party's assault. Pong! Pong! The two palms struck one another, and both sides retreated a single step from the collision. Lu Chong's face darkened. 2 years ago, when the other party slaughtered his entire clan, he was only a Tongxian realm primary stage. Lu Chong thought that, even if the other party were to improve swiftly, he would only be at Tongxian realm pinnacle at best. Yet, to think that Lin Lang was at Zhongshe realm intermediate stage as well. However, there was no path of retreat now. If Lu Chong fails to kill the other party today, he would be killed instead. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chong drove his poison body to the limits of its ability and charged forward, sending consecutive swift and powerful palms straight at Lin Lang. Damn it! Even though Lin Lang had reached Zhongshe realm intermediate stage, it was mostly due to the forceful nourishment from the consumption of various pills. His cultivation hadn't been perfectly reinforced yet, causing him to be unable to bring out the full strength of a Zhongshe realm intermediate stage cultivator. Under such conditions, how could he withstand Lu Chong's tenacious attacks? He could only retreat continuously. Put on. Retreating backward, Lin Lang's legs suddenly caved in and he fell down. The next moment, an overpowering stench immediately rushed up his nose, causing him to feel faint-headed in an instant. Lowering his head to take a look, he realized that he had been forced to a fecal drain under the relentless attack of the other party. Damn you! Lin Lang had always abhorred dirtiness. Falling into the fecal pit had left his mind in a state of frenzy. Furious, a vicious streak was triggered within him, and with a furious roar, he charged at the other party without a second thought. However, before he could reach the other party, Lu Chong had already sent a kick into his face, planting his face right into the fecal drain. To make things worse, since Lin Lang was in the midst of shouting, feces were stuffed right into his open mouth. I will kill you. Lin Lang was on the brink of going insane. How could the number 1 gongzi of Tianwu Royal City, a person of such prestigious standing that even Mo Tianxue had to defer to, suffer such a setback from an anonymous opponent? Rage bubbled inside his chest. Put on. Before he could finish his words, his head was pushed right back into the fecal pit yet again, causing the brown liquid to smudge over his entire face and mouth. Lin Lang Gongzi, the lady you presented me with is indeed not bad. Her figure and that sensation. Just as Lin Lang was being suffocated in the brown liquid, an intoxicated voice sounded, and GMO Gongzi walked in. Pang! Possessing only the strength of a Pishua realm, how could he be a match for Lu Chong? Before he could finish his sentence, the sight before him blurred, and he fell into the fecal drain as well. The heck? Who dares to hit me? Do you know who I am? GMO Gongzi howled furiously. This was Emerald Pavilion, the grandest place in Tianwu Royal City, an establishment of the Lin clan's young master, Lin Lang. Who would be so audacious as to lay a hand on him here? Was that person so tired of living as to offend the Lin clan? Putting aside the Lin clan, GMO was the son of the Ji clan's clan head. Although his standing couldn't hold a candle to Xianxia, he wasn't someone anyone could simply offend. Infuriated, he hurled insults furiously. However, halfway through his words, he saw a person blowing bubbles right beside him as a pungent stench attacked his nostrils. That person's face was absurdly pale and bruises filled his body. It seemed as though he was on the verge of breathing his last. Who else could it be other than Lin Lang? You actually dare to lay your hands on young Master Lin? GMO Gongzi was on the verge of going insane. He had just threatened the other party with his own standing when he saw Lin Lang getting pummeled as well. The Lin clan only had this male offspring. Laying one's hands on him was equivalent to waging a war against the entire Lin clan. This was an act of suicide. Hurriedly lifting his head, he saw a young man stepping on Lin Lang's body, leaving the latter incapable of retaliation at all. It seemed like GMO had happened to walk in at a bad timing. No. If Lin Lang were to be killed, I'll be doomed as well. GMO understood how severe this matter was. He had come here to look for Lin Lang, and the other party had ended up being killed in the toilet. Putting aside whether this mysterious assassin would be willing to let him go, even if he were to survive this ordeal, it would be difficult for him to withstand the wrath of the Lin clan. In the worst-case scenario, the entire G clan might even be annihilated. The heck? Why do I have to meet with this kind of misfortune? Even if you want to kill Lin Lang, can't you do it when I'm not around? Why did I have to happen to come to the toilet at this moment? If he were to die now, it'll be as though I have stained my pants with mud. I'll be in deep shit even if it isn't shit. More importantly, it's one thing to kill the other party, but what did you mean by kicking the other party into the fecal drain? Lin Lang Gongzi had always paid careful attention to his image and had always assumed a gentlemanly facade before others that attracted many female fans. Yet, at this moment, a fetid odor was lingering around him while his white shirt had been stained yellow. To make matters worse, the overwhelming scent was causing the food that he just ate to threaten to rise up his throat. GMO clenched his jaws and whipped up his determination. Let go of young Master Lin. Knowing that he couldn't allow Lin Lang to die now, GMO Gongzi charged straight at the mysterious young man. Pong! Before he could finish his words, a leg met up with his face, causing him to be smashed into the walls of the toilet. Blood trickled down his mouth and nose. Even though he failed to stop the other party, he managed to vie for sufficient time for Lin Lang to wake up. Injured and humiliated, Lin Lang was on the verge of erupting. I had not intended to use this item at all. However, since it has come down to this, I want you dead. Roaring furiously, GMO whipped his wrist, and a palm-sized circular plate appeared in his palm. Formation plate? Upon seeing the object the other party took out frenziedly, Lu Chong's eyes narrowed. He had heard of this item from his older sister before. It was called a formation plate. It was a method of compressing a formation into a small special jade plate. By triggering the jade plate, the formation inscribed on it would be activated, trapping or even killing one's enemies. In addition, one could use trigger a formation plate even if one wasn't a formation master. However, formation plates were extremely valuable, and each of them was worth a huge fortune. There was less than a handful of it even in Tianwu Kingdom. As a 2-star formation master, the son of the formation master guild master, and the younger brother of Shenyuan Kingdom's princess consort, it wasn't surprising for Lin Lang to possess this kind of survival mean on him. This isn't good. Lu Chong knew that a formation would immediately cover the surroundings as soon as it is triggered. Even though the might of a formation plate was inferior to that of a normal formation, it was still more than sufficient to trap a person who knew nothing about formations at all like Lu Chong. The moment Lu Chong was trapped, not only would he be unable to kill Lin Lang, his life might even be in danger. For the sake of exacting vengeance for his clan, he mustn't die. Retreat! Without any hesitation, Lu Chong dashed out. In just half a breath, he was already at the entrance of the Emerald Pavilion. Dressed in the attire of a servant, everyone thought that he was a servant whom young Master Lin Lang had entrusted an urgent matter to. As such, he was able to make the escape quickly without much obstruction. Wang! As soon as he left the Emerald Pavilion, he felt an intense burst of spiritual energy behind him, and a layer of mist seemed to envelop the infrastructure. The formation plate had already been triggered. I should hurry up and leave. Knowing that it wouldn't take long before the Lin clan sent men after him, Lu Chong didn't dare to stop here. In the blink of an eye, he blended into the crowd and disappeared from the watchful eyes of others. Having escaped from the Lin clan's pursuit once, he had learned how to prevent anyone from tracking him down, and he knew how he should act so as to avoid detection. Why was a formation triggered? Did something happen? This is the formation plate that young master brings along with him everywhere. Damn it, young master is in trouble. As soon as Lu Chong left, an uproar broke out in the Emerald Pavilion. The personal bodyguards of the young master immediately recognized that the abnormality originated from the formation plate that their young master always carried around. To go to the extent of even triggering his final mean for survival, he must be facing grievous danger. Hurry up and inform the old master. The formation spanned over the entire Emerald Pavilion, and most of the guards here lacked knowledge about formations. Thus, they didn't dare to move around recklessly. Even so, they had a special communication device. It didn't take long for the news to reach clan head Lin Ruotian. What happened? Why would Langer trigger the formation plate? With eyes as cold as ice, Lin Ruotian inquired with a steeled face. You better hope that Langer is all right. If something goes wrong, all of you will be buried along with him. Glancing at the bodyguards coldly, Lin Ruotian walked into the Emerald Pavilion. Even though the still active formation plate made it difficult for one to discern direction, as a 3-star formation master, Lin Ruotian was able to maneuver around it with ease. Walking straight towards the core of the formation, it didn't take long before he reached the toilet. Why would it be here? Lin Ruotian was perplexed. Hurry up and find the young master. The few guards hurriedly dived in upon hearing their master's instructions. A moment later, a swollen-faced fellow who was emanating a putrid stench was brought before Lin Ruotian. As the state of the other party registered in his eyes, Lin Ruotian was taken aback. He almost couldn't recognize his own son. Isn't the place Lin Lang opened supposed to be a place to eat and drink? Why did he fall inside the fecal drain? Who was it? Go find the culprit. Even if you have to turn Tianwu Royal City upside down, you better bring the culprit to me. Soon, after understanding the situation, a furious bellow pierced through the air, shaking even the clouds. Tianwu Academy, Xianxia's classroom. After instructing Mu Xueqing on several matters, he commenced his lesson. The Eye of Insight had significantly augmented his ability to impart relevant knowledge to others. In the past, he had to tap into the abilities of the Library of Heaven's Path to determine the flaws of Meng Tao and the others so as to guide and correct their cultivation methods. But now, all he needed to do was to expend a sliver of his soul depth to understand the problems the other party met during cultivation and offer the most accurate solution for it. This is the strength of a master teacher. Zhang Xian's eyes glowed. Initially, Zhang Xian had thought that master teachers were more of a title than anything else. Even though he had become a teacher, he didn't have a clear concept of what it was. After coming to an epiphany, his understanding of the occupation had reached higher heights. Every single action and gesture of his seemed to carry the disposition befitting of a teacher, and the slight sense of disharmony from before disappeared without a trace. With the Eye of Insight, even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he could easily peer into the essence of anything. He no longer needed to knock a person out or have him display a battle technique for everything. Even though the information he could obtain through the Eye of Insight wasn't as in-depth and detailed as that from the Library of Heaven's Path, and he still couldn't peer into the information of those possessing a cultivation higher than his, it was already a good start. As he grew stronger and his knowledge broadened, his Eye of Insight would continue to grow more and more formidable. Compared to the past when he had to intentionally feign the role of a master teacher, his actions now seemed to carry the natural grace of a master teacher, fitting him perfectly into the ideal concept of a master teacher. Very soon, he finished his lesson, but his students seemed to be drunk on his words. They felt their cultivation leaping, and it seemed as though they would achieve a breakthrough at any moment. In the past, when they attended lessons, they had to force themselves to learn. As time went by, some of them even began to detest attending lessons. However, after Lu Laosher became their teacher, they began to look forward to classes instead. Every single lesson made them feel as though they were drinking a barrel of divine wine, sending a surge of fresh air to all of them. Unknowingly, their trust toward him slowly but steadily deepened. Teacher, Princess Mo wishes to meet with you. As soon as the lesson ended, Meng Tao immediately walked forward. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian walked out. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Mou smiled gently, and for a moment, it seemed as though a field of flowers had bloomed. Lu Laosher, didn't you say that you wish to browse through the book collection vault of the kingdom? My father has asked me to invite you over. Back then, when Zhang Xian was treating the guardian beast, he brought up a request to browse through the kingdom's book collection vault. However, the duel between the two of his students occurred and he ended up missing the opportunity. Since there was nothing on at the moment, Mou decided to come over to extend her invitation. This was a show of goodwill from the royal family, as well as Mou's way of apologizing to him for hiding the matter regarding Zhao Ye and Mu Xueqing's duel. Yes, Zhang Xian agreed to it. Lu Chong had disappeared to exact his vengeance, while Xiaoya was in the midst of awakening her unique constitution. He was only meeting Mo Hongyi tomorrow to head to the Master-Teacher Pavilion together to end the Master-Teacher examinations, so he had nothing to do at the moment. Thus, he decided to make good use of this time to broaden his knowledge through the books of the kingdom's book collection vault. With Mo Yu leading the way, the duo soon arrived at the book collection vault. This is our kingdom's book collection vault. In it is the huge collection Tianwu Kingdom had gathered over the course of 1,000 years. There are no books that you are seeking that you will not find inside, Mo Yu introduced. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Tianwu Kingdom had more than 1,000 years behind it, and its collection reflected its long heritage. To Zhang Xian, the genre didn't matter, what mattered was quantity. In terms of books, Zhang Xian was probably the least picky reader in the world. If anyone else were to know his thoughts, they would definitely spurt blood on the spot. No matter how capable a master teacher is, even if he possesses photographic memory, browsing through 10,000 books is the maximum one could do in a day. Not to mention, a human's vitality is limited. One would have no choice but to read selectively. On top of that, different books were written from different people, and as such they contained different concepts and content. Often were the explanations in different books contradictory, making it extremely difficult for one to determine truth from false. If one were to absorb the thoughts of many different people without bias, it would just make one confused and lost. Thus, reading more books wasn't necessarily beneficial. Rather, one had to pick their books properly to pile up on their knowledge. Only this way would one's understanding of a topic deepen. Flipping through books randomly could cause one's mind to fall into chaos, and their cultivation might even go berserk due to this. But Zhang Xian was an exception. All books recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path would have their errors and flaws pointed out clearly. What that would have perplexed others meant nothing to him at all. Walking into the book collection vault, Zhang Xian took a brief glance and saw countless towering bookshelves erected all over the room. The number of books in here seemed to exceed 10 million. What kind of books are you interested in? I'll bring you there. Smiling, Mo Yu asked politely. The reason why she was considered a genius was because of the humongous quantity of books that she had browsed through. Ever since learning how to read when she was 6, she would spend at least 2 hours reading here every day. It would be no exaggeration to say that she was the most knowledgeable among her peers. At the same time, this had also given her a clear idea of the layout of this gigantic library. Despite the hulking number of books here, she could still roughly point out the bookshelves of where the books one wanted to find was. You should get along with whatever you intend to do. I can find the books that I want by myself, so I won't trouble your highness on that. Besides, I prefer a quiet environment when I'm reading, so, Zhang Xian said with an apologetic look. His way of reading books was simply too astounding. Just by running around the library, he could record the contents of the books into his head. If anyone else were to see it, they would definitely take him to be a lunatic. As such, he felt that it would be best for him to be alone while doing it. All right, I'll be going out now then. Seeing that the other party didn't require her help, Mo Yu left the room slightly disappointed. She felt that her charms were completely meaningless before this young man. Men of her age group would naturally find themselves allured by her looks, and they would try all means to perform and brag before her. Yet, this fellow seemed completely nonchalant to her presence, treating her as though she was merely a part of the background. Sometimes, she couldn't help but feel dismayed by Zhang Xian's response, or more exactly, lack of response. Could it be that he was uninterested in women? Could he be impotent? Cough, cough. Princess Mo Yu's face flushed. Given how capable the other party was as a physician, even if he was impotent, he would surely be able to treat himself. So, it must be that her charms weren't sufficient to attract the other party. After all, the other party was a genius who even Mo Hongyi couldn't compare up to. He must have high demands for his other half. Even though Mo Yu thought that she wasn't a bad candidate as a partner, that was probably limited to the sphere of a Tier 1 kingdom. The other party probably had his eyes set even further, so it's only normal for him to not be interested in her. Understanding all of these, She glanced regretfully at the young man, whose head was lowered in contemplation, before turning around to leave. Xianxia had asked her to look for means to strike up connections with Xianxia and Guildmaster Lu, and it would be best if she could make one of them her future partner. But from the looks of it now, it was definitely impossible. If Xianxia were to know of her thoughts, he would definitely shake his head. Rather than a lack of interest in beautiful ladies, Xianxia just hadn't met one who moved his heart. You might be pretty, but could she be prettier than Xiaoya? On the other hand, the latter was his student, so that was out of question too. Besides, he had spent his previous life in the digital age. What kind of beauty hadn't he seen before? He had long built up a strong immunity to physical charm. More importantly, he had just arrived at a foreign world, and he hadn't truly come to terms with it yet. On top of that, there was a lethal poison within him that was threatening to blow up if he didn't reach the level of a 9-star master teacher before 30. Given the threat on his life, how could he be in the mood to pursue romance? I should begin now. Seeing that you had left and he was the only person remaining in the book collection vault, Xianxia breathed out deeply. He walked over to the first shelf, placed a finger on the first book, and started running. Walalala. Under his touch, row after row of books appeared on the shelves of the Library of Heaven's Path. Having reached Xianxia realm pinnacle, as well as the strengthening of his soul, his rate of collection increased significantly. In a silent alley, Lu Chong stopped and panted heavily. After leaving Emerald Pavilion, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, changed his hairstyle, and hid his aura. He thought that he was already safe, but somehow, the men from Lin Clan still managed to find him. He had escaped from them several times already, and in the midst, he had tried changing into many different sets of clothes, but the other party was still able to track him down each time. I have made sure to conceal my appearance back in the Emerald Pavilion, and during my escape I made sure to stay out of open places as well. How could they still find me so quickly each time? Lu Chong frowned doubtfully. Despite his young age, he had undergone a near-death experience before, and because of it, he had learned how to escape from one's pursuers. Even though he had grown significantly stronger under Lu Laoshir's guidance, he didn't act recklessly. This assassination plot was actually carefully planned and refined over a long period of time. He had made sure not to catch anyone's attention in the Emerald Pavilion, and he was certain that no one had seen his face during the time he was there. So, how could his pursuers still find him each time? I can't allow this situation to continue on like that. Lu Chong's complexion was incredibly awful. With his strength and wariness, he successfully evaded his pursuers several times. However, he knew that continuing on like this wasn't a solution. Given how relentless the other party was in their pursuit, it was just a matter of time before he was caught. If I were to head to Tianwu Academy, I might implicate teacher and the other students. Fleeing beyond the city isn't an option either. Given the vast empty terrain outside, I'll surely be found quickly. So, I can only find a hiding place within the capital. Lu Chong was anxious, but he didn't panic. If he were to head to Tianwu Academy now, someone would definitely point out that he was Lu Laoshir's student, and this would bring calamity to his teacher and his peers. His teacher was his benefactor, so this course of action was out of question. As for escaping beyond the city gates, other than small patches of forests here and there, an empty plain extended to the horizon. Without the flow of crowd hiding his presence, he would only be making things easier for his pursuers. Given the Lin clan's standing, they could definitely mobilize the kingdom's army to encircle him. If he were to be surrounded in the empty plains, he would truly be doomed. Thus, the only solution was to remain in the capital. Under the concealment of the infrastructures and crowd, it would be easier for him to hide. But where can I hide for the Lin clan to be unable to find me? Lu Chong's mind whirled swiftly. Since the other party was able to find him despite having escaped multiple times, it was likely that they possessed some kind of special mean to track him down. If he didn't find a good hiding spot, it would just be a matter of time before he was found again. He would be a goner if the other party manages to surround him. Right? Tianwu Royal Palace. Suddenly, Lu Chong's eyes lit up. A location suddenly flashed across his mind. Back then, the news of the destruction of the clan was so carefully restrained that not a single person in the master-teacher pavilion knew of it. Lu Chong would never believe it if the Tianwu royal family didn't play a part in the matter. Since they had colluded with one another, he might as well hide in the royal palace and leave those two to fight with one another. After all, no matter how formidable the Lin clan was, they couldn't possibly brazenly demand to search the royal palace. Even if they did, the royal palace couldn't possibly give in the other party's demands easily either. That would be a humiliation to the royal palace, sullying the prestige of the royal family. With an idea in mind, Lu Chong headed straight for the royal palace. Having successfully cultivated the poison body, Lu Chong's current strength was at Xianxia realm intermediate stage. Even though his cultivation wasn't top-notch in Tianwu Royal City, there were very few who could match up to him. Most guards wouldn't be able to sense his presence. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the royal palace. Tianwu Royal Palace. Looking at his depressed daughter, Xianxia was perplexed. What's wrong? Guild Master Lu turned down the invitation. He came. Yu shook her head. However, he wishes to look through the books by his own. He doesn't need me to accompany him. Forget it. Xianxia sighed. This kind of thing depends on fate. If you two aren't fated to be, there's no use forcing it. He had been wanting to pair his daughter with Guildmaster Lu for a while now. If he got his way, he would be able to tie the other party onto his boat. In the future, if the Lin clan or Hongi harbored any thoughts toward the throne, they would have to think twice. But from the looks of it now, he seemed to have been expecting too much. His daughter could be considered as a phoenix among men, but she was still a far way off compared to Guildmaster Lu and Zhang Shi. Yu nodded. It wasn't that she was interested in Zhang Xian. All along, she had been the center of attention, and meeting a person who was nonchalant to her piqued her interest and her competitive spirit. However, upon seeing that she had no hopes, her heart calmed down swiftly. Father, is it the Lin clan who laid their hands on the guardian beast? Are there any movements on their end? Putting aside all other thoughts, Yu's eyes regained her previous clarity. 7 eunuchs were involved in this matter. However, the moment I started looking into this matter, all of them immediately committed suicide. Xianxia's eyes turned grim. I know that it's impossible for us to find anything this way. Furthermore, our enemies are in the shadows while we're in the open. This gives them the chance to prepare in advance. Even if we were to dig up anything, it might very possibly be something they planted to mislead us. Thus, while I had some of my men investigate this matter openly, I secretly sent the others on another trail. Sent the others on another trail? Yu asked in bewilderment. I sent them to track the origin of the poison. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Given how the poison was able to send the half-Jizuan gold-tailed lion into such a dire state without us noticing, it must be at grade 2 pinnacle, perhaps grade 3 even. Given how the poison was effective on even the gold-tailed lion, it must be extraordinarily potent. Grade 1 poison was capable of killing cultivators beneath Xianxia realm. Grade 2 poison was effective on Xianxia and even half-Jizuan. Even though this poison didn't kill the gold-tailed lion instantly, it accelerated its aging. Its effects were definitely at the level of a grade 2 pinnacle poison. Only the poison hall is capable of bringing out such a poison. Based on the results of my investigation, the Lin clan seems to have some dealings with Red Lotus City. In fact, the most powerful Great Herb King had arrived in the capital a few days ago. Xianxia flung his sleeves and harumphed. All of this is way too coincidental. As such, I sent my men to investigate the matter, and the conclusion is that the Lin clan is involved in this matter. Then what should we do? Confirming that it was the Lin clan's doing, Yu's complexion turned incredibly awful. Since the other party was able to make a move on the gold-tailed lion, it might very possibly be the members of the royal family next. Once one sets his eye on absolute authority, one's ambition would start to sprout like bamboo shoots after a rain. No one would be able to quell one's fiery desire anymore. Even though the gold-tailed lion has reached Jizuan realm, the Lin clan has Shenyuan kingdom serving as their backing. Thus, we can't afford to offend them. Knowing what his daughter was worried about, Mo Tianxue shook his head. So what if we know that they were the ones who did it? On top of a 3-star formation master, they even have the princess consort of Shenyuan conferred kingdom on their side. They aren't someone that we can afford to offend. As long as we pretend to be ignorant about it now, with the presence of the master-teacher pavilion, the Lin clan still wouldn't dare overstep their boundaries. However, if they were to turn against the Lin clan, Shenyuan kingdom only needed to send a slightly more formidable Jizuan realm expert to destroy their entire royal family. Indeed, it's just like the Chu clan back then. Seems like we're helpless once more. Understanding the troubles of her father, Mo sighed. The Chu clan might not be a prestigious clan, but they have a huge establishment in the city. Yet, for some reason, their entire clan of 137 people were killed overnight by the Lin clan. Even until now, I can't forget this matter. Mo Tianxue clenched his fists tightly. 2 years ago, the Chu clan of Tianmu Royal City, for some unknown reason, offended the Lin clan, and over the course of a single night, the entire clan had been purged. When the royal family sent someone to look into the matter, clan head Lin arrived in the palace personally and forced them to clamp down on all news. In the end, this matter could only end inconclusively. Despite being the emperor of the country, he was unable to protect his own people. As though a thorn, this matter had been pricking on Mo Tianxue's heart. Actually, this isn't father's fault. Back then, the other party was holding onto the Shenyuan kingdom's token, saying that they are carrying out the orders of the crown prince. As a tier 1 kingdom, we can't possibly disobey his orders. Seeing the sorrowful expression of her father, Mo consoled. Back then, it wasn't because they feared the Lin clan that they decided to lie low. It was because the other party was holding onto the edict from Shenyuan kingdom's crown prince. As a lower-tiered kingdom, they could only submit. I know. Mo Tianxue shook his head. In the end, a human can't defy circumstances. That's why I hoped that you can pull Guild Master Lu or Xianxia to our side. As long as one of them becomes the prince consort, they wouldn't dare to make a move anymore. That was the reason why Mo Tianxue had been trying to create opportunities for his daughter and Guild Master Lu to be together. However, the other party didn't seem to be interested in his daughter at all. Hearing her father's words, Mo felt a little depressed. Shaking her head, she was just about to speak when a panicked eunuch rushed into the room. What's wrong? Mo Tianxue frowned. Reporting to your majesty, the 3rd elder of the Lin clan has brought a large group of men here, saying that the royal family owes them an explanation. The eunuch trembled. We owe them an explanation? What does that mean? Mo Tianxue's eyes narrowed. We haven't even settled the score of the Lin clan poisoning the guardian beast. Yet the other party came knocking? Demanding for an explanation even? Could it be that they've decided to abandon everything and decided to just go through with it? Your humble servant doesn't know. They are currently at the gates of the royal palace, and they're about to rush in. The eunuch hurriedly replied. Let's go take a look. Harumphing coldly, Mo Tianxue and Mo started walking out. Soon, they arrived at the palace gates and saw a huge group from the Lin clan standing arrogantly outside. Emperor Mo Tianxue, I advise you to hurry up and hand over the man. If so, we can let this matter rest. Otherwise, don't expect this matter to end so easily. Upon seeing Mo Tianxue walking over, an elder walked forward with a menacing expression. Hand over the man? What do you mean? Mo Tianxue was baffled. Stop putting on an act. You sent your men to assassinate our young master Lin Lang. Even now, he's severely wounded and still in a coma. It can't be that you don't dare to admit it. The Lin clan's 3rd elder narrowed his eyes. Assassinate young master Lin Lang? Mo Tianxue was even more baffled. Could there be a misunderstanding? Even though he desired to destroy the Lin clan, he knew the potential consequences of doing so. As such, he had been suppressing his desire all along. Could it be that something had happened to young master Lin Lang? Misunderstanding? The culprit has already escaped into the royal palace, and he's currently within the palace walls. Yet, you say that it's a misunderstanding. The Lin clan's third elder sneered coldly. Unable to comprehend the situation, Mo Tianxue was about to continue asking when a gray-robed man silently walked toward him and whispered a few words into his ears. He was a member of the Shadow Squad. Given the huge ruckus in the Emerald Pavilion and that the entire Lin clan was dispatched to dig out the culprit, it didn't take long for news to reach the Shadow Squad. Hearing the other party's words, Mo Tianxue immediately understood the situation, and a look of dismay appeared on his face. He had never sent anyone, and even if he did, he would ensure that the entire Lin clan would collapse with a single blow. To leave Lin Lang in a coma, wasn't this offering the other party a reason to strike at them? Elder Lin Hui, I can tell you clearly now that Lin Lang Gongzi's condition isn't the doing of our royal family, Mo Tianxue said. Isn't your doing? Third Elder Lin Hui laughed frostily. I'm fine with you denying it. However, you'll have to get your guards to leave so that we can search the royal palace. We'll know the truth once we find the culprit. Mo Tianxue's face turned dark, and his entire body tightened. The royal palace wasn't only the royal family's foundation. It also represented the entire kingdom's dignity. If he were to allow them to search through the royal palace, what prestige would the Tianwu royal family have to command the entire Tianwu kingdom in the future? You said that the culprit has escaped to the royal palace? But do you have any evidence? Mo Yu frowned. Paying respect to Mo sure. Glancing at Mo Yu, Lin Hui chuckled softly and said, Of course we have our basis for saying so. Then he beckoned to the back. A man immediately walked forward with a cage in his hands. There was a snow-white mouse crawling around the cage. Lifting his nose, he kept sniffing around the place. This is a seeking mouse? Mo Tianxue's body jolted. The seeking mouse was a unique savage beast that possessed an extraordinarily sensitive nose. No matter what it was, with a single sniff, even if it was thousands of miles apart, it would be able to find it. This animal was even rarer than spirit stones, and it was hard to find even in conferred Shenyuan kingdom. To think that the Lin clan would actually possess one of them. If it was the seeking mouse, as long as the assassin left behind his scent, no matter how far he escaped or how many clothes he changed into, it was impossible for him to escape. Indeed, seems like Emperor Tianxue recognizes it. It's not my claim that the assassin is hiding in the royal palace, but the seeking mouse's judgment. Why? Does your majesty doubt its judgment? Lin Hui harumphed. This? Mo Tianxue fell silent. Since they had followed the trial of the seeking mouse here, the culprit must truly be hiding in the royal palace. However, for him to know nothing at all, what in the world was going on? All we want to do is to capture the man who harmed the young master. We won't wreak havoc in here. If your majesty insists on stopping us, we can only take it as a sign of guilt. Lin Hui continued. If that gold-tailed lion had died, the Lin clan would definitely make use of this opportunity to force the royal family who had ruled over Tianwu Kingdom for over 1,000 years to step down. However, not only did that savage beast not die, it even became a Jizuan realm expert. With this consideration, they had to think twice before doing anything. Before they were completely prepared, it was best not to fall out with the other party. Otherwise, if the Jizuan realm guardian beast were to make a move, it would be hard for the Lin clan's grade 3 formation to withstand its might. Fine. Our royal family definitely didn't send anyone to harm Lin Lang Gongzi. As long the seeking mouse finds the culprit, we'll know the truth. After hesitating for a short moment, Mo Tianxue nodded. Since the other party had the seeking mouse with them, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to find the culprit. They would have no reason to overturn the royal palace under the context of conducting a search. At the same time, Mo Tianxue would also like to see who it was who assaulted Lin Lang and ran to the royal palace to frame them. Since your majesty has agreed to it, I won't stand on formalities then. Seeing that Mo Tianxue had given in, Lin Hui raised his hand, and his subordinate immediately opened the cage, allowing the seeking mouse to jump out. Lifting up its slightly slender and long nose, it sniffed around before dashing forward. Follow it. The large group followed closely behind the seeking mouse. Where is this? Tianwu Royal Palace was massive. After a moment, Lu Chong was confused by the similar-looking infrastructures all around and lost his sense of direction. After dodging a few patrols, a towering infrastructure appeared before him. 3 large words were written on a plaque above the entrance. Book Collection Vault. So, this is the kingdom's book collection vault. The Tianwu Kingdom Book Collection Vault had all kinds of books from all around the world in it. It encompassed nearly all of the knowledge from the surrounding 13 kingdoms, making it extremely well known. Lu Chong had long heard of it. Many young men took it as an honor to be able to enter the library to browse through its books. To think that after circling around the royal palace, he would stumble into this area. To think that there are no formations guarding the area. Carefully taking a look around the book collection vault, Lu Chong was stunned for a moment. Usually, this kind of location where knowledge was stored should be guarded with a formation. Without a unique token or such, one would be attacked upon entry. Yet, at this moment, he couldn't sense the slightest ripple in the spiritual energy in the air. Apparently, the book collection vault seemed to be completely unguarded at the moment. Did someone stop the formation? Hurry up! He should be in here. Don't let him get away. Guard the area. Just as Lu Chong was overwhelmed with bafflement, he suddenly heard footsteps and voices. They're here. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters, Lu Chong rushed straight into the book collection vault. He silently opened the door and slipped into the area. He didn't have any other options. There was no place for him to escape to. He could only hope that the other party would back down due to the importance of this location. Row after row of books stood imposingly on the shelves, and giant night illumination pearls were embedded in the area, bringing radiance to this library. Surprisingly, there wasn't the slightest bit of gloominess and darkness that a sealed vault should have. Knowing that it was likely there was someone in here, Lu Chong carefully proceeded forward to look for a hiding place. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard flurried footsteps in front. He lifted his head to take a look. A figure was running about the book collection vault as though a lunatic. Other people came to the book collection to vault to read books or browse through books. Running in here. What the heck was this? Furthermore, to run so fast, it was impossible to even see the name of the book like that. What in the world was the person up to? Wait, teacher. Just as Lu Chong was perplexed over who this fool who was running about furiously was, his eyes suddenly caught the side profile of the other party's face and his body jolted. It was his teacher, Lu Chong. What was his teacher doing here instead of teaching at the academy? Lu Chong was dumbstruck. He had no idea what was going on. What are you doing here? Xianxia was in the midst of collecting books in the book collection vault when he noticed that someone was hiding by the corner. Initially, he thought that it would be Mou or someone from the royal family, but never in his dreams did he expect that it would be his student who was out for vengeance. He immediately stopped what he was doing and walked over. Aren't you in the midst of exacting your vengeance? Could it be that? Xianxia suddenly paused, and his eyebrows flew up. Your enemy is Tianwu Kingdom's royal family? The other party said that he was out for vengeance, but he ended up coming to the royal palace. Could the enemy of this student of his be the royal family? That's why the other party didn't tell him anything for fear of implicating him. That seemed extremely probable. Probably only the royal family was capable of inducing such fear in him, going to the extent of even playing off as a mute. If that was truly the case, then Xianxia would be in a spot. Putting aside his relationship with Mou, the Tianwu royal family had given him several spirit stones as a show of goodwill. On top of that, Xianxia didn't seem like the type to commit atrocities, slaughtering another clan on his own whim. Furthermore, even if he were to do so, given that he wielded authority in his hands, it wasn't too difficult for him to pin a crime on the other party. There was no need for him to do it so secretively. Could there be a misunderstanding between the two? Hesitating for a moment, Lu Chong was just about to speak up when the sound of hasty footsteps sounded outside. Xianxia! The doors to the book collection vault was opened. Search properly. The culprit is definitely inside. Walala! With a loud bellow, a group of men rushed in. The duo stood at the back of the first shelf, hiding from the sight of the crowd. As such, the crowd who came in didn't notice them immediately. Even so, they seemed as though they wouldn't back down until they found their target, so being caught was just a matter of time. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to survive this calamity, Lu Chong didn't panic. Instead, with determined eyes, he kneeled to the floor, kowtowed several times, and with reddened eyes he said, "Please pardon your unfilial student for being unable to wait upon you. If there's an afterlife, I hope that I can still become teacher's student." In the end, the person he felt the most indebted to was his teacher. If he died, he could accompany his parents and kin. On the other hand, this teacher of his had given so much to him, putting in so much effort so as to raise his cultivation. Yet, he was unable to repay the favor the other party had shown him. "Teacher, I am sorry. I didn't wish to disappoint you. Teacher, if there's an afterlife, I wish to become your student once more. There, I will serve you until I'm old, never to leave your side." Gritting his teeth, Lu Chong burst forward and headed straight toward the door. His sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the crowd. GG, the seeking mouse squeaked in confirmation of the target. "He's indeed here. Let's see where he can escape to." Sneering coldly, an elder of the Lin clan stepped forward. Hoo-hoo! Before even making a move, his intimidating aura had already permeated into the surroundings, revealing his Xianxia realm intermediate stage cultivation. Knowing that it was impossible for him to retreat, Lu Chong drove his poisoned body to its limit without the slightest hesitation to face the elder. "You must be tired of living." Chuckling softly, the Lin clan elder clenched his fist tightly and sent it straight toward Lu Chong. The immense might of the fist compressed the air, sending a huge gust of wind flying straight toward its target, making it difficult for one to breathe. Lu Chong's muscles tightened in the face of the overwhelming shock wave from the fist. As a clan of formation masters, the Lin clan had many years of history behind it. It possessed a huge collection of impressive battle techniques and cultivation techniques, making it on par even with the Tianmu Kingdom royal family. The battle technique this elder used was an exceptionally famous fist art, Fist of the Radiant Sun. This fist art was exceptionally powerful and violent, and it carried an energy reminiscent of the burning sun. It flew straight toward its target as soon as it was executed, leaving one helpless before it. Putting aside those of the same cultivation realm, even Xianxia realm advanced stage experts would immediately avoid it for fear of its might. It seemed like this fellow was adamant to defeat Lu Chong. In the very first move, he had already executed his strongest move. Knowing that death was what that awaited him, Lu Chong chose not to dodge. Instead, with reddened eyes, he charged straight at the other party. With a loud explosion, the elder's palm struck Lu Chong's body. At the same time, the latter's shoulder struck the elder's chest. Pong! The Lin clan elder spurted a mouthful of blood, and he was immediately sent flying backward. Then his vision turned dark and he fainted. On the other hand, Lu Chong was forced back 2 steps. He forcefully swallowed the blood which was regurgitating in his mouth. His Xianxia realm intermediate stage cultivation was very much different from that of other cultivators. His strength came entirely from his physical body. While the other party's Fist of the Radiant Sun was powerful, it only dealt excruciating pain to Lu Chong. It did little to wound his vitals. Having defeated a Xianxia realm intermediate stage expert with a single blow, Lu Chong roared deeply before continuing to charge straight to the exit of the book collection vault. If he were to stay here, not only would he die, he might even implicate his teacher. The only thing he could do now was to charge out of the other party's encirclement and escape as far as he could. It would be much better for him to die outside than to die here. Since you're already in here, don't dream of getting out. Not expecting the Xianxia realm expert of their clan would be knocked out in a single blow, Lin Hui's face steeled. Roaring furiously, he immediately stood in Lu Chong's path. That single movement revealed his cultivation realm. This third elder Lin Hui was a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert. Furthermore, judging from how dense his Jinqi was, he didn't pale to Xianxia in any aspects. he could be considered as strong even among those of the same realm. As expected of the number 7 in the 10 great experts ranking of the kingdom, Mou's eyes narrowed. Tianwu Kingdom had ranked the Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts in their territory based on their battle result. This elder Lin Hui usually kept a low profile, so he wasn't too famous in the kingdom. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. To be able to be ranked in the 7th place meant that even the top genius Mo Hongyi had to cross over 100 blows with him to defeat him. That assassin is probably done for. Mou turned to examine Lu Chong. Even though she had been to Zhang Xian's classroom, she had never met Lu Chong, so she didn't recognize him. However, upon seeing the other party's age, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. A 16 to 17-year-old Zhongshe realm intermediate stage cultivator. This feat was even superior to that of Mo Hongyi. When did such a monster appear in the kingdom? To be able to reach such strength at such a young age, his future must be bright. For such a talented person to destroy his own future by assaulting Lin Lang, he must have a huge grudge with the Lin clan. Turning around to look at her father, she realized that Mo Tianxue was also perplexed. Actually, Mo Tianxue was the most dismayed of the group. If it was someone he sent, at the very least, he wouldn't feel so indignant. Where in the world did this fellow pop out from? And why would he hide in the book collection vault of the royal palace? Even if he were to explain the situation now, the Lin clan would definitely not believe him. Looks like a huge battle can't be avoided anymore. While the duo was still in shock, Elder Lin Hui's palm had already fallen on Lu Chong. Voila! The other party's dense Zhenqi had sealed all retreat paths for Lu Chong, leaving him with no choice but to face the palm face-on. He might be able to charge straight at the elder before, but facing Lin Hui, due to the huge disparity in their strength, he could already feel the strength coursing through his body being suppressed even before crossing blow with the other party, making every single movement difficult for him. Kacha! Under the tremendous might, Lu Chong's body caved in, and he was just about to fall down. In a battle between experts, the slightest error could spell one's death. As long as Lu Chong failed to persevere on, not only would he be injured, the injury he sustained from before would also worsen, leaving him with no strength to fight back anymore. It's over. Under the immense pressure, Lu Chong felt that he was coming to his limits, and a dark shadow appeared in his eyes. His final wish was to escape as far as he could, even if it meant his death, so that he wouldn't implicate his teacher into this matter. Yet this elder was simply way too strong, leaving him completely helpless. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, my benefactor. Just as Lu Chong closed his eyes, giving up on all retaliation, he suddenly felt the force on his body lightened. Someone had grabbed him from behind and, who? He was thrown several dozen meters away. Pong! Lin Hui's massive strength fell on where Lu Chong stood before, and a layer of dust blew into the air. Unknowingly, a young man had appeared before Elder Lin Hui. He was the one who had thrown Lu Chong back just now. Who are you? To dare to stand in the Lin clan's path? Are you so eager to die? Lin Hui glared at the young man furiously, and a menacing killing intent burst forth from him. Hold it for a moment. It's a misunderstanding. Upon seeing the young man, Mo Tianxue hurriedly stepped forward. Mo Tianxue was the one who had his daughter invite Guild Master Lu here to browse through the books in the book collection vault. The other party must be oblivious to the happenings outside, and upon seeing the young man before him getting bullied by a group of experts, he couldn't help but step in to defend the other party. Thinking so, Mo Tianxue stepped forward to introduce both sides. Elder Lin Hui, this is the newly appointed Guild Master of the Physician Guild, Lu Chong. Guild Master Lu, this is the third elder of the Lin clan, Lin Hui. Lu Chong. Upon hearing the introduction, Lin Hui harumphed coldly in disdain. You must be the new guild leader who solved 19 questions on the Wall of Dilemma. In respect of your identity and standing, if you get lost now, I can overlook your previous actions. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. Guild Master Lu? Being a guild master may seem impressive, but without a sufficiently high cultivation realm, one couldn't even qualify to take on the official examination. In a sense, this title was empty. In any case, Lin Hui wasn't even afraid of the previous guild master. Why should he fear this pseudo? Initially, Xianxia thought that Lu Chong's enemy was the Tianwu royal family, and if that was the case, he would be put at a spot. However, upon seeing that it was the Lin clan, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Lifting his head, the edges of his lips slowly curled up. What if I refuse? Where in the world did this arrogant fellow come from? Guild Master Lu. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia was nearly scared to death. He hurried forward and explained the situation. The Lin clan young master has just met with an assassination, and Elder Lin Hui is in the midst of pursuing the murderer. The young man you saw just now is the culprit, so it's best for you not to get involved. Out of goodwill, Xianxia tried to advise Xianxia. Even he was unwilling to offend the Lin clan. The person before him might be the guild master of the physician guild, but before his cultivation becomes worthy of his position, he didn't wield the equivalent authority to it. Under such circumstances, it was wiser to stay out of the Lin clan's path. Besides, this matter is none of your business. Why should you involve yourself in such trouble? This friend here, I appreciate your goodwill. However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I am the one who beat up Lin Lang, so I'll leave with them. This matter has nothing to do with you. Clenching his jaws, Lu Chong walked forward. If Lu Chong were to admit to the relationship of the two, not only would he die, his teacher would be pulled down as well. The only thing he could do now was to steer clear of the other party. It was one thing for him to die, but he mustn't implicate his teacher in this matter. If that happened, even in death, he would never be able to forgive himself. Xianxia, don't quarrel with them. The Lin clan is problematic. Fearing that the other party might be oblivious to the situation, Mou hurriedly sent a telepathic message to him. At the same time, she felt a little bewildered. From the moment they met, this fellow had been a person who didn't like getting involved in troublesome matters. Why would he stand up for someone he didn't know? You refuse? Does Guild Master Lu intend to stand against our Lin clan for a stranger? Taking the attitude of the crowd into sight, Lin Hui immediately understood the situation and sneered coldly. As a member of the dominant Lin clan, he had the confidence to go with it. As long as he reported his identity, people would be willing to abandon even their closest kin, needless to say, a stranger. He thought that this Guild Master Lu was just young and hot-blooded. That's why he chose to stand forward for a stranger. The other party should back down in fear once he knew of their identity. After all, a Tier 1 Kingdom Guild Master in name meant nothing to the Lin clan. The other party was someone they could squash easily. Indeed, this friend, don't get into a conflict with the Lin clan for a stranger like me, Lu Chong advised anxiously. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Understanding the intentions of his student, Xianxia frowned and bellowed. Then, turning to Lin Hui and the others, he said, Pardon me, but I happen to know the assassin you speak of. He's my student and I am his teacher. Teacher, you? Lu Chong didn't think that his teacher would straight up admit to it. This was equivalent to directly opposing the Lin clan for him. His entire body shuddered, and his eyes reddened. He could no longer hold back his tears, and slowly, they trickled down his cheeks and fell to the floor. I am his teacher. These words sounded ordinary and simple, and there wasn't any excessive adornment or vehement emotions behind them. Yet, Lu Chong felt as though he was shrouded in warm water, and his blood coursed swiftly through his body. Having come from a wealthy clan, he knew how valuable the lethal poison his teacher concocted for him was. He also understood how valuable the cultivation technique the other party imparted him was. Without demanding anything return, he gave it his all to guide him, even going to the extent of offending the Lin clan. All of this just because he called him teacher. Just because he was his student. Teacher, do you know that your admission is equivalent to falling out with the Lin clan? They will never let you get away with this. It isn't worth going this far for a student who you've barely known for 6 days and hasn't done anything for you. I have truly pulled you down. Lu Chong's body trembled in agitation. Xianxia, you? Mou was taken aback as well. She had thought that the two weren't related to one another, but to think that the assassin was his student. But, even if the assassin was his student, they probably just met not too long ago. To offend the entire Lin clan over such a reckless fellow, was it truly worth it? Your student. Lin Hui was stunned. He found the situation hard to believe. This guild master Lu, despite being a Tongxian realm primary stage cultivator, actually groomed a Zhongshe realm intermediate stage student? But soon he recovered from his shock. This kind of situation wasn't completely unheard of in this world. A student might not necessarily be inferior to his teacher, and a teacher might not necessarily be more virtuous than his students. Everyone has their own strengths, and this is how the world operated. Given how skilled this guild master Lu was in the way of medicine, it was highly possible that this assassin was simply his student in medicine rather than cultivation. Indeed, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and nodded. Since the other party called him teacher, he couldn't abandon him at this moment. Even if it means offending the entire world, as long as you are my student, I will make sure you are safe. Good. Seeing the other party respond to his question, Lin Hui soon calmed down. Then, staring at Zhang Xian, the corners of his lips crept up. It's good that you admitted to it. Say, how did our young master offend you? Why did you send your student to assassinate him? Elder Lin, what do you mean by that? Even if Guild Master Lu is that boy's teacher, he can't possibly know every action of his. He isn't his nanny or maid. Mou's face darkened. So what if Zhang Xian was that fellow's teacher? Must it be under a teacher's orders that a student killed someone? What kind of logic was that? Teachers are only responsible for clarifying one's doubts and guiding one on the right path. They aren't responsible for their own student's life. In fact, even parents didn't have that responsibility. Sure, this is a matter between the Lin clan and Guild Master Lu. It isn't your place to interfere. Flinging his sleeves, Lin Hui interrupted Mou, turned to Zhang Xian, and chuckled, Guild Master Lu, you are also a respectable figure. Do you wish to follow me obediently, or do you need me to drag you away? He thought that the one who attempted to assassinate the young master was just an insignificant ruffian, but to think that such a formidable figure was behind it. However, this was an opportunity as well. As long as they taught this guild master Lu a lesson, they could strike fear in the hearts of the entire kingdom. Everyone would learn better than to offend the Lin clan. I'm not done browsing through my books, so I don't have the time to follow you around. Zhang Xian shook his head. When Lu Chong barged in, Zhang Xian had barely looked through half of the books in the book collection vault. He still needed some time to finish reading all of it, so he didn't have the effort to waste on this fellow. Browsing through books? Lin Hui was dumbstruck for a moment before his complexion darkened. I tried to spare your dignity, didn't I? No matter what reason you give, you have to follow me to the Lin clan today and accept your punishment. To dare to harm the young master of our Lin clan, at minimum, your cultivation will be crippled, or at worst, you might even be killed on the spot. Let me warn you, don't force me to make a move. You might be the guild master of the Physician Guild, but your strength is only at Tongxian Realm primary stage. You aren't a match for me. Killing you isn't any harder than smashing an egg for me. Teacher. Lu Chong immediately charged forward to stand before Zhang Xian, protecting him. Nervous, he clenched his fists tightly together. He had just experienced Lin Hui's strength firsthand, and it was indeed fearsome. His teacher's fighting prowess couldn't even compare to his. How could he be an opponent for the other party? Zhang Xian. Mou was also worried. She knew that Zhang Xian wasn't weak, but he was only at Zhongshe Realm primary stage. Furthermore, he only achieved a breakthrough during the master-teacher examination a few days ago, so it was impossible for him to be a match for the other party. Force you to make a move? Feel free to do so. Pushing Lu Chong to be side, Zhang Xian glanced at Lin Hui as though he was a pitiful fellow and shook his head. Since you are so eager to die, allow me to grant your wish. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Hui harumphed coldly. Then, with a swift movement, his palm flew abruptly toward Zhang Xian. Voila! Just like with Lu Chong a moment ago, before the palm could even reach, the air in the surroundings seemed to have solidified, locking Xianxia in place. Teacher! Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Chong was about to sacrifice himself to protect his teacher when he saw Lu Laoshi shake his head. The other party's hands remained firmly behind his back, and with a lazy expression, he lifted his legs and kicked at the other party. Zhang Xian's kick was so swift that one could barely see the afterimage of his movement. Before anyone could fully perceive the situation, his leg had already struck the area right in between the other party's thighs. Kacha! The crisp sound of eggs breaking echoed in the room. Ah! Flying into the air, Lin Hui released a high-pitched scream of agony, which threatened to burst the crowd's eardrums. After which, that arrogant fellow fell to the floor and scrunched together as though a shrimp. White foam kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and his entire body twitched non-stop. Ah! Lu Chong, Mo Tianxue, and the others were dumbfounded. They had seen Lin Hui's attack clearly, as expected of the seventh strongest expert in the kingdom. Before his palm even arrived, the pressure from his assault was already sufficient to render anyone helpless. Even if Mo Hongyi wanted to defeat the other party, he would take at least 100 blows. Yet, with a single kick, this Lu Laoshi immediately sent him rolling around the floor, as though a dying dog. When did subduing a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle expert become so easy? The heck? Aren't you a Tongxian Realm Primary Stage cultivator? To render a Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle expert powerless with a single kick? This Mou was also dumbstruck. She had personally seen Zhang Xian reach Zhongshe Realm a few days ago. There was a huge gap between Zhongshe Realm Primary Stage and Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, and it was completely impossible for the former to even match up to the latter. Yet, to subdue the other party with a single kick. How in the world did he do it? Even the guards behind Lin Hui were flabbergasted. They thought that it was a sealed deal since the third elder was making a move personally. Who could have thought that before his attack could reach the other party, he was already rendered infertile with a single kick? There's no need to face a person head-on in a battle. What you should do is to find the other party's weakness and utilize it against him. Take for example this elder, he managed to conceal his aura within, so his only visible flaw is that spot. If you strike at his weakness accurately, you can subdue him effectively. Ignoring the widened mouths of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned to Lu Chong and explained. The other party had reached Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle as well, and his fighting prowess was one to behold. In a straightforward battle, even despite Zhang Xian's immense strength of 5,000 ding, he couldn't have subdued the other party with a single blow. However, possessing the eye of insight, he was able to see the direction and speed of the flow of the other party's Xinqi. Thus, he immediately kicked out and struck the other party's Mingmen. And thus, this fellow was in for a round of suffering. Yes, despite nearly killing the Lin clan third elder with a single kick, his teacher still deciphered the entire situation and explained it to him as though it wasn't a big deal. Feeling a little awkward, it took Lu Chong a while before he recovered and hurriedly nodded his head. Good. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Zhang Xian instructed. Since you understand, give it a try. Previously, when Lu Chong was fighting against the other elder, his moves were too unpolished, and he relied too heavily on brute force to break through the other party's offense. Since he was free now, Zhang Xian decided to guide him along. Give it a try? Lu Chong hesitated. Indeed, cultivation and fighting instincts require consistent polishing and refinement. If you don't practice, how can you grow stronger than the others? Zhang Xian frowned. Battle techniques were just empty movements if one wasn't able to integrate it into a real battle. Only when one managed to bring it out naturally in a true battle would it be able to show its true might and effectiveness. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chong gritted his teeth and walked up to Lin Hui, who was scrunched up as though a shrimp. Then, facing a certain spot, he lifted his leg and kicked at him forcefully. Ah! Upon having that which was shattered kicked fiercely again, Lin Hui's eyes flipped upward. With this single blow, even the pipe was gone. Unable to hold on any further, he immediately keeled over. After kicking the other party, Lu Chong turned to look at his teacher to listen to his evaluation, only to see the latter glaring at him furiously. When I asked you to give it a try, I meant those guards. Who asked you to kick him? It was no wonder why Xianxia was angry. He explained so much to the other party to make him understand that technique is equally important and brute strength. His motive for asking the other party to give it a try was also simple. Even though Lin Hui was down, there was still a huge group of guards for him to practice on. Perhaps his skills might improve if he refined his offense on them. In any case, they were all his enemies, so it wouldn't matter beating them up either. But, what the heck are you doing? Why did you go and kick Lin Hui? That fellow is already spurting white foam. What can you learn from kicking him? Does stabbing a knife into a corpse means that you have managed to kill someone? Yes. It was only then that Lu Chong understood his teacher's intentions. With a face flushed in embarrassment, he charged straight at the other guards. The guards were mostly at Tongxian realm. While they weren't weak, but compared to a Zhongshe realm intermediate stage expert, they meant nothing at all. In just a short moment, they were all lying on the ground, motionless, and just like Lin Hui, white foam flowed out from their mouths. Even though Lu Chong's offense was still slightly stiff, there was a visible improvement from his completely unrefined movements from before. Thus, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Upon seeing this sight, Mou and Mo Tianxua's eyes circled around their socket, and they felt frenzied within. Lu Laosher, do you know what you're doing? This is the third elder and their guards of the Lin clan. To render the former infertile and knock out all of the guards. This is equivalent to a complete fallout with the Lin clan. There is no room for reconciliation. Your student might be reckless, but as an elder, you should know better. Teacher. After knocking out everyone, Lu Chong walked up to Xianxia and kneeled down. Agitation and gratitude reflected in his eyes. Being pursued, he had no choice but to hide his identity. In this period of time, he had undergone and seen numerous betrayals. He had once considered of the possibility that his teacher might deliver him to the Lin clan once he knew of his enemy. But contrary to all that he could have imagined, not only did his teacher not do that, he even helped him despite incurring the wrath of the Lin clan. He could never repay this gratitude in this lifetime. Knowing that Lu Chong was expressing his thanks, Xianxia nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, his mind jolted, and the library of Heaven's Path shuddered. The golden book appeared once more. This? Xianxia was stunned. He had only thought of saving his own student. He didn't think that the other party's gratitude would bring him a golden page. With this page, I can finally assimilate all of those books in the library of Heaven's Path into my knowledge. Xianxia smiled. After traveling out of Tianxian Kingdom, he had visited the Beast Hall, Poison Hall, Apothecary Guild, Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault. There were more than 12 million books in the library of Heaven's Path. The content of all of these books added up to an unimaginably massive amount of knowledge. By then, even without the library of Heaven's Path, his knowledge would be sufficient to awe others. Taking on the 3-star master-teacher examination wouldn't be an issue for him. I should think about it only after collecting the books in the book collection vault. Knowing that it wasn't easy to produce a golden page, Xianxia wasn't in a rush to use it. In any case, this was a single-use item. Thus, the more books he collected, the greater the use of the golden page. At the moment, he was only halfway through the books. It wouldn't be too late for him to use it once he was done collecting all of them. Delighted at the formation of the golden page, Xianxia looked at Lu Chong in satisfaction. Stand up. You are my student, and I am your teacher. As long as our relationship holds, I cannot stand by idly and watch as you are insulted. Helping the young man up, Xianxia nodded slowly. Understanding the true meaning behind the teacher and student relationship, Xianxia meant the words that he just said. The earnest sincerity in his words affected all those listening to it, as though an impartation of heaven's will, causing everyone's soul to tremble in agitation. Even he himself couldn't help but feel refreshed after saying those words. It was as though his mind had cleared up suddenly. Mou clenched her fists tightly. No wonder Xiaoya and Mu Xueqing are willing to give it their all to fight for his honor. So, this is the true meaning behind being a teacher and student. She was a master teacher as well, and she had her own students too. However, her understanding of teachers and students was only limited to the impartation of knowledge and clarifying doubts. All along, she couldn't understand how Xianxia's students could come into conflict with one another just because of a few words. But now, she finally understood. It was out of pure admiration for their teacher. It was because of their teacher's earnest sincerity in facing them that the students were willing to follow him, going to the extent of even fighting to defend his honor. Incredible! Mo Tianxue nodded. As the emperor of Tianwu Kingdom, he had met with many teachers and students. However, it was an extremely rare sight to see such deep trust between teacher and student. Many teachers and students only come together out of convenience and benefit, and such a relationship was bound to fall apart eventually. It was no wonder why he could win the hearts of all of his students in just a few days in Tianwu Academy. His character and charisma were truly way beyond other teachers, and this included master teachers as well. To win the hearts of others, one had to present his own first. He felt completely impressed. This Lu Laosher treated his students with his heart, treating them with utmost honesty and concern. Naturally, it was only right for him to win the love and respect of his students. Then, Mo Tianxue turned to look at the guards and the convulsing elder Lin Hui on the floor, and a headache immediately struck him. Cough, cough. It's not that I want to ruin this atmosphere, but Guild Master Lu, you were truly reckless this time. The people you two are going against aren't just anyone but the Lin clan. Even if the Lin clan don't dare to do anything to you out of fear of your position as the Guild Master of the Physician Guild. But what about your students? Your kin and friends? The Lin clan didn't just have the backing of the Formation Master Guild. There's also the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom, that unreasonable older sister of Lin Lang. This was what worried him the most. 2 years ago, a conflict broke out with the Chu clan when her elder sister was visiting, so she sent a Jizuan realm subordinate to destroy the entire Chu clan. The royal palace knew of this matter, but intimidated by the Jizuan realm expert, they couldn't say a single word. But now, the student injured Lin Lang severely, and according to the rumors, he even pushed the other party into a fecal drain, humiliating him. On the other hand, the teacher went even further, castrating the Lin clan's third elder, leaving him no different from a eunuch. This was picking a fight with the Lin clan. Furthermore, it was the kind of irreconcilable one. Reckless. Hearing his words, Xianxia looked at Mo Tianxue impassively and replied, "Even if I did nothing today, do you think that the Lin clan would treat me kindly?" This. Mo Tianxue was stumped. If Lu Chong was truly taken away today, given the Lin clan's means and connections, it would be a walk in the park to find out who his teacher was. Zhang Xian's feat of saving the gold-tailed lion and pointing out that it was poisoned had wrecked the Lin clan's plans, making him an eyesore to them. Even if they knew that Zhang Xian wasn't involved in this matter, they might very well make use of it to strike him. Thus, it was just bringing the conflict forward. Since Lu Chong calls me his teacher, I can't stand and watch idly by the side. Deciding not to dawdle on this matter, Zhang Xian said impassively, "I'm not done looking through the books yet, so I'll leave you all to settle the rest. As for Lu Chong, wait for me here. Don't leave this place first." After which, he walked back into the depths of the book collection vault, and it didn't take long for him to disappear from the eyes of the crowd. He wants to continue reading now? Even with this timing, he still has the mood to continue reading? Seeing him heading into the depths of the book collection vault, Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu glanced at one another and a strong sense of vertigo overwhelmed them. Big brother, this is the Lin clan. Even the royal family doesn't dare to face them head-on. After beating up their elder, you simply throw him on the ground and leave him to be. Continue reading? There are more than 10 million books in this book collection vault. Even a decade wouldn't be sufficient for you to finish all of them. What use is there for you to read for a little longer? This fellow, perhaps, he truly likes reading. After a long moment of silence, Mo Yu forced out a few words. It had been a while since she was acquainted with Xianxia. She remembered that back then, when they were at the Beast Hall, he also demanded to look through the books in the library. After which, when they arrived at Red Lotus City, the reward he wanted for treating the Great Herb King was also books. Right now, even though he had picked a fight with the Lin clan, all that was on his mind was to read books. Exactly how deep was his passion for reading? It was no wonder why he could take on so many occupations at such a young age. This probably had something to do with his passion for books. The thoughts of the duo wandered around the place. Actually, Xianxia wasn't acting calm. He truly didn't think much of the Lin clan. While it might be the dominant power in Tianwu Kingdom, but he didn't think that it posed a threat to him. Even though Xianxia's strength was only at Zhongshi realm pinnacle, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he could match up to even a half-Jizuan expert. If it comes down to it, he could also summon for the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast to back him up, or even reveal his identity as Xianxia, a genius master teacher, the senior of Pavilion Master Jiang, and master teacher Yang Xian's student. With his identity, no matter how brazen the other party was, it was unlikely that they would dare to do anything to him. Thus, in Zhang Xian's eyes, the Lin clan that Mo Tianxue and the others feared tremendously meant nothing at all. Rather than wasting time on them, it was a better use of time to read books. Lin clan. The Lin clan's elder assembly room was a grand and extravagant hall. It was usually restricted to the others, and even elders would have to apply for permission before being allowed to enter. However, at this moment, a huge crowd was gathered, and the entire field was chaotic. Two young men with faces swollen as large as a pig's head were lying on the floor. It was nearly impossible to discern who they were just by their outer appearance itself. They were Lin Lang and GMO Gongzi, whom Lu Chong mercilessly pummeled. At this moment, the filth had already been washed out from their body. But even so, the stench had seeped into their skin. No matter how many times they were washed, green flies still lingered around them, as though they had found a pair of rare delicacies. Just the sight of it was sufficient to disgust the food out of one. In the room stood the clan head of the Lin clan, Lin Ruotian, and few other people. Clan head Lin, what's going on? How did my son land in such a state during a visit to the Emerald Pavilion? Amidst the ruckus, a tall, middle-aged man walked over anxiously. The clan head of the Ji clan, Ji Feng. Upon seeing the motionless body of his son on the floor, Ji Feng's face steeled. Rage bubbled deep within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. He knew of GMO Gongzi's intention to visit Lin Lang Gongzi to plead with him. In fact, he was the one who hinted it to him. Otherwise, how could GMO ride a carriage out so openly when he was supposed to be grounded in the residence? Initially, he thought that with the influence of Lin Lang and the Lin clan, the matter with Xianxia could be easily resolved. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that before this matter could be settled, his son was already beaten up to such a tragic state. The Emerald Pavilion was Lin Lang's establishment, the expenditure abyss of the capital. Not even nobles dared to act up in there, yet GMO was knocked into a coma in there. Who in the world could it be? How dare he? Did he have no eyes for the law, for the Ji clan, for the Lin clan? Atrocious. Clan head Ji, calm down. The third elder has already led a team to apprehend the culprit. He should be returning soon, Lin Ruotian said. Besides, your son isn't the only one. Even my Langer came under his attack. Even Lin Lang Gongzi was attacked? Ji Feng had rushed here immediately upon hearing the news about his son being beaten up, so he was oblivious that Lin Lang was attacked as well. He hurriedly asked, "Where is Lin Lang Gongzi? Are his wounds severe? Isn't he lying together with your son?" Lin Ruotian's complexion darkened. "What in the world is wrong with your eyes? My son is lying right next to your son. How can you miss him? This is Lin Lang Gongzi." Only then did Ji Feng notice another figure lying next to his son, and he immediately leapt in shock upon seeing the face. Even though his son was severely injured, he could at least see the rough, distinctive features on him. But this Lin Lang Gongzi was beaten to the point that he didn't even seem human anymore. On top of that, an overpowering stench was emanating from him. If not for clan head Lin's words, Jifeng could have never imagined that this pighead-like fellow was the famous number 1 gongzi in the capital. It was impossible to guess this much solely from his outer appearance. What happened? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Jifeng asked hesitantly. He thought that the other party was already being brazen for beating his son, but to think that even Lin Lang Gongzi wasn't spared either. At this moment, he realized that the other party wasn't just brazen. He was insane. The two of them were already in this state by the time I arrived. Lin Ruotian shook his head. He wasn't exactly sure of the happenings either. He had to wait for the third elder's return to confirm the matter. Then, we should treat them quickly. Their wounds don't seem to be light. Seeing that the other party wasn't certain on this matter, Jifeng chose not to dawdle on this topic. Their injuries seem to be a little bizarre. Ordinary physicians are incapable of treating them. I have already invited physician Mu Hong from the Physician Guild over. Judging from the time, he should be arriving soon. Lin Ruotian replied. Okay. Jifeng nodded. Other than the guild master Lu, who suddenly became famous recently, the most capable physician in the capital was physician Mu Hong. As the previous guild master and a 3-star physician, he wasn't an easy figure to mobilize. Even so, he didn't dare to turn down an invitation from the clan head of the Lin clan. Not too long later, physician Mu Hong arrived under an elder's lead. Paying respects to clan head Lin and clan head Ji, Mu Hong clasped his fist and greeted impassively. As a 3-star physician, he had his own pride. Even though these two were powerful figures in the capital, given his standing, there was no need for him to act subserviently around them. Grandmaster Mu, I ask of you to save my son, Lin Ruotian hurriedly requested. Don't worry. Offering the other party an assurance, Mu Hong walked nonchalantly toward Lin Lang and GMO, squatted down and started examining the duo. There was no such thing as feeling one's pulse in this world, but examining, questioning, and listening were 3 fundamentals to diagnosing. Even though he couldn't question the other party due to their lack of consciousness, as a 3-star physician, he was still able to determine the rough problem the duo was suffering from. How is it? After a long moment of silence, Lin Ruotian couldn't hold back his anxiety any longer and asked nervously. Lin Lang was his only son, and he had always doted on him. Seeing the other party in such a state had left him discomposed. His injuries are severe. It seems like someone has struck him forcefully, only relying brute force. If I'm not wrong, the person who injured him must be someone who is adept in physical body cultivation. After finishing his diagnosis, Mu Hong exhaled deeply and stood up. Placing his hands behind his back, he began explaining. Cultivators often use jinqi when fighting with one another, and one of the most distinctive traits of injuries caused by jinqi was that they tended to be internal. In other words, injuries sustained from fighting with another cultivator tended to be at one's meridians or organs. On the other hand, the two before him had their teeth knocked off, bones shattered, and skin ripped apart. It was clear that this was mostly done using physical strength. Thus, the culprit must either be an expert skilled in physical body cultivation or a savage beast. A physical body cultivator? Lin Ruotian frowned. He hadn't heard of anyone cultivating one's physical body to the level of a Zhongshe realm in Tianwu Royal City. Perplexed, he looked at the physician Mu Hong worriedly and asked, Grandmaster Mu, is there any way to treat them? If not, I'll try looking for other physicians or perhaps invite Guild Master Lu over. Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. There's nothing to worry about. Hearing the doubt in the other party's voice and the words Guild Master Lu, Mu Hong's face darkened and he gestured haughtily. In the past, he was the top physician in the Tianwu Kingdom. No one dared to doubt his capability. But ever since Guild Master Lu's appearance, everyone had been carrying doubts at his skills. And this left him dismal. Was Guild Master Lu the only capable physician among them? Then, I'll be troubling Grandmaster Mu then. Hearing that the other party had a solution, Lin Ruotian and Jifeng heaved a sigh of relief. Not wasting any time, Mu Hong immediately flicked his wrist, and a jade bottle appeared in his hands. With a slight shake, Medicinal fluid immediately flowed out and dripped on Lin Lang's exposed skin. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Upon contact, bubbles started to appear on the wounds, and the glaring lacerations healed at a speed visible to one's eyes. Incredible! Seeing the apparent effects, Lin Ruotian and Jifeng's eyes lit up, as expected of a 3-star physician. His skills were indeed superb. This is a medicinal fluid that I concocted by myself. It is exceptionally effective on external injuries. Regardless of what injury it is, upon contact with it, it'll heal quickly. It's truly a miraculous medicine. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the two, Physician Mu Hong nodded in satisfaction. However, halfway through his words, Lin Ruotian's face slowly turned into shock. "Wait, Grandmaster Mu! Look!" Seeing the other party's bizarre reaction, Mu Hong immediately followed the other party's fingers and glanced at Lin Lang, and the sight before him left him dumbstruck. The wound that had just healed torn apart, and the laceration grew even larger than before. Even worse, blood flowed profusely out of the wound. Take, for example, if the wound was 2 fingers wide before, after coming into contact with the medicinal fluid, not only did it not recover, it even became 3 fingers wide and started bleeding. What's going on? He had just bragged that his medicine was a private concoction when such a matter occurred. Mu Hong's complexion immediately turned awful. He quickly poured the fluid on another region. Siyila, just like before, the regenerated flesh suddenly tore apart once more and became even more glaring. That can't be. He didn't expect such an abrupt change. With a flick of his wrist, Physician Mu Hong took out 7 to 8 different medicinal fluid and poured them into different wounds. These miraculous medicines for one's external wounds were also effective at the start, but before long, the wounds started tearing apart once more. It was just a while ago that Lin Lang's bleeding stopped and his condition stabilized, and they thought that with Physician Mu Hong's skills, Lin Lang could make a full recovery. However, not only did the latter fail to treat Lin Lang, he even caused the wounds to widen and blood started flowing profusely from them once more. With every passing second, Lin Lang's face was turning paler and paler. "Grandmaster Mu, please, stop for a moment." Seeing the other party grabbing another dozen bottles once more, clearly intending to try them one by one, Lin Ruotian shuddered and hurried forward to stop him. "Grandmaster Mu, I invited you here to treat my son, not to kill him. If you continue on like this, my son will probably die from excessive bleeding before you manage to find the correct medicine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Physician Mu Hong interjected as his face darkened, trying all of the medicinal fluids in his storage ring one by one. The frown on his face slowly deepened, and his complexion turned more and more awful. Eventually, by the time he finished experimenting with all of his medicine, Lin Lang's breathing was already extremely faint, to the point that it seemed as though he was just a step away from death's embrace. "So, how is it?" Lin Ruotian's lips quivered vigorously. Even though his son was severely injured, he was still in a stable condition a short while ago. Yet, under Physician Mu Hong's hands, his son's condition deteriorated by the second, to the point that it seemed as though he would die at any moment. This made Lin Ruotian extremely frustrated, but he didn't dare to lash out at this moment. If not for Guild Master Lu foiling his plans, making him subconsciously hostile toward him, he would have surely invited him over instead of Physician Mu Hong. If this previous guild master was at a loss as well, Lin Ruotian had no idea what he should do next. "Based on my diagnosis, Lin Lang Gongzi's wounds aren't just normal, superficial wounds. I'm afraid that he's poisoned." After hesitating for a moment, Mu Hong slowly answered. "Poisoned?" Lin Ruotian was taken aback. Could the person who attacked his son be a poison master? Otherwise, normal poison should be ineffective against Zhongshe realm experts. Indeed, this poison is extremely bizarre, so I wasn't able to recognize it instantly. However, there's no need for you to worry too much about it. I will use my Jinqi to expel it. Once the poison is expelled, his injuries shouldn't open up again. By then, he'll recover swiftly, Physician Mu Hong replied. After trying out numerous medicines, he finally concluded that the other party had been poisoned. Otherwise, how could these medicines, which were effective on others, have such bizarre effects on him? However, there were countless different poisons in the world. Mu Hong wasn't a poison master who specialized in the field, so there was no way he could identify the poison Lin Lang was suffering from. Thus, the only possible treatment he could conduct was to forcefully expel the poison from the other party's body. "I'll be depending on Grandmaster Mu then," Lin Ruotian hurriedly nodded. Replying casually, Mu Hong helped Lin Lang up and sat cross-legged behind him. Placing his palm on the other party's back, he slowly infused a surge of Jinqi into the latter's body. There was a unique method to expel the poison from another person's body. As a 3-star physician, he had learned it before and was familiar with it. His Jinqi slowly flowed through the other party's meridians, checking them inch by inch. Here it is. Before long, Mu Hong found where the poison was located, and his eyes lit up. After one was poisoned, the poison would flow through one's meridians and travel around one's body. If one wanted to expel it, one had to locate it first. Otherwise, regardless of what solutions one used, if it was targeted at the wrong spot, it would all be for naught. Lin Lang Gongzi cultivates the Lin clan's cultivation technique, so his Jinqi should be of a completely different nature from mine, making it impossible for the two to fuse together. I just have to wrap my Jinqi around the poison Jinqi and force it out of his body. After finding the precise location, Mu Hong didn't get excited. Instead, he became even warier instead. Being poisoned meant that the poison had already fused with one's Jinqi and body. To expel it, one's Jinqi had to be of a different nature from the other party first. Otherwise, if the Jinqi were to fuse together, not only would one be unable to expel the poison, it was also highly likely that the poison from the patient would travel back to the one treating him. The Lin clan's cultivation technique that Lin Lang cultivated was completely different from that physician Mu Hong cultivated. To make an analogy, it was just like oil and water. As long as he proceeded carefully, it shouldn't be a problem for him to expel the poison Jinqi out. Physician Mu Hong carefully pushed his Jinqi toward the other party's poison Jinqi. And then, the two touched. Just as he was intending to expel that poison Jinqi out of Lin Lang's body, tizazazila, an explosion sounded. It was as though fire meeting with gasoline. The poison immediately seeped into Physician Mu Hong's Jinqi. What? Physician Mu Hong's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, his hands swiftly turned black. Then, the poison immediately spread upward, turning his arms black as well. How is this possible? Mu Hong's face turned pale. He nearly turned insane on the spot. He had seen potent poison, but he had never seen one so formidable. He had personally treated a victim of a grade 2 poison before, and logically speaking, as long as his Jinqi was immiscible with that of the patient, the poison shouldn't pose any threat to him. After all, if their Jinqi doesn't fuse together, there was no medium for the poison to afflict him. What in the world was this? Why was his Jinqi immediately poisoned, as though gasoline coming into contact with flames? Damn it! It must be because pure Jinqi is contained within this poison. That kind of Jinqi is capable of fusing with any Jinqi. A thought suddenly flashed through Mu Hong's mind, and he recalled some records on a book. Given that his Jinqi swiftly fused with the other party, transmitting the poison during the process, there was only one possibility. That was, the one who poisoned Lin Lang possessed exceptionally pure Jinqi. This allowed the poison to fuse perfectly with his Jinqi, thus transmitting the poison to him in an instant. Doomed! Mu Hong's body swayed. Not only did he fail to cure Lin Lang of his poison, he even got poisoned instead. Mu Hong was on the verge of tears. He was just thinking that he could prove to the Lin clan that he wasn't inferior to Lu Chang by treating Lin Lang successfully. Yet the situation ended up like this. What in the world was this? Flicking his wrist, Mu Hong immediately took out an antidote and sucked on it in his mouth. Just as his condition just barely alleviated, Lin Ruotian walked over with a panicked expression and grabbed his hand. Grandmaster Mu, what's happened? Why did you? Stop! Mu Hong had just forcefully suppressed the poison aura from traveling around his body when the other party's sudden grasp interrupted his concentration. Suddenly, he lost control of his Xianxia, and the poison Xianxia immediately broke through the two blockages he had just created on his arms and spread across his entire body. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Mu Hong's mouth. His body staggered weakly. There's something weird about his poison. Before Mu Hong could finish his words, his vision went dark and he fainted. Grandmaster Mu! Seeing a 3-star physician, as well as the previous guild master of the Physician Guild faint on the spot, Lin Ruotian and Jifeng were stunned. Who can tell me what just happened? Physician Mu Hong, aren't you here to treat our sons? Why did Lin Lang's injury worsen with every action you took? Not only that, your face turned pitch black, and you even fainted. To think that a physician would get poisoned in the midst of his treatment and faint. Mu Hong, didn't you just confidently declare for us to not worry? Don't worry. With this kind of standard, I would be a fool not to worry. What do we do? Not only did they fail to treat the other party, the physician even fainted. Lin Ruotian and Jifeng stared at one another light-headed. What kind of opponent did Lin Lang and GMO meet for them to land in such a state? Physician Mu Hong's medical skills are top-notch in Tianwu Kingdom. If even he is helpless toward their affliction, then no physician will be able to do anything. A moment later, Jifeng suddenly thought of something and said, unless we neutralize the poison in their bodies first. Neutralize the poison in their bodies? We don't even know what kind of poison it is. How can we neutralize it? Lin Ruotian shook his head. It was no easy feat to neutralize a poison. Without knowing that poison it was and the concentration of it that one consumed, it was impossible to do so. Indeed, if we wish to treat a poison which even Grandmaster Mu is helpless toward, we will require the help of a real poison master. Jifeng nodded. Poison master? Right, the great herb king of the Red Lotus City is currently in the capital. Hurry up and invite him over. I heard that Hall Master Liao Sun of the Poison Hall had just arrived yesterday as well. Invite him over too. Upon hearing the words Poison Master, Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly issued several instructions. He had some connections with the great herb king, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to procure the poison used to kill the gold-tailed lion. Hall Master Liao Sun? Isn't the Hall Master of the Poison Hall? Clan head Jifeng asked doubtfully. Jifeng didn't have much contact with the Poison Hall, but as one of the most feared and unique occupations, he knew a thing or two about it. He might not remember the name of the Hall Master precisely, but he was certain that it wasn't Liao Sun. Furthermore, what in the world was the Hall Master of the Poison Hall doing at Tianwu Royal City instead of his own base? I don't know the details either, but it seems like the previous Hall Master passed away, and his student had taken his place. The reason why he's here is to send off a seemingly formidable figure. Lin Ruotian pondered for a moment before replying. He had heard the news from the mouth of the great herb king personally. It seemed like the headquarter had sent an envoy to their branch, and Hall Master Liao was here to see off the other party. Regardless of the reason, their presence is a secret. We mustn't let anyone learn of it. After explaining the situation, Lin Ruotian turned to look at Jifeng, and a menacing glint flashed across his eyes. Clan head Ji, I only told you the truth because of the several generations of close ties between our clans. You should know, better than most, what you should and shouldn't say. Poison masters had a hostile relationship with the other occupations. If other people were to learn that the Hall Master of the Poison Hall was here, it was highly likely that unnecessary conflict might occur. Clan head Lin, don't worry. My lips are sealed. Seeing the other party's stern expression, Jifeng's face turned grim as well, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. He had no choice but to submit. Given the Lin clan's strength, if he were to do anything excessive, the Ji clan might be history tomorrow. And the Tianwu royal family would be pleased to see such a sight. Large clans like theirs were a hindrance to the authority of the royal family. They would definitely be delighted to see them destroying one another. Not too long later, the great herb king and Hall Master Liao Sun arrived in the room. At this moment, Liao Sun already had the disposition and authority befitting that of a Hall Master. With his hands behind him and eyes that seemed to peer into the far distance, he felt like an unfathomable being. Upon seeing him, the incomparably arrogant Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng didn't dare to pull their weight at all. They hurriedly clasped their fists and greeted him. Lin Ruotian and Ji Feng pay respect to Hall Master Liao. Different from the other occupations, poison masters tended to have weird quirks in their character. If one were to offend a poison master, he could very well poison one without one noticing, and one would die with utmost grievance. Seeing the respectful attitude of the two, Liao soon nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, glancing at the duo, he asked, "May I know what business does Clan Head Lin have to invite me over so urgently?" "It's like this," Lin Ruotian immediately replied. "My unworthy son is afflicted with lethal poison, and even physician Mu Hong is helpless before it. Thus, I invited you over in hopes that you could save him." "Afflicted with lethal poison?" Liao soon glanced at the trio lying on the ground, including physician Mu Hong, impassively and replied, "They're indeed poisoned. However, why should I help you? What business of it is mine that your son got poisoned? Other people might be eager to suck up to your Lin clan, but I'm not interested in it at all." Seeing the nonchalance on the other party's face, Lin Ruotian's face flushed. He felt so stifled that he could puke blood at this moment. The Lin clan was the #1 clan in Tianwu Kingdom, and all along, he had been the one to crush others with his authority and demanding for privileges from others. When was anyone able to speak to him like that? However, before this dangerous man, he didn't dare to act up at all. The other party was indeed weaker than him, but poison masters tended to have numerous bizarre means up their sleeves, and they couldn't be measured simply by their cultivation. There were plenty of weak people who were capable of killing experts stronger than them. Not only was this Liao Sun the hall master of the poison hall, he was also a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert as well. It was in Lin Ruotian's best interest not to offend the other party. Otherwise, if the other party were to fly into a rage, he might just poison everyone in the residence. Thinking of this, no matter how infuriated Lin Ruotian was, he could only suppress his rage down. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his grasp. This is the Golden Origin Pill, a Grade 3 intermediate pill. This is forged by Grandmaster Tai Yu of Shenyuan Kingdom, and it has reached the level of perfection. It'll definitely help your cultivation to advance upon consumption, and you might even step into the level of a half Shizuan. The attribute of the Golden Origin Pill was metal, and metal had a sharp nature. The pill carried the effect of breaking through the bottlenecks one faced in one's cultivation. Furthermore, at the level of perfection, the value of this pill was immense, rivaling that of a spirit stone. It wasn't an easy decision for Lin Ruotian to take this out. Golden Origin Pill? Without even looking at it, Liao Sun waved his hands in disdain and said, "Pills are useless to poison masters. Don't even bother taking such stuff out. You'll embarrass yourself. Poison masters cultivated poison attribute cultivation techniques, and they consumed poisonous substances to augment their cultivation. Pills didn't have much of a use to them." Not expecting that the other party would treat the item, he had to undergo a mental turmoil to take out with disdain. Lin Ruotian's face immediately reddened in embarrassment. At this moment, he was completely lost, not knowing what else he could offer the other party. "All right, how about this? I'll state my terms, and as long as you can accomplish it, not only will I help you resolve your son's poison, I can even kill someone for you." Liao Sun glanced at Lin Ruotian and said, "Feel free to speak." Seeing that the situation wasn't completely hopeless, a spark of hope appeared in Lin Ruotian's eyes. "Simple. I heard that your Lin clan is extremely influential in the kingdom. Thus, I hope that you can help to construct a trading hub for poison masters in the capital." Liao Sun revealed his motive. If not for this, he would never have come here. Poison masters couldn't just stay in the poison hall for their entire life. They also had to come out and trade with others. If a trading hub could be built here, it would mean that the identity of poison masters would be officially recognized. If so, they could avoid many troubles, and there would be no need for them to intentionally hide from public view. Lin Ruotian hesitated for a moment. I believe that you should know that even though our Lin clan possess immense authority in Tianwu Kingdom, we aren't the true ruler of the country. I'm afraid that we might incur the displeasure of the guilds if we were to build a trading hub here all of the sudden. Don't beat around the bush. The great Herb King has already told me what you're up to. Didn't you poison the gold-tailed lion so that you can replace the monarchy? Don't worry. As long as you agree to my request, we have a poison that can deal with that Jizuan realm guardian beast. Liao Sun replied impassively. You have a poison that can deal with Jizuan realm savage beasts? Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up. The sudden breakthrough of the gold-tailed lion had forced him to rein him in ambitions. The promise of Hall Master Liao had caused his ambitions to emerge once more. Honestly speaking, even without opening up a trading hub, poison masters were still trading in public. In truth, the Red Lotus City was already the largest trading hub for poison masters. In a sense, opening a trading hub in the capital wouldn't change anything, yet at the same time he could pull an expert to his side. Why should he turn down such a beneficial deal? Thus, Lin Ruotian nodded, and just as he was about to speak, a guard suddenly rushed in. Clan head, this is bad. Even before reaching the room, the guard's voice had already sounded. What's wrong? Interrupted, Lin Ruotian was displeased. The third elder, he. The lips of the guard who came in quivered violently. What's wrong? Did he catch the culprit? What's there to panic about if the culprit has been caught? Lin Ruotian asked. Given that the third elder had gone out personally to apprehend the culprit, it was likely that the culprit had already been killed by now. That's not it. Someone has sent the third elder back. He is severely wounded, and he's currently unconscious. Furthermore what? Someone has kicked his lower body, and he's already completely inept. The guard was on the verge of tears. Kicked his lower body? Lin Ruotian was stunned for a moment before frenzy spread across his entire face. Who is it? Who is the one who dares to assault a member of our Lin clan? The heck! The Lin clan had always been a dominant power in the capital, an influence that no one dared to provoke. What in the world was going on today? First, his son was pummeled by someone and thrown into the fecal drain. Then, the third elder, who had gone on to investigate the matter, was kicked infertile. When did the Lin clan become such easy targets to bully? If they were to remain motionless before such clear provocation, how could the Lin clan establish its might in Tianwu Kingdom? It's the royal palace who sent them back here. It's said that the culprit who assaulted the young master had escaped to the royal palace, but the third elder still managed to track him down through the seeking mouse. Eventually, a fight occurred, and the third elder has been reduced to such a state from a kick by his opponent. As for the other guards, we don't know whether they're still alive or not. The guard revealed everything that he knew about the matter. The one who attacked the third elder seemed to be the new guild leader of the Physician Guild, Lu Chang, and the one who attempted to assassinate young master is his student. The Lin clan had spies in Tianwu Kingdom, so it wasn't difficult for them to get their hands on this news. Lu Chang? Damn it, to dare to injure my son and the third elder. He's disregarding the authority of our Lin clan. I swear that I will kill him. After clarifying the entire issue, Lin Ruotian howled frenziedly. Where did this fellow come from? Why did he keep hindering the Lin clan? Was he addicted to it? We are already very kind to overlook the matter of you curing the gold-tailed lion and hindering our ploy. Yet, you still dare to send your student to assassinate my son, even going to the extent of injuring the third elder yourself. You are just an honorary guild master. Did you think that you are some big shot? Men, capture Lu Chang and bring him to me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell the anger boiling in me. Feeling so stifled that he could spurt blood, Lin Ruotian gestured grandly, and the aura of a conqueror slowly exuded from him. Who cares that you are some mere guild master or genius? I'll kill those who dare to offend me. Even if the Physician Guild headquarters were to investigate this issue in the future, I would stand on the side of reason. Before he could finish issuing his instructions, another guard ran over anxiously and reported, Clan head, This is bad. That Guildmaster Liu and his student are already at our door, saying that they'll settle the score with our Lin clan today and return justice to the world. They demand us to apologize. Apologize? He injured our men, and he still wants us to apologize. With eyes turning crimson, the final string of Lin Ruotian's sanity snapped. Is there something wrong with him? Lin Ruotian was the clan head of the #1 clan of Tianwu Kingdom, a 3-star formation master, and a half-Jizuan expert. Of the 13 countries, everyone would bow to him in utmost respect, not even daring to breathe loudly for fear of incurring his wrath. Yet, not only did this fellow pummel his son and an elder of the clan, he even came here to settle the score, saying that he wanted to return justice to the world. The heck? I should be the one settling the score with you. What the heck are you here for? Lu Cheng, you rascal. I will make you regret your actions. Did you think that our Lin clan is something you can play with? Let me tell you, our Lin clan has never feared anyone before. Since you are so anxious to die, I'll grant your wish. With a face completely stiffened with anger, Lin Ruotian prepared to head out to see what the other party was up to when a voice so loud that it echoed throughout the entire capital sounded. The head of the Lin clan. Whoever you are, hurry up and get out here to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. A voice seething with rage boomed across the lands. The heck? Who the heck is that? He must be insane to dare to pick a fight with the Lin clan. To be so disrespectful to the Lin clan. What's going on? Hearing the deafening voice, everyone was scared out of their wits. Openly provoking the Lin clan? Who could that brazen fellow be? Isn't he being too gutsy? Get nasty with his meager ability? Isn't he afraid of biting his tongue bragging like that? He must be tired of living. The declaration outside sent the Lin clan's hall into an uproar. The eyes of the elders turned red with fury, and they were about to faint from anger. Ever since the Lin clan's rise to power, when had anyone dared to insult them publicly right at their door? How dare that conceited physician do so? Damn it! Elders, follow me. Let's slaughter that arrogant fellow. Bellowing furiously, Lin Ruotian started walking outside. But halfway through, he suddenly recalled something and turned to look at the Great Herb King and Hall Master Liao Sun. Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King. I might have to trouble you two on something. The duo stared at one another. My son and G-Clan's Gongzi were poisoned by the student of Lu Cheng, so there's a high probability that his student might be a poison master as well. It is difficult for me, even as a half-Jizuan, to deal with a poison master. Thus, I hope that Hall Master can help me. Poison master? If he is one, I would definitely know of him. Otherwise, he probably only learnt some superficial stuff outside. Hall Master Liao nodded as he gestured casually. All right, leave that little ant to me. It isn't anything much anyway. As the Hall Master of the Poison Hall, there was no reason for him to not know any poison masters in this vicinity. Since he had never heard of the other party, that could only mean that he wasn't anything at all. Thank you. Lin Ruotian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded. Actually, what he feared the most wasn't Lu Cheng, but his poison-using student. Even physician Mu Hong was unable to resolve the poison on Lin Lang, which goes to show how dangerous the poison was. Given how Lin Ruotian didn't know a single thing about poison, there was a high chance he might fall to it as well. Since the Hall Master of the Poison Hall was willing to make a move, then there was no need for him to worry at all. Let's go! With sufficient backing at hand, Lin Ruotian immediately led the various elders, Liao Sun, Grand Elder, Jifeng, and the others out. Returning to an hour ago, after stretching his back lazily, Xianxia walked out from the kingdom's book collection vault. After more than 2 hours of hard work, he had finally added all of the books to the Library of Heaven's Path. Due to him overexerting himself and collecting the books too quickly, he felt like groggy-headed at the moment. It was fortunate that he had experienced a significant rise in his cultivation recently, and he had been nourished by the insight energy when he became a celestial master teacher, thus strengthening his soul significantly. Otherwise, he would have definitely fainted halfway through by the violent jolt in his head given the speed he was collecting at. Right now, I am only lacking the books at the Physician Guild and Formation Master Guild. I should find some time to finish those books there before using the golden page. Xianxia muttered silently. He wasn't anxious to use the golden page. It was a one-time consumable, and he wanted to maximize what he got out of it. Lu Laosher. The moment he walked out, Lu Chong immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu were around as well, and they immediately walked up to Xianxia. It wasn't that they didn't wish to leave, but they dared not to. If they were to leave now, what would they do about those fellows lying on the floor? You haven't sent them back yet? Seeing that the third elder was still convulsing on the floor, Xianxia was taken aback. The imperial physicians of the royal palace had conducted a primary treatment on them, but given how severe their injuries were, this primary treatment was only sufficient to prevent their injuries from worsening. Send them back. Mo Tianxue scratched his head. You didn't say how we should go about settling this. How do we know what we should do? Sending them back was no different from declaring war on the Lin clan. There would be no retreat if they were to do so. We can't possibly leave them to die here. Shaking his head casually, Xianxia turned his attention from the wounded to Lu Chong and said, You should be able to tell me about your enemies now, right? For fear of implicating his teacher, Lu Chong beat around the bush when Xianxia asked him the last time. However, since Xianxia was already involved in the matter, it should be all right for Lu Chong to explain the entire happenings already. Upon hearing his question, Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu's attention was piqued. They also wanted to know what in the world happened that made this fellow beat up even the young master of the Lin clan. Yes. Knowing that there was no use hiding it any longer, Lu Chong finally nodded and explained. Actually, my name is not Lu Chong but Chu Chong. I am the young master from Tianmu Kingdom's Chu clan. Chu clan? The Chu clan whose entire clan of 137 people was killed 2 years ago? They still have an offspring alive. Glancing at one another, Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu were filled with shock. Yes, I managed to survive that ordeal. With reddened eyes, Lu Chong gritted his teeth. You two know about this matter as well? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that the royal family colluded with the Lin clan and helped to conceal the matter? We do, but we had no choice then. Lin Long, Lin Lang's elder sister and the princess consort of Shenyuan Kingdom, issued an order personally, and a Jizuan realm expert came personally to destroy the entire clan. At this, the usually calm emperor couldn't help but take in a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. There were many seniors and children in the mix. After the event, I went personally to take a look, and they didn't spare a single person. Everyone was killed in a single blow. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chong seemed to have returned back to the time 2 years ago. Tears began to ripple in his eyes, threatening to trickle down at any moment. He was only 17 years old this year. Back then, when the tragedy struck, he was only 15 years old. For a 15-year-old to see his parents and kin being reduced to corpses, the agony he had undergone was hard to imagine. What happened? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He felt outraged, his blood boiled. Even though he hadn't undergone this kind of pain before, he could almost see the sorrow and despair on his student's face then. If that wasn't the case, how could a 15-year-old child kneel quietly outside an academy for several days straight, all just to gain the strength to exact vengeance? He also wouldn't have endured the torture from the tempering of the poison body and forcefully raised his strength to Zhongshe realm intermediate stage in just a few days. I heard that Lin Lang had set his eyes upon the Chu clan's young mistress, Chu Ling, but the latter refused to give in to him at all, injuring him even. If I'm not wrong, his injury was somewhat similar to that of the third elder, and this caused Lin Long to fly into a rage. Thus, she sent a subordinate to exact vengeance on the Chu clan. Mo Tianxue spoke of what he knew of the matter. Glancing at his silent student, Xianxia reorganized the story in his head. Lin Lang was probably infatuated with Chu Ling, and he forced himself on her. In the end, the latter accidentally struck his vitals, causing him to become infertile. Having terminated the Lin clan's lineage, Lin Long flew into a rage and sent a Jizuan realm expert to exact vengeance. Even though the fault is on Lin Lang, they chose to blame the Chu clan for it, killing the entire clan for this matter? Xianxia's face was scarily dark. Ever since his reincarnation, it was the first time he had flown into a rage. Raping a woman and going to the extent of destroying the other party's family. In the face of the master-teacher pavilion, how dare they commit such atrocities? Teacher, please redress my grievances. Clenching his fists tightly, put on. Lu Chong kneeled on the floor. His entire body trembled in agitation. Don't worry. Now that I know of this matter, I'll definitely find justice for you. Anger burned in the eyes of Xianxia, and he gestured grandly, let's go. After which, he walked behind the men who were in the midst of sending Third Elder and the others to the Lin clan. Guild Master Lu, what are you intending to do? Seeing the other party walking away without saying a single word, Mo Tianxua gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked, Mo, you also couldn't help but look over. Not much. Just seeking justice for Lu Chong. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian's impassive voice wafted in the air. He could ignore everything else, but he felt that he should return justice to the 137 people the Lin clan killed, and let everyone know that my students cannot be bullied. What did you say? Teacher brought Lu Chong to the Lin clan, and he is currently insulting the other party on their doorstep. In Lu Laoshir's classroom in the Tianwu Academy, Mu Xueqing stared at Meng Tao in disbelief. The Lin clan was the strongest clan in Tianwu Kingdom. Even her father had to tread carefully around them. Yet, her teacher actually ran to the other party's doorstep to insult them. Are you for real? Teacher had always been a calm person. Why did he suddenly commit such foolishness? You remember that Lu Chong left to exact his vengeance, right? Worried about him, teacher asked me to send some men to keep a lookout on the situation in the capital these past few days. And this is what my men just told me. Meng Tao continued, those men are my father's trusted aides, so there's no mistake about it. Exact vengeance? Could it be that Lu Chong's enemy is the Lin clan? It was no wonder that fellow pretended to be mute. With this kind of enemies, she wouldn't dare to say anything either. Enemies of this level were even more fearsome than facing the royal family of Tianwu Kingdom. Mu Xueqing felt as though she was going insane. No, we can't stand idly by the side when teacher is in trouble. After recovering from her shock, Mu Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, and determination gleamed in her eyes. How could they, as students, remain unmoved when their teacher is in trouble? Even if others could, she, Mu Xueqing, couldn't do it. Senior, we'll go as well. Senior, bring us along too. Teacher is our benefactor, and now that he's in trouble, how can we wait here idly? Mu Xueqing's words immediately stirred the entire group. It hadn't been long since they'd met Lu Laoshir, but they could sense their teacher's earnest concern for them, and this filled them with respect for him. They couldn't remain motionless toward a teacher who was willing to offend the Lin clan for his own student. All right, even though we've decided to help Lu Laoshir, our strength alone isn't sufficient. I know that everyone here has rather strong backing, so I hope that you all will try to mobilize them. Only then can we truly help Lu Laoshir. Even though Mu Xueqing had an urge to charge over at this very instant to help her teacher, she knew that being rash was useless. She would only be a burden. While she didn't have too many classmates, each of them had a powerful background. Taking Meng Tao for example, his father was the guild leader of the Painter Guild, 3-star painter Meng Yuan. The others were the same as well. If they could mobilize all of these forces together, even the Lin clan would be hesitant to lay their hands on their teacher. All right. Hearing their senior's words, the crowd knew that this was the best solution at hand. Thus, they nodded in agreement. Let's start now then. Remember, we have to be fast. After instructing the group, Mu Xueqing immediately dashed to the Apothecary Guild. Xiaoya, let me tell you some good news. At that moment, in the residence that Physician Bai prepared for Xianxia, Yuan Tao ran over to Xiaoya with an excited expression. What good news? A beautiful lady glanced at Yuan Tao curiously. At this moment, Xiaoya's aura felt deep and dense, and one could sense fearsome strength within it. Even though she was only standing quietly on the spot, one could feel an extremely powerful pressure emanating from her. Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage, as expected of a Grade 4 pill. Using the frigid Yin pill to further awaken her physical constitution, her strength immediately surged. From Pishua Realm, she broke through several realms to reach her current level. Her improvement was so huge that anyone who heard of it would be scared to death. After the consumption of the frigid Yin pill, her pure Yin body had been successfully awoken to 20%. Her disposition became even more refined, and her outer appearance looked even more enchanting than before. If she was a rare beauty before, then she must be a fairy now. Even if you were to appear before her, she would definitely feel embarrassed by her own form, not daring to compare with her. Those possessing unique constitutions were people favored by the heavens. The moment it was awakened, one would gain overwhelming talent. This was the reason why countless people dreamt of possessing one. But of course, the awakening of a unique constitution was also extremely difficult. There were plenty of people who knew that they possessed a unique constitution, but despite their hard work, even when knocking on death's door, they weren't able to trigger their potential at all. In the end, they could only die in regret. While the unraveling pill and frigid Yin pill did trigger the awakening of Zhao Ya's pure Yin body, they only played a supporting role. The main reason was because she cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Her pure Jinqi allowed strength to flow through her meridians and acupoints perfectly. It was with this foundation that her cultivation was able to progress swiftly without leaving behind any traumas. If it was anyone else, they would definitely face numerous problems in the midst of their cultivation. That shameless Lu Laosher has met some trouble. Yuan Tao's eyes shone in excitement. After lacing the other party's teapot with poison, he had been waiting for news of Lu Laosher being poisoned to arrive. In the end, he never heard anything about the poison, but instead, he learned of a far larger affair. What trouble? Xiaoya was bewildered. There is a student beneath him who we never met before, known as Lu Chong. For some reason, his clan offended the Lin clan, and the latter purged his entire family. Unwilling to see his students suffer such injustice silently, Lu Laosher rushed to the Lin clan to cause a huge ruckus. Yuan Tao chuckled. Lin clan? You mean Tianwu Kingdom's #1 clan? Having been in the kingdom for a period of time, she had already heard of the various powers throughout the kingdom several times by now. The Lin clan was an extremely fearsome existence. Putting aside their immense influence, they even had Shenyuan Kingdom as their backing. It was said that even the Tianwu royal family dared not to offend him. Why would this Lu Laosher rush there to cause a ruckus? Right, that Lin clan. He went to their doorstep to insult them, demanding that they apologize. Yuan Tao chuckled delightfully. No matter how formidable you might be, you are just an ordinary teacher. Tongxian Realm Primary Stage, and you dare to cause a ruckus at the Lin clan, whose strongest expert is a half-Jizuan. If this isn't courting death, what can this be? You mean that he went there for the sake of his own student? Disregarding Yuan Tao's glee, Xiaoya frowned. Despite having just arrived, they have already learned how fearsome the Lin clan was. There was no reason why Lu Laosher would be ignorant of it. Despite knowing the risks, he was willing to brave through the flames for the sake of his student. How much courage did that take? How could such a noble person also be an unreasonable person? Could it be that they have been misunderstanding him all this time? You're right. Not expecting Xiaoya to be concerned about an entirely different matter, Yuan Tao pondered for a moment while scratching his head. Call the others over as well and tell them of this matter. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya instructed. She was the strongest among Zhang Xian's 5 students, and she seemed to have taken the role of the de facto leader of the group, especially now that Zhang Shi wasn't around. Yes, Yuan Tao walked out. Not too long later, Zhang Yang, Wang Ying, and Lu Yang arrived as well. Xiaoya, what's your view on this matter? Upon entering, Zhang Yang immediately spoke up. Clearly, Yuan Tao had already explained the matter to them clearly before. That, Lu Laoshi failed to remain impartial during the duel between me and Mu Xueqing, but his willingness to stand up against authority, for the sake of his own student, makes him a respectable teacher. Xiaoya replied. She didn't have a good impression of Lu Laoshi, and she had some qualms with his way of doing things, but the truth is the truth. She couldn't conceal it, and she couldn't pretend not to see it either. Indeed, Zhang Yang nodded. Why don't we go over and take a look? If we were to watch idly as something happens to such a good teacher who cares about his own students, Xianxia will definitely blame us when he returns. After a moment of consideration, Xiaoya made a suggestion. Xianxia was exactly the same kind of teacher as Lu Laoshi. If the two of them knew each other, they would definitely see a soulmate in one another. Since Xianxia was currently in the midst of the 2-star examination, there was a responsibility for them as his students to stand up. That's right, Xianxia would do anything for us. This Lu Laoshi would also give his all for his own students. We can't allow anything to happen to such a good teacher. No matter what, we have to go over and take a look. Zhang Yang nodded. Even though their strength was lacking as compared to the Lin clan, they represented Xianxia. Even if the other party wanted to take any actions, they would have to consider Xianxia. All right, let's go. Upon coming to a decision, the others nodded as well. Given how Lu Laoshi was willing to stand up against the Lin clan for his own student, it wasn't surprising that Mu Xueqing and the others were able to fight against them without backing down at all. Such a teacher was indeed worthy of respect. He possessed character and charisma similar to Xianxia. Rash, too rash. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Tianxue was nearly scared out of his wits. As the emperor of the kingdom, every single action of his represented that of the kingdom. As such, when Zhang Xian left, he wasn't able to tag along. Thus, he had been getting his men to keep tabs, and upon hearing the news he nearly passed out from shock. He thought that the fellow was only going to the Lin clan to have them explain themselves and apologize, but who could have thought that he would start to criticize the other party at their doorstep, even demanding the clan head to come out. The heck? Wasn't this courting death? Men, gather all of the troops in the kingdom and have them wait for further orders. Gritting his teeth, Tianxue commanded. Nothing can happen to Guild Master Lu. Putting aside the favor he had shown in treating the guardian beast, just his identity as the Guild Master of the Physician Guild made him a target worthy of protection. Besides, the Lin clan had also stepped on his bottom line. If it came down to it, he'd turn against the Lin clan. In any case, even if he were to try to fawn on the Lin clan, it was impossible for them to back down anyway. Yes, a person with a commander's bearing swiftly left the hall. Go over to the Lin clan to take a look. If they make a move on Guild Master Lu, try to stop them. After making a few more arrangements, Tianxue beckoned and the duo hurriedly rushed to the Lin clan. As the number 1 clan of the kingdom, their main residence wasn't stationed too far from the royal palace. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at the vicinity of the Lin clan residence. Outside the residence, they could see a huge bunch of people gathered around. Taking a closer look, the both of them were dumbstruck. That's Demonic Hands Chun Jianzi? The eccentric Zhongshi realm pinnacle expert who cut down his enemy's hands to cook and eat. I thought that he doesn't interfere in worldly affairs? Why is he here? That's the guild leader of the Painter Guild, Meng Yuan? Isn't he still in the midst of his painting journey? The guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, 3-star Apothecary Hong Yun, and Apothecary Mu Yang, the boss of Tianmu Bank. Seeing the group of people gathered before them, Tianxue and Mou were stunned. All of them were esteemed figures that could shake the capital at its core. It would be an extremely difficult task for even the royal family to gather them. Why would all of them gather here all of a sudden? Could it be that the Lin clan has gathered them together to deal with Guild Master Lu? Wait, but there should be no need for them to gather all of these people just to deal with him. A thought flashed through Tianxue's head, but he immediately shook his head. Given the influence of the Lin clan, it was a walk in the park to subdue a single Lu Laoshi. There was no need for them to utilize all of these connections. Father, they are here to help Guild Master Lu. Mo spoke up. Upon hearing those words, Mo Tianxue suddenly noticed that they were all standing behind Guild Master Lu, as though acknowledging him as their leader. In other words, they were here to support this Guild Master Lu? But why? Even if the royal family were to fight with the Lin clan, it would be impossible for him to gather so many people together. How in the world did a Tongxian realm primary stage teacher, who had just arrived at Tianwu Academy, possess such immense rallying power? Even Mo Tianxue felt faint-headed, and he was on the verge of going insane. Perhaps it could be his unique charisma. Mo sighed softly. Even though she was a proud princess and a genius, she couldn't help but admit that this Xianxia seemed to possess a certain magic to him. He seemed to be able to win over all of the people around him and, as though a rolling snowball, his influence seemed to grow by the day. It would be impossible for anyone to imitate his charisma, not even Mo Hongi. Look, clan head Lin is out. So many elders. It seems like the entire Lin clan has been mobilized. But I guess that's to be expected. After all, no one can stand having a person criticizing them at their front door. In the midst of his contemplation, a commotion suddenly broke out in front. Mo Tianxue hurriedly looked over and saw clan head Lin Ruotian leading a group of elders out. His face was as cold as ice. "You're Lu Cheng." Seeing the young man standing outside, Lin Ruotian narrowed his eyes. Given how arrogant the other party was, he thought that he would be a formidable figure. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party was only a Tongxian realm primary stage fellow. There were so many cultivators of his level in the residence that he wouldn't think it was a pity even if he were to kill a handful of them. Yet, such a person dared to seek trouble with their Lin clan. Was there something wrong with his head? "You're the head of the Lin clan?" Ignoring the other party's question, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. "Teacher, he's Lin Ruotian, the head of the Lin clan." Lu Chong clenched his fists tightly. Back then, when Lin Long sent someone to eradicate his entire clan, this Lin Ruotian must have participated in the operation as well. Otherwise, how could Lin Long, who had already moved to Shenyuan Kingdom, be so clear of the Chu clan's situation so as to track and kill every single one of them cleanly? For the past 2 years, even though Lu Chong didn't take any action, he had seared the appearance of all of the Lin clan members deeply into his head. Lin Ruotian? Upon hearing that the other party was indeed the head of the clan, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're the clan head, this matter will be much easier to settle. 2 years ago, you killed my student Chu Chang's entire clan of 137 people. Do you still remember the matter? Chu Chong? That little bastard who got away." Lin Ruotian was taken aback. A young lad from the Chu clan had managed to escape 2 years ago. Due to the limited talent and cultivation of that fellow, he didn't think too much of the matter. Yet, to think that the very same brat would eventually become a threat to him. In less than 2 years, the other party had actually already reached Zhongshe realm. However, since the other party had come knocking on his own accord, then don't expect to get away alive. Killing intent gleamed in Lin Ruotian's eyes. With a slight gesture, a few elders immediately spread out and circled Xianxia and Lu Chong tightly. "Since you're still here, allow me to send you on a journey to reunite with your family." Sneering coldly, the corner of Lin Ruotian's lips slowly crept upward. "Killed an entire clan of 137 people? Clan head Lin, what's going on?" "Indeed, I've heard of the Chu clan, but didn't they move away? Why is Lu Laosher saying that they were killed?" "The kingdom forbids murder, needless to say, purging an entire clan. You have to explain yourself today." Those in the area were all respectable figures. Upon hearing the conversation of the duo, their sense of righteousness was immediately provoked. The Chu clan might not be a prestigious clan, but it still possessed a sizable influence. The news that everyone else had received was that the clan had relocated to another city. Never in their dreams did they expect the clan to be slaughtered callously instead. It was no wonder why Chu Chang's teacher would come knocking. How could anyone overlook such great injustice? Even though they were dragged here by their offspring, they only intended to act as mediators for any conflict that would occur. They had no intentions of standing against the Lin clan at all. But upon hearing this tragic case, their faces immediately darkened. Since the Lin clan was capable of silently wiping the Chu clan off the face of this world, they could easily do the same to their clans as well. At this moment, they felt threatened by the domineering Lin clan. There's no need for our Lin clan to explain our affairs to you all. Gesturing grandly to stop the commotion among the crowd, Lin Ruotian sneered coldly. The Chu clan had colluded with Tianwu Kingdom's enemies and attempted to assault the princess consort. This matter has been verified. And if you all believe it, feel free to check it with Xianyuan Kingdom. You. Rubbish. Not expecting the other party to slander his clan instead. Lu Chang's entire body trembled in anger. Enough. Since we can use other methods to resolve the issue, let's not waste our time on words. Patting his student's shoulder, Xianxia glanced at Lin Ruotian impassively and said, "Since you have admitted that the Lin clan is responsible for the destruction of the Chu clan, I'll offer you two choices. You can either hand the culprit over and have him held responsible for his own crimes, or have the entire Lin clan die for his sins." Die for his sins? You actually think that you two can destroy our Lin clan? Ha ha ha. As though hearing a hilarious joke, Lin Ruotian stared at Xianxia in pity. Where in the world did Chu Chong find such a lunatic of a teacher? If he had continued hiding, Lin Ruotian would have just allowed him to be, and he might still be able to continue living on peacefully. Yet, to attempt to assassinate his son and injure the third elder, Lin Ruotian wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive them for that. A mere Tongxian realm primary stage and Zhongshe realm intermediate stage. Did they think that such a lineup was sufficient to destroy the entire Lin clan? Even if Lu Chang had been hiding his cultivation otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to injure the third elder given his young age, and the limitations of Tianwu Kingdom. How powerful could he get? So what if the other party was a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert? As a half-Jizuan, he could still easily squash him. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even those who came to support Lu Laoshe felt awkward as well. To declare he would destroy the entire Lin clan. Even Tianwu Kingdom's royal family didn't dare to spout such words. For a mere Tongxian realm primary stage cultivator to spout such words, where does your confidence come from? Mo Tianxue was also perplexed. Where in the world did Guild Master Lu get such confidence from? He couldn't help but turn to his daughter. I don't know either. Mo Yu shook her head. During the master-teacher examination back then, she personally saw Xianxia achieving a breakthrough into Zhongshe realm. It had only been 6 to 7 days since then, and such a short period of time wasn't sufficient for one to finish reinforcing their cultivation realm, needless to say, reach higher heights. Yet, for him to come over here and arrogantly declare that he would destroy the Lin clan, could it be that he had brought the Steelfang howling firmament beast here as well? As such a thought popped into her mind, she immediately looked into the skies. But in the clear and cloudless skies, she couldn't see any hint of the savage beast at all. The howling firmament beast wasn't here? Then on what grounds was he saying these words? Wasn't he afraid of incurring Lin Ruotian's rage? You mean that you refuse both of the options? Ignoring the bizarre gazes everyone was shooting him with, Xianxia gazed at Lin Ruotian. Agree your head, brat. Since you are courting death, I'll grant your wish. Before Lin Ruotian could speak, an elder among the group could not hold himself back anymore. Roaring furiously, he stepped forth. Boom! The moment he walked out of the group, his aura immediately burst forth as though gasoline being ignited. Vigorous Jinqi shrouded the entire area, causing the wind to blow furiously. Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage. It's the 11th elder of the Lin clan, Lin Hu. I heard that he specializes in fist art, and he's unmatched in hand-to-hand fights. Out of respect, people have given him the moniker Steel Arm Tiger. His invincible arms paired with his Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage cultivation make it difficult for even a typical Zhongshe Realm pinnacle to triumph over him. Upon identifying the one who walked out, the crowd immediately whispered quietly amongst themselves. Every single one of the Lin clan's elders were famous figures in Tianwu Royal City. This Lin who might not be as famous as the Grand Elder Lin Tao, but he was still a reputable figure in the capital. He was a formidable person whom even Xianxia realm pinnacle experts were hesitant to cross blows with. His appearance caused Mu Xueqing and the others to subconsciously clench their fists. "Will teacher be all right?" one of the students asked. "He should be. Actually, we don't even know how strong teacher is," Mu Xueqing said. Even though Mu Xueqing's words were confident, her tone betrayed her uncertainty. However, thinking about how her teacher managed to help her to reach Tongxian realm and Lu Chong to reach Xianxia realm in just a few short days, how could a person of such incredible means be weak himself? "Don't worry. If anything, I'm confident that Lu Laoshir's strength can't only be at Tongxian realm primary stage," said Apothecary Mu calmly with a deep gaze. He had never seen Lu Laoshir fighting before, but he had the experience of forging a pill with the other party. To be able to remain nonchalant before the forging a grade 4 pill despite the potential threat of an explosion, how could such a person only be at Tongxian realm primary stage? Besides, all of the methods that Lu Laoshir brought up to prevent explosion happened to be within his means as a Xianxia realm expert. If Lu Laoshir wasn't at the Xianxia realm himself, how could he possibly offer such detailed, precise, and accurate guidance? They're going to start fighting soon. At this point, Xiaoya and the others finally arrived. Upon seeing the sight before them, they immediately realized that a fight was about to start. "Die!" After walking out from the group, Elder Lin Hu bellowed, and without any hesitation, he charged straight at Zhang Xian. "Didn't you want our Lin clan to apologize or die for our sins? Fine. Then let's see if you have the strength to back up your words." "Teacher." Seeing the other party rush forward, Lu Chong tightened his fists and prepared to step forward. "There's no need." Shaking his head, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and stepped forward. Then his legs suddenly moved. With his hands still firmly behind his back, Zhang Xian's entire body came crashing straight at Lin Hu. Before Lin Hu's steel fist could land on Zhang Xian, his body was already struck by the latter's body slam. Pong! Countless rocks flew into the air. Before this Lin Hu could react, he was already sent flying backward. In midair, blood spurted profusely from his mouth. Under this impact of the crash, his dantian broke apart, thus crippling his cultivation. Put on. Lin Hu flew for more than a dozen meters before landing heavily onto the floor. Then he fell motionless, and it was impossible to tell if he was still alive. However, given that his dantian was crashed and his entire skeletal rack was fractured, even if he were to be saved, he didn't have a future before him. What? A Xianxia realm advanced expert was sent flying with a single strike? How did he do it? Everyone was dumbstruck. They thought that there would be an intense battle before a victor would emerge, and they could make use of this opportunity to gauge the strength of Guildmaster Lu as well. Yet, this steel arm tiger was already sent flying before he managed to even touch the other party. How powerful must Guildmaster Lu's body be, and how fast must his reflexes get to achieve such a feat? His strength. Mou was dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend the situation before her. It was just a few days ago that Zhang Xian had reached Xianxia realm primary stage. Yet, at this moment, he sent a Xianxia realm advanced stage expert flying in a single blow. How in the world does this fellow cultivate? Teacher. The one who was the most shocked of all was Lu Chong. He wasn't just shocked, he felt frenzied. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Xian taught him the importance of using an opponent's weakness against them instead of relying on mere brute force. Yet, his teacher simply charged forward to strike his opponent with his body? Isn't there something very wrong about this? What about the weaknesses you talked about? What about technique? How was what you just did any different from me? Lin Hu. Lin Ruotian and the others didn't expect Lin Hu to be crippled in just a single attack from the other party. Their complexions immediately darkened. Even though his strength couldn't be considered as one of the top in the Lin clan, he was by no means weak. They had truly underestimated this fellow. Seems like he does possess some true capabilities. No wonder he's so arrogant. However, if he thinks that he can pull his weight with just a little bit of strength, he must be deluding himself. glancing momentarily at the immobile Lin Ruotian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xianxia coldly. The disdain in his eyes from before disappeared without a trace. He was also capable of knocking down Lin Hu with a single crash, but he couldn't do it as easily as the other party had done. Even so, he didn't think that he was weaker than the other party. There were some people who specialized in brawling, while there were some who specialized in battle techniques. Lin Ruotian happened to belong to the latter. Why, you still can't make a choice between the two? Despite having wounded Lin Hu severely, Xianxia seemed as though he had just swatted a pesky fly. With his hands still behind his back, he chuckled lightly. Since you can't make a choice, then I'll beat you until you make up your mind. After which, he stepped forward, and his cultivation of a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert immediately burst forth without any restraints. As an ex-member of the modern society, Xianxia always thought of violence as the last resort. And from the looks of it now, he had no other choice. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to maintain his politeness. Isn't your Lin clan formidable? No one in Tianwu Kingdom means a thing to you? Since that is the case, I'll beat you all into submission. I'll let you all know that there is a type of person in this world that you can never offend. Xianxia Realm Pinnacle? Guild Master Lu is actually a Xianxia Realm Pinnacle expert? No wonder he dared to challenge the Lin clan head-on. With the strength to cripple Lin Hu with a single body slam, he does have the rights to do so. Upon sensing the aura Xianxia emanated, everyone jolted. It turned out that the other party's cultivation of Tongxian Realm primary stage was just an illusion. In truth, he was actually at Xianxia Realm Pinnacle. With such strength, he was definitely counted as one of the top figures in Tianwu Kingdom. Mou's eyes were about to pop out from her eyes. Other people didn't know Guild Master Lu's true identity, so even though they were shocked, that was just about it. After all, while it was an amazing feat for one to cultivate to Xianxia Realm Pinnacle at 24 to 24-year-old, it wasn't completely unheard of. However, Mou knew of the other party's true identity. Xianxia. He had only reached Xianxia Realm a few days ago, so how could he have reached the pinnacle stage in just 6 to 7 days? Every single advancement in Xianxia Realm required a huge amount of time. It would be difficult even for a genius to reach pinnacle from primary stage without a few years of effort. Yet, to do so in a few days, she felt as though her comprehension of the entire world was collapsing, and she was on the verge of going insane. More importantly, he had reached at least the level of a 3-star apothecary, master physician, master painter, 2-star beast tamer, and 2-star master teacher. All along, she had thought that his weak spot was his cultivation. Yet, to think that he didn't lose out in that aspect as well. Mou felt as though she was going insane. It was no wonder why the other party wasn't interested in her. With such talents, a much wider world was waiting for him out there. Lu Laoshi is a Xianxia Realm Pinnacle expert, even above that of Zhang Laoshi. Zhao Ye and the others were shocked. When the other party had broken her sword with a single finger, she knew that the other party wasn't weak. However, she couldn't have imagined that he would be so fearsome. Zhang Laoshi was only at Xianxia Realm primary stage, yet he was at pinnacle, to be even stronger than Zhang Laoshi. It was no wonder why Mu Xueqing and the others were so adamant about guarding his honor. Xianxia Realm Pinnacle? You're indeed incredible to possess such strength at such a young age. However, that's far from enough for you to challenge our Lin clan. Clan head, allow me to teach him a lesson. Xianxia's strength had caused the entire Lin clan to be dumbstruck. However, at this moment an elder stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as a knife and as cold as frost. It's Lin clan's second elder, Lin Xie. He's a Xianxia Realm Pinnacle expert. Furthermore, he's just a step away from reaching half Zhizuan. He is ranked 4th in the 10 Great Experts rankings. Given that he's making a move personally, Lu Laoshi is in trouble. The crowd narrowed their eyes once more. Lu Chang might be formidable, but compared to the 10 great experts of the kingdom, he was still lacking significantly. These 10 were the ones who stood out among the numerous Xianxia Realm pinnacles. climbing to the very peak of strength in the kingdom, and this person was rank 4th among the group. His strength could no longer be described with fearsome. Putting everything aside, even the 3rd elder whom Xianxia castrated with a single kick wasn't a match for him. "All right, be careful." Lin Ruotian nodded. As the head of the Lin clan, he had to consider his own standing and authority. While Lu Cheng was powerful, he still wasn't worthy of him making a move personally. Of course, having the 2nd elder to make a move first was also to see what kind of trump cards the other party possessed. This way, he would be able to make precautions as well. "Don't worry, he'll be a piece of cake." Waving his hands casually, 2nd elder Lin Xie walked up to Xianxia, and with a look of superiority, he sneered, "Lad, make your move. I would like to see what gives you the right to spout such arrogant words and lay your hands on our Lin clan." "You?" Paying no heed to the other party's provocation, Xianxia shook his head impassively. "You aren't sufficient. All of you should come at me together." Since he was here to get back at the Lin clan for Lu Cheng, and he had already revealed his cultivation already, he couldn't be bothered to hide his strength anymore. With his strength, he was unmatched among the Xianxia realm pinnacle cultivators. No matter how formidable this 2nd elder could be, he couldn't possibly withstand his might. "You want all of us to come at you together? You should try to get past me first before spouting such conceited words." Not expecting that he would be underestimated despite being the ranked 4th expert in the kingdom, Lin Xie's complexion turned awful. He immediately charged forward, and his palm smashed directly down toward Xianxia. It's Elder Lin Xie's great split. Many experts have fallen to this move. To think that he would utilize it at the very start of the battle. He has no choice on this. That Guild Master Lu had defeated Elder Lin Hu in a single blow, so he must have felt pressured. That's why he chose to use his strongest attack right from the start. I wonder how will Guild Master Lu cope with it? Upon seeing Elder Lin Xie's offense, graveness started spreading throughout the crowd. While Lin Hu was strong as well, he was far from a match to Lin Xie. Given that such an expert had used his strongest attack right from the start, even the ranked 1st and 2nd Imotianxue and Hongi would have to deal with it cautiously. Elder Lin Xie's great split might be formidable, but this move is only a feint. His true ace is the consecutive phantom kicks. Standing by the side, Imotianxue said grimly, "Consecutive phantom kicks?" Yu was taken aback by her father's words. Indeed, the great split is an attack with a downward trajectory, and the immense might behind it instinctively made one cautious toward it. However, in truth, it is just a cover for his lower body attack. Imotianxue explained. This consecutive kick is extremely treacherous. Back then, when I sparred with him, I nearly fell for his trick. The great split was an attack that came from above, whereas the consecutive phantom kicks was an attack that came from below. The main reason for the imposing might from the former was so as to conceal the movements below. If one wasn't aware of it in advance, even a stronger opponent could fall for it. Then, isn't Guild Master Lu in danger? Mou frowned, and anxiety flashed across her face. Her father was already ranked 1st among the 10 great experts of the kingdom. If even he had nearly fallen for the trick, then didn't that mean that Xianxia was in dire trouble? It's worth noting that the 10 great experts rankings only include those of Xianxia realm pinnacle. As Lin Ruotian had reached half Jizuan, he wasn't considered in the list. He is in danger. It all depends on whether he's able to see through it in advance and guard against it. However, in my opinion, it'll be extremely difficult for him to do so. After all, even though it may seem simple on the surface, it is actually quite ineffective. The heck? Recalling how frightening the move was, Imotianxue shook his head and expressed his doubts. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. He was on the verge of having his final string of sanity snapped. What is this? Mou also hurriedly looked at the fight, and the sight she saw made her freeze as well. For a moment, her mind went blank. Before Elder Lin Xie's powerful great split could strike Xianxia, he was already sent flying by a single kick from Xianxia. At this moment, he was already convulsing on the floor. His injuries were all too similar to the third elder's. A certain essential organ had exploded. With a single kick, it exploded. Xianxia didn't even get the chance to react before he was kicked. How in the world did the other party do it? No matter what, the other party was the fourth strongest expert among the Xianxia realm pinnacle cultivators in the kingdom. Upon seeing the sight, the crowd suddenly felt a chill within their pants, and cold sweat dripped profusely from their forehead. They had clearly heard the crisp sound of an egg shattering just now. From the looks of it, this famous elder Xianxia was probably completely crippled. He had probably lost his functionality as a man. I already told you that you aren't sufficient, but you refuse to listen. Disregarding everyone's shock, Xianxia shook his head. The other party's combination of great split and consecutive phantom kicks was a deadly combo, and it would be difficult for any other Xianxia realm pinnacle to avoid it. However, Xianxia possessed the eye of insight. Before the other party could make his move, he had already seen through it and counterattacked in advance. Putting aside the fact that the other party's strength was inferior to him, even if he was an equal, how could he possibly withstand Xianxia's preemptive strike? This is Heaven's Path leg art. Wang Ying was taken aback. When her teacher had imparted her this leg art, he had allowed her to come up with her own name. Eventually, she decided to follow by the name her teacher came up with and addressed it as Heaven's Path leg art. This leg art was created by her teacher, and it was only imparted to her. How could this Lu Laoshi know of it too? Wang Ying, what's wrong? What did you say? Hearing Wang Ying's muttering, Xiaoya glanced at her doubtfully. No, nothing. With a reddened face, Wang Ying hurriedly shook her head. Lu Laoshi had moved too quickly just now, and she had barely caught a glimpse of it, so she wasn't too sure. Thus, she didn't dare to speak of it yet. Since you all aren't willing to make a move together, then I will. Seeing that everyone had been shocked by that single kick of his, Xianxia harumphed softly. Then, with a swift movement, he suddenly appeared amidst the Lin clan members. He was so fast that it seemed as though it was teleportation. Before the elders could take a good look, he had already appeared before them. Pung 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 pung. The sound of fists sinking into flesh and slaps striking faces sounded. Screams of agony filled the surroundings. Before Lin Ruotian could react, the dozen or so elders beside him was sent flying at the same time. Falling to the ground, all of them either fell motionless or convulsed vigorously. In any case, none of them were capable of fighting anymore. Heaven's Path. Movement art. This time, Wang Ying caught Lu Laoshi's movement clearly, and her breathing hastened and her face flushed deep red. She wasn't too sure with the Heaven's Path leg art, but there was no doubt about it. This movement art was Heaven's Path movement art. Why in the world was Lu Laoshi capable of executing the Heaven's Path movement art created by Zhang Laoshi? Could it be? A possibility appeared in Wang Ying's mind, and her slender body trembled vigorously. Slowly, her face turned paler and paler, to the point that it was no different from a sheet of paper. It was after Zhang Laoshi left that Lu Laoshi appeared, and after Lu Laoshi appeared, Zhang Laoshi had never appeared again. All along, they had trusted the words of the master-teacher pavilion that he had gone for some test. Could it be that he had assumed the identity of Lu Laoshi to take on the role of a teacher at Tianwu Academy? If that was true, then Mu Xueqing was his student as well? Then Xiaoya and Mu Xueqing's duel. It was no wonder why he stopped their duel that day, saying that they were being preposterous. It must be that he was unhappy seeing his students fight with one another. He wasn't oppressing them with his capacity as a teacher. Wang Ying's body turned cold. The poison! At this moment, she suddenly recalled she sneaked into Lu Laoshi's classroom with Yuan Tao and Lu Yang to poison his drinking tools, and her face twitched. At this moment, she truly felt like crying. If Lu Laoshi was truly Zhang Laoshi, then their act of poisoning him, that was completely an unpardonable crime. What the heck was this? To think that she played along with Yuan Tao and Lu Yang and attempted to poison Zhang Laoshi. Until now, they still didn't know whether Zhang Laoshi fell for the poison or not. If he really fell for it, then how could they face him in the future? Their teacher had treated them earnestly, yet all they had been trying to do was to do him in return. What's wrong? Seeing Wang Ying's slightly scrunched face, Xiaoya asked worriedly. It's nothing. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but she eventually closed her mouth, deciding against revealing her conjecture. What would happen to Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, and the others if she told them about it? How would they react? At this moment, she felt so distressed and lost. Teacher. Wang Ying was at a complete loss. On the other hand, Lu Chong, who was standing behind Zhang Xian, had his eyes widened to the brim, and he was on the verge of going insane. When he saw his teacher shattering the third elder's eggs with a single kick, he knew that he must be formidable. At the very least, he should be stronger than him. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that he was so much stronger. Single-handedly, in less than 2 breaths, he rendered more than a dozen elders of the Lin clan powerless. How did he do it? Even a half-Jizuan would be incapable of doing it to this extent. If he knew that his teacher was that incredible, he wouldn't have hidden the matter from him. Yo you! While Lu Chong was overwhelmed with shock, Lin Ruotien was about to go mad. The reason why the Lin clan was able to dominate the entire Tianwu royal city wasn't just because of his strength as an individual, but because of the immense strength that each of these elder wielded. Initially, he thought that given how the other party was just a mere Zhongshe realm pinnacle, the crowd would be more than sufficient to subdue him. Yet, to think that in the blink of an eye, all of the elders he had brought out would be either crippled or severely injured. What in the world was this? Lu Cheng die! Roaring furiously, Lin Ruotien could no longer suppress his rage. He raised his palm and struck straight at Zhang Xian. Voila! Might gushed out from his palm in the form of a blinding radiance, heading straight for Zhang Xian. Jizuan realm, otherwise known as the 10,000 Ding realm, was the final realm of the 9 Dawn of Fighters. At this realm, one's physical body and jinqi would reach the very limits of a mortal, and the strength that one possessed would be unmatched by any Zhongshe. Lin Ruotien was only a half-Jizuan, but the strength he wielded was reminiscent of a huge river, ceaseless and overwhelming. Before his attack could reach Zhang Xian, the jinqi he emanated had already reduced the surface of the stone floor to dust, as though a massive whip striking ceaselessly on it. Having driven the jinqi in his body to the maximum capacity, a shrill call similar to a whistle sounded in the air. Harmonization of breath and blood, emanation of jinqi. This is the distinctive trait of one who is about to reach Jizuan realm. Mo Tianshua's face paled. He was the #1 expert among the Zhongshe realm pinnacle in Tianwu Kingdom, and he had a deep understanding of the Jizuan realm. It was said that those who had reached that level would possess blood as thick as mercury, and when one drove one's jinqi, the call of a whistle would sound in the air. All along, he thought that Lin Ruotien, who had achieved a breakthrough with Shenyuan Kingdom's help, would possess an unstable cultivation, making him of little threat. But upon seeing this sight, he realized that he couldn't be any more wrong. The other party's strength could be considered to be at the top even among the half-Zizans. Under his current state, there was a possibility of him breaking through the final barrier at any moment to reach the pinnacle of the fighter realm. It was no wonder why he, despite possessing the cultivation of half-Jizuan realm and the backing of Shenyuan Kingdom, chose to poison the guardian beast secretly. It wasn't that he was afraid of the vengeance from Tianwu royal family, but that he wanted to confuse them. By the time he reached Jizuan realm, he would be able to crush all that stood in his way in Tianwu Kingdom easily. Even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would be helpless before him then. If Guild Leader Lu hadn't forced him to show his hand, he could have taken that final step within several months. By then, he could simply openly demand the throne and no one would be able to stop him. Scary. Cold sweat drenched Mo Tianshua's back, and he trembled in fear. If not for this Guild Leader Lu charging straight at Lin Ruotien, Mo Tianshua would never have discovered this secret. It was laughable how he thought that as long as the guardian beast managed to survive, the other party wouldn't dare to make a move. Guild Leader Lu won't be a match for him. Amidst his fright, he was filled with worry for the latter. Guild Leader Lu might be powerful even among Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts, but he was still lacking in comparison to experts of Lin Ruotian's caliber. Putting everything aside, just in terms of strength, Lin Ruotian should have already reached 9,000 ding. That would be more than sufficient for him to subdue guild leader Lu. Thinking so, he returned his attention to the duo's duel. Incredible! Facing Lin Ruotian's might face-on, Xianxia's face turned grave. At Xianxia Realm Pinnacle, his strength had risen to 5,000 ding, making him on par with an ordinary half-Jizuan. However, Lin Ruotian had reached the peak of half-Jizuan realm, making him a difficult opponent for Xianxia. At the first encounter, Xianxia could already feel heavy pressure from the other party's might. The other party's jinqi gushed at him as though a burst dam, and he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Thus, he could only forcefully face it head-on. Dang 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 dang. Retreating 7 to 8 steps backward, Xianxia's internals were slightly rattled under the immense force. Even though Xianxia knew that he was at a blatant disadvantage, he didn't panic. Instead, a slight radiance glowed from his eyes, and lines of insight energy slowly drifted into appearance. I have insight. But soon, Xianxia frowned and shook his head in frustration. The gift from becoming a celestial master teacher was formidable, allowing him to peer into the flaws of a cultivator, but came with a fatal flaw. The effects of the Eye of Insight were limited by the cultivation of its user. In other words, the Eye of Insight couldn't perceive the flaws of those stronger than him, making it completely useless against Lin Ruotian. Forget it. Flaws. Upon realizing that his newly earned talent was useless here, he immediately turned his eyes to his other gift. Who? His mind jolted, and a book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. He quickly browsed through the book. A moment later, a slight smile crept onto his lips. No wonder his body feels so energetic. He consumed the blood of a spirit beast. Different from the Eye of Insight, the Library of Heaven's Path could perceive the flaws in all cultivators, regardless of how high their cultivation was, as long as they displayed their battle technique before Xianxia. The strength, battle technique, and cultivation technique of the head of the Lin clan was recorded in detail in the book. The reason why he was able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly and achieve such overwhelming strength wasn't because he consumed some formidable pill, but because of the essence blood of a spirit beast. Spirit beast was an existence above that of savage beast. Even the weakest spirit beast possessed strength surpassing that of a Jizuan realm. A drop of blood essence from this powerful life form could potentially induce a bloodline evolution in a half-Jizuan savage beast, allowing it to successfully reach Jizuan realm. It was through this that Lin Ruotian managed to reach half-Jizuan from Xianxia realm pinnacle. On top of that, under the effects of the blood essence, his jinqi became violent as though a feral beast, and it felt ceaseless as though a river flowing relentlessly. How can I defeat him? Many of the other party's flaws were recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path, but not only was the other party's stamina way above that of his violent-natured jinqi made it difficult to get close, needless to say, injure him. Upon crossing blows with an expert of this level, Xianxia suddenly realized that he was lacking in battle techniques too much. Against those who were stronger than him, his disadvantage became apparent. Be it Heaven's Path fist art or Heaven's Path movement art, all of them were centered around subduing one's enemy in a single blow. His moves could work wonders in close quarters, but if he couldn't approach the other party, it would all be for naught. On top of that, under the nourishment of the spirit beast blood essence, Lin Ruotian's defense had become as strong as a savage beast. It was another question whether Xianxia would be able to defeat him even if he were to close in on him. Perhaps, even when Xianxia's jinqi was sap dry, he would only be able to injure the other party. Killing him seemed nigh impossible. In the end, the Heaven's Path battle techniques sapped one's physical stamina and jinqi tremendously. Even though Xianxia had reached Xianxia realm pinnacle, he was still severely limited by this flaw. Forget it, I won't use the Heaven's Path battle techniques for now. I don't believe that he can sustain his battle state for too long. Having seen through all of the other party's battle techniques through the Library of Heaven's Path, while it would be difficult for Xianxia to subdue Lin Ruotian in a single blow, it was completely impossible for the other party to wound him as well. At most, he just had to slowly grind away at his opponent. Even if he had consumed the spirit beast blood essence and reached half Jizuan, he didn't possess endless stamina. As Xianxia's thoughts were flying about the place, Lin Ruotian felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. The youngster's movements were bizarre and swift. The reason why he blasted his Jinshi out as soon as he made a move was simple. It was to prevent the other party from getting close to him and to hinder his movements. Initially, he thought that under his powerful offense, no matter how strong the other party could be, it would be impossible for him to hold on for too long. Yet he couldn't have imagined that the other party was as slippery as a loach. It seemed as though he knew of the flaws in his movements and cultivation technique in advance, and with very slight movements, he easily stepped into the blind spots of his offense. His violent strength splashed at the surroundings, destroying the stone floor and blasting the air. But he couldn't even touch a single hair on the other party. In fact, even the emanation of his raging Jinshi failed to touch a hair on the other party. Instead of fighting, that fellow seemed as though he was on a vacation. All of Lin Ruotian's feints and sudden twists were completely useless. All of those traps that any other cultivators would have fallen for was totally ineffective on him. Every single movement of the other party seemed to be well calculated, causing all of Lin Ruotian's attacks to fall empty. It was as though grabbing onto a massive chopper and trying to hack at the only party, only to miss by several millimeters each time. Putting aside how the other party wasn't injured in the slightest, Lin Ruotian was already about to puke blood from exhaustion and frustration. Is this a game to you? We are fighting in a life and death battle here. We have already crossed over 100 blows. Yet we haven't even touched the corners of each other's clothes yet. What the heck are you up to? This? Are the two of them really fighting? Why doesn't it seem like it? While Lin Ruotian was on the verge of going into a frenzy, the crowd was struck dumb by the sight. In a usual fight, two cultivators would collide with one another and cross blows. Even if the weaker side could hold on, it wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, especially when there was a huge disparity in strength. But, the heck, what was wrong with these two? No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like those two were fighting, but dancing. Most of the time, before Lin Ruotian could make a move, Guild Master Lu would have jumped to the side and look at the other party idly. Then, following soon after, the former's attack would land on the spot where the latter was standing before. In other words, even though Lin Ruotian was conducting the offense, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed as though he was attacking wherever Guild Master Lu was jumping from, as though Guild Master Lu was leading him on. To retreat and advance with such harmony, even professional dancers don't have such synergy. Could it be that the duo had already known each other, and they were familiar with the fighting methods of one another? But that couldn't be it. Seeing how Lin Ruotian was ready to bite at the other party at any moment, it was impossible for him to be so bored as to intentionally perform such a show before everyone else. It's Guild Master Lu who is seeing through Lin Ruotian's movements in advance and messing with the other party's tempo, Principal Xie said with a grim look. Given that a teacher of their academy was wreaking havoc at the Lin clan, he had no choice but to rush over upon hearing the news. However, as soon as he arrived, this show immediately appeared before him, and a dizzy spell immediately struck him then. To see through the other party's movements and evade to a safe zone before he could launch his offense, rendering the other party's raging might to fall empty. How in the world did he do it? Even 3-star master teachers didn't possess such fearsome abilities. Unless this Guild Master Lu was Lin Ruotian's father or teacher, and was well versed in his offense. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make such precise judgments. But how could Guild Master Lu be Lin Ruotian's father or teacher? This matter was completely impossible. He knew that Guild Master Lu was a talented person, and bizarre matters seemed to shroud around him. But he didn't think that it would be to this extent, to force the attacks of a stronger opponent to fall empty each time. Regardless of how profound the movements were, just the thought of it made his head go blank. Do you dare to face me head-on? Lin Ruotian bellowed. He was on the verge of exploding. The more he fought, the more frustrated he got. A head-on battle? Isn't that what we're doing now? Xianxia said leisurely as he continued dodging. You attack while I evade, I advance while you retreat. Since you've been facing me all this while, how is this not a head-on battle? Upon hearing those words, Lin Ruotian nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. He knew that if he were to continue arguing with the other party, he would definitely die of anger before the other party could do anything. Thus, flicking his wrist, a sword appeared in his hands. Then, with a slight jerk, ripples appeared in the air, as though a paper had been cut apart. Do you dare to face me in a weapon duel then? Weapon? Sure. Xianxia was frozen for a moment before the edges of his lips curved up. Glancing backward, he chuckled, Xiaoya, your sword. Xianxia had no weapons in his storage ring, and he gave the one which the elder of the beast hall gifted him to Xiaoya. Since the other party had taken out his weapon, Xianxia immediately turned to the lady and shouted, Sword! Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but eventually, she still took out her sword and threw it straight toward Lu Laoshi. She didn't know why Lu Laoshi would ask to borrow her sword, but since she was here to help him, she didn't think too much about it. Voila! As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a cold light immediately shot out into the surroundings. In an instant, Xianxia's disposition immediately changed. For a moment, it seemed as though he had fused together with the sword in his hand, and his aura blasted straight into the heavens, threatening to slice even the blue sky apart. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, all of the swords in the surroundings released a crisp buzz, as though greeting their sovereign. The buzzing harmonized together to form a pleasant and bright melody. Call of the myriad swords. This is the realm beyond that of sword intent, sword heart. Despite being in his 20s, Guild Master Lu has comprehended sword heart? How did he do it? Everyone trembled violently in shock, and all gazes were immediately fixed on Xianxia. Weapon intent was only the start of a long path for those specializing in weapons. Those who had reached a higher level could comprehend the heart of weapons. Sword heart was the crystallization of one's deep comprehension in swordsmanship, and even experts who had transcended Jizuan were unable to reach that level easily. Yet, it had appeared from a Zhongshe realm pinnacle youngster at this moment, so how could they not be shocked? Sword heart, moving one's sword with one's heart, turning the tides with one's will. Every single movement is a sword art. Having comprehended such a state, there wasn't a single sword user who could match him at his cultivation realm. No, it isn't sword heart. At this moment, Pavilion Master Jiang arrived and he shook his head. Others might not know Guild Master Lu's true identity, but he was well aware of it. Given the talents Xianxia had displayed, if he were to allow Xianxia were to be killed by the Lin clan, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would definitely slaughter him. Thus, he rushed here as soon as he heard the news. However, seeing that Xianxia had the upper hand, he decided to watch by the side. No? Elder Zhu asked doubtfully. Call of the myriad swords, roar of the dragons. That was the distinctive trait of one who had comprehended sword heart. If that wasn't it, what else could it be? Depending on how deep one's understanding is, there are 3 levels to sword heart: primary, intermediate, and advanced. One who has comprehended sword heart will be capable of nourishing spirit into a sword, allowing it to harmonize with one, making it an extension of one's limbs in the truest sense. Even though Zhongshe has managed to induce the call of the myriad swords, he has only managed to stir the aura of the swords. He hasn't completely grasped the spirit of the sword yet. Pavilion Master Jiang explained. Sword heart was a realm as well as a state. It represented the spirit and heart within a sword. Even though Xianxia's level of comprehension towards swords was outstanding, going to the extent of even inducing the call of the myriad swords, his understanding of spirit was still too lacking. In fact, he hadn't even come into contact with it yet, so naturally, he couldn't be considered to have completely stepped into the level of sword heart. Then, this is... After hearing Pavilion Master Zhang's explanation, Elder Zhu asked doubtfully, if this wasn't sword heart realm, then what could this be considered as? It's partial sword heart realm. Pavilion Master Jiang answered with a grim expression. He has comprehended sword heart, but due to the limitations of his cultivation, he is still unable to grasp the idea of spirit completely. As long as he achieves a breakthrough in his cultivation, it's just a matter of time before he comprehends it. By then, he would be invincible among sword users. However, to reach partial heart realm despite not knowing what spirit is, how in the world did he do it? Even though Xianxia hadn't fully stepped into the level of sword heart, just reaching partial heart realm was sufficient to fill Pavilion Master Jiang with astonishment. Many of the experts that had transcended Jizuan had spent their days observing and researching, only to be kept out of the entrance of the sword heart realm. Yet, this fellow who didn't even know what spirit was, to the extent of not even owning his own sword, was able to reach this realm. Just the thought of it was sufficient to send one into a breakdown. If those who specially research swordsmanship but were unable to achieve a breakthrough in their entire life were to learn of it, would they die from frustration on the spot? Such powerful sword intent. Zhao Yi didn't know what sword heart was, but the sword intent that flurried from Lu Laoshi made her body tremble instinctively. It felt as though a pressure was pushing down on her, leaving her devoid of the courage to even draw her sword. The intimidation from a far stronger sword intent. Those who possessed deeper understanding of sword intent could suppress those with a weaker understanding with their disposition. Suggesting the use of weapons is the most foolish decision you have made in your life. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Zhang Xian chuckled. Heaven's Path fist art and Heaven's Path leg art only consisted of a single movement, and it could only be executed in close quarters. However, Heaven's Path sword art was different. Having comprehended sword intent, every single move one made was a sword art in itself. Previously, when crossing hands with the other party, due to the might from the other party's jinqi, Zhang Xian was unable to attack easily, so he could only dodge continuously. However, with a sword in his hand, the situation had changed. He could fight with the other party on the same footing now. Voila! With a slight jerk, the glint of a sword shot across the air, and a radiant sword emanation shot out straight toward Lin Ruotian. "What?" cried Lin Ruotian. The other party had been dodging his attacks before, causing all of his attacks to fall flat. He thought that using a weapon could widen the range of his attacks, making it more difficult for the other party to dodge, thus forcing him up a corner. How could he have known that the other party would have comprehended the heart of weapons? The heck? How could he match up to that? Even though his cultivation had reached half Jizuan, his comprehension of the sword hadn't even reached sword intent, needless to say, sword heart. With an awful expression, his body immediately scrunched together to avoid the other party's sword chi. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw another white light flying straight toward his neck. The heck? Sensing the killing intent imbued into the attack, he knew that his neck would be severed if he were to face it head-on. Thus, without any hesitation, he immediately rolled away. Voila! The sword chi struck the ground and a deep gorge appeared. Rock fragments and dust flew in the air. Damn it! To think that a half-Jizuan expert like himself would be forced to roll to avoid an attack. Lin Ruotian's rage bubbled within. In the midst of his roll, his hands struck the ground to provide him momentum to leap up, but at that very moment, his hair stood on ends, and he instinctively rolled forward. Zila! A deep gorge appeared at where he was originally at. Having comprehended sword intent, one would be able to produce an emanation of one sword and jinqi in the form of sword chi. Sword chi was incomparably sharp and indestructible by those of a similar cultivation realm. Even though Lin Ruotian was a half-Jizuan expert, he was still unable to withstand the might of it. Previously, he was able to force the other party to keep a distance through his deep and powerful jinqi. However, before the sharp sword chi, this technique became completely useless. If he were to try to do so, he would simply be cut through in the next instant. Lu Chang Yu. Forced to roll twice consecutively, Lin Ruotian was anxious and furious. He roared furiously, but before he could do anything, another sword chi came flying straight toward him. Sila. This time his reaction was a little slow. Feeling a slight chill, his loose robe was torn apart from the middle, and a few strands of his hair fell to the floor. Sensing the bone-piercing chill from the sword chi, he knew that his guts would be cut through if he were a moment slower. Knowing that this wasn't the time to speak, He continued rolling about. This is truly weird. In terms of fist art, Lu Laoshi could only dodge continuously, helpless before Guild Master Lin. But in terms of sword, Clan Head Lin couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet, forced to roll around the area. The Lin clan is reputed for its swordsmanship, and the head of the Lin clan is a famous swordmaster in the kingdom, and Guild Master Lu, as a physician and a normal teacher, doesn't even own a sword. Yet, to think that the swordmaster is more skilled in fist art, and the swordless physician is more adept in swordsmanship. What in the world is this? Staring at one another, everyone was dumbstruck at the sight before them. The Lin clan possessed a heritage of over several centuries in swordsmanship, and it stood at the very pinnacle of the field in Tianwu Kingdom. Everyone thought that Guild Master Lu would lose tragically upon seeing Clan Head Lin taking out his sword. No one could have imagined that there would be such a twist. To think that the swordmaster Lin Ruotian would be forced to roll around the field, unable to retaliate at all. Wasn't he way too weak? It isn't Clan Head Lin who is weak. It's that Guild Master Lu is too strong. A grave expression sat on Principal Lu's face. Under normal circumstances, even if he comprehended sword intent and sword heart, his cultivation is still only at Zhongshe realm pinnacle. It should have been impossible for him to throw out sword chi one after another. On top of that, sword chi also has a maximum range. The further the attack, the greater the expenditure of one's Zhenqi. A few elders of Tianwu Academy nodded in agreement. Sword chi was the emanation of Zhenqi. The further the attack, the greater the dissipation. Putting aside the weaker might of the attack, it took a huge toll on one's Zhenqi as well. Look, despite having thrown so many attacks, his sword chi still remains radiant and powerful, causing Clan Head Lin to be completely helpless before it. This shows that his Zhenqi is incomparably dense and pure. Principal Xia continued explaining. Only when one's Zhenqi reaches a certain level of density can one execute sword chi continuously without fearing it running dry. Only when one's Zhenqi reaches a certain level of purity will one be able to prevent one's Zhenqi from dissipating in midair, thus maintaining its might. Indeed, the crowd nodded. While the crowd was dumbstruck by the sight before them, Zhang Xian's sword was dancing in the air. Clan Head Lin, didn't you say that you want to compete with me in a weapon duel? What do you mean by rolling around on the floor? Bellowing loudly, Zhang Xian declared righteously, Do you dare to face me head-on? Pooh! Hearing those words, Lin Ruotian's anger clouded over his mind for a moment, causing him to be struck by a sword chi. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Madness! This was what he'd said a moment ago. To think that the fellow would bring it up at this moment. Face you head-on? To the hell with that. I don't even have the strength to withstand your sword chi. How can I face you head-on? With his fist, he was still able to force the other party to dodge continuously, not daring to face him head-on. Why did he have to suggest the usage of weapon? In the end, he only made a mockery of himself. For the number 1 expert of Tianwu Kingdom, a half-Jizuan expert, to be forced to roll around the floor. Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King, hurry up and make a move. As long as you kill this fellow, I'll agree to any request of yours, and I'll even double it at that. After a moment longer, Lin Ruotian realized that if this continued on, it would just be a matter of time before he was killed by the other party's sword chi. Unable to hold it in any longer, he immediately bellowed. The elders in the clan were already crippled, so his final hope was on Hall Master Liao and the Great Herb King. As the master of the Poison Hall, Liao Sun was a poison expert which granted him the ability to kill even experts above his level. Before him, Guild Master Lu's sword chi would be completely useless. All right, remember your words. I'll settle things with this man for you. Hearing the other party's promise, Liao Sun nodded in satisfaction and walked out. Hall Master Liao? Great Herb King? Could they be the Red Lotus City's Great Herb King and the Poison Hall's Hall Master Liao Sun? Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's faces turned pale. Commotion broke out. The Poison Hall was the fear of all ordinary cultivators. Poison came in many different forms, making it hard for a person to guard against it, no matter how strong they were. Initially, when Liao Sun walked out with the Lin clan, no one paid him any notice. However, upon hearing the shout, the crowd suddenly realized that he was the newly appointed hall master of the Red Lotus Range branch. This matter wasn't well known, but some of the clans with a wide intelligence network still managed to grab hold of the news. As the hall master, the other party surely possessed the strength of a 2-star pinnacle poison master. Needless to say, a Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator, even a Jizuan realm expert would have to wary against his poison. To think that the Lin clan had dealings with such a person. Their hearts immediately turned cold. Guild leader Lu might be powerful, but poison was something much too fearsome. Even the slightest contact could potentially render an expert helpless. Guild leader Lu is probably done for. Indeed, according to the rumors, Hall Master Liao even managed to kill a Jizuan realm primary stage expert. Given that guild leader Lu is only at Zhongshe realm pinnacle, how can he withstand his poison? To think that the Lin clan would have dealings with the poison hall. How could they? After ascertaining the identities of Liao Sun and the others, even though the crowd was furious at the Lin clan's doing, they couldn't do anything at all. Before the other party's poison, their overwhelming numerical advantage didn't mean a thing at all. I must save Xianxia. If the poison hall really makes a move, I'll immediately send a request to the headquarters to overturn the entire Red Lotus range. A glint flashed across Pavilion Master Zhang's eyes. Master teachers promoted the equality of education. While the poison hall was a feared existence, it wasn't without its value. Thus, as long as it didn't go too far, the master-teacher pavilion wouldn't go to the extent of eradicating it. However, if this hall master Liao Sun dared to lay his hands on the genius Xianxia, then he shouldn't blame him for getting nasty. He would ensure that the headquarters would lead an army to destroy his entire nest. Sword intent, sword chi, and heaven's path sword art? In contrast to the crowd's anger, Xiaoya's face turned pale, and her body trembled non-stop. Even though Lu Laoshi didn't explicitly execute the Heaven's Path sword art, Xiaoya was still able to catch some semblance of it. This was definitely the move that Grand Teacher taught her. How could this man know the sword art that Grand Teacher taught her? Could it be that? A thought suddenly flashed across her head, and she immediately turned to look at Wang Ying. As soon as the eyes of the duo met, the other party nodded. Really? Xiaoya's face paled further. Only at this moment did she understand why the other party borrowed her sword, and why his face was so bizarre when he learned of her duel with Mu Xueqing. Turned out that Lu Laoshi was Zhang Laoshi. Teacher, careful. Upon realizing this fact, she clenched her fists tightly together. She had absolute confidence in her teacher's strength. But the other party was a poison master, skilled in utilizing what that was naked to the human eye. Could teacher really withstand it? Anxious, she immediately turned her gaze forward. Your name is Lu Cheng, right? I have to admit that you're a genius. Walking forward, Liao Sun glanced at Zhang Xian with composure. However, it's a pity that you met me. He shook his head regrettably. The other party was indeed talented, but what was the use of it? He shouldn't have made an enemy out of the Lin clan. Only if the Lin clan became the sovereign of Tianwu Kingdom would the poison hall be able to come out from hiding. Liao Sun wouldn't allow anyone to foil his plans. With a flick of his wrist, a bottle of powder appeared in his palm. Then, driving the Jinqi in his body, he prepared to scatter this at the other party at any moment. Who? Seeing that Liao Sun was about to make a move, Zhang Xian kept his sword. As soon as the relentless sword chi attack came to a stop, Lin Ruotian recovered and hurriedly dashed toward Liao Sun, hiding behind his back. Kill him with your poison, he roared excitedly and savagely. It was fortunate that he invited Hall Master Liao here today. Otherwise, even if the Lin clan wasn't destroyed, its prestige would have fallen into the gutters. Don't worry, leave it to me. Twisting the bottle of powder in his hands, Hall Master Liao was ready to strike at any moment. Teacher. Anxious, Lu Cheng dashed forward, but before he could reach Zhang Xian, The latter shook his hands, turned to the Great Herb King, and smiled. Great Herb King, now that you're cured of your contract goo, your guts sure have inflated. How dare you bring Liao Sun out to cause trouble? Contract goo. The Great Herb King, who was looking at the commotion, narrowed his eyes, and he almost fell weakly to the ground. Liao Sun didn't know the true identity of Physician Bai, but he did. The genius master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Xianxia. He was the one who cured him of his contract goo back then. Very few people knew of this matter. Given how the other party was able to speak of it so confidently, could it be that one must know that he had personally witnessed the disguising ability of that Zhang Shi? Could this Lu Laoshi be one of his disguises as well? It was no wonder. He thought that it was too much of a coincidence for two grandmasters of the way of medicine to suddenly appear in Tianwu Kingdom, so they were actually the same person. It doesn't make a difference even if you know the Great Herb King. Liao Sun didn't pay the other party's words any heed. Roaring furiously, he prepared to throw the poison powder in his hands straight at the other party. Hall Master, stop! Flustered, the Great Herb King immediately charged forward to stop Liao Sun. What's wrong? Liao Sun was taken aback. The Great Herb King had always been a calm person. Why would he suddenly act in such a manner? Hall Master, you mustn't make a move. The face of the Great Herb King distorted, and he looked as though he was on the verge of tears. Hurriedly sending a telepathic message, he explained the situation. He is Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle? Hall Master Liao's kneecap suddenly caved in, and he nearly kneeled on the spot. Senior Granduncle. That was a formidable figure who even Envoy Gu Mu had to show utmost respect to. The reason why he could successfully become the Hall Master was also due to the help of this Senior Granduncle. And this man before him was him? He nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Are you sure? With a trembling body, he hurriedly asked telepathically. If the other party was really that man, and he tried to use his poison powder to kill him, once Envoy Gu Mu learns of it, he would skin him alive. There's no doubt about it. Nodding profusely, the Great Herb King was just about to continue explaining when the voice of the young man before them sounded once more. Hall Master Liao, where's Gu Mu? Has he tamed the lava beast completely yet? Put on. If he still wasn't too sure before, upon hearing these words, Liao Sun suddenly felt an urge to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Only 3 people knew of the lava beast: Gu Mu, him, and Senior Granduncle. Given that Gu Mu had returned to Shenyuan Kingdom, and he had never told anyone about it, the man before him had to be Senior Granduncle. There was no doubt about it. Hall Master Liao, don't listen to the nonsense of that fellow. Hurry up and kill him. Seeing Hall Master Liao hesitate, Lin Ruotian hurriedly urged him worriedly. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a jade bottle fly toward him. Pong! Before it could reach him, the bottle exploded, causing the poison powder to scatter all over him. Upon contact with his skin, an intense itch suddenly plagued Lin Ruotian's entire body. At the same time, he felt as though his meridians were being torn out. The intense pain made him burst into rage. Hall Master Liao, you? He roared furiously. What are you up to? I told you to kill Lu Cheng. What are you doing throwing it at me? Pa! Before he could recover from his astonishment, a stinging pain struck his face. Someone had slapped him. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and a few white teeth could be seen within the red puddle. Vermin, I'll kill you. Just as he was in a daze over who would be so daring as to lay his hands on him, he saw Hall Master Liao charging straight up to him with crimson eyes clouded with rage. Pong 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 pong. Hall Master Liao was truly incensed. If he had really made a move on Senior Granduncle today, putting aside his seat as the Hall Master, he might even die tragically. It was all the fault of this vermin. He would never be able to quell the rage in his heart if he didn't kill this vermin at this very moment. What? This? What is going on? Looking at the infuriated and frenzied Hall Master Liao, The crowd, who was intending to step in and help, were stunned. This was especially so for Pavilion Master Jiang and Principal Xia. Wasn't Hall Master Liao specially invited by clan head Lin to help? Didn't he arrogantly declare that he would kill guild leader Lu? Why would he renege on his words the next moment and start pummeling Lin Ruotian? Clan head Ji, who was hiding at the very back, nearly died from a stroke upon seeing the sight. Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on? Why would Hall Master Liao, who had confidently assured Lin Ruotian a moment ago, suddenly become so mad? That was Lin Ruotian, a half-Jizuan expert. To be pummeled like that, the heck! It is fortunate that I didn't step forward just now. Otherwise, I'd be probably in a worse shape. Lin Ruotian's strength was originally above that of Liao Sun, but caught off guard and poisoned, how could he still match up to the latter? Completely helpless before the latter's pummeling. His face swelled up, and the remaining traces of humanity was beaten out of his face. Enough! Seeing that Lin Ruotian was on the verge of dying under the pummeling, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. Yes! Liao Sun stopped and stood in front of Xianxia with a fawning smile on his face. That, Senior Granduncle, please pardon my blindness to fail to identify your greatness. Where did that bunch of nonsense come from? Go and wait by the side. Frowning, Xianxia reprimanded. Why would the men from the Poison Hall come here instead of staying peacefully at their Red Lotus range? To dream of usurping power, they were tired of living. Yes. Seeing that the other party had no intentions of pursuing this matter, Liao Sun heaved a sigh of relief, and he quickly walked to the side, not daring to say a word at all. Hall Master Liao went to stand by the side, as though an obedient student, after being reprimanded by teacher. Mu Xueqing and the others blinked, and their hands tugged on their hair in frenzy. They thought that Lu Laoshi would surely lose in the battle against the Lin clan. Thus they begged with the elders in their clans to support him. Yet, before these supporters they had brought could do anything, Lu Laoshi had already sent the entire clan to its knee. Even the half-Jizuan Lin Ruotian wasn't a match at all. They could comprehend it if Lu Laoshi was strong. But this master of the Poison Hall was a figure that instilled fear in all. Why would he suddenly become an obedient rabbit before their teacher? Obediently following what their teacher asked him to do. And why would he pummel Lin Ruotian? Doubts flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Damn it! Damn it! Just as everyone was perplexed, a roar sounded. Looking forward, Lin Ruotian had struggled to his feet, and a savage light glowed from his eyes. Lu Cheng, you were the one who forced me. I didn't want to use this because it's a huge waste, but since you don't intend on letting me off, I'll have all of you die here. Roaring furiously, two surge of Jinqi shot out from his two hands. Wang! A mist suddenly drifted into appearance, and a formation was activated. This, the Grade 3 pinnacle killing formation that Princess Consort Lin Long left behind back then? This time, we're really done for. Mo Tianxua's body trembled. In order to protect her own family, that legendary princess consort once requested for a Grade 3 pinnacle formation from Shenyuan Kingdom's Formation Master Guild to protect the Lin clan residents so that the clan could be everlasting. It was precisely because of this that even though the guardian beast had managed to reach the Jizuan realm, Mo Tianxua didn't dare to do anything out of fear. Initially, he was still praying that perhaps no one here was capable of activating this formation. How could he have known that not only was Lin Ruotian capable of activating it, he was even able to do it in an instant, thus shrouding all of them in it. This was a Grade 3 pinnacle killing formation. Different from the confinement formations, those who were trapped in the formation would be attacked by all kinds of bizarre attacks. At Grade 3 pinnacle, even a Jizuan realm expert could easily die under the onslaught of the formation. Haha! All of you, die! As soon as the formation was activated, it seemed as though countless menacing sharp blades had appeared in the air, threatening to fall from the skies at any moment and eliminate all within the area. Lin Ruotian's eyes reddened, and he roared in excitement. This formation was the one which his daughter, Lin Long, left behind to guard the Lin clan. Could only be used once, so Lin Ruotian was determined not to use it unless the Lin clan was in a desperate situation. He was unable to cope with Lu Cheng already, and now that Hall Master Liao had gotten involved as well, he knew that it would be impossible for him to withstand their combined might. Thus, without any hesitation, he immediately activated it. Didn't you all want to kill me? All right then, I'll have all of you die here. A grade 3 pinnacle formation was a formation that could trap and kill even a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. No matter how powerful you are only a Zhongshe realm cultivator. Death is all that awaits you. Finished. To think that I would die due to my curiosity. The Lin clan actually had this kind of trump card. No wonder the royal family was reluctant to make a move on them. At least we are dying to a powerful formation like this. Despair appeared on the faces of the people trapped in the formation. Formation Master was an occupation at the forefront of the upper 9 paths. The might of a formation in operation was unimaginable. Once trapped, they could only wait for their deaths. Pavilion Master Jiang, you have some understanding of formations. Can't you bring us out? Someone shouted. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to Pavilion Master Jiang, as though seeing their savior. On top of being a 2-star master teacher, Jiang Shu was a 2-star formation master as well. It was possible that he could have a solution to this crisis. I am helpless as well. This formation is way beyond my level of understanding. Shaking his head, Jiang Shu smiled bitterly. He was just a 2-star formation master. There was nothing he could do in the face of a formation of this level. Then we're really doomed. Hearing that even Pavilion Master Jiang was helpless before it, the crowd felt despair. Haha, only a 3-star formation master is capable of deciphering a grade 3 pinnacle formation. You all? Don't even dream about it. Watching their panic and despair, Lin Ruotian howled frenziedly. However, before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly interrupted. Only a 3-star formation master can decipher this formation? I don't think that's necessarily the case. The voice was exceedingly calm, and it contrasted greatly to the panic in the surroundings. Hurriedly turning their gazes over, they saw that the one who spoke was Guild Master Lu. The youngster simply shook his head, walked forward, and kicked into empty air. Wang! The air suddenly froze, and the fleeting mist, as well as the blades above them, suddenly stopped. The formation had been stopped. As though he had only done something insignificant, Zhang Xian clapped his hands and said, "See, didn't I just decipher it? You!" The smile on Lin Ruotian's froze, and his eyes slowly widened. His body swayed, and he nearly failed to catch his breath. That was a grade 3 pinnacle formation. Even 4-star formation master wouldn't be able to stop it as casually as he did. To do it with a single kick. The heck? Where is the fairness in the world? Back then, when Grand Elder Lin Tao said that this Guild Master Lu was capable of stopping formations with a kick, he thought that it could just be a coincidence. Perhaps the other party was familiar with the confinement formation used to trap the gold-tailed lion. But this one, even Lin Ruotian himself only deciphered it halfway. The only reason why he could activate it was because he had control over the core of the formation. If he could lay out such a formation himself, he wouldn't have hesitated to activate it earlier. For a physician, an amateur, to stop it with a single kick. Lin Ruotian's body convulsed, and he nearly tore out his hair. This. The formation stopped? It was stopped with a single kick? Pavilion Master Jiang also felt his head turning blank. Even a Jizuan realm expert could easily die in a grade 3 pinnacle formation. To stop it with a single kick. Painter, apothecary, beast tamer, master teacher, physician, and it turned out that he was a formation master on top of that. Brother, you should just tell us what there is in the world that you don't know so that we can prepare ourselves mentally. Another kick again? Mo Tianxue and Mo Yu glanced at one another and shuddered. Was this really a formation that could kill even a Jizuan? Why did it seem no different from a toy? How in the world did he do it? Right, I have to escape. While the crowd was overwhelmed with shock, Lin Ruotian finally recovered. Gritting his teeth, he immediately darted into the residence. No matter how foolish he might be, it was already clear that the tides had changed. The best he could at the moment was to preserve his own life. He had to inform the princess consort of this matter as soon as possible so that she could send her men over. Otherwise, the Lin clan would truly be destroyed today. Who? Darting into the residence, he immediately triggered the formation within. A mist immediately floated into appearance, shrouding the entire Lin clan. As the base of the Lin clan, it was impossible for it to be guarded with just a single formation. However, given how easily the strongest formation laid had been broken, all this formation could do was to delay his enemies. But of course, this little time meant a lot to him under the current situation. You wish to escape when you haven't apologized yet? Seeing the other party scrambling back into the residence, Xianxia shook his head. I've already said it. If you don't apologize, I'll beat you until you apologize. Lu Chong, charge in. Returning the sword back to Xiaoya, Xianxia chuckled softly. He walked up to the residence and kicked at a certain spot once more. Wang! The formation shrouding the residence stopped. The teacher and student entered. Wait for me. With the departure of the duo and the bizarre gazes of the crowd, how could Hall Master Liao Sun and the great Herb King dare to remain here? They immediately dashed into the residence as well. As the commotion came to an end, silence loomed over the entrance of the Lin clan residence. Looks like the Lin clan is done for. Looking at the convulsing elders who were lying on the floor and Lin Ruotian who had escaped without any hesitation, the crowd was still in a daze. Back then, when their children and juniors pleaded with them, they thought that this Lu Laosher was being a little too rash arguing with the Lin clan. Only now did they realize how hilarious their thoughts were. Single-handedly, he managed to crush the Lin clan who dominated the capital. This was something they could have never imagined in the past. What in the world was that fellow? How could he be that powerful? Teacher. Contrary to the shock of the others, the eyes of Mu Xueqing and the others were glowing, and they clenched their fists in excitement. All that lingered in their minds was a voice that kept shouting, "He is my teacher." My teacher managed to destroy formations with a single kick and vanquished the Lin clan which dominated the capital. My teacher, with his powerful sword Qi, was able to even render a half-Jizuan expert helpless. How lucky and proud they were to have such a teacher. As their hearts trembled in agitation, their eyes suddenly fell on a few other people. They were Xiaoya, Zhengyang, and group. Xiaoya, I know that Zhang Shi is formidable, but is he capable of unleashing sword Qi that rendered even a half-Jizuan helpless and stop a grade 3 pinnacle formation with a single kick like Lu Laosher? With her hands behind her back, Mu Xueqing's eyes shone with excitement. Zhang Shi was incredible, but he had only managed to reach Zhongshi realm a few days ago. On the other hand, not only was there Lu Laosher a Zhongshi realm pinnacle expert, he even managed to subdue the number 1 expert of Tianwu Kingdom, Lin Ruotian. The title of the number 1 expert in the kingdom rightfully went to him. How your Zhang Shi be a match for such a person? Lu Laosher is indeed incredible, Xiaoya replied calmly. Xiaoya, why would you? Seeing Mu Xueqing's gleeful look, Zhang Yang and the others were infuriated. They thought that Xiaoya would refute the other party, but never in their dreams did they think that she would admit it directly. This caused their faces to flush in anxiety. Don't worry, Lu Laosher may be incredible, but our Zhang Laosher isn't inferior in any way. Knowing that Lu Laosher and Zhang Laosher were the same person, there was no need for them to argue over this matter anymore. Since teacher had intentionally hidden his identity, not even notifying them of the matter, it wasn't Xiaoya's place to expose him then. Harumphing coldly, Xiaoya turned around. Boom! A powerful aura surged forth from her. The strength belonging to a Zhongshi realm intermediate stage rushed at Mu Xueqing and the others as though a massive wave. Zhongshi realm intermediate stage? Wasn't she still at Pishua realm a few days ago? How did she jump 2 realms all of the sudden? This is the result of Zhang Shi's guidance? Sensing the aura from Xiaoya, the crowd fell into a commotion once more. Due to the uproar from the duel between Xiaoya and Mu Xueqing, the crowd knew that she was only at Pishue realm 2 days ago. To reach Zhongshe realm intermediate stage within 2 days, this rate of advancement was way too fast. You! Mu Xueqing's eyes narrowed. Initially, she was indignant when she lost the second duel against the other party, and she thought that she would be able to defeat the other party now that she had reached Tongxian realm. Never in her wildest imaginations did she expect that the other party would have improved as well, and for it to be even more drastic. She had skipped past Tongxian realm to reach Zhongshe realm intermediate stage directly. How could she fight against this? Could Zhang Shi's guidance truly be that incredible? That's nothing much. 5 days ago, Lu Chong was only Dingli realm primary stage, but he has already reached Zhongshe realm intermediate stage already. Meng Tao harumphed. Advancing from Dingli realm primary stage to Zhongshe realm intermediate stage in just 5 days? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another astonishing news blasted at them once more. Lu Laoshi and Zhang Shi, aren't the two of you too monstrous? It would already an incredible feat to induce an advancement of one's cultivation by a small stage in just 5 days. Yet, your students leaped through several realms in just a few days. Looks like this Lu Laoshi is as talented as Zhang Shi. Indeed, the two of them are on par with one another. They're both incredible geniuses. Actually, I think that Lu Laoshi is more incredible. Inducing a growth from Dingli realm primary stage to Zhongshe realm in 5 days is clearly much more difficult than inducing a growth from Pishue realm to Zhongshe realm in 2 days. More importantly, he possesses a powerful cultivation. No matter how talented Zhang Shi is, his true strength is only at Zhongshe realm primary stage. Actually, I think that Zhang Shi is more formidable. Just by his feats of bashing through the various stages in the master-teacher examination and breaking all of the records already made him superior to most talents out there. More importantly, he is still young, so he still has a bright future before him. Amidst the crowd, many loyal fans of Zhang Shi and Lu Laoshi appeared, and they began to quarrel with one another. Neither side was willing to give in to the other. Escaping in a panic, he soon arrived at a sealed chamber. There was nothing but a white wall in the room. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of fresh blood fell into the aperture on the wall. Wang! A bright light shone, and the wall was activated. It was something similar to the wall of dilemma in the Physician Guild and the wall of pill formulae in the Apothecary Guild communication wall. A unique formation had been laid out on the communication wall, allowing one to transmit messages to one another instantaneously over long distances. The wall of pill formulae and wall of dilemma operated by the same concept as well. The cost of this object was extremely high. Even though it was only a wall, a grade 3 pinnacle formation was laid out on it. It was through the formation that one could transmit the message from one wall to another. The cost of a single wall was so huge that even the Tianwu royal family couldn't afford it. Only some of the more esteemed guilds were equipped with it. No one could have imagined that there would be one in the Lin clan as well. In order to protect her family, Princess Consort Lin Long was even willing to pay such an immense price. Picking up a brush, he clenched his jaws and wrote a line of words on it. The Lin clan has been besieged by the scoundrel Lu Cheng. Lin Lang and father are severely injured. Require immediate aid. Who? A bright light shone, and the words slowly faded. After which, Lin Ruotian heaved a huge sigh of relief. A savage glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Cheng and Tianwu royal family, I want you all to pay for all what has happened today. Beside the imperial palace of Shenyuan Kingdom, there was another massive palace. It was the East Palace, otherwise known as Crown Prince Palace. It was where the Crown Prince of Shenyuan Kingdom lived. In a room at the very corner of the palace stood a white wall. It had been quiet for a very long time, but today, a bright light shone, and a few words appeared on it. Something bad happened. Hurry up and inform Her Highness. The face of the guard in charge of the wall warped in panic, and he hurriedly instructed the servants. Other people might not be aware of the purpose of the wall, but he was well aware that it was linked to the old home of the princess consort. For it to be activated all of a sudden, not to mention with such a message, it was clear that something huge had happened. Soon, an elegant-looking lady walked over. Xinyuan Kingdom's princess consort, Lin Lang's elder sister, Lin Long. Father, brother. Seeing the words on it, the lady's body shuddered, and a malicious aura flowed out from her. She was extremely concerned about her family. She didn't think that such a situation would occur, since it hadn't been long since she had left Tianwu Kingdom. Lu Cheng? Who is this Lu Cheng? Bellowing furiously, resentment flowed through Lin Long. Hurry up and get General Liang here. Yes. The guards hurriedly walked over. General Liang Qingming, was the general under the command of the Crown Prince. As a Zhizuan realm advanced expert, he was in charge of the security of the East Palace. Only the Crown Prince and the Princess Consort could issue him commands. Soon, a middle-aged man walked over. His black dress-up and sharp eyes gave him an extremely cold appearance. With just a single glance, shudders would instinctively run down one's spine. Your Highness was looking for me? Bowing politely, Lian Qingming clasped his fist. General Liang, pick 2 experts to accompany me to Tianwu Royal City, Lin Long said. Tianwu Royal City? Liang Qingming asked doubtfully. That's right. My Lin clan has been trampled by others, and my younger brother and my father are severely injured. Make sure to do it fast. Lin Long instructed anxiously. No, 2 experts aren't sufficient. You shall go with me now. Only with your strength will I feel assured. Me? Liang Qingming hesitated. However, the Crown Prince hasn't returned yet. Shouldn't I ask for his permission before leaving? What permission? If you don't hurry, my Lin clan will become history. Lin Long flung her sleeves furiously. Yes, knowing that the Crown Prince doted greatly on Her Highness, if her clan were to be destroyed, he would be implicated as well. Thus, without hesitating for too long, Liang Qingming nodded. If you're in a rush, we should ride on the Crown Prince's gold-scaled lightning beast. Possessing a strength of Zhizuan realm intermediate stage, it is capable of traveling at high speed. Tianwu Royal City might be slightly far from here, but on it, we can arrive in just 2 days. All right, Lin Long nodded. As a Zhizuan realm savage beast, the Crown Prince's gold-scaled lightning beast was capable of traveling several 10,000 li in a single day. They might make it in time if they travel on it. Have Grandmaster Beast Tamer Zhou follow us, and get him to drive it as fast as he can. Lin Long instructed once more. Yes. Liang Qingming turned around to make preparations. In less than an incense's time, a massive savage beast appeared in the courtyard. Lin Long dived into the room on its back, and with a flap of its wings, the savage beast soared into the skies. Pong! Pong! Slowly advancing forward, Xianxia broke through 7 to 8 formations before reaching the room where Lin Ruotian escaped to. Following behind Xianxia, Liao soon got a clear glimpse of the strength of this young man. Regardless of which formation it was, with a single look, he was able to stop it with a kick. This was no longer something that could be described with the word fearsome. It was fortunate that he reacted decisively and turned against the Lin clan on the spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. You sure caught up fast. Knowing that they would appear, there wasn't the slightest panic in Lin Ruotian's eyes when the door was opened. Instead, with savagery on his face, he hissed, "However, even if you manage to catch up, do you dare to kill me? I've already informed the princess consort of this matter, and her men will arrive soon. As long as you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, not only will you die, the entire Tianwu kingdom will be buried as well. You mean that if we don't make a move on you, the princess consort will let us get away scot-free?" Seeing the confidence on the other party's face, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. The grudge was already picked, and even if Xianxia allowed Lin Ruotian to get away, the other party wouldn't let him off. You! He thought that the other party would be hesitant after hearing his words, but all the other party showed was indifference. Lin Ruotian was taken aback. Lu Chong, I'll leave it to you to exact your vengeance. After you're done, look for me at the academy. Liao Sun, you stay here to support him, Zhang Xian instructed, not bothering with the arrogant Lin Ruotian. Yes, Lu Chong and Liao Sun nodded. All of the powerful elders had been defeated, and the rest had either escaped or scattered. There were no longer any powerful figures in the Lin clan that were a match for Lu Chong and Liao Sun. Having settled the matter here, Zhang Xian slowly walked out of the Lin clan residence. At this moment, the crowd outside had yet to scatter. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, admiration glowed on their faces. I am truly thankful for all of your support. He knew that these people were gathered under the effort of his students. Even though they didn't do anything, the fact that they were willing to offend the Lin clan at this crucial timing to back him up made him emotionally indebted to them. Lu Laosher, Guildmaster Lu, is being too polite. We didn't do anything at all. The crowd immediately bowed, their faces flushed in embarrassment. They intended to help Lu Chong, but in the end, the other party managed to wipe out the Lin clan single-handedly. I, Lu Chong, am one to repay favors. How about this? I will conduct a lecture here for everyone in gratitude for all of your help. Given the sentiments they had shown, Zhang Xian couldn't remain unmoved. A lecture. Delighted. Everyone's eyes shone in excitement. Even though this guild master Lu wasn't a master teacher, he was a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert who had comprehended sword heart. His lecture would definitely contribute greatly to their cultivation. The core of cultivation lies in one's heart. Without wasting any time, Zhang Xian started speaking. His voice touched the hearts of the crowd, shaking their souls. In order to prevent his true identity from being revealed, he didn't utilize impartation of heaven's will this time. Even so, there were many who managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of his lecture. There were at least 100 people who came to back Zhang Xian up, and there were 7 of them who managed to achieve a breakthrough. To induce a breakthrough in the crowd in a single lesson, as expected of the most talented master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom, seeing this sight, Pavilion Master Jiang felt impressed. Despite being a 2-star pinnacle master teacher, he wasn't capable of this feat. The other party's explanation was detailed and simple. Concepts that were often difficult to grasp became exceedingly simple under his explanation. It felt as though the cultivation of others were a huge ball of wool, whereas he had managed to sort it out neatly into strand after strand. Under his explanation, it felt as though they were given a glimpse into the essence of cultivation. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for them not to improve. Incredible! To think that the lecture of Lu Laosher isn't inferior to Zhang Shi at all. Indeed, I found myself a new idol today. Hearing Lu Laosher's lecture, Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, and Lu Yang fell into a trance. In the past, they had always known that Zhang Laosher was the greatest teacher in the world, and that all other teachers were trash before him. However, at this moment, they realized that there was a much larger world outside the one they knew. Zhang Laosher was formidable, but it would be hard for him to triumph over this Lu Laosher. It was laughable that they had always thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. Do you think that Zhang Laosher's lesson is better? Or that Lu Laosher's lesson is better? Seeing the expression of the group, Xiaoya shook her head helplessly and asked with a bizarre look. The both of them are good. With a scarlet face, Zhang Yang replied. He wanted to say that Zhang Laosher was better, but the lesson of this Lu Laosher wasn't inferior to their teachers in any way. Forget it. You all go figure it out yourselves. Since teacher didn't say anything, Xiaoya couldn't be bothered to explain either. Turning around, Xiaoya and Wang Ying left together, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded guys behind. After completing the lesson, Zhang Xian returned to Tianwu Academy. Not too long later, Lu Chong walked up to him, and with slightly reddened eyes and a trembling body, he knelt to the floor. All of the words that he had wanted to say seemed to converge into a single one. Teacher. It was because of his teacher that he had a chance to exact his vengeance and found the purpose of his existence. It was because of teacher that his parents were able to rest peacefully in the earth, and that he will not be ashamed to meet them when he finally reunites with them. Finding such a good teacher was the best thing that the heavens had given him. Stand up. On the classroom, Xianxia looked at him gently. You should be able to tell me why the Lin clan had to eradicate your clan now, right? Even though Lu Chong's elder sister had castrated Lin Lang, the Lin clan, in consideration of their reputation, shouldn't go to the extent of destroying an entire clan consisting of more than 100 members. Most probably, there was another more compelling reason. Back then, in the royal palace, Missouri Tianxue and Mou were around, so Lu Chong didn't mention the matter. The duo didn't realize anything, but Zhang Xian still noticed that something was amiss. Teacher, it's true that the Lin clan didn't destroy my Chu clan because of that matter. It's because of an heirloom in my clan. Without any hesitation, Lu Chong immediately revealed the truth. Given how much his teacher had done for him, he had decided that he wouldn't hide anything from him. Heirloom? Zhang Xian frowned. Yes. It's an ancestor's handwritten letter. Lu Chong replied. Ancestor's handwritten letter? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Why would the Lin clan want a handwritten letter from your ancestors? This letter was most probably a letter Lu Chong's ancestor left to his offspring, but why would the Lin clan fight for it, even going to the extent of wiping out an entire clan? The handwritten letter of our ancestor indeed isn't worth much. But within the letter is the handwritten reply from Kong Shi. Lu Chong explained. Kong Shi's handwritten words? Zhang Xian was taken aback, and his head turned blank. Emperor Kong Shi was the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the #1 person in history. The value of his handwritten words was invaluable. To think that his handwritten reply would be in a letter of the Chu clan ancestors, putting aside the Lin clan, even the entire Shenyuan kingdom would go into a frenzy over it. All of Zhang Xian's doubts were immediately answered as well. Lu Chong had tried to hide himself, changed his name, and gone to the extent of pretending to be a mute. But given the immense influence the Lin clan wielded in the capital, they were more than capable of tracking him down. It was impossible for Lu Chong to live beneath their noses for 2 years without realizing a thing. From the looks of it, it seemed like the Lin clan had intentionally left him alive so that they could use him to find the handwritten letter. They probably knew about Lu Chong's mediocre talent as well, and knowing that he was incapable of exacting vengeance, they left him be. They couldn't have imagined that Lu Chong would meet with Zhang Xian, and that the insignificant figure whom they thought nothing of would bring ultimate doom to their clan. Your ancestors were acquainted with Kong Shi? After comprehending the situation, Zhang Xian continued asking, why would Kong Shi write his ancestor a reply for no reason? I'm not too sure about the details, and I haven't seen the letter myself either. My father has only vaguely told me about it in the past. Lu Chong continued. The letter currently isn't in my old clan or on me. It's hidden by my ancestors in the depths of a mountain range. If teacher wants it, I can hand it over to you. This handwritten letter was left behind by the Chu clan's ancestors. Even when facing impending death, the Chu clan was unwilling to hand it over to the Lin clan. Yet Lu Chong was willing to hand it over to his teacher without any hesitation. Forget it. Even though Kong Shi handwritten words are valuable, it's of no use to me. Zhang Xian shook his head. Kong Shi's handwritten words might be an unparalleled treasure to the others, to the extent that they would kill one another over it. But to Zhang Xian, it was nothing at all. No matter how formidable the letter was, could it match up to the golden page of the Book of Heaven's Path? To Zhang Xian, given that it couldn't contribute to his cultivation, it was just something he could sell for a lot of money. Besides, it belonged to his student. For this, Lu Chong's entire clan was destroyed. Zhang Xian hadn't stooped down to the level of vying with his student over his fortune. I've been rude. Hearing his teacher's words, Lu Chong's face flushed. He had seen his teacher's sincerity toward him, and it should have been clear that he didn't do it for the ancestor handwritten letter. To bring up this matter seemed as though Lu Chong was sounding Zhang Xian out instead. Choosing not to dawdle on this problem, Zhang Xian glanced at Lu Chong. He had left right after conducting his lecture back then, so he didn't know how Lu Chong chose to deal with the Lin clan. I didn't kill them. Instead, I had Hall Master Liao cripple their cultivation entirely. Lu Chong replied. Even though he was adamant to exact his vengeance so that his kin could live in peace, he knew that he would be letting them off too easily if he were to just kill them. The Lin clan had been arrogant in the past few years, and they had offended many people. Given that their cultivation had been crippled, and that they no longer had formations to protect them, even if Lu Chong didn't kill them personally, this powerful clan would soon disappear in the tides of history. On top of that, by choosing not to kill them, he could protect his teacher's honor as well. Hearing how Lu Chong dealt with the Lin clan, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. After undergoing this incident, his student had matured. If he were to kill the entire Lin clan, that would be granting them relief. Crippling their cultivation and allowing them to live on in such a manner was probably much more painful to them than death. Teacher, this is what we confiscated from the Lin clan. Lu Chong took out a storage ring and presented it to Xianxia. Being the previous number 1 clan in Tianwu Kingdom, it possessed many treasures in its residence. As it would be a huge waste to leave those lying in the residence for others to grab, he chose to store them all into his storage ring and bring it to his teacher. As for the ring, he took it off Lin Ruotian's finger. Xianxia took the ring. He wasn't interested in his student's possession, but he didn't feel any guilt taking the possessions of the Lin clan. After all, the Lin clan would have done the same if they were in his place. Dripping a droplet of blood to claim possession of the ring, Xianxia protruded his consciousness into the ring, and a vast space immediately appeared before him. It was much larger than his previous ring, and it was around the size of 100 meters. As expected of the Lin clan, so many gold coins. Quickly sweeping across the area, gold coin was stacked into towering mountains, and its quantity definitely numbered over 1 billion. But of course, the most valuable items weren't the gold coins, but the various formations, weapons, and pills. Spirit stones. Quickly sweeping across the area, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. In a corner of the ring, Xianxia saw a few spirit stones being placed in a jade box by the corner. A small amount of spiritual energy was emitting from it. Counting them, there was a total of 10 of them. It was even more than the amount he got from the Tianwu royal family. With so many spirit stones, I should be able to reach at least half Zhizuan. Xianxia chuckled gleefully. While half Zhizuan realm was just a small realm above that of Xianxia realm pinnacle, the spiritual energy requirement was even more than the entire Xianxia realm added up together. Xianxia was still frustrated thinking about where he could look for spirit stones when the Lin clan solved his problems. I should check if there are any cultivation techniques or secret manuals. Xianxia continued browsing through the various objects in the area. To him, there were only 2 things that were important to him now. Firstly, spirit stones. Secondly, cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and naturally, the greater the quantity, the better it was for him. There seems to be a lot of books on formations in here. Soon, Xianxia's eyes fell upon a huge collection of books on formations placed on bookshelves. As a distinguished clan of formation masters, their collection of such books probably exceeded that of even the capital's formation master guild. Quickly taking them into his collection, Xianxia's eyes fell on the final bookshelf. As I thought, there are cultivation technique manuals on half Zhizuan realm and Zhizuan realm. On the very end of the bookshelf was where the most powerful Lin clan heirloom cultivation techniques and battle techniques were placed. Among them were half Zhizuan and Zhizuan realm cultivation technique. However, the number was severely lacking. There were only slightly more than a dozen half Zhizuan realm manuals and 2 Zhizuan realm manuals. Even so, it's still worth collecting. Other people would be delighted to see these cultivation technique, but they were of little use to Xianxia. Even so, every manual still counted. He decided to look at their contents first. Every book that his finger came into contact with would form an identical book in the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Then, he compiled the dozen or so half Zhizuan book together to form a single one. With a single look, he fell speechless. There were too few correct sentences, so the technique formed couldn't be cultivated at all. Forget it. Putting aside achieving a breakthrough, Xianxia might even die if he were to cultivate this technique. Knowing this, Xianxia immediately lost all interest. What is that? Just as Xianxia was about to retract his consciousness from the storage ring, he saw a small jade bottle placed at the corner of the ring. It wasn't too big, and it was inconspicuous compared to all of the objects in the storage ring, but it was made of the top quality, spirit-harnessing jade, which carried the attribute of warmth. With a swift movement, the jade bottle appeared in his hand. Instead of opening it, Xianxia uttered in his head, "Flaws!" A book immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Flipping it open, it wrote, "Forged by a 7mo craftsman using spirit-harnessing jade. It has the ability to prevent the decomposition of blood and dissipation of spiritual energy. Stored within it are 2 drops of blood essence from a grade 1 spirit beast, steel-armored dragon." Spirit beast blood essence? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he nearly jumped up from agitation. When he first fought against Lin Ruotian, the Library of Heaven's Path clearly detailed that the other party had consumed spirit beast blood essence, granting him overwhelming vitality. Xianxia thought that the other party would have already consumed all of the blood essence. He didn't think that there would still be 2 drops left. Seemed like his daughter, the princess consort, had given him 3 droplets, but given the limitations of his physical condition, he only managed to absorb 1. Even so, it was sufficient to grant him the strength equivalent to a half-Jizuan realm pinnacle. There should be an absorption method in here as well. Different from spirit stones, spirit beast blood essence had a special method that one had to use to absorb it so that it would fuse with one's body and augment it. Since the head of the Lin clan had succeeded in doing so, he must possess a suitable absorption technique as well. Harboring such thoughts, Xianxia started rummaging through the entire storage ring, and soon, he found a secret manual hidden in the corner. Written on top of it were 5 big words. Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Flaws. Collecting it into the Library of Heaven's Path, he immediately flipped through it and he fell speechless once more. This Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula seemed incredible, but the flaws in it numbered at several hundred. How in the world did Lin Ruotian manage to cultivate this technique? Right, there's quite a few books on physical body cultivation in Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault. Perhaps, if I were to mix all of them together, something good might turn out. Just as Xianxia was intending to dump this book back onto the shelves, a thought suddenly popped into his mind and he froze. He had collected all of the books in Tianwu Kingdom's book collection vault, and there was a sizable collection of physical body cultivation technique manuals in there. Many of these cultivation techniques were superior to that he saw in Master Lu Chen's residence back then. After walking out from the book collection vault, Xianxia immediately went over to the Lin clan to seek justice for Lu Chong. As such, he hadn't had the time to look through it yet. Summoning all of physical body cultivation technique manuals from the library, he overlapped them together with the Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula. Compile. Who? A brand new book appeared before Xianxia. He anxiously flipped it open, and the contents appeared before him. By training one's physical body and tempering it with one's jinqi, one's physical body could gain the might equivalent to one's jinqi, or perhaps even higher than that. However, it is difficult to reach higher heights in one's physical body cultivation. By using the blood essence of Spirit Beast to nourish one's body, one could gain the fearsome physical abilities of a Spirit Beast. A complete cultivation technique was detailed in the manual. It worked. Briefly browsing through it, Xianxia clenched his fist tightly. Just as he guessed, the Spirit Blood Body Nourishment Formula could be compiled with the other physical body cultivation technique manuals to form a new Heaven's Path technique. I'll call it Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. Xianxia immediately gave it a name. The Heaven's Path Golden Body that Xianxia compiled back in Lu Chen's home was powerful, but as his cultivation progressed, its effectiveness was steadily going downhill. On the other hand, this physical body cultivation technique he had just compiled was clearly far superior to the previous Heaven's Path Golden Body. One has to rub the Spirit Beast blood essence on one's acupoint to absorb its strength and augment one's physical body. Once one succeeds, one would gain immense fighting power. Remembering the contents, Xianxia immediately opened the jade bottle, poured out the 2 drops of blood essence, and following the method detailed in the secret manual, He rubbed it on his acupoints. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the blood essence came into contact with Xianxia's skin, a blazing heat immediately seared his skin. Spirit beasts were existences that surpassed the Fighter 9 Dawn. If one tried to forcibly absorb spirit blood without a suitable absorption technique to go with it, not only would one be unable to improve, one might even die on the spot. In a sense, the Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan was the most correct method in absorbing the blood essence. As though a plant that had thirsted for several years, Xianxia's body greedily absorbed the energy within the spirit blood. After an unknown period of time, boom! With a loud bang, as though something had exploded, and Xianxia's physical body strength had broken through a bottleneck and reached a brand new level. Breathing out a mouthful of turbid gas, Xianxia realized that his entire body was revitalized, and his skin was more compact and smooth. At the same time, his appearance looked slightly more dashing, and his figure became slightly closer to the golden ratio. He had succeeded in Cultivation Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan. The 2 drops of spirit beast blood essence which he had rubbed on his acupoints had been absorbed cleanly by his body. Time to test my strength. Knowing that it was hard to determine the growth in his physical strength, Xianxia walked over the strength measuring rock pillar not too far away, raised his fist and struck it. Kacha! The rock pillar shuddered, and it was nearly broken into pieces. A line of numbers slowly floated into appearance. 9999 ding? Just a step away from reaching 10,000. Jizuan Realm was also known as 10,000 Ding Realm. Given that Xianxia's strength had reached 9,999 ding, it meant that he was invincible against all those beneath Jizuan Realm. It is a pity that the amount of spirit beast blood essence is too lacking. If I have several dozen more, I might be able to reach Jizuan Realm pinnacle. Xianxia lamented. Even though he had mastered Heaven's Path Golden Body 2 Dan, he knew that his physical strength hadn't reached its cap yet. As long as he had sufficient blood essence, he could continue to cultivate the technique and his strength would continue to rise swiftly. But even so, Xianxia was already contented. Lin Ruotian was stuck in Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle for a very long time, and even after using the energy harnessed within the spirit beast blood essence, he only managed to achieve a Zhenqi strength of around 9,000 ding. On the other hand, Xianxia's breakthrough was in his physical body, and his physical body strength had reached 9,999 ding. The difficulty in doing so was several folds above that of the former. One's Zhenqi could run out in the midst of a battle, but physical strength was constant. On top of that, physical body cultivators possessed nearly invincible defense in comparison to those of the same cultivation realm, allowing them to match with 3 to 4 of Zhenqi cultivators easily. But of course, this was assuming that there wasn't a huge disparity in the skills and battle techniques of both sides. With this kind of strength, I'll be able to defeat a Jizuan Realm primary stage cultivator easily. And even when facing a Jizuan Realm intermediate stage expert, I won't be completely helpless. Previously, when Xianxia's strength was still at Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, he was already able to easily defeat the half-Jizuan Realm Lin Ruotian, who possessed a strength of more than 9,000 ding. Given that he had managed to achieve such a huge leap in his strength, naturally, his fighting prowess rose significantly as well. At Jizuan Realm primary stage, one's strength would finally break through the 10,000 ding mark. Then, for every increment within the cultivation realm, one's strength would increase by another 10,000 ding, thus granting one the strength of 40,000 ding at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. 9,999 ding of physical body strength, coupled with 5,000 ding of Zhenqi strength, added up to a total of 14,999 ding. With such strength, Xianxia was able to rival against Jizuan Realm intermediate stage experts. Seeing the raise in his strength, Xianxia heaved a huge sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Ruotian had told him that he had informed Princess Consort Lin Long of the matter, so it was highly likely that she would send her men over. Even though Xianxia acted nonchalantly on the surface, he was quite concerned over this matter. Given that he had managed to achieve a huge leap in his strength, he could finally relieve himself of the huge worry in his heart. Heaving a long sigh of relief, Xianxia suddenly remembered that Lu Chong was still in the room. quickly extracting his consciousness from the storage ring. He turned around to look for Lu Chong, only to see the youngster staring at him with mouth agape and eyes widened into huge circles. The current Lu Chong was experiencing a slight breakdown. As soon as he passed the Lin clan's storage ring over, his teacher had started to go into a daze. After a long moment, he suddenly leaped up, as though suffering from a stroke, and struck the strength-measuring rock pillar. Then, the pillar displayed 9,999 ding of strength. What in the world happened? His teacher had only whipped out a jade bottle, dabbled some crimson liquid on his body, fell into a daze, and his strength immediately surged. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough, he even nearly reached Jizuan realm. How in the world did he do it? All along, Lu Chong thought that he had improved swiftly through the poison tempering. But after seeing his teacher, he realized that it wasn't a big deal at all. Other people would die of old age trying to reach the half-Jizuan stage, but his teacher only had to fall into a momentary daze to do so, and not to mention that daze brought him right to the peak of half-Jizuan realm. If word were to spread out, those self-proclaimed geniuses would probably die of shame. This was no longer the feat of a genius, but a monster. Just as he was overwhelmed by shock, he saw his calm teacher looking at him with glowing eyes. Right. Do you still have any enemies? Why don't I help you get back at them as well? If not, help me ask Mu Xueqing and the others if they have any. After which, Xianxia started counting on his fingers. If there are a few more such clans, I'll surely be able to obtain a lot of treasures and secret manuals. If so, I'll have truly struck it rich. Lu Chong. Teacher, aren't you an enlightened expert who have seen through material possession? Aren't you a genius who couldn't care less about those crude objects? Exacting vengeance for others, to confiscate wealth? Why do you seem more and more unlike an enlightened expert, but a greedy ruffian instead? In an instant, Lu Chong felt that he had to reevaluate his opinion of his teacher, but it was no wonder why Xianxia was so excited. Initially, he only went against the Lin clan because he felt indignant for Lu Chong, who knew that he would suddenly attain such a huge wealth. Putting everything aside, if he could find a few more drops of spirit beast blood essence, through the Heaven's Path Golden Body to Dan, he would be able to break through the bottleneck constricting his physical body and reach Jizuan realm. By then, even if he were to head to Shenyuan Kingdom, there would be nothing for him to fear. He would be able to stand tall and mighty there too. While waiting for the other party to respond, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed in the classroom. Is Lu Laoshi inside? Lu Chong, you should rest by the side first. Bringing back his authority as a teacher, Xianxia waved Lu Chong away and sat upright. Then he replied impassively, Is it Sun Laoshi? Please enter. He could recognize the voice of the person outside. It was Mo Hongyi, who was disguised as Sun Cheng. It seemed like the poison in his body had been neutralized, and he had recovered from its effects already. Jia. As soon as Xianxia said those words, a figure immediately rushed in and glared at Xianxia furiously. With a questioning tone, he bellowed, Lu Laoshi, you should know that your tea is poisoned, right? I only knew after that incident. Honestly speaking, I'm a victim here too. Seeing the other party's look, Xianxia consoled. Someone must be trying to kill me, and you only happened to step right into it and accidentally consumed the poison tea that such a matter happened. Don't worry. I'll definitely look into the matter and return your grievance. Redress my grievance? Victim? Victim my head. Hearing Xianxia's words, Mo Hongyi's hair stood on ends, as though a cat who had his tail stepped on, and he erupted into rage. The heck you are a victim. In the end, didn't you end up well? As the number one genius, not only did I get poisoned, I even fell into the fecal drain. More importantly, redress my grievance? How in the world are you going to redress my grievance when it's your student who poisoned me? What's wrong? Seeing the other party getting angrier and angrier, Xianxia was perplexed. No one likes to get poisoned, and honestly speaking, how could I know that you would drink the tea from my room? You? All right. Knowing that this fellow was indeed a victim, and he was ignorant of the matter, Mo Hongi suppressed his rage and harumphed. There's no need for you to investigate. I already know who the culprits are. Who? Frowning, Xianxia's face turned grave. He had been contemplating over this matter for a very long time. He didn't offend anyone in this identity of his, so why in the world would someone want to poison him? If he knew who the culprit was, he would definitely pursue the matter. It's Zhengyang and the others. I saw them do it personally last night. Oblivious to Zhang Xian's thoughts, Mo Hongi harumphed coldly. Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Xian was thinking about how he should teach the other party a lesson, Mo Hongi's words caused his to stagger, and he nearly fell to the ground. It was his own students who poisoned him? What in the world is going on? Zhang Xian was shocked, but it didn't take him long to deduce the entire matter. His complexion immediately darkened. Those little bastards! Roaring furiously, Zhang Xian stood up abruptly with rage blazing within him. The students of the other teachers were so obedient, yet what was with the students he taught? When they weren't fighting or causing trouble, they were poisoning their own teacher. The heck? If I don't teach them a lesson, I am not Zhang Xian. Xiaoya, what's going on? Given how arrogantly Mu Xueqing acted just now, why didn't you teach her a lesson? In any case, it's Lu Laoshi and not her that's formidable, so what rights does she have to be acting so gleefully? On the way back to the residence, Zhang Yang kept questioning Xiaoya in displeasure. Zhang Laoshi's reputation has been completely pushed down by that Lu Laoshi. As his student, even if you don't speak for your own teacher, how can you compliment the opponent's teacher? Is there something wrong with you? Teach her a lesson? I think you should think about how you can avoid punishment first. Seeing how the fellow before her had yet to grasp the situation, Xiaoya replied helplessly. Avoid punishment? What punishment? Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. At the same time, Lu Yang and Yuan Tao also looked over curiously. They were sharp-witted, but regardless, they were only 15 to 16-year-old children. There were many things which they needed someone to point out to them before they could understand it. Wang Ying, you should explain the situation to them. I'll try to think about how we can apologize to teacher. Xiaoya grabbed her forehead in frustration. Her original intention was to guard her teacher's honor and bring eminence to him. Yet, she did manage to make her teacher's name known, but as soon as his true identity was declared in public, he would definitely become a laughingstock. What in the world was this? To think that such a matter could happen. She truly didn't know how to face Zhang Laoshi in the future. Wang Ying, what's wrong? Sensing that this was a huge matter, Zhang Yang looked at her anxiously. This? Wang Ying's face turned red. I suspect that Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi in disguise. Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi? Zhang Yang and the others were stunned. Indeed, when fighting against the head of the Lin clan, Lu Laoshi executed Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path leg art. I've seen it clearly, and there's no mistake about it. On top of that, the technique that he used after borrowing Zhao Ya's sword is Heaven's Path sword art which Grand Teacher passed down to Zhao Ya. Furthermore, given how he treated us. Seeing the disbelieving looks of the trio, Wang Ying explained. Lu Laoshi is Zhang Laoshi? Then, the person we poisoned is Zhang Laoshi. And we even scolded him so happily. Yuan Tao, Zhang Yang, and Lu Yang trembled in shock. Their faces turned pale, and they were on the verge of breaking down. If that was true, then what in the world did they do in the past few days? Teacher had done so much for them, yet all that was on their minds was how they could do him in. The trio felt so stifled that they might spew blood. I want to go to Tianwu Academy to apologize to teacher. After a long moment, Zhang Yang slowly said with a pale face. I'll go with you. Same here. Yuan Tao and Lu Yang hurriedly nodded. All right. Upon making a decision, the group hurriedly headed toward Tianwu Academy. Knowing that they had to face it sooner or later, Xiaoya and Wang Ying also tagged along with them. Dong! Before they could reach the academy, the sound of a deafening bell rang. It's from the Master Teacher Pavilion. The group couldn't help but turn toward the source of the ringing. This sound is the bell from the Master Teacher Pavilion to gather all Master Teachers. Something huge must have happened. Xiaoya's face tightened in worry. The bell from the Master Teacher Pavilion wouldn't sound for no reason. And when it did, it meant that something urgent and important had occurred. Let's go over to the Master Teacher Pavilion and take a look first. If Teacher is in the capital, he'll surely rush over as well. Frowning, Xiaoya instructed. The bell demanded for the presence of all Master Teachers. If Lu Laosher was truly Zhang Laosher, he should rush there upon hearing the bell as well. Zhang Yang and the others nodded. Thus, the group started heading toward the Master Teacher Pavilion. This is the assembly bell? Who rang it? Standing at the entrance of the Lin clan was Pavilion Master Jiang, who was still in a slight trance after Zhang Xian's lecture. Upon hearing the sound, he was taken aback. Not everyone was qualified to ring the bell in the Master Teacher Pavilion. In the entire Tianwu Kingdom, only the Pavilion Master and the other two-star Master Teachers wielded the rights to do so. However, given that the three of them were here, what in the world was going on? Something urgent must have cropped up. Let's hurry back to take a look. A grave look appeared on Elder Zhu's face. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. Without any hesitation, he led the group of Master Teachers gathered here back to the Master Teacher Pavilion as quickly as possible. Let's go over and take a look as well. Mo Tianxue and the others also followed them back to the Master Teacher Pavilion. The Master Teacher Pavilion was the foundation of a kingdom. Without their support, putting aside the fact that the kingdom's tier might be lowered, it would also make the kingdom more prone to attacks. At this moment, the sound of the bell reverberated through the entire capital, attracting the attention of countless people. Even Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi were taken aback. The Master Teacher Pavilion is summoning us. Let's go over as well, Mo Hongyi said grimly. Zhang Xian nodded. Teacher. Lu Chong hurried forward. Find Mu Xueqing and the others, and bring them to the Master Teacher Pavilion. Knowing Lu Chong's intentions, Zhang Xian immediately issued him some instructions. Initially, they had agreed on finishing the examination tomorrow. However, since that Mo Hongyi had recovered, and he was going to head there anyway, Zhang Xian didn't mind finishing the examination today so that he could be promoted to a 2-star Master Teacher. Not daring to dawdle, Pavilion Master Jiang and the others rushed straight back. It didn't take them too long to arrive at the Master Teacher Pavilion. As soon as they stepped into the guild, an apprentice quickly walked up to them. Pavilion Master, Elder Zhu. What happened? Jiang Shu looked at him with a deep frown sitting on his forehead. The headquarters sent 2 envoys over. Seeing that there isn't a single Master Teacher here, they instructed me to ring the assembly bell, the apprentice explained. Envoys from the headquarters? Getting Pavilion Master Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Bring me over quickly. Upon walking into the main hall, he saw 2 elders seated at the very top of the room. You're Jiang Shu. Before Jiang Shu could reply, an elder stroked his beard and introduced themselves. I am Su Fan, and this is Ling Yuheng. We're from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion. Su Fan? Ling Yuheng. Pavilion Master Jiang was stunned for a moment before a jolt shot through his entire body. Disbelief shone in his eyes. The 4-star Master Teachers of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Su Shi and Ling Shi. Even though Jiang Shu had never been to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's capital before, Su Shi and Ling Shi were names that all Master Teachers within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance were familiar with. Could they be those 2 legendary figures? Why would they visit Tianwu Kingdom personally? Hee, that's us. Chuckling, the duo nodded slightly. Their movements and words weren't excessive, and they exuded an extremely peaceful and tranquil feeling. The crowd didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure or intimidation from them. 4-star. Upon hearing their words, the faces of Elder Zhu and the others turned pale, and they nearly fainted on the spot. They were legendary figures who were said to possess the capability to turn stone into gold, and the destructive might to crush mountains and split rivers. Under such rumors, the group subconsciously felt that they lived in a completely different world from the duo. Yet, to think that there would come a day where they would be talking harmoniously. Initially, they were still slightly intrigued about the ringing of the assembly bell. This bell was usually used for emergencies, and only the 2-star master teachers had the right to ring it. As 4-star master teachers, the duo was more than qualified to ring the assembly bell. However, as 4-star master teachers, the duo was indeed more than qualified to ring the assembly bell. There's no need to get nervous. The purpose of our visit is to look for Xianxia. Seeing the stiff expressions on the crowd, Su Shi chuckled lightly. His voice was as gentle as a spring wind, and subconsciously, the stiffened bodies of the crowd relaxed, and their tension disappeared. Impartation of heaven's will. Incredible! Sensing the visible changes in their bodies, the crowd was filled with awe for the duo. To dispel their nervousness with a single word, surely they would be able to render them powerless with another. The might of a 4-star master teacher was indeed fearsome. Xianxia. Heaving a sigh of relief, Pavilion Master Zhang asked doubtfully. Xianxia had broken innumerable records of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though Jiang Shu didn't report the matter to the headquarter had a way of looking into such matters. Given the outstanding results, it would be difficult for Xianxia to not attract any attention. May I know if Zhang Shi is here? Su Shi looked around the room. Reporting to Su Shi, Xianxia is currently in the midst of his 2-star master teacher trust level test. So he isn't here. Pavilion Master Zhang hurriedly replied. He isn't here? Then, bring me the record crystal of his master teacher examination. I want to take a look at the situation. Upon hearing that Xianxia wasn't around, Su Shi issued another instruction. Yes. Not daring to keep such esteemed guests waiting, Pavilion Master Zhang immediately issued the orders, and a master teacher quickly rushed out. Soon, the record crystal that had recorded Xianxia's examination was brought into the main hall. Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another. Then Su Shi stretched his hand forward to slightly tap on the record crystal, and the scene of the examination back then immediately appeared. House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique Ocean, and Unerring Pavilion. Seeing the young man undertake the tests one after another, the initial calmness of Su Shi and Ling Shi slowly faded, and eventually, just like the many others who were present that day, it transformed into shock. Soon, after watching the entire proceedings, the duo glanced at one another, and they could see the incredulity in each other's eyes. Despite teaching his students for just a couple of days, he managed to induce a trust level of 85 in them. At the start of the examination, his soul depth was only 5.1, but in the blink of an eye, it increased all the way of 10.1. Scoring 130 points in the Supporting Occupation Pavilion where the highest possible score should have been 100. Inducing the harmonious chiming of the 100 bells in the Cultivation Technique Ocean, and getting it to submit with a bellow, uncovering 30 flaws in the Unerring Pavilion. Reaching Zhongshe realm in just a few moments, despite witnessing his feats personally, they couldn't help but doubt that they were dreaming. Where in the world did this fellow pop out from? How did he manage to achieve such outstanding results? Reporting to Su Shi and Ling Shi, I, Jiang Shu, can use my reputation as a master teacher to guarantee that Zhang Shi didn't even know the proceedings of the examination beforehand. All of his records were made on the spot, and the record crystal hasn't been tampered in any way. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Jiang Shu hurriedly explained. We're still able to tell whether the record crystal has been tampered or not. Su Shi nodded. As a 4-star master teacher, he was more than capable of telling with a single glance whether the person before him was lying or not, and whether the record crystal had been tampered with or not. This was precisely the reason why he found the entire situation inconceivable. Of the kingdoms beneath the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there didn't seem to be a single one who was as incredible as this Xianxia. But of course, if this wasn't the case, they wouldn't have rushed from the Alliance to such a remote location upon receiving the news. Tell us about the background of this Zhang Shi. Returning the record crystal, Su Shi probed. Yes. This Zhang Shi comes from Tianxian Kingdom. After organizing the information on Xianxia in his head, Pavilion Master Zhang replied, "Talent wasn't the only factor required for one to become a master teacher. One had to have a clean background as well. It wasn't too difficult for him, as the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, to look into Zhang Xian's identity and background. Currently, he's a 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer, and an apothecary and physician exceeding 3-star. Naturally, he doesn't have the emblems for the latter two yet. Even though his skills have reached the required level, his cultivation is still much too lacking. He's currently at Xianxia Realm Pinnacle, and he has comprehended the partial heart realm of Sword Heart." Jiang Shu recounted. Every single point that he brought up caused the shock on Su Shi and Ling Shi's faces to deepen, and eventually, the duo became completely numb to his achievements. However, a doubt slowly sprouted in their minds. How in the world did a fellow who originated from such a remote location be skilled in so many occupations? On top of that, to possess such incredible talent as a master teacher? Upon thinking of this, Su Shi couldn't help but raise his doubt. "I was perplexed over this matter initially as well, but eventually, I realized that it's because Zhang Shi's teacher is formidable," Jiang Shu explained. "It's very likely that he's a 4-star master teacher as well, or perhaps even surpassing that level." "Oh!" The faces of the duo immediately turned grave. "What's the name of his teacher?" "Yang Xian." "Yang Xian." Su Shi and Ling Shi frowned. They knew quite a few 4-star and 5-star master teachers, but they had never heard of this name. "This Yang Shi is currently my teacher as well." Sensing their doubts, Jiang Shu started to recount how he met Yang Shi, and how he eventually acknowledged the other party as his teacher. "With just the slightest guidance from him, you were able to tame the Crimson Tiger. On top of that, he was able to tell the flaws in your cultivation in that short fight between you and the Crimson Tiger." Su Shi widened his eyes in shock. Su Shi was also capable of those 2 feats, but he definitely wasn't able to do it as quickly and easily as the other party did. Given how easily that Yang Shi did so, not to mention during the fight between the Crimson Tiger and Jiang Shu, he was still on the back of an aerial savage beast. The other party's eye of discernment was simply way too formidable. "That's right." Jiang Shu nodded. Honestly, he was filled with earnest respect and admiration for Yang Shi. After cultivating the improved cultivation technique that the other party gave him, not only did he recover from his hidden trauma, he could even vaguely sense that he was going to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation soon. No matter how foolish one was, it would be clear to them that this was all Yang Shi's work. With just a casual pointer, he was able to induce such massive effects. Given that Jiang Shi was his direct disciple, he must have undergone personal tutelage from the other party on a daily basis. Under such circumstances, it wasn't unimaginable for him to be capable of such incredible feats. "Is that Yang Shi still in the capital? Can you bring me to pay him a visit?" Recovering from his shock, Su Shi couldn't help but ask. Even though he had never heard of Yang Xian, given how the other party managed to groom an outstanding student like Zhang Xian and induce such a huge improvement in Jiang Shu with just a few casual pointers, his ranking as a master teacher must definitely be above theirs. If they could meet and interact with him, they would definitely benefit greatly from the exchange. "Teacher is currently in the capital, but he is off and out. If the 2 elders wish to meet him, please allow me to first report the matter to him first," Jiang Shu hurriedly replied. Even though his teacher was in the capital, he was often out of the residence. Also, without teacher's permission, he didn't dare to bring anyone else over, even if the people he was bringing over were 4-star master teachers. Will be troubling Pavilion Master Jiang then?" Su Shi nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Elder Zhu, who had gone out a while ago to settle a few matters, suddenly rushed back anxiously. "Su Shi, Ling Shi, and Pavilion Master Zhang Shi and Mo Hongyi have returned, and they are currently at the examination hall. It seems like they have decided to end the examination in advance." "End the examination in advance?" Pavilion Master Zhang froze. It has only been a few days since the examination started, and they have already succeeded in inducing a trust level of 40 among their students in their disguised identity? The last test of the 2-star master-teacher examination was for them to assume the role of a teacher under another identity and raise the trust level of their student in them to 40 within 10 days. It hadn't even been 7 days, and they were already here. Could it be that their students' trust levels in them had already reached 40? That Xianxia is here too? Hearing the conversation, Su Shi looked over and asked, "What's going on?" "It's like this." Pavilion Master Jiang explained the situation in detail. There were several hundred types of 2-star master-teacher examination depending on the guild one was in. This was precisely the reason why all of the 1-star master-teacher in the guild, and this was including Principal Xie, didn't know that the examination for the duo was to conceal their identity and teach at Tianwu Academy. So that's the case. I am also quite interested to see how high the trust level Xianxia students have in him under his disguise. After comprehending the situation, Su Shi nodded, turned his head to the side, and asked, "Ling Shi, do you want to come along as well?" Ling Shi smiled. "I am fine with going over as well, but we have to make some preparations beforehand. As 4-star master teachers, our arrival will surely cause a huge uproar, and the results of the examination might be affected. So, you all shouldn't immediately reveal our identities when we arrive in the examination hall later on. As 4-star master teachers, the 2 of them possessed esteemed standing. Even the emperor would have to welcome them personally with utmost respect in deference to their position. If news of their arrival were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There was a great possibility that it might affect the accuracy of the results of the test. Jiang Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Since these 2 had spoken, who would dare to refute them? The group headed straight for the examination hall, and before they could enter, they could already hear a huge commotion in the area. Why did the bell suddenly ring? I've no idea. Maybe someone is going to take the master-teacher examination? However, there doesn't seem to be anything here though. Impossible. Back then, when Zhang Shi and Mo Shi were taking the examination, I was here, and the bell wasn't rung then. Pushing the door open, they immediately saw a huge crowd before them. It was the group who had gathered at the entrance of the Lin clan previously. Mo Tianxue, Mu Yangfeng, many esteemed figures of Tianwu Kingdom were within the crowd. They had all rushed here upon hearing the bell to join in with the commotion, but due to the various restrictions of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, they could only wait here. Even until now, they had no idea what was going on. Pavilion Master Jiang is here. Pavilion Master Jiang, what happened? Upon seeing the group walk in, someone among the crowd shouted. Of the group, the most conspicuous person was Pavilion Master Jiang. No one paid any heed to Su Shi and Mo Shi, who were standing at the back. Besides, even if they were to notice them, they wouldn't recognize them anyway. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was simply too far away, and Su Shi and Ling Shi were figures way beyond them. Pavilion Master Jiang also only managed to recognize them after their introduction. Something did happen, but there's no need to panic. You will all know soon enough. Pavilion Master Jiang shook his hands casually before turning around to discreetly issue some instructions to Elder Zhu. As soon as the trust level of Xianxia and Mo Hongyi students reach a minimum of 40, he would announce their true identity instantly. In a sense, this could be considered as a huge matter. However, he couldn't say anything about it now. If not, it might affect the final result. After being delegated with some tasks, Elder Zhu backed down, and soon he led 2 people in. Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi, but they were still currently in disguise as Lu Chang and Sun Cheng. It's Guild Master Lu and Sun Laoshi. I've heard of this Sun Laoshi as well. He was also accepted into Tianwu Academy a few days ago, and his lessons are formidable as well. My son attended his lessons and his cultivation immediately soared furiously. To invite the 2 of them over, could it be that the Master-Teacher Pavilion is going to make an exception for the 2 of them and grant them the position of a Master Teacher? Grant them the position of a Master Teacher? There has never been such a practice. I reckon that the Master-Teacher Pavilion is just going to bestow them with some special privileges or something. Discussion sounded among the crowd once more. These 2 had made a name for themselves recently, and there were quite a few people who had looked into their backgrounds, Due to several personal circumstances, neither of them were eligible to take on the master teacher examination. To be brought here despite their ineligibility. Most probably, the master teacher pavilion was just going to grant them some privileges and protect them. Such matters had happened in the past as well. More than a century ago, there was a teacher whose lessons was incredible, and he made a huge contribution to society. Thus, the master teacher pavilion granted him the title of an honorary elder, and his standing immediately soared. Eventually, even the Tianwu royal family had to treat him as an important guest. Could it be that it was happening again? Wait a moment. If that's the case, why would their students be here then? That's true. Soon, someone noticed that something was amiss. Usually, this kind of bestowment would be announced beforehand. On top of that, this wasn't good enough a reason to knock the assembly bell and have all of the master teachers gather here. And most importantly of all, there was no reason for the duo to bring all of their students here for the ceremony. The crowd here was brought together by Lu Cheng's students. They might not recognize Sun Cheng's students, but upon seeing that Lu Cheng, Mu Xueqing, Meng Tao, and the others here, they immediately knew that something was amiss. Actually, they weren't the only confused ones. Mu Xueqing and the others were perplexed as well. Teacher had Lu Cheng urgently gather all of them, so they thought that it might be an important matter. They couldn't have imagined that the location they were heading to was the Master Teacher Pavilion. Lu Laosher wasn't a master teacher, so there shouldn't be any reason for him to be here. The two teachers, who goes first? Pavilion Master Jiang smiled at the duo. Sun Laosher, you should go first, Zhang Xian said. Until now, Zhang Xian still felt a little guilty that his students were the cause of his suffering. All right then, I'll go first. Mo Hongyi didn't turn down the offer. Beckoning behind him back, two students walked out. You two go in and test your trust level. Don't let me down. It's them. Upon seeing the duo, Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. He actually recognized the duo. They were the two students whom he met during the public recruitment exercise. One of them detested studying while the other one was on the verge of expulsion. After being accepted into Tianwu Academy and taking over Mu Xueqing's class, Zhang Xian had been busy, so he forgot about the duo. To think that they had become Mo Hongyi's students. Back then, Zhang Xian had already accurately pointed out the crux of their affliction. As such, Mo Hongyi was able to allocate the most appropriate treatment for their afflictions. It was no wonder why Mo Hongyi was so confident of passing the examination. He had come prepared. Yes. The two students nodded and entered the House of Trust. The procedure was exactly the same as for the one-star master teacher examination. Could this Sun Laosher be Mo Hongyi? Taking this scene into sight, Mo suddenly came to a realization. Since Lu Chang was Zhang Xian, then Mo Hongyi, who had taken the two-star master teacher examination alongside him, had to be this Sun Cheng. Only those who are taking the master teacher examination will have to test the trust level of their students, right? Could it be that these two are intending to take the examination as well? But they don't possess the state of insight. How can they take the examination? Let's wait and see. The answer should be revealed soon. The crowd was completely bewildered by this bizarre turn of events, and a deep crease was etched onto their foreheads. They had absolutely no idea what Pavilion Master Jiang was up to, and why this Sun Laosher was bringing his own student here to test their trust level. Wang. A short moment after the entry of the duo, light shone on the door of the House of Trust, and a few digits floated into appearance. The crowd hurriedly took a look. 42. Upon seeing the numbers, Mo Hongyi's tension immediately escaped from him, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. He was confident that it would exceed 40, but when it came down to it, uncertainty started scratching at his mind. Upon seeing the results, he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. Given that he had passed the examination within 10 days, he was, as of now, officially a 2-star master teacher. Not bad. Su Shi and Ling Shi nodded in approval. They had heard of this Mo Hongyi before, and he did possess outstanding talents. In a Tier 1 kingdom, he was indeed a top-notch genius. In fact, even in conferred kingdoms, he would rank among the top. However, In the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, he was still far from matching to the true geniuses. While he wasn't mediocre, his feats wouldn't impress anyone there. Lu Laoshi, it's your turn. Now that Mo Hongyi had passed, the eyes of Pavilion Master Jiang and the other master teachers immediately centered on Zhang Xian. All right. Stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian nodded and smiled. If I recall correctly, as long the trust level of a student of mine reaches 40, I would have passed the examination, right? He seemed to recall that a single student was sufficient for the test. If so, there was no need to trouble the rest of them. Indeed, Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. All right, you enter. Surveying the crowd, Zhang Xian casually pointed. After several days of interaction with his class, he was confident that the trust level of any single of his students would definitely exceed 40. Since that was the case, there was no need to intentionally cause a ruckus. Cough, cough. At times like this, it was best to maintain a low profile. Of course, if MOU and the others were to know his thoughts, they would definitely faint on the spot. Low profile? How in the world do you fit that image? It will already be a miracle if you don't flip the entire world upside down. Yes, teacher. A student walked into the House of Trust. He's Zhang Xian. After Zhang Xian's student walked into the room, the two 4-star master teachers from the headquarters immediately turned their attention to Zhang Xian. The scene they saw in the record crystal was simply too shocking. They were curious to see if this young man could create another miracle this time. He seems quite confident. Just that, I wonder what his results will be. Stroking his beard, a contemplative look appeared on Su Shi's face. 30 years ago, our guild also used the same test for the 2-star master teacher examination. I recall that there's a genius who managed to induce a trust level of 65 in his student. Nostalgia filled Ling Shi's eyes. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance had once adopted this examination method before as well, and countless geniuses had achieved outstanding results in it. Indeed, that kind of trust level is already comparable to one's parents. To achieve such a level in 10 days, and under disguise at that person's means were indeed outstanding. Su Shi nodded. It would be difficult for even a 3-star master teacher to induce a trust level of 65 in a person within a short period of time, not to mention in an inconspicuous, disguised identity. To achieve such a result when starting from scratch was indeed a formidable feat, even within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. But of course, this was only limited to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. In higher-tiered empires, there were even more absurd geniuses. This Zhang Xian has managed to make so many news records. I wonder if he can surpass the previous genius's record of 65. Ling Shi said. Only if he breaks that record will he have the right to compete with those people. The duo spoke using telepathy, so no one could hear their words. Wang. Just as they were discussing, the door of the House of Trust swayed, and a few digits floated into appearance. 61. 61. Seeing the number, Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another, and a look of disappointment flickered across their faces. They bore high hopes for this youngster who had made many new records, but from the looks of it now, they seemed to have overestimated the other party. 61 is a decent score, but he's still a little lacking to compete with those geniuses. Su Shi shook his head. Indeed, Ling Shi agreed. A trust level of 60 was already equivalent to the relationship between parent and child. Zhang Xian's record was far beyond that of Mo Hongyi, but he still failed to meet the expectations of the two 4-star master teachers. This is a pass, right? Oblivious to the disappointment of the duo, Zhang Xian turned to Pavilion Master Jiang and asked. It's a pass. Pavilion Master Jiang nodded. It was a pass as long as the trust level of their student reached 40. 61 was already an extremely high score. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's result, a bitter smile flashed across Mo Hongyi's face. Given how his records were completely overthrown by Zhang Xian previously, even though he knew it was unlikely, he still bore some expectations that he might triumph over him this time around. However, it seemed like he was being too naive. He was truly a far match from this genius. Wait a minute. Lu Laoshi. Isn't your best student Mu Xueqing and Lu Chong? Who's the student? Why haven't I met him before? Even though Xianxia had passed, Pavilion Master Jiang still couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Based on the news he got, Xianxia should be the closest to Mu Xueqing and Lu Chong, so their trust level should be the highest of his students. The candidates were allowed to pick any student for the test, but usually one would pick the student they were closest with. Pavilion Master Jiang had been keeping tabs on the examination, but he hadn't seen or heard of this person. Thus, he was perplexed as to why Xianxia would send this student forward. Could it be that he had cared for this student more than the others privately, allowing his trust level to reach 61? Upon hearing those words, the crowd also suddenly realized the peculiarity of this issue. Thus, they turned their sights to Xianxia, curious to listen to his explanation. "You've never met him before?" Not expecting the other party to ask such a question, Xianxia scratched his head. "Allow me to introduce him then. This is..." Halfway through, an awkward look surfaced on Xianxia's face. He hurriedly turned to look at the student who walked out from the House of Trust and asked, "My apologies, but I don't remember your name. May I ask how I should address you?" Put on. As soon as Xianxia said those words, the crowd immediately fell to the ground. They felt the world spinning around them, and they nearly keeled over on the spot. Even Su Shi and Ling Shi, who were shaking their heads in disappointment a moment ago, had the corner of their lips twitching. "Are you for real? A student who has a trust level of 61 toward you, and you don't even know his name?" To earn the trust of their students, most teacher would treat them as though their friend and use all kinds of means to win their goodwill. Yet you, despite conducting lessons for them for so long, you don't even know his name. More importantly, the other party actually had a trust level of 61 toward you. In other words, you're as close to him as his parents. The heck? Everyone hurriedly turned to the student. Your teacher doesn't even know who you are, and yet you possess such deep trust in him, even moving your clan to stand against the Lin clan for him. Why? Reporting to teacher, IMGE. Teacher once offered me some pointers, solving the problem of my blocked meridians on the left side of my body. Upon hearing his teacher's question, the young man immediately replied with an agitated look. "Ge." Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. He really hadn't heard of this name before. However, he did remember solving a student's problem of blocked meridian on the left side of his body. It was at the very first day that he happened to see a student suffering from such a problem. With half of the meridians in his body blocked, he might become paralyzed if he were to continue cultivating. Thus, Xianxia stepped in and helped him. In the midst of doing so, this fellow's cultivation also rose by 2 stages, leaving many onlookers green with envy. Thinking of it now, he seemed to recall seeing the name GE in the Library of Heaven's Path. However, as he had met and helped too many students back in Tianwu Academy, and this student didn't have any distinctive traits to him, he forgot about this matter. Operating under 3 identities, Lu Chang, Xianxia, and Yangxian, he had so many things to handle that even finding time to eat was difficult, so how could he have the energy to remember the names of each and every student? It was already good that he could remember Lu Chong, Mu Xueqing, and Meng Tao's names. All right, allow me to introduce him to you all. He's Ji and he's my student. After finding out the other party's name, Xianxia introduced him grandly to Pavilion Master Jiang. "Jiang Shu." The crowd. "We have already heard your conversation. What is the use of you introducing him to us once more? More importantly, given the confused look on your face, all you know about the other party is probably just his name. Clearly, you don't even know what clan he comes from and even how old he is. You might as well just remain quiet like that. At the very least, we can suffer less damage from this farce." At the side, tears were trickling down Mo Hongyi's eyes. What in the world was this? In order to raise the trust level of his students in him swiftly, he only ran short of serving them as though they were his ancestor. Every day, he would ask about their condition and personally tutor them on their cultivation. He would stay up all night to ponder over their situation, fearing that he might make the slightest mistake. In the end, the trust level of these 2 fellows ended up to be only 42. Yet, Xianxia didn't even know the name of his student, and the trust level was already 61. The heck? We are both humans. Why is there such a huge disparity between us? He instinctively turned to look at his two students, and he nearly broke down. These two fellows were staring at Lu Lauscher with shining eyes. Clearly, they wanted to become his students as well, and they were filled with envy for Mu Xueqing and the others. That is enough of you two. Even you two are treating me like that? It's as though you two have never met a teacher before. Besides, I, Mo Hongyi, as the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, am not inferior to him, alright? Seeing the sight before him turn dark, Mo Hongyi suddenly realized what a foolish decision it was for him to take the 2-star master teacher examination along with this fellow. This monster! Mo muttered. Others might think that Zhang Xian was putting on an act. After all, the idea of him not knowing the other party when the other party had a trust level of 61 in him was inconceivable. However, Mo knew that this was true. Sometimes, this fellow could be so astute that it induced fear in others, and at other times, he could be so clumsy that it left others frustrated. Putting aside his students, Mo thought that it was very possible that if she didn't accompany him to look for the great Herb King, he might not even remember her name as well. Just the thought of it left her stifled. All right, then, can we test the trust level of Lu Chong then? Holding back his frustration, Pavilion Master Jiang asked. If even a student he didn't know could have a trust level of 61 in him, then what about Lu Chong? After all, for Lu Chong, Zhang Xian even went to the extent of standing against the Lin clan single-handedly. Taken aback, Zhang Xian hesitated. This, teacher, I'm willing to give it a try. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Lu Chong had already stepped forward. He was also curious to see how much trust he had in his teacher. All right then, be careful. Seeing the intent gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to reject the matter. Thus, he shook his head helplessly. He had only intended to pass this examination peacefully. Why was it so difficult to keep a low profile? If Mo Hongyi were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely spurt blood. Brother, do you know how hard I've been to keep a high profile all this time? And yet, you managed to reach so high while trying to maintain a low profile. Upon receiving permission, Lu Chong walked into the House of Trust delightfully. Wang! The House of Trust whirled into operation, and radiant light flashed. Will the trust level of this student be higher than the previous one? Taking this sight in, Su Shi couldn't help but ask Pavilion Master Jiang telepathically. He had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom, so he hadn't heard of the affairs between Zhang Xian and Lu Chong. Naturally, he couldn't understand the relationship between the duo. Su Shi, just wait and see. Pavilion Master Jiang chuckled softly. He wasn't too sure how much trust Lu Chong would have in Zhang Xian, but he had seen the sight previously for himself. To return justice to his student, Zhang Xian was willing to stand against the powerful Lin clan. It would be inconceivable if Lu Chong's trust level wasn't high. Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another. They knew that Pavilion Master Jiang must have his intentions for saying so, and their expectations couldn't help but rise. The crowd was also curious about the results. The entire examination hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixated on the door of the House of Trust. Wang! A moment later, the House of Trust began to shudder, and under a slight buzzing sound, several digits floated into appearance. Upon seeing the numbers, everyone's eyes widened in shock, as though they had seen a ghost. Shock couldn't even begin to describe their emotion. Even the lips of Su Shi and Ling Shi were quivering, and their eyeballs nearly popped out of their skulls. 99? A trust level of 99? This is impeccable trust? Life and death companions? The trust level's cap was 100, and anything above 90 was considered to be at the pinnacle. Usually, this was a relationship that only existed between 6-star master teachers and their students. A trust level above 95 was even rarer. At the very least, at their level, Su Shi and Ling Shi had never heard of it. This kind of trust level was known as impeccable trust, life and death companions. In other words, with this kind of trust level under the instructions of his teacher, the student wouldn't hesitate to charge to his death. Su Shi and Ling Shi could only feel the world rotating around them. A moment ago, they thought that Zhang Xian was inferior to those top-notch geniuses, and only now did they realize that the other party had only chosen not to bring out his best student. A trust level of 99, putting everything aside. Even their students whom they have taught for more than 30 years didn't reach this level. Yet, in just 6 days, this fellow, how could there be such an incredible monster? Trust level of 99? So high. The room immediately burst into commotion. There were many clan heads and elders in the examination hall. Even though they weren't master teachers, they still knew what trust level meant. To reach the level of 99, this was beyond their imagination. Such a feat sent them into a frenzy. How could he be an ordinary teacher with this kind of trust level? Even master teachers wouldn't be able to achieve such results. Someone shouted. Only with the trust of one student would one be able to teach properly. Thus, trust had always been an important factor between the relationship of a master teacher and a student. To be capable of such a feat, could it be that this Lu Laoshi was a master teacher? They had never considered this possibility. But at this moment, they couldn't help but doubt this matter. All right, since the examination has ended, allow me to announce the news that I spoke of earlier. Seeing the doubtful expression on the crowd, Pavilion Master Jiang chuckled. Turning to Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi, he said, "You can take off your masks now." Knowing that they had passed their examination and it was time for them to revert back to their original identity, their hands reached for their faces and tore off their masks. It's Zhang Shi. Lu Laoshi is Zhang Shi? No wonder. All along, I've thought it was weird that two geniuses could appear in the capital all of the sudden. To think that they were the same person. In my entire life, I've only admired two people, and now it has dropped down to one. A ruckus broke out in the examination hall. The two geniuses that appeared in the capital recently had been a topic of contention, and many fans and haters had been arguing as to who was superior. Yet, to think that they were the same person. The heck? Surely there was a mistake somewhere? If so, didn't it mean that this Zhang Shi was also a monster in the way of medicine and swordsmanship as well? Lu Laoshi is Zhang Shi. Upon seeing the other party take off his mask and hearing the discussions of the crowd, Mu Xueqing, Lu Chong, and the others were dumbstruck. A while ago, out of admiration for Zhang Xian, they had desired to have him take their class. However, they knew that it was impossible. To think that their dreams then actually came true. Happiness came so quickly. Lu Laoshi was actually Zhang Shi. If only they'd known earlier, they wouldn't have bothered competing with Xiaoya and the others. They fought so heatedly with one another, only to realize that they were rooting for the same person. Indeed. Standing at the back of the crowd, Xiaoya and the others, who had just arrived at this moment, smiled bitterly. Even though they had their guesses about this matter, seeing this sight personally still astounded them. This was especially so for Zhengyang and Yuan Tao. The two of them were already on the verge of tears, and if they could, they'd knock their heads against the ground and die. As students, they actually poisoned their own teacher. What in the world was this? They had truly brought Zhang Laoshi shame this time. Guild Master Lu is Zhang Shi. Mo Tianxue was also taken aback. He glanced at his daughter and shook his head helplessly. Before, he'd thought that Zhang Shi was beyond their reach, so he had his daughter interact more with Guild Master Lu, earning his favor if possible. But from the looks of this was just wishful thinking on his part. A genius of that caliber was bound for the vast world outside. Tianwu Kingdom wasn't big enough to confine him, and it was a matter of time before he spread his wings to reach even higher heights. After unmasking, all kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd. However, what that dominated the minds of most was astonishment. No one could have imagined that Guild Master Lu, who caused a huge uproar in the capital, and the great genius Zhang Xian would be the same person. After all, the both of them possessed different levels of cultivation and appearances. Also, their background was flawless, and all the evidence proved that they were two different people. Here's your emblems. Knowing that there would be such a sight, Pavilion Master Jiang paid it no heed. He took out 2 emblems and passed them over to the duo. Since they had passed the examination, from today onward, they were 2-star master teachers. Everyone, since Xianxia and Mo have passed the 2-star master teacher examination, they'll have to head to the teacher acknowledgement hall to seek the ancestors' acknowledgement. Thus, we'll leave first. Placing the emblem into the palms of the duo, Pavilion Master Jiang smiled and clasped his fist toward the crowd. All right, we'll be leaving now. Since this is the tradition of the Master Teacher Pavilion, we shan't impose on you all then. In any case, being able to personally witness a trust level of 99 between a student and teacher and the unveiling of Lu Laoshir's true identity as Xianxia, this trip isn't wasted. Knowing the meaning behind the other party's words, the crowd bade their farewells. The reason why they came here was to uncover the reason behind the ringing of the assembly bell. Being able to witness the final proceedings of the 2-star Master Teacher examination made this trip one worth taking. Today's matter would surely spread across the 13 surrounding kingdoms in the fastest time possible. Xianxia would soon become the idol of countless people. Soon, only the Master Teachers were left in the examination hall. Xianxia and Mo, since you two have passed the 2-star Master Teacher examination, then going by our traditions, we'll have to bring you all to the ancestors to seek their recognition, as well as to explain the responsibilities and duties of a Master Teacher to the 2 of you. Let's head to the teacher acknowledgement hall together. After the crowd left, Pavilion Master Jiang started speaking. Aware of this rule, Xianxia nodded. Then, following behind Pavilion Master Jiang, he headed out of the examination hall. The teacher acknowledgement hall wasn't too far away from the examination hall. In just a few footsteps, the group reached their destination. Countless ancestral tablets filled the room, and a massive statue stood at the very center of the room. Holding onto a scroll in his hands, he had an imposing appearance. Catching sight of the tablet, Xianxia's head jolted. Confusion blinked into his eyes. It's that old geezer. He just met that man this morning, right after he was conferred as a celestial master teacher. Not only did the other party pull him into an illusion, he even demanded him to become his student. Back then, Xianxia rejected him flatly. To think that there would be a statue of him in the teacher acknowledgement hall. Who's this old geezer? Is he the previous pavilion master? Why would the statue of this shameless fellow be placed here? Recalling how the other party tried to do him in secretly, Xianxia felt a little frustrated. Turning to Pavilion Master Jiang, he pointed to the statue and questioned righteously. What in the world was this? The teacher acknowledgement hall was such an important location, yet the statue of that despicable old geezer was actually placed here. Wasn't this way too inappropriate? Old geezer. Pavilion Master Jiang, Su Shi, Ling Shi, and the few other master teachers tagging along turned pale, and they nearly fainted on the spot. This was Kong Shi, the greatest teacher in history. No matter who it was, even if one was a 9-star master teacher, one would have to bow to him with utmost respect. Yet, to address him as old geezer, the heck, you must be mad. Audacious. Fling his sleeves, Su Shi roared furiously. I'm speaking the truth. This fellow assaulted me. Upon recalling that sight, Xianxia couldn't help but feel frustrated. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly froze. Turning to Su Shi with a doubtful gaze, he asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Is this your place to speak?" There were a total of 13 1-star master teachers and 3 2-star master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom. Adding Mo Hongyi and him, there was a total of 5 2-star master teachers now. Xianxia had met all of them before, and other than them, there was no one who could match up to his current standing in Tianwu Kingdom. The hierarchy among master teachers was strict, and lower-ranked master teachers weren't allowed to talk back to higher-ranked ones. Didn't this old fellow know that he was a 2-star master teacher? Wasn't he afraid of being charged with insubordination? Pavilion Master Jiang, Vice Pavilion Master Guan, Elder Zhu, and the others tugged at their head in frenzy. Criticizing Kong Shi as a shameless, old geezer was already sufficient to send everyone into a frenzy. And yet, Now you're criticizing a 4-star master teacher in public? All of the master teachers who followed along felt as though they were going mad. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly before the 2 4-star master teachers for fear of incurring their displeasure. Yet, this fellow criticized one of them to his face. Do you need to be so courageous? Don't worry. Su Shi and I came from afar, and Pavilion Master Jiang hasn't introduced us yet. So, it's natural for Xianxia to not recognize us. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Ling Shi spoke up. Master teachers needed to have a disposition and attitude befitting of their positions. They had concealed their identity intentionally, so it wasn't surprising for the other party to not know the truth. Seeing how respectful your tone is, I'll forgive you this time around. Zhang Xian nodded. Given the earnest attitude of the other party, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to pursue this matter either. Cough, cough. Upon seeing that his words had earned him the forgiveness of the other party, Ling Shi immediately choked on his saliva. Given that the other party didn't know their identity, he couldn't be blamed for his lack of respect. Thus, instead of dawdling on the issue, Su Shi began to introduce the statue. I was rash just now. Once I introduce the person the statue is modeled after, you will understand the reason behind my words. In the teacher acknowledgement hall, even 9-star master teachers were only given the rights to have their names marked on the ancestral tablets. Yet, the massive statue is placed right in the center of the hall. Can't you guess his identity? His identity! Zhang Xian was taken aback. As soon as he saw the old geezer's appearance, he immediately recalled how the other party assaulted him when he was off guard, and clouded by rage, he immediately spoke without thinking. Thinking of it now, there was indeed something amiss. Marked on the ancestral tablets were 8-star, 9-star master teachers whose name and feats shook the entire continent. Even so, their names were only inscribed on the tablets. Yet, this person had a gigantic statue placed at the very center of the room. This, in itself, already said a lot about the identity of the person. Could he be? A possibility flashed across his mind, and Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Indeed, he's Kong Shi. Su Shi stroked his beard. As the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, all newly appointed master teachers are to pay respect to him. Kong Shi. Zhang Xian was stunned. He had been looking into Kong Shi's affairs to uncover the cure for the innate fetal poison all along. However, perhaps due to the remote location or that too long a time had passed, there wasn't too much information on the other party left in this world. Eventually, even with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, the only solution Zhang Xian got was that he had to become a 9-star master teacher to resolve this poison. Thus, he intended to head to higher-tiered master teacher pavilions to continue looking into the matter, but who could have thought that Kong Shi tried to take him in as his student, yet he, straightforwardly, rejected him? Old geezer. No, Kong Shi. I agree to it. Take me in as your student. Take me in as your student. With a pale face, Zhang Xian howled before diving straight toward the statue with glowing eyes. Su Shi and Ling Shi. Pavilion Master Jiang and the other master teachers. This was Kong Shi, the incredible figure who founded the Master Teacher Pavilion. If Zhang Xian was accepted as his student, not only could he learn the solution to solving the innate fetal poison, he would even gain a huge backer. If he were to become the student of such a formidable figure, he would probably get at least a few thousand spirit stones as an acceptance gift. Otherwise, it would be unbefitting of his title as the world's teacher. If only I knew that you are Kong Shi, I wouldn't have rejected you so haughtily. I would have surely agreed to it immediately. Zhang Xian felt so regretful that his intestines were turning green. To reject even Kong Shi's admittance, was there a person who was more foolish than him in this world? If he knew that such a matter would occur, he would have at least flipped through some books to take a look at Kong Shi's appearance. If he knew who this old geezer was, he wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. Zhang Shi. Kong Shi has already been dead for many years. This is only his statue, and it doesn't possess consciousness. Seeing the fellow before him going into a frenzy, Su Shi hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Kong Shi had departed from the world many years ago, and what was left in his statue was just his lingering will. Putting aside your crying, it will be useless even if you were to smash the statue. Take you in? Do you think that it's that easy to become Kong Shi's student? Could it be that it isn't him? Different from Su Shi's reaction, Pavilion Master Jiang, Elder Zhu, and the others glanced at one another doubtfully. This morning, they had witnessed the bestowment of the title of Celestial Master Teacher and the act of Kong Shi accepting a disciple for themselves. And they remembered clearly how that person rejected him on the spot. All along, they had been thinking that it was Xianxia, but from the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case. After all, just by looking at the desire and anticipation on his face, how could he have possibly given up such a good opportunity? But of course, if Zhang Xian were to know their thoughts, he would probably burst into tears. Do you think that I wanted that to happen? It's because I didn't recognize him. Doesn't possess consciousness? I see. Lifting his head to take another look at the statue, he confirmed that there wasn't any spirit within it, unlike the situation before. Thus, Zhang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. Even so, he secretly sneaked his hand over and touched the statue. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. A statue produced in Luo High City from a 9mo craftsman. It was created by roasting deep ocean soil for 49 days, giving it a durability that could even last past a millennium. Flaws. Who? Zhang Xian's body swayed. There was no doubt about it. What was before him was just a simple statue. To think that he passed up the opportunity to become Kong Shi's disciple. Such a huge waste. Let's begin. Seeing that the genius Zhang Shi had finally reverted back to his normal state, Su Shi gestured. Pavilion Master Jiang stepped forward and said, "You two have passed the examination and obtained your Master Teacher emblems, but to be acknowledged by the other Master Teachers, you all must gain the acknowledgement of the ancestors first. If you succeed, the ancestors will bestow you a unique aura. Even without your emblem, through exuding this aura, other Master Teachers will still be able to recognize you." Even though Su Shi and Ling Shi didn't take out their emblems just now, and all they had said was their names, Pavilion Master Jiang didn't doubt their words at all. This was because of a unique aura that they exuded which confirmed their identities. Succeed? Does that mean that there are people who aren't acknowledged? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Of course. The acknowledgement depends on the will of the ancestors. Every single tablet possesses a lingering spirit. Even though they don't possess consciousness, they are capable of determining whether a person is truly qualified to become a master teacher or not. Smiling, Pavilion Master Jiang pointed to the front. You both only need to kneel here. When an ancestor acknowledges you, his tablet will fall. With every acknowledgement, you will earn a surge of aura. The more ancestors who acknowledge you, the greater the surge of aura will be. This is also an indication of their approval of your talent, and their belief in your capability to reach greater heights. I see. Zhang Xian came to an understanding. Since he took the 2-star Master Teacher straight away, he had never been here, so he wasn't too sure of the proceedings. On the other hand, Mo Hongyi, already being experienced in this matter, wasn't too surprised by the process. If one fails to earn the acknowledgement of any ancestor, will one lose their Master Teacher qualification? Since there were those who weren't acknowledged by any as well, what would happen to them? They couldn't possibly strip a person of his license after all the hard work he put into passing the examination just because some tablets refused to acknowledge them. Of course not. Pavilion Master Jiang shook his head. Actually, it's common for one not to be recognized. The owners of these tablets were all powerful figures in their lifetime, and they only acknowledged those who managed to catch their eye. Under normal circumstances, the chances of a 1-star Master Teacher being recognized are less than 1%. Even for 2-star Master Teacher, the chances are only at 10%. 10%. The crowd was dumbstruck. This percentage was really way too low. At 3-star, the possibility will be raised to 20%. At 4-star, 40%, and at 5-star, 70%. Only 6-star Master Teachers have a 100% possibility of being acknowledged. However, the number of tablets that fall for them would be a completely different matter. Pavilion Master Zhang nodded. Even though they didn't have any master teachers beyond 2-star in their guild, this was all basic knowledge. As the Pavilion Master, he was well aware of such details. Xianxia finally understood the difficulty of the matter. A 6-star master teacher was a powerful expert whose stomp could cause an entire region to tremble regardless of where he went. Even the entire Myriad Kingdom alliance could be easily destroyed before the might of such a figure. Yet, one had to reach such a level before there was 100% chance they could be acknowledged. From this, the difficulty of the matter was clear to see. Receiving the acknowledgement from the ancestors is an honor. Those who've received the acknowledgement of more ancestors tended to be more talented, and most of them went on to achieve great things in the future. The most famous genius in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Jun Ruohuan, managed to pass the 4-star master teacher examination before reaching his 30s, and his feat became a legend among the master teachers in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Back then, when he passed his 2-star master teacher examination, he earned the acknowledgement from 7 of the tablets. Su Shi turned to look at Xianxia and smiled. If the greatest genius in Tianwu Kingdom was Xianxia, then Jun Ruohuan was indubitably the #1 genius of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Becoming a 4-star master teacher under 30? Xianxia was astounded. All of the master teachers he knew were mostly in their 70s and 80s. Under such a trend, to be able to pass the 4-star master teacher examination below 30 was indeed a formidable feat, and it bore testimony to the other party's talents. In comparison to him, even the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom Mo Hongyi lost his radiance. The further one progressed as a master teacher, the more difficult the examinations became, the greater the demand on one's soul depth. Many talented experts ended up being stuck at 3-star for their entire life, unable to take the final leap to become a 4-star master teacher. Based on the classification of the guild headquarters, one was considered a primary master teacher from 1-star to 3-star, an intermediate master teacher from 4-star to 6-star, and an advanced master teacher from 7-star to 9-star. There was a huge gap in standing between 3-star to 4-star. It was as though the distance between Tongxian Realm and Zhongshe Realm, and ordinary people couldn't hope to make the leap. There's no need for you two to feel pressured about this. It's best to be acknowledged, but if not, there is no need for you two to worry. For the past 300 years, there hasn't been a person who succeeded before. All I hope is for a single exception to happen while I am still the Pavilion Master, so that I can brag about it when I visit the other pavilions. Pavilion Master Zhang smiled bitterly. Xianxia nodded. He was initially a little tense over the matter, but after learning that it wasn't necessary, he heaved a sigh of relief. But that was to be expected. Different master teachers had different expectations. It was possible for a talented master teacher to not meet the eyes of any of the ancestors. Besides, the owners of those tablets had already turned into dust, and all that was left of them was just a lingering will. It shouldn't be a big deal even if one failed to win their acknowledgement. Mo Shi, you should go first. After explaining the entire matter, Pavilion Master Zhang beckoned Mo Hongyi forward. Yes. Mo Hongyi nodded. There was a grim look on his face. Back then, when he was still a 1-star master teacher, he failed to earn the acknowledgement of any of the ancestors. As the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, especially after hearing the deeds of Jun Ruohuan, his motivation suddenly surged. If he were to succeed, he would leave a mark in history. At the very least, he wouldn't pale too much in comparison to Xianxia. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and kneeled onto the prayer mat at the very center of the room. Descendant Mo Hongyi pays respect to the ancestors, and I earnestly plead for your acknowledgement. His voice was crisp. After finishing his words, his entire body bent forward, nearly touching the floor. How is it? Xianxia hurriedly turned his attention to the tablets. The other master teachers, including Su Shi and Ling Shi, also looked over in interest as well. Mo Hongyi was the most talented genius in Tianwu Kingdom for the past millennium. Despite his young age, he had already passed the 2-star master teacher examination. Putting aside the monster Xianxia, he was famous even in Shenyuan Kingdom. If such a person couldn't earn the acknowledgement of the ancestors, Then the test of the teacher acknowledgement hall was indeed too difficult. No one dared to speak, and the entire room fell so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Gotcha! After a long period of time, just as everyone thought that there was no hope, a tablet fell over. Boom! Then, a surge of green aura flew from the depths of the hall and shrouded Mo Hongi. This is the same unique aura from the bestowment of Celestial Master Teacher. Upon seeing the aura, Xianxia was taken aback. Back when Xianxia was bestowed the title of Celestial Master Teacher, he had been shrouded by a unique aura which swiftly increased his soul depth. To think that the acknowledgement from the ancestral tablets in the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall would have the same effects. It was no wonder why a Celestial Master Teacher would be acknowledged by other Master Teachers even without an emblem. So, the aura that the others were talking about referred to this. How sparse! After confirming the identity of the green aura, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. When he became a Celestial Master Teacher, the green aura was as thick as billowing smoke, but the surge shrouding Mo Hongi was only around the thickness of a finger. This was just like the difference between a raging river and a small stream. In a few breaths, Mo Hongi managed to absorb it cleanly. Delight showed clearly on Mo Hongi's face as he stood up. He couldn't suppress the exhilaration in his heart. Even though only one ancestral tablet had fallen for him, he had at least won the acknowledgement of a single ancestor. With this, he had broken the record of the Tianwu Kingdom Master Teacher Pavilion for the past few centuries. Incredible! As expected of the X-1 genius of our kingdom. Finally, one of our master teachers is acknowledged. Good. That old fellow Zhao Shui won't be able to brag about this matter before me anymore. Upon seeing this sight, Pavilion Master Jiang, Elder Zhu, and the others couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. None of the master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom had ever earned the acknowledgement of the ancestors before. Seeing this sight before them, they couldn't hold back their agitation anymore. Not bad. To earn the acknowledgement of an ancestor as a 2-star master teacher, you have a bright future in front of you. Even I only managed to earn their acknowledgement upon reaching 3-star. Su Shi nodded in approval. Being approved at 3-star is already an incredible feat. I only managed to have a single tablet fall for me after becoming a 4-star master teacher. Seems like the talent of Mo Shi is indeed incredible. Ling Shi chuckled. Even Su Shi and Ling Shi failed to be recognized when they were still 2-star master teachers. From this, the difficulty of this trial was clear to see. All right. Now that Mo Shi has obtained the approval of an ancestor, Xianxia, it's your turn. Recovering from his shock, Pavilion Master Jiang turned to Xianxia. The crowd immediately turned their attention to Xianxia as well. All right, Xianxia nodded. As a Celestial Master Teacher, the acknowledgement of these ancestors didn't mean much to him. However, since he was here, he was also curious to see how many of their acknowledgements he could receive. Thus, walking forward to the praying mat, he took a deep breath and knelt down. Descendant Xianxia pays respect to the ancestors, and I earnestly plead for your acknowledgement. Then Xianxia bowed deeply, just as Mo Hongi did earlier. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the ancestral tablets. Even the 4-star master teachers, Su Shi and Ling Shi, felt a little nervous as well, and they clenched their fists tightly. This fellow had created too many miracles. Perhaps he might be able to break Jun Ruohuan's record. Everyone waited expectantly with bated breaths. The hall fell completely silent. However, the ancestral tablets remained fixated on their spot, and there was no sign of them falling over at all. It can't be that he failed to earn the acknowledgement of all of the ancestors. After a while, the master teachers in the hall glanced at one another in bewilderment. This Xianxia had broken so many records, and the trust level of a student he taught even reached a shocking 99. He should be able to earn the respect of quite a handful of experts. Why wasn't there any movement at all? This was way too peculiar. Usually, the tablets will fall within a T's time. The time has already passed, but there isn't any movement. Seems like it's a failure. After another moment of silence, Pavilion Master Jiang roughly calculated the timing, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Based on the results of the two, since Mo Hongyi was able to earn the acknowledgement of one of the ancestors, Zhang Shi should be able to earn the acknowledgement of quite a few. Yet, the current situation broke all preconceptions they had. He couldn't help but feel slightly under. Talent and strength aren't the determining factors for the ancestor's acknowledgement. Rather, it's whether you are suited to be his student or not. After a moment later, Su Shi spoke up. It could be that Zhang Shi's talents are too high, and they feel pressured. The explanation felt shaky to even Su Shi, but this was the only reason he could find. Otherwise, it made totally no sense for the less talented Mo Hongyi to succeed and the more talented Zhang Xian to fail. Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could not earn even a single acknowledgement from the ancestors? Smiling bitterly, Pavilion Master Jiang was just about to continue speaking when Vice Pavilion Master Guan pointed over and said, "Wait, something is amiss. Look there." Everyone hurriedly raised their heads, but the ancestral tablets were still completely still. Vice Pavilion Master Guan. Jiang Shu looked at him doubtfully. "I'm not referring to the tablets, but—" Vice Pavilion Master Guan's face turned pale, and his lips quivered in fear. "But Kong Shi's statue." Everyone froze for a moment before swiftly turning their gazes to the massive statue. The statue, which was fixated to the ground, suddenly swayed. The statue is swaying? Not only was the crowd surprised, even Su Shi and Ling Shi were perplexed over this phenomenon. They had seen the tablets fall over before, but they'd never heard of Kong Shi swaying. It's not swaying. Just as everyone was stunned by this bizarre occurrence, Pavilion Master Jiang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Zhang Shi, watch out!" Before he could finish his words, "Jia!" The gigantic Kong Shi statue fell to the floor. The location where Zhang Xian was bowing toward was right in front of the statue, and the statue fell straight towards his head. The hell? Zhang Xian, who was kneeling and awaiting the acknowledgement of the ancestors, couldn't possibly have expected that such a huge statue would fall on him. His complexion immediately turned awful. Knowing that it was too late for him to avoid, he hurriedly stood up and faced it head-on. Pong! His fist and the statue collided together. On top of being a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert, Zhang Xian possessed a physical strength of 9,999 ding. No matter how resilient the Kong Shi statue was, it was made of mud, so how could it withstand the might of his fist? Boom! It exploded from the center. Walala! The moment Kong Shi's statue was broke apart, the sound of beans popping sounded, and the ancestral tablets in the room hurriedly fell down. Then, Jia! Jia! The entire teacher acknowledgement hall began to shake as well. Escape! Pavilion Master Zhang's face paled, and he hurriedly shouted. Then, he darted out of the hall with the group of master teachers. Not daring to hesitate at all, Zhang Xian also dashed out. The moment he left the room, boom! The grand hall collapsed inward. Dust flew in the air, and smoke billowed. What the heck just happened? Pavilion Master Jiang and the other master teachers were completely dumbfounded. They hurriedly turned to the stunned youngster standing not too far away, and an urge to strangle him to death welled up within them. When other people paid respect to the ancestors, they either got acknowledged or ignored. Yet, when it was his turn, not only did he destroy Kong Shi's statue, he even tore down the entire teacher acknowledge hall. What was wrong with you? Kong Shi is the world's teacher, an existence whom everyone respects. Even if his statue was going to fall on you, shouldn't you at least support him? To face him with a fist, what was going through your head? To make a move on Kong Shi, that is enough of you. All of the master teachers felt a spell of dizziness. The young man before them stared at the ruins, and scratching his head, he asked, have I been acknowledged? Acknowledged? Acknowledged your head. Everyone was on the verge of tears. You destroyed Kong Shi's statue and tore down the ancestral hall. How in the world can you still hope for others to acknowledge you? In truth, Zhang Xian was breaking down within as well. He was fine with not being acknowledged, But what in the world was with that falling statue? Since it was durable to the extent of being able to last for beyond a millennium, its toughness was already far beyond that of ordinary rocks. If he didn't strike back and allow it to fall on his head, even if his physical body was strong enough to endure it, he would probably suffer a concussion. This old geezer must be trying to get back at me. Xianxia was speechless. Back then, he refused to acknowledge Kong Shi as his teacher, so the other party must be trying to get back at him for that. Otherwise, why would such a huge statue suddenly fall on him? And for the entire teacher acknowledgement hall to fall along with it? How was he supposed to resolve the situation now? No one is to talk about what happened today. After a moment of silence, Su Shi scanned the surroundings and instructed. The destruction of Kong Shi's statue and the collapsing of the teacher acknowledgement hall were no different from having the tomb of one's ancestor being ransacked. If news were to spread out, others would definitely laugh their heads off. The prestige of their master-teacher pavilion would be whittled down. Thus, the only thing they could do now was to seal the news. It was fortunate that there were only a handful of people present, and given their standing, they would surely be reluctant to speak of such a shameful affair. Yes, the crowd nodded. All right, it's nothing much to not be acknowledged. Since you two have become master teachers, allow me to introduce you two to your responsibilities and duties as master teachers. Knowing that it was a waste of time to discuss this matter, Pavilion Master Jiang immediately changed the topic. As a teacher, one's role is to impart knowledge and clarify doubts. As a master teacher, this is even more so expected of you. Back then, when Kong Shi established the Master Teacher Pavilion, he only had a single vision in mind. That is, for everyone to become an expert. For everyone to become an expert? Mo Hongyi and Zhang Xian frowned. Indeed, even though our world may seem peaceful on the surface, that's actually not the case. A grim expression appeared on Pavilion Master Jiang. Back in Kong Shi's era, humans weren't the only dominant race in the continent. There was another powerful race, the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherworldly demonic tribe? It's an extremely powerful race, and every single one of them possesses the strength of a Zhizuan realm expert from birth. Back then, humans who were captured by them ended up as their slaves for life. Pavilion Master Jiang slowly explained. Eventually, under Kong Shi's leadership, the human race managed to emerge triumphant. He then established the Master Teacher Pavilion and promoted the heritage of equality of education, hoping that all humans could gain sufficient strength to fend for themselves. Zhang Xian was shocked. Even though he had a huge collection of books in the Library of Heaven's Path, such ancient secrets weren't written in any one of the books, so he had never heard of it before. He could have never imagined that there would be such a powerful race in the world, possessing the strength of a Zhizuan realm from birth. Do you two know why poison masters are despised and unrecognized by the other occupations? Pavilion Master Jiang asked. Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi glanced at one another doubtfully before shaking their heads. Even though the ability of poison masters to kill others discreetly induces fear in others, their expertise contributes a lot to the human race as well. Even so, the other occupations still despised them. The reason for it isn't just fear and worry, but back then, they once allied with the otherworldly demonic tribe and helped them to bring harm to their human counterparts. Pavilion Master Jiang explained. The duo immediately came to a realization. Actually, Zhang Xian had also been perplexed over this matter. Poison masters were indeed fearsome foes, but they weren't a deranged bunch who poisoned everyone they met. Not to mention, poison was, by no means, omnipotent too. He didn't think that there was a need to be so guarded against them, going to the extent of chasing them out of the cities and exiling them to remote corners such as the Red Lotus Range. However, after hearing this news, he realized that it was due to the unforgivable deeds that poison masters had once done. As time passed, the grudges were forgotten, but habits die hard, thus resulting in the current circumstances. Even today, poison masters remained a feared existence. No one was willing to provoke them, but their name remained sullied. All right, you two are just two-star master teachers, and this matter has already passed. The otherworldly demonic tribe no longer exists, so there's no need for you to ponder so much over it. Pavilion Master Zhang smiled. Even though the danger from the otherworldly demonic tribe has passed, the heritage of the Master Teachers continues on to this day. As long as you are a member of the Master Teacher Pavilion, you are expected to fulfill the role of a teacher, follow the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and enlighten the masses. It is not because of our title as Master Teachers, but because of our role in enlightening the masses that we are given unparalleled standing and esteem. Then, Pavilion Master Zhang's face grew stern. If I were to learn that any of you two were to commit atrocities and infringe the rules, even if I didn't do anything, other Master Teachers would definitely find you and purge you. Yes, Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi nodded. Remember, being a Master Teacher isn't an honor or a standing. It's a responsibility and a duty. A true Master Teacher should always have his students' welfare in his mind. Only by fulfilling our role will we be acknowledged and respected by others. After delegating his instructions, Pavilion Master Zhang shook his hands casually and said, "All right, I've already said all that I need to. Let's go to the main hall. I'll introduce you two to Su Shi and Ling Shi." The duo answered, and the three of them headed to the main hall of the Master Teacher Pavilion. No one noticed a slight unique aura slowly seeping out from each of the innumerable ancestral tablets and Kong Shi's statue. Gathering together, they formed a huge torrent. However, as there wasn't anyone to accept it, it slowly dissipated with time, as though it had never appeared before. In the conference hall of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion. I believe that everyone should know of the matter. I hope that you all can try your best, so that our name won't be sullied. The austere elder seated on the center seat gestured grandly. The head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion, 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, Pavilion Master Kong Gon. Pavilion Master, rest assured. We will do our best to find the most suitable candidate, so as to not sully the name of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance. I've been informed that Elder Su and Elder Ling heard of a genius in Shenyuan Kingdom. They rushed there a few days ago. Elder Bai and Elder Lu heard that there's a genius who passed the Master Teacher examination at Chiyuan Kingdom, and they rushed there 8 days ago as well. The elders in the hall hurriedly answered. These elders were dressed in the robes specially crafted for Master Teachers, and an emblem sat on their chest, reflecting their ranks. There were several 4-star Master Teachers in the hall, and even the weakest of those present was a 2-star. The radiance that shone off their emblems was dazzling. Good. Make preparations in advance to welcome and groom them. In the past, our Myriad Kingdom Alliance's ranking has always been at the very bottom. This time, we must show them that our geniuses don't lose out to them in any way. The Pavilion Master harumphed. The crowd nodded. Just as they were about to continue discussing, a bell suddenly sounded. It carried deep sorrow in its chiming, as though something tragic had happened. Dong 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 dong. Then innumerable bells started sounding as well. What's going on? Pavilion Master Kong abruptly stood up. That direction. The Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. Ascertaining the direction where the sound came from, a Master Teacher's face suddenly distorted in shock, and he exclaimed loudly, "Let's go take a look." Pavilion Master Kong and the others immediately rushed out and headed straight for the Master Teacher Pavilion. Upon pushing open the door, what welcomed them was the sight of countless ancestral tablets shaking non-stop, and sorrowful calls sounded from them, as though they had met with something tragic. At the same time, surge after surge of bizarre aura circled around those tablets, and the deep rumbling of thunder roared from their movements. This is rejection of the ancestors, sorrowful chimes of the bell. Pavilion Master Kang's face changed, and he nearly fell to the floor. Rejection of the ancestors? What does this mean? Seeing Pavilion Master Kang's loss of composure, one of the Master Teachers couldn't help but ask. After passing the Master Teacher examination, one would head to the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall to pay respects to the ancestor and seek their acknowledgement. Many people take pride in being acknowledged by the ancestors. Pavilion Master Kong started explaining. The crowd nodded. This was common knowledge among Master Teachers. The greater the number of ancestors who acknowledged one when one was a lower-tiered master teacher, the more likely it was for one to climb to greater heights in the future. This should be something for master teachers to take pride in. As master teachers, you all should know that while teachers can choose their students, students are allowed to choose their teachers as well. At this point, slight disbelief flashed in the eyes of Pavilion Master Kong, and he clenched his fists tightly. The ancestors can acknowledge their descendants, but at the same time, their acknowledgement can be rejected as well. Rejected? The acknowledgement of the ancestors isn't just an honor. It also grants a unique aura that raises one's soul depth. There's actually a person who would reject it. Taken aback by Pavilion Master Kang's words, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. Putting aside the fact that the acknowledgement of the ancestors represented unparalleled honor, more importantly, it could nourish a person's soul depth. Yet, for someone to reject it? Why? There were such cases in the past as well. Taking in the aura granted by an ancestor means having the will of the ancestors will imprinted within one. In other words, that ancestor will be considered as a half-teacher for one. As everyone should know, the moment one accepts the favor of another, one will establish a karmic debt with the other party. One has to eventually pay back the favor. Some of the top-notch geniuses refuse to accept this kind of favor, so they reject it outright. Pavilion Master Kong explained. This? The crowd was stunned. Even though it would establish a karmic debt, the benefits were too great to refuse. Everyone here dreamt of earning the acknowledgement of the ancestors, yet for someone to reject it, even though there's a sliver of the corresponding ancestors will sealed within each of the tablets, it contains their spirit. Being rejected by their descendant, naturally, they'll cry in sorrow. It's under such a situation that'll induce the rejection of the ancestors, sorrowful chimes of the bell. Even so, I've only read about all of this in books. To think that it was all true. Pavilion Master Kang's face paled. More importantly, for so many ancestral tablets to cry sorrowfully at the same moment, it means that all of these ancestors have acknowledged a person at the same time, but all of them were rejected. Acknowledgement by all of these ancestors. How is this possible? The crowd was completely astonished. Some of them even nearly fainted on the spot. In the past 100 years, even the most talented genius of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for the past several hundred years, Jun Ruohuan, only obtained the acknowledgement of 7 of the ancestors. Who in the world was this? To obtain the acknowledgement of all of the ancestors at once, and more importantly, to reject all of them as well? Surely I am hearing things? The lips of all of the master teachers quivered, and they fell into a frenzy. Look into it, it must have happened within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, or else such a phenomenon wouldn't happen here. If we can invite the genius acknowledged by all of the ancestors, we'll surely be able to win. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes shone in excitement. He was just about to continue issuing instructions when the ground suddenly shook. Walala! Then, he saw Kong Shi's statue trembling violently as well, calling out sorrowfully. Kong Shi crying out sorrowfully? Could it be that Kong Shi has been rejected as well? Dumbfounded, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth was wide open, but not a word came out from his mouth. This? Do we really need not bother about this? Seeing Pavilion Master Jiang walk away, Xianxia glanced at the ancestral tablets and Kong Shi's statue which was lying under the ruins of the hall doubtfully. Those were the statue of the world's teacher and the tablets of countless great ancestors. Master teachers have already peered through the essence of the world, and what we value is the intent, not the form. The respect for Kong Shi and the other ancestors lay deep in our hearts, not in these ancestral tablets. Otherwise, given how the falling over of the tablets should have been an extremely disrespectful action, how could we, as descendants, wait expectantly for it to happen? Don't worry. The Master Teacher Pavilion have specialized craftsmen in charge of fixing such damages. It won't take long for the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall to be brought back to its former glory. Pavilion Master Jiang explained. What we value is the intent, not the form? Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Xian liked the sound of it. The master teachers he knew, be it Lu Ling, Xianxia, or Jiang Shu, never used their position as master teachers to oppress others. Instead, they interacted with others like anyone else, and upon realizing that they had erred, they weren't hesitant to admit their mistakes as well. Instead of their pride, they used their heart and conscience to deal with matters. Knowing that the other party understands that he didn't intentionally break Kong Shi's statue, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Advancing forward, he soon arrived at the conference hall. Allow me to formally introduce you two to them. These two are 4-star master teachers from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Su Shi and Ling Shi. After the group settled down, Pavilion Master Jiang introduced. 4-star master teacher? Zhang Xian and Mo Hongyi leaped in shock. They thought that those two were 1-star master teachers who came from other kingdoms. How could have even imagined that they were 4-star master teachers? Especially for Zhang Xian, his face turned green in regret. He had even criticized them earlier. The two of you are talented, and it's just a matter of time before you two become 4-star master teachers. So there's no need to feel so restrained before us. Su Shi chuckled. Then, turning to Zhang Xian, he said, Zhang Shi, I have a presumptuous request to ask of you. Su Shi, feel free to speak. Knowing that the other party was a 4-star master teacher, Zhang Xian immediately clasped his fist respectfully. Not only were 4-star master teachers knowledgeable, their cultivation had also reached a frightening level. To become a 3-star master teacher, one had to possess the strength of minimum Jizuan realm. 4-star. His cultivation must have already surpassed Jizuan. I heard that Yang Shi is in the capital, so may I ask if Ling Shi and I can pay a visit to him? Su Shi asked. Pay a visit? To Yang Shi? The corner of Zhang Xian's lip twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. What Yang Shi? The teacher behind him was Zhang Xian himself. The two 4-star master teachers were interested in meeting Yang Shi. What should he do? It had already taken him a lot of effort to fool Jiang Shu. This time, the other party were 4-star master teachers. It wouldn't be a simple feat to fool them. It was possible that they might even be able to see through his disguising ability. Why? Is it not convenient? Su Shi asked. That isn't the case, just that my teacher has always been wandering around the area. So, even I'm not too sure where he is. Zhang Xian hurriedly added. How about this? I'll ask him of this matter as soon as he appears. I'll be depending on Zhang Shi then. Su Shi smiled. Even though they were both 4-star master teachers, they didn't have any domineering aura to them. Instead, they felt particularly amiable. It was said that the higher ranked a master teacher was, the more they would be like that. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to earn the trust and acknowledgement of their students swiftly, and better impart their knowledge. All right, now that you two are done with your examinations, I won't beat around the bush. Actually, there are 2 reasons why Ling Shi and I are here. Firstly, it's because of Zhang Shi's astonishing examination results, so we came over to take a look. Other than that, we have something that we might need your help on. Upon seeing Zhang Xian agree to the matter, Su Shi stroked his beard and spoke of the primary reason for their arrival. Su Shi, feel free to speak. If it's within the abilities of Tianwu Kingdom's Master Teacher Pavilion, we'll definitely give it our all, Pavilion Master Jiang said. Putting aside the fact that the other party was his superior, the other party's rank as a 4-star master teacher made him more than qualified to command them. I won't stand on formalities then. Hesitating for a moment, Su Shi started explaining. I believe you all should have at least heard a little about the standing of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance in the continent. Having read through books, Zhang Xian knew that due to the influence of the master teachers, this continent was known as Master Teacher Continent. It was a huge continent that seemed boundless, in which there were countless kingdoms, sects, and individual influences scattered all over. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance might be the strongest existence in this region, but when placed against the entire Master Teacher Continent, it didn't amount to anything much. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of many master teachers here, Su Shi shook his head. I guess that even if you all know a little about it, your knowledge is probably incomplete. Allow me to explain more then. I'm sure you all should be well aware of the ranking system of the kingdoms. There is a total of 4 ranks: unranked, Tier 2, Tier 1, and conferred. Your Tianwu kingdom is a Tier 1 kingdom, and it is considered as a vassal to conferred Shenyuan kingdom, and there are 142 kingdoms of Shenyuan kingdom's level under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. So many. Xianxia was taken aback. The map he saw was only at the level of a Tier 1 kingdom. As such, he wasn't too sure about the conditions of the conferred kingdoms. Initially, he thought that the Myriad Kingdom Alliance was just a name, but at this moment, he realized that the number of countries within it had to be at least 10,000. There were 142 conferred kingdoms, and Shenyuan Kingdom had 20 Tier 1 kingdoms like Tianwu under its jurisdiction, and then going down further, the total quantity numbered so many that it was hard to calculate on the spot. That's right. The presence of the Master-Teacher Pavilion and various historical circumstances formed the present situation, but I won't touch on that for now. For now, I'll focus on the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance governs all of the kingdoms within a certain boundary, and even though it sounds like a massive organization, but compared to the scale of the Master-Teacher continent, it is actually just an insignificant droplet within a vast ocean. There are several thousands of similar powers in the entire continent, such as the neighboring Mingxia Empire, Hanghai Empire. There are also some powerful third-rate sects such as the Cascading Sand Sect and Frigid Gale Sect. There are so many similar existences to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the Master-Teacher continent was vast, but they didn't expect it to be of such a scale. In their eyes, an existence that gathered over 10,000 kingdoms was already a mammoth. How could they possibly fathom that there were several thousands of such influences scattered throughout the continent? Just the thought of it was fearsome. Myriad Kingdom Alliance might sound domineering, but as the kingdoms within are autonomous and there's lack of connection between each of them, it's actually one of the weakest among similar influences. Take Mingxia Empire, for example. Regardless of whether it's the number of experts they have or their economy, they are way superior to us. Luyun sect and Luosha sect are also filled with outstanding geniuses, and their strength far surpasses ours. But of course, these influential powers also have master-teacher pavilions within them, and they're under the jurisdiction of a headquarter. In order to better select talents to groom and glorify master-teachers, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance and 26 other similar influences cooperate together to conduct a master-teacher tournament. It's conducted once every decade, and all master-teachers under 20 are allowed to participate. The winner will be entitled to generous rewards. This tournament has been conducted 77 times already, but it's a pity that the Myriad Kingdom Alliance has continued to hover around the bottom. Even at best, we only reached the 23rd place. At this point, Su Shi's face flushed in embarrassment. Of 27 similarly influential powers, their best placing was only at 23rd place or 5th from the bottom. It was no wonder why he felt embarrassed. This time, the newly appointed Pavilion Master Kong has decided to make some changes and strive for better results. He instructed for the personnel of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master-Teacher Pavilion to pay attention to the other kingdoms and pick out talented individuals to groom for the tournament that would be held 3 months later. Su Shi stared at Xianxia expectantly. Su Shi means that you wish to ask Xianxia to join this tournament. Pavilion Master Jiang came to a realization. That's right. Su Shi nodded. Despite his young age, Xianxia has broken many records of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Even within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there is probably none who can match his talents. Thus, I would like to formally invite him to participate in the tournament. Not expecting the other party to ask such a request, Pavilion Master Jiang instinctively turned to look at Xianxia. The gazes of the other master teachers focused on Xianxia as well. It was Xianxia's personal decision to choose whether he wanted to participate or not. No one could force him into it. Xianxia was also stunned by the sudden request. Xianxia, there's no need for you to rush to answer the question. You have 2 days to consider this matter and discuss it with your teacher. You can answer me once you've made up your mind, Su Shi said. All right, Then I'll give it some thought. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had never even heard of the master-teacher tournament, and he had no idea what form the tournament would be in. As such, he felt that he should be more prudent with this matter. His primary focus at the moment was to become a 9-star master-teacher before 30. Everything else was of secondary concern. All right, this is all I have. Xianxia, I'll be troubling you two on Yangxi's matter then. Ling Shi and I are truly interested in meeting your teacher. Su Shi chuckled. Given how the other party was able to groom a talent of Zhang Xian's caliber, his means could only be greater than theirs. Since they were here, it was a breach of etiquette to not pay respects to their senior. Once teacher returns, I'll immediately report to the two elders. Seeing that the other party hadn't forgotten this matter, Zhang Xian felt his head hurt. Seeing the serious expressions on these two 4-star master teachers, Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for him to avoid this affair. Just that, disguising before 4-star master teachers. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian had no confidence at all. If there's no other instructions, I'll be taking my leave first then. Seeing that there was nothing else, Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Farewell. The others nodded. Since the 2-star master teacher examination and inauguration were over, it was about time for Zhang Xian to return back to his residence to meet his students. Zhang Xian had disguised himself a little after reaching the capital, so he hadn't really walked around the city in his original appearance yet. Walking out of the conference hall, he saw Mu Xueqing, Lu Chong, and his other students from Tianwu Academy walking up to him. Teacher. Their eyes were filled with admiration. They thought that their teacher was only an ordinary teacher. Who could have thought that he was the great genius whose name echoed throughout the entire capital, Zhang Xian? They couldn't help but feel proud to have such an esteemed teacher. Teacher. Xiaoya and the others walked over, but in comparison to the excitement from the other groups, their heads were lowered as though a rooster who had lost a duel. This was especially for Zhengyang and Yuan Tao. As though a rat meeting with a cat, they trembled fearfully. See how I'll teach you all a lesson once we return to the residence. This was the master-teacher pavilion, and there were many eyes here. If outsiders were to learn that his own student tried to do him in, they would definitely laugh their teeth out. The prestige he had just earned from becoming a 2-star master teacher would also crumble in an instant. Such family scandals should be dealt with behind closed doors. He was determined to teach these arrogant brats a lesson once they returned to the residence. You all should follow me as well. Glancing at Mu Xueqing, Lu Chong, and the others, Zhang Xian gestured. Since his two identities had converged together, it was time for him to do some reorganization and end the relationships that needed to be ended. Yes. The crowd nodded, and they followed behind Zhang Xian. Returning to the residence, Lu Shi, Bai Chan, and the others had already heard of the news. They hurried forward to welcome Zhang Xian's return, and admiration glittered in their eyes. Reaching the main hall, Zhang Xian sat at the top seat as he glanced at the kneeling Zhengyang, Yuan Tao, and the others below with a steeled face. As soon as he arrived, the group immediately explained the matter of the poison. Regardless of who Lu Laoshi is, even if he isn't me as a teacher, you should show him the basic respect he deserves. To poison him because of a small contention. How dare you all? Zhang Xian bellowed. These few fellows had indeed gone too far this time. He was embarrassed by their act of poisoning him, but what truly made him furious was the lack of values in their actions. They disregarded the honor of a teacher and overstepped their moral boundaries. Once a person loses his values, then no matter how strong he became, he could only be a scum. As a teacher, what he should impart wasn't just knowledge, but morals and values as well. It was just like grooming a flower. It didn't just consist of watering and adding fertilizer. One also had to trim its branches from time to time. Otherwise, as its branches started to twist and turn, it would lose its aesthetics. Teacher, we don't dare anymore. Seeing their teacher fly to a rage, Zhang Yang and the others paled in fright. Don't dare anymore? You all even dare to make a move on me, what else wouldn't you all dare to do? I, Zhang Xian, don't have a student like you all, and I am not fitting to be your teacher. Flinging his sleeves, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Teacher. Zhang Yang and their bodies swayed. This meant that Xianxia was expelling them from his tutelage. Teacher, I beg of you to take back your orders. Zhang Yang and the others didn't do it intentionally. Xiaoya rushed forward and pleaded with Xianxia. Don't plead for them. Leave them kneeling. We'll talk about it once they finally think it through. After bellowing at Zhang Yang and the others, Xianxia turned his attention to Mu Xueqing and his other students. It's under my identity as Lu Cheng that fate brought us together as teacher and students. However, now that I'm reverting back to my original identity, our fate has come to an end. I'll leave you all with cultivation techniques that will allow you all to reach Zhongshe realm, so you all should return for now. Zhang Xian's connection with these students was only through Tianwu Academy. Now that he had come to the end of his mission, it was time for their relationship to come to an end. Other than that, Tianwu Kingdom was still way too small for him. It was just a matter of time before he'd leave. Taking care of Xiaoya and the others was already difficult for him. He couldn't possibly bring an entire class around. Teacher. The eyes of Mu Xueqing, Meng Tao, and the others reddened. All right, there's no banquet that doesn't end. Even if you all aren't my students, you all must cultivate diligently. After issuing them one last instruction, Xianxia waved his hands. You all should go now. Yes. The group kneeled down and kowtowed together once. Teacher, I would like to follow you. I'll go wherever you go. Mu Xueqing gritted her teeth in determination. You are the sole daughter of Apothecary Mu. If you leave, who will take care of him? You should return. Xianxia waved his hand. I. Mu Xueqing was tongue-tied. She had lost her mother at a young age, and her father went through a lot of trouble to raise her. If she were to leave, what would happen to her father? If you still wish to follow me in the future, you can first settle the matter with Apothecary Mu before looking for me. Don't worry, as a master teacher, it won't be hard for you to track me down. Xianxia smiled. Yes, teacher. Thank you for your tutelage over the past few days. Upon coming to terms with the matter, Mu Xueqing bent down and kowtowed deeply several times. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his head suddenly jolted. A bookshelf trembled, and the golden book appeared once more. Another page? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had gone through a lot of trouble to teach Mu Xueqing, even going to the extent of imparting the Heaven's Path saber art to her. Even so, he didn't really expect to earn the other party's earnest gratitude and form a new golden page. Xianxia had no idea what other effects there were to this book of Heaven's Path, but its ability to raise Xianxia's soul depth easily and assimilate the contents of the books gathered in the Library of Heaven's Path into his knowledge already made it a priceless treasure. Teacher, regardless of where you go, I'll definitely look for you. Making a vow in her heart, Mu Xueqing led the crowd away. The room soon chilled down with their departure. However, Lu Cheng remained in the room, and he stood on the spot impassively. You! Xianxia was about to speak, but the other party interrupted him. Teacher, I have nothing to tie me down here anymore. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. Lu Cheng's eyes reflected his determination. After a long moment of hesitation, Xianxia nodded. All right. Xianxia was well aware of the character of this student of his. Knowing that there was no use persuading him, he eventually relented. After dealing with that, Xianxia walked out of the room. At that moment, Lu Shi stepped forward with a worried frown. Are you going to keep them kneeling? Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, Wang Ying, and his other students were still kneeling motionlessly in the main hall. Did he intend to keep them kneeling like that? Their cultivation has progressed too quickly, and this has added to their complacency. Making them kneel will help build their character, so that they won't act so rashly in the future, Xianxia said. Actually, Xianxia's rage had already died down. The poisoning incident didn't cause much harm, and his students already knew their mistakes. However, he still chose to neglect them and keep them kneeling. The reason for it was simple. He wanted to build their character. Only with a strong character will they be able to reach greater heights in the future. Taking Lu Chong for example, the tragedy in his clan had made his mental fortitude as tough as steel. Even though his cultivation had progressed swiftly in the past few days, he didn't show the slightest arrogance or complacency. On the other hand, Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, Wang Ying, and the others were entitled to the best education from the very start, and they have never faced any major problems in their cultivation before. Zhang Xian thought that it was about time to teach them the difficulty of cultivating so that they wouldn't get complacent. That's good. I've neglected this matter. Lu Shi nodded. At this moment, he truly felt impressed by this senior of his. When he first met his senior, he thought that he was still slightly immature in his actions. However, at this moment, he already possessed on the disposition of a teacher, and every single action he took aligned with his duties as a teacher. As a teacher, one shouldn't just focus all of one's efforts on the cultivation of one student. One must also reinforce their mental fortitude. Using building a palace as an analogy, one's mental fortitude would be like the foundation of the construction. Without the foundation, no matter how many bricks one laid on top and what kind of technologies one utilized, there would still be a limit to its final height. On top of that, it would be unable to weather the winds of a storm as well. Zhang Xian made use of this matter to sternly punish the others, but the truth was that he was trying to grind their will. Without a bone-piercing chill, how could there be the fragrance of the plum blossoms? I just hope that they can understand your efforts. Lu Shi sighed. Sometimes, students were unable to understand why their teachers were so harsh on them, and this incited a rebellious streak in them. By the time a falling out occurred, it was already too late for regrets. Zhang Xian nodded. After chatting with Lu Shi for a moment longer, he walked out of the residence and settled some other miscellaneous matters. The great Herb King and Liao Sun had already left the capital. The Ji clan had sent many generous gifts in apology, and Zhang Xian kept them all in his storage ring. In truth, the matter with Ji clan wasn't anything much, and there was nothing for Zhang Xian to pursue. By the time Zhang Xian had settled everything, it was already late at night. The next day, he went to the Physician Guild and swept through all of the books in their library. He went on to do the same for the other guilds in the kingdom, storing them inside the Library of Heaven's Path. He busied himself throughout the day, and only upon sunset did he return to the residence. Time to begin. With a thought, the golden book appeared right before Zhang Xian. The two 4-star master teachers had specifically brought up their desire to meet Zhang Xian before him, and dragging the matter out wasn't a solution. If Zhang Xian didn't want to be exposed by the other party, he had to accrue a huge mountain of knowledge to make up for his lack thereof. In any case, he had 2 golden pages now, so using one wasn't too much of a heartache. Assimilate. Boom. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, a violent buzz sounded. The golden page radiated a bright glow, and all of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path immediately started infusing their contents into his head. Unable to withstand the huge surge of information, Zhang Xian's vision turned dark and he fainted. In the Physician Guild, Physician Cheng Feng stared helplessly at the unconscious physician Mu Hong lying on the floor. This ex-guild leader had gone to the Lin clan to cure the other party of their poison, but not only did he fail to resolve their poison, he even got afflicted with it. For a 3-star physician to land himself in such a state, it was indeed shameful. Physician Cheng Feng, is there any way to cure him? Physician Mu Hong's student, 2-star physician Xianxia, looked at Cheng Feng nervously. Physician Cheng Feng shook his head. I've tried all methods, but the poison he's afflicted with is simply too formidable. I am also helpless before it. He had carefully examined this poison, and he realized that it was able to fuse easily with all Jinqi. This problem had left him completely stumped. Unless, Xiaxunda's face tensed up. Unless guild leader Lu, or rather, Zhang Shi, treats him personally. Given how he was able to solve so many problems on the wall of dilemma, his aptitude for the way of medicine is truly frightening. This poison is formidable, but he might have a solution for it. Physician Cheng Feng said. Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this name, Xiaxunda's face immediately sank, and he howled deeply. His student is the one who planted the poison. He must have been in cahoots with the master of the poison hall. Back then, he had clearly seen how Hall Master Liao treated Xianxia so respectfully that it seemed as though the latter was his own father. During the period when physician Mu Hong was afflicted with lethal poison, the master of the poison hall appeared in the city. It was hard to believe that there wasn't any correlation between the two. Audacious! Such words cannot be spouted without evidence. Physician Cheng Feng berated sternly. Xianxia is a master teacher and a grandmaster physician. How can he be in cahoots with the poison hall? Without evidence? Humph. So many people have seen it with their own eyes. Xianxia harumphed coldly. What wall of dilemma and guild leader Pui? How can someone who has dealings with the poison hall be worthy to serve as the leader of our physician guild? In fact, I think that he might not even know medicine at all. He might have prepared the answers to the problems on the wall of dilemma beforehand. Otherwise, how could he solve so many problems within such a short period of time? Seeing his own teacher lying in a coma on the floor, Xianxia couldn't hold back his rage anymore, and he bellowed furiously. Every single one of those questions on the wall of dilemma was extremely difficult. Even if Zhang Xian were to start learning from the womb, given how he wasn't even 20 yet, how much could he learn? Clearly, someone had given him the answers beforehand, and all he had to do was to copy them down. Otherwise, given how skilled he was, why hadn't he treated anyone before? It's worth noting that the issue with the guardian beast is a state secret, so not many people know of it. This? Physician Cheng Feng hesitated. Back then, when Xianxia came to the physician guild, he was also present. The fact that the other party could solve 19 questions on the wall of dilemma despite being ignorant of basic common knowledge already made the entire incident rather doubtful. Speaking of which, physician Cheng Feng also held his suspicions. This kind of person is unworthy of being the master of our physician guild. I hope that physician Cheng Feng can host a meeting with the elders to strip that fellow of his position as the guild leader so that he can't go around fooling others. Halfway through Xianxia's incitement, a middle-aged man rushed into the room. As soon as he entered, the middle-aged man shouted excitedly, "Physician Cheng Feng and Physician Xianxia, there's a response on the wall of dilemma." There's a response? Did he get the final question wrong? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. A few days ago, Xianxia provided the solutions for 20 difficult illnesses in a row. However, the other side of the wall of dilemma had been unable to give an accurate judgment on the final answer he provided. Initially, it said that it would take 10 days for it to assess the validity of the answer. However, the headquarters seemed to have operated more efficiently than it expected, and it had already given a reply today. Wrong. The middle-aged man froze for a moment before hurriedly shaking his head. It doesn't mention whether it's wrong or not. Doesn't mention? The two physicians were stunned. Since the headquarter had given its reply, it should have already come to a verdict on the validity of Xianxia's answer. What did he mean by saying it wasn't mentioned? Then, what's written on it? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before replying. It says that it'll confer Lu Chang as an elder of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Physician Guild, and as for his exact ranking, a test will be conducted when his cultivation reaches a certain level. Confer him as an elder of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Physician Guild. Physician Cheng Feng and Physician Xianxia glanced at one another, and their bodies trembled. Blood nearly spurted out of their mouths. The heck? What was going on? The Myriad Kingdom Alliance, that was a top-notch existence that stood even above the conferred kingdoms. The elders of the Physician Guild there were at minimum 4-star. Conferring Lu Chang as their elder? At this moment, Xianxia could only feel a piercing heat on his face, and it felt as though someone had slapped him forcefully. He had just said that the other party was unworthy of being their guild leader, and the next moment, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Physician Guild sent a message indicating their interest in having him as an elder of their guild. The heck? You must be doing this on purpose. Xianxia's face turned scarlet, and he nearly cried on the spot. There was a peculiar room in the Tianwu Kingdom Master-Teacher Pavilion where a snowy white wall towered. Communication wall. At this moment, Su Shi, Ling Shi, and Pavilion Master Jiang was standing in front of the wall. Reporting to Su Shi, Ling Shi, and Pavilion Master Jiang, the reparations of the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall are completed. Elder Zhu walked in and clasped his fist. Good. Pavilion Master Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. The sudden shaking of Kong Shi's statue and the fall of innumerable ancestral tablets. Such a matter has never occurred before. Ling Shi, do you have any idea what happened then? Su Shi frowned. That day they were all present on the spot. Kong Shi suddenly fell, resulting in violent tremors throughout the hall. Even until now, they were still unable to make sense out of the incident. They had considered the possibility of Xianxia winning the acknowledgement of all of the ancestors, but eventually, they shook their heads in denial. That was Kong Shi's statue. His lingering will was infused in it. How could it possibly acknowledge anyone easily? Rumor had it that there was once a 9-star master teacher who tried to acknowledge Kong Shi as his teacher, only to be rejected. To reject a 9-star master teacher and take in a 2-star master teacher instead? You must be jesting. Not yet. Ling Shi couldn't comprehend the situation either. Shaking his head, he picked up a brush and smiled. However, there's no need to worry. I intend to ask the headquarter now. Even though we don't understand the situation, the guild leader and the other elders might know a thing or two. Hurry up. Su Shi nodded. Just as Ling Shi was considering how he should phrase his words, the massive wall before them suddenly lit up, and a row of words appeared. Rejection of the ancestors, sorrowful chimes of the bell. Someone in the Myriad King Alliance has refused the acknowledgement of the ancestors after passing the Master-Teacher examination. If the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall of any branch has collapsed, report swiftly. Teacher Acknowledgement Hall? Collapsed? Su Shi, Ling Shi, Pavilion Master Jiang, and Elder Zhu were dumbstruck.